Welcome to the A Love Story at Hogwarts, 1971 edition. Below is the user manual. If you wish to pursue a personal storyline, please ensure to select only single options. After completing all individual romantic events, you may enter the personal route. Should your affection levels be insufficient, you will default to the ordinary route. If you achieve all primary romantic storylines without engaging in any personal routes, you will enter a hidden route. It is imperative to note that once you enter the hidden route, ordinary options will no longer be available. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. Chapter 1: Merlin's Morning. If a loud person resembles 500 ducks, I feel as though I am presently seated within a grand duck farm. Well, in truth, there are only two individuals before me, Sirius and James, who are flailing their arms and vociferously chattering. Even after witnessing this spectacle for the 8th time, I remain astounded. How is it possible for two people to create such a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace? Beside me, Lily presses her face against the window, gazing at the scenery beyond, while Remus sits quietly, offering no commentary. Severus, on the other hand, frequently furrows his brow at the raucous duo. In this moment, the collective human experience of joy and sorrow resonates among us. It is evident that we all find their noise rather irksome. You may wonder how I can identify them so readily on the train at the start of the school year. The answer lies in the very beginning. I am Peter Pettigrew. Or you may also refer to me as Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa Black, Bertha Jorkins, and so forth. From the moment I arrived in this world, each time I opened my eyes I assumed a new identity. I harbor serious suspicions that I share a name with a certain wizard, causing me to interchange identities and experience a plethora of lives. Every awakening presents a new existence, leading me to nearly believe I have stepped into Martin's Morning, the Hogwarts edition. Initially, I would awaken in a state of confusion, but after several instances, I deftly adapted to my various identities and began to follow the narrative. Truth be told, I started to anticipate the moment I might inhabit Tom Riddle's persona, for from my extensive experiences, it appears that my journeys are inextricably linked to the Harry Potter generation. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Merlin, with the surname May and the given name Lin, a native of China. My mother, who has little fondness for Western culture, insisted I carry her surname May. Coincidentally, I was born while she was resting in a bamboo grove back in her hometown. Hence the name, reminiscent of the closest companion of King Arthur in the legends of Britain. By a twist of fate, I became acquainted with the Harry Potter series, and during a late-night bout of sleeplessness, what some might call burning the midnight oily, tragically succumbed to a sudden death, only to awaken in the world of Harry Potter. To be precise, it is the world of Harry Potter's parents' generation. I understand that this may sound absurd, but honestly, when I first found myself as Peter Pettigrew, I was quite inclined to curse my fate. Although I soon realized I had merely supplanted Peter's identity while retaining my own body, it felt undeniably strange. In the beginning, whenever someone called out Peter's name, it took me a moment to respond. However, the next time I opened my eyes to find myself alongside Narcissa and Lucius, I felt not only the desire to curse but also a strong urge to leap from a great height. Nevertheless, I swiftly came to terms with the reality of my predicament. After all, in this era, the barriers between dimensions have become so permeable that my presence is hardly significant. Once I accepted this truth, I began to take joy in being Peter, believing I could alter the eventual outcome. Yet ultimately I failed. I could never fathom why, but after becoming the secret keeper, I resolutely refused to yield and met my demise. Upon my death, I discovered I could review the endings within the system, only to find that the Potters had also perished during their confrontation with Voldemort. The narrative remained unchanged. After my first death, the world finally revealed its malice, and each subsequent attempt to alter the storyline ended in failure. Eventually, I pondered whether I should simply observe the birth of Harry and adopt him, but before I could act on this thought, one fateful night, I slipped and fell to my death. Where could I seek justice in that? Under such circumstances, it is unreasonable to expect my mental state to remain stable. By the 7th time, I was driven to madness, almost wielding a kitchen knife for 3 days and nights, my eyes growing weary. I thought this time would be foolproof, only for the world to introduce an original female protagonist to ensure the storyline's accuracy. To my astonishment, upon deeper investigation, I discovered that this original character was even more unfortunate than I. She was forcibly bound to a romantic system and thrust into this world to enact the role of a malicious female antagonist. During our heartfelt conversations, she was near tears, lamenting, "My favorite character is Dumbledore, yet the narrative compels me to poison him. Woe is me. I cannot control my own body." Thus, we struck a pact. I transferred the romantic system to myself and took my own life, and she indeed honored her promise. Unfortunately, our heartfelt discussions occurred too late, resulting in Harry being the sole survivor after the 7th cycle. When I next opened my eyes, I anticipated awakening in another familiar or foreign home, only to find myself on the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Judging by the throngs of people reminiscent of a spring festival train station, it appeared to be yet another beginning of the Hogwarts academic year. I could not comprehend why I had materialized on the street until I caught a glimpse of my own reflection in the glass storefronts. Welcome to the A Love Story at Hogwarts, 1971 edition. Below is the user manual. If you wish to pursue a personal storyline, please ensure to select only single options. After completing all individual romantic events, you may enter the personal route. Should your affection levels be insufficient, you will default to the ordinary route. If you achieve all primary romantic storylines without engaging in any personal routes, you will enter a hidden route. It is imperative to note that once you enter the hidden route, ordinary options will no longer be available. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. As I gazed intently at the reflection of my familiar yet foreign visage, a mechanical voice resonated in my mind. This was the first time I heard the voice of the romantic system. Years later, it would become the voice I despised most, in every conceivable sense. The romantic system informed me that it had archived my psyche and emotions, restoring me to the state I held upon first entering the magical realm, as well as reverting my original appearance and identity. After delivering this information, it fell silent. I could neither summon it nor discern any affection indicators, leading me to suspect that this feature might be a one-time affair. Yet, as it suggested, since I could not alter anything, I might as well relish a genuine Hogwarts experience. Let us proceed. While I was lost in contemplation, the commotion had subsided. Lily, in a fit of anger, dragged Severus from the compartment, while Sirius and James continued to mock Severus, jeering that he was running away with his tail between his legs. In truth, I sympathized with Severus. During my previous 2 lives as a Slytherin, I had been diligently searching for Salazar Slytherin's locket, and had not clashed with Gryffindor in any significant way. Yet they branded me as sneaky and untrustworthy, deliberately sabotaging my potion ingredients during class. Had I not swiftly turned the cauldron onto James's head, it might have exploded. James, in his student years, was undoubtedly a tyrant of schoolyard bullying at times. I felt he was a paradoxical figure. Those who adored him were utterly besotted, while those who loathed him wished him dead. Could others achieve such a dichotomy? Just as I was preparing to lean back and steal a moment of slumber, the entire world abruptly froze, my actions caught in a state of suspension. Before I could fully grasp the situation, a series of options materialized before my eyes. Severus and Lily have departed the compartment. 1. Tackle James. 2. Confession to Sirius. 3. Grasping Lily's hand, I shouted, "Don't abandon me." 4. Forget it, I'll sleep. PSA note from the system. After selecting an option, you are free to choose how to achieve the outcome. However, the result must be completed regardless, otherwise a minor penalty from the system will ensue. What kind of options are these? Aside from the last one, which of these could be deemed feasible by a human? No wonder there's a penalty. Who would engage in such actions without it? I finally understood what the 7th original female protagonist meant by "I can't control my body now, I too have lost control." Fortunately, I was already inclined to sleep, thus I chose "Forget it, I'll sleep." What about you? Which house do you wish to join? I had thought that upon making my selection, I could finally drift into slumber, only to find that after Snape and Lily departed, James's gaze swiftly shifted to me. Upon noticing my hair and eyes, he promptly nudged Sirius beside him. "Hey mate, with eyes and hair like yours, could she possibly be a relative?" Sirius's affection one. I then realized that this romance system also had an affection prompt, and I immediately shouted in my mind, "System," hoping to check the affection list or save point. To view the affection page and access the save, please purchase the initial recharge gift pack. Would you like to make a purchase? Purchase failed. Unable to buy the gift pack. Damn it. Sirius cast a fleeting glance at me. His gray eyes transitioned almost seamlessly from gentle to haughty. He merely glanced my way before swiftly averting his gaze, as if I were some wretched boggart. "Your eye color differs," he remarked, his tone darkening, "but you do bear a resemblance to those from the Black family." What an insufferable face. Had I unknowingly become the target of his ire? This irked me. I slammed my hand on the table, causing James to flinch. I will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. I've never encountered anyone braver than myself. James' eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he excitedly shook my hand, nearly causing me to topple over. "My favorite house is Gryffindor. It seems we'll be classmates." Sirius's affection one. What on earth is going on? I remained unfazed by Sirius's gaze, casually draping my arm over James's shoulder. "I've heard there's a forbidden forest at Hogwarts. Shall we explore it together tonight?" Remus, who had been observing us, could no longer feign interest in his book. He slowly set down the upside-down tome, regarding me as though witnessing Snape perform a hula dance. The Forbidden Forest? I bet James doesn't even know what that place entails, but upon hearing the word forbidden, he became ecstatic, as if fearing that a delayed response would result in him fleeing. With a train. He nodded vigorously. "What a splendid name. Let's go tonight." Sirius could no longer sit idly. He yanked James closer, his gaze toward me resembling that of a wicked queen attempting to deceive Snow White. "Aren't you worried she might sell you out?" You're so quick to agree. But it's a forbidden place. James exclaimed, waving his hands in excitement. You know I can't resist this. Sirius's affection won. Is he out of his mind? I can't claim to know James exceedingly well, but I am aware that he disregards rules and relishes in challenging the forbidden. I've always thought James more suited for Azkaban than Sirius, truly the embodiment of a daring escapee. For the remainder of our journey, James was ablaze with enthusiasm, discussing what wonders the Forbidden Forest might hold and speculating how Hogwarts sorts its students. Sirius, unable to restrain him, grew increasingly hostile in his gaze towards me, ultimately resulting in a cumulative Sirius's affection 5 achievement by the time we disembarked. Black. I solemnly tapped his shoulder as we exited, retracting my hand before he could sever it. When you fear your beloved may be taken by another, sulking and jealousy is the mark of a scorned lover. You ought to take matters into your own hands. Do you comprehend my meaning? I doubt he truly grasped my intention, otherwise he wouldn't have bestowed upon me Sirius's affection. 10. A side note. A Love Story at Hogwarts, 1971 is a fully immersive romance game that offers an unprecedentedly authentic romantic experience. Beyond engaging with your desired partner, you may also choose to play matchmaker. Affection check and hints as well as side quest reminders require recharge to unlock. Without recharging, only negative affection prompts will be visible. Hint: as a romance game, we are committed to delivering a romantic experience from the outset, thus every option is imbued with affection. Forget it. Ill sleep is a standard option provided by the system to skip all events. This option will be revoked upon entering a hidden route. Side quest reminder: congratulations on unlocking James's main romance line evening adventure. Tip: the sooner James's evening adventure is initiated, the better. If you grow too close to Snape, this side quest will be permanently locked. Congratulations on achieving Sirius's main romance line achievement, love at first sight. Tip: achieving any character's love at first sight accolade without pursuing them may easily provoke their darkening disposition. Chapter 2. Sorting Ceremony. I have witnessed the sorting ceremony a total of 7 times, yet I found myself lingering a little longer when Peter was assigned to Slytherin. Among these 7 occasions, apart from the time I donned his clothes to attend Hufflepuff, Peter was sorted into Slytherin 3 times and into Gryffindor 3 times. Based on my observations, Peter tends to gravitate towards Slytherin after witnessing James embroiled in disputes. I surmise that Peter initially had his sights set on James, seeking his protection. If James displayed excessive aggression, Peter would retreat, otherwise he would find himself in Gryffindor. Lily was the first to be sorted, and the sorting hat swiftly declared Gryffindor, prompting James, who stood beside me, to mumble incessantly. How could the sorting hat allow such a person into Gryffindor? They both belonged in Slytherin. He cast several glances at Lily, perhaps convinced that the sorting hat believed she had seen the error of her ways. It appeared I should assist her in distancing herself from that insufferable fellow, guiding her towards what is truly commendable. Ultimately he nodded in agreement. His audacity astounded me, to the point that even Sirius subtly distanced himself from him. However, James has always been the type to believe that even if the entire world were to condemn him, he would assert that the world was mistaken, entirely indifferent to the incredulous looks we cast upon him as he enthusiastically detailed his grand plans, which centered around winning over Lily. In summary, rather vulgar indeed. James's sorting, as expected, was into Gryffindor. The moment he reached the Gryffindor table, he immediately attempted to greet Lily, who however completely disregarded him. Next up, Merlin. Although I was mentally prepared, hearing my name called in the format of surname first, and given name second still caught me off guard. I could not fathom why Professor McGonagall pronounced my name in such a manner. The only thing I knew was that my name, closely resembling that of the Great Wizard, drew the attention of the entire school. In that instant, I felt akin to a Chinese individual proclaiming themselves as the Jade Emperor during an opening ceremony. Sirius's favorability won. Enough already. I strode confidently to the sorting hat, and as I had anticipated, before it even touched my head, it loudly proclaimed Gryffindor. This was utterly expected. I had nearly chased Voldemort down. What else could be defined as bravery? Upon hearing this, James, seated at the Gryffindor table, raised his hands in a thumbs-up gesture, to which I waved back. Just as I was about to approach Lily, an options box materialized before my eyes. Finally sorted. 1. Embrace James, indicating that we are finally together. 2. Weep over Snape. 3. Confess to Lily. 4. Jump onto the table and shout long live the Dark Lord. 5. Forget it. Go to sleep. I realized with horror that perhaps every subsequent choice would be just as absurd. Although lying down in the dining hall might not be an action a normal person would take, perhaps my classmates would think I had suddenly collapsed due to illness, at most concluding that I was unwell. I imagined that selecting any other option would leave me yearning to flee the planet. Reluctantly, I opted for forget it. Go to sleep. I expected that after making my choice, I would immediately succumb to the ground. Yet to my surprise, I regained control of my body. I attempted to walk over and sit beside Lily, and the system provided no prompts. Could it be that this was merely a meaningless option, designed to allow me to bypass the others? You should sit over here, James muttered, clearly displeased that I had squeezed in next to Lily, claiming he had not yet had a proper conversation with Evans. She doesn't seem to welcome you, Potter. I quickly turned to Lily and said, You are Lily Evans, right? I am Merlin. I overheard your conversation on the train, so don't take those words to heart. James's favorability -1. I was taken aback, not by James's deduction of favorability, but by the fact that it was only a deduction of 1 point. Lily did not anticipate my sudden engagement, nor did she expect me to say such a thing. She looked at me with a hint of confusion. I had rarely been able to gaze at Lily from such proximity, and her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of dew-kissed green leaves in the morning, made me momentarily wish to ruffle her hair. Hey, how can you say that about me? James protested from behind me, but no one paid him any heed. Thank you, Merlin. After a brief moment of surprise, Lily quickly responded, smiling as she took my outstretched hand. I won't take such words to heart. They are merely a bunch of egotists. James's favorability -1. James, you are misdirecting your anger. As I conversed with Lily, Remus approached, awkwardly seating himself across from me. Noticing my gaze, he looked up and I offered him a smile, which seemed to momentarily fluster him. After a moment, a faint blush crept across his cheeks as he shyly smiled back. Gryffindor. Just as I prepared to continue my conversation with Lily, I suddenly noticed the entire hall had fallen silent. I turned my head to see Sirius expressionlessly rising from his seat, all eyes fixed upon him. Moment gelate. An uproar of deafening cheers and applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, contrasting sharply with the expressions of disgust on the faces of Slytherin students. Amidst this commotion, Sirius made his way to the Gryffindor long table, occupying the spot James had saved for him. I knew you would definitely make it into Gryffindor, James exclaimed, clapping him on the shoulder. At that moment, it seemed he had forgotten that only a second ago he had deducted 2 favorability points from me, and he pulled me closer. Shall we venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight? Remus, seated across from us, cleared his throat, looking as if he had something to say, but ultimately remained silent. James, after all, it is our first day at school. Sirius said seriously to James, the Forbidden Forest is still too perilous. James and I exchanged glances, and it was James who first tentatively reached out to touch Sirius's forehead, then looked at me in confusion. It's cold. Oh no, it is cool. No fever. How could he say something like that? A person rebellious enough to defy the Black family tradition in order to join Gryffindor thinks the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous? Black. If you don't want Potter and me to go to the Forbidden Forest, you could choose a better excuse, I said earnestly. Even suspecting I am a Slytherin spy would be a stronger argument. Lily, who was beside us, could not help but laugh, originally intending to defend his good friend, James. Upon seeing Lily display a favorable expression towards them for the first time, immediately switched sides and leaned closer to me, throwing his arm around my shoulder. It's all right, Sirius. If you are worried about me and Merlin going alone, that is just fine. Sirius's favorability 1. I couldn't shake the feeling that Sirius was already plotting where to bury me. Lily, unaware of our intended destination, did not express much opinion. I chatted animatedly with her as I indulged in my meal, while James incessantly chimed in to keep the conversation flowing with Lily. We 2 social misfits soon mingled with our peers to the extent that it felt as if we were on the verge of forming a brotherhood. Successfully transitioning my address for Lily from Evans to Lily. Throughout, Sirius remained silent, merely casting frosty glances in my direction, while Remus seemed to glance at me repeatedly during the meal, appearing to spend half the time observing me, which felt rather peculiar. After dinner, we followed our prefect to the common room, and as we stood up, Lily hesitated before looking at me. I am going to find my friends in Slytherin. She scrutinized my expression. Shall we meet later? Lily decides to find Snape. 1. Pick Lily up, vowing never to abandon her. 2. Give Snape the finger, telling him to go away. 3. Forget it, go to sleep. The system, you are truly absurd. I chose forget it, let's sleep. And just like last time, the narrative continued to flow seamlessly. It seems this romantic system possesses a modicum of conscience, truly offering me a meaningless skip option. Am I not your friend? I am aware of her concerns. After all, the majority of students from other houses harbor disdain for Slytherin. However, having spent over a decade there, I hold no prejudice against the house. I grasped her hand and reassured her that your friends are my friends, and of course, we shall proceed together. In an instant, Lily's eyes sparkled with realization, as if struck by a thought. She turned and shot James a fierce glare, then pulled me along. Serious affection level 10. I scarcely wish to contemplate just how low Sirius's current affection for me might be. Why does it keep decreasing? Is there no indication of increasing affection? James cast a conflicted glance my way, and after a prolonged moment, the system hesitantly provided a notification. James affection level 5. This was the most astonishing revelation of the day. My display of friendliness towards Slytherin led to James, a staunch house discriminator, deducting only half of Sirius's affection level. This defies logic. Lily. Snape still wore that familiar brooding expression. Each time I encountered him, I imagined mushrooms sprouting on him. I cannot articulate whether I like or dislike him. I can only describe him as a stubborn fellow. No matter how hard I tried, I could not dissuade him from becoming a Death Eater. It was either Lily or him who would perish. Do not expect both to attain enlightenment while still drawing breath. It infuriates me. After exchanging pleasantries, we followed the Gryffindor contingent towards the common room. Along the way, Lily opened up. In truth, Severus is fundamentally a good boy. He has merely endured some unfortunate experiences. She appeared deeply saddened. How could they treat him in such a manner? I had long since experienced the complexities of James and Sirius's personalities, having suffered greatly during my 5th year in Slytherin. Although I had bested them several times, sending them to the infirmary, the enmity between us was palpable, leaving little room for reconciliation. With this in mind, I couldn't help but sigh and pat her shoulder. Little boys can be the most insufferable. Seemingly amused by my serious tone and expression, Lily couldn't resist teasing me. Aren't you a child as well? Evans, should you require assistance with Transfiguration class tomorrow, feel free to seek me out. My understanding far surpasses that of that filthy Slytherin. Due to my delay with Snape, Lily and I were the last to enter the common room. Almost as soon as we stepped inside, James's voice reached my ears. At times, I genuinely admire his tenacity, returning for his 1000th attempt after being rejected 1,000 times, boldly asserting his unyielding spirit. I cast him an admiring glance, and James looked at me in confusion, while Sirius also turned his attention towards me, resulting in the familiar, Sirius affection level 1. No need, tend to your own affairs. Lily didn't spare James a glance, and witnessing his crestfallen demeanor, I couldn't help but turn my back to Lily and make a face at him. How did that become Sirius affection level 1 again? Shouldn't it be James? As an aside. Notification. As a game with high freedom of choice, options will only appear during critical plot points. Furthermore, even if an option is selected, how one speaks and acts remains their prerogative. Therefore, even if one selects the correct option, speaking incorrectly can still result in a loss of affection. If one had chosen to leave with Lily on the train, it would default to Merlin accompanying to find Snape, while the difficulty of courting James and Sirius would escalate to the highest level. If the main storyline with James, Nighttime Adventure, had been successfully pursued earlier, then the affection deduction would be halved. Side note reminder. Hidden Route Value 1. Chapter 3. Can't tell left from right. I must commend James's love for adventure. Even after deducting 5 points from my affection, as it approached 11 o'clock, he hesitantly tossed me a paper ball. Upon opening it, I found the message. Are we still going out tonight? I gestured to him, and James smiled, though it was evident that his enthusiasm had waned. It is quite a feat that he still wishes to venture into the Forbidden Forest with me. Does he not fear I might betray him? Our little antics did not escape Sirius's notice, and after sending me Sirius affection level 1, he stormed off to the dormitory. James prepared to console him, but my paper ball had already struck his head. Let us set off. As James unfolded the paper, he completely dismissed Sirius from his mind. We dashed out of the common room, excitement coursing through us. Now only Remus remained in the common room, watching us leave with a look of distress. I expertly led James through the corridors of Hogwarts. His curiosity piqued as he observed me maneuvering through the secret passages with ease. How do you know Hogwarts so well? He inquired. My family informed me of many places before I arrived. I replied mysteriously. I have long heard tales of Hogwarts's numerous secret passages, and my goal is to explore them all. I wish to visit every nook and cranny. My words seemingly resonated with James. Although he did not drape his arm around my shoulders as before, the hesitation in his eyes faded, replaced by eagerness. That is my goal as well. It appears we shall get along splendidly. He furrowed his brow slightly, then continued, but I don't understand why you are so friendly with that Slytherin lot. Those dark wizards are all of malicious intent. Sometimes your reasoning escapes you. I couldn't resist poking his forehead. My touch was gentle. Yet James clutched his head and began a silent wail, as if I had severed it from his body. I like Lily. So I would never say anything to upset her. Moreover, I don't believe Slytherin is as bad as you think. Is that so? James's hand slid onto my shoulder, nearly toppling me over. Had my strength diminished so greatly? He then rambled on about how he nearly mistook me for a traitor to Gryffindor, making me embarrassed to continue my previous sentiments about Slytherin. Meow. Just as James was recounting the history of dark wizards, a cat's meow echoed through the quiet corridor, causing my movements to freeze. Slowly turning my head, I spotted the fat lady, her tail swaying as she tilted her head, gazing at us. Have you spotted the little rascals running about in the dead of night? On the very first day of school, causing such a ruckus. If I catch them, I shall toss that bothersome bunch into the Forbidden Forest. We had been discovered. I immediately covered James's mouth. You go left, I'll go right. Filch is coming from the right. I know this place better than you. I can evade him. With that, I scooped up the fat lady, intending to set her aside. However, at that moment, James dashed out like the golden snitch, sprinting straight to the right, colliding face to face with Filch in my astonished gaze. I, James Filch. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall escorted us back to the common room, and for our nighttime escapade, we each received a deduction of 5 points. I was grateful we were caught in the corridor. Had we reached the vicinity of the Forbidden Forest, that 5 would undoubtedly have become 10. The Gryffindor students, upon awakening, would likely have strung us up for public display. Our first nighttime adventure lasted less than half an hour before we returned to the common room. Disheartened. Upon our return, Remus had already departed, leaving us to exchange blame without a care. Potter, I said, pressing heavily on his shoulder, I never anticipated you to be so directionally challenged. I misjudged you. This cannot be my fault. James, filled with indignation, remarked, at that moment, you were facing me, your left side was my right. How was I to discern whether it was your direction or mine? Upon reflection, it does seem rather logical. Let us each take a step back. Henceforth, we shall refrain from distinguishing left from right. In due course, I shall simply drag you along. Just as I was musing over some useful codes for the future with James, Sirius's voice pierced the air coldly. I looked up to see him unexpectedly stationed at the doorway of the boys' dormitory, arms crossed, casting a rather unfriendly glare at me. Did you not venture into the Forbidden Forest? Have you been caught midway? James raked his fingers through his hair, appearing quite disheartened. They could have escaped, but a minor complication arose. I swore this was the first time I witnessed Sirius grinning with such glee. He bounded over to James's side, swiftly wedging himself between us. I told you, following this chap could never lead to success. He began to maliciously speculate about my intentions, suggesting perhaps I had deliberately allowed you to be caught. Hey, Black. I feel the need to stir the pot a bit, lest Sirius returns to speak ill of me. You can't take out your frustration on me just because James is ignoring you. It's you who cannot hold on to James. Regardless of the murderous glare Sirius directed my way, I remained unfazed, while James entirely disregarded our commotion, letting out a long sigh. Alas, I too bear some fault. He leaned forward, peering around Sirius to look at me, patting his chest as if to assure, next time, I promise it will be flawless. I pondered whether embarking on the journey to the Forbidden Forest had been a tad too ambitious. Noticing James's expression fall, I quickly interjected. How about we first explore the secret passages of Hogwarts? Knowing where to hide will be immensely beneficial, and we might just stumble upon something intriguing. James's spirits lifted once more. I realized his preferences from first year were remarkably distinct. After this little ordeal, our previous displeasure dissipated, and he even suggested that there was no need to call him Potter, simply James would suffice. All right, James. I stifled a yawn, it was getting late. Let us retire for the night. Tomorrow marks the first day of school, and if we are late, we might incur some deductions. We exchanged a knowing glance, and at the thought of losing points for our house on the very first day, we shared a hearty laugh. Just then Sirius shoved me aside. Approaching midnight, James remained exceptionally animated. Although they hadn't ventured into the Forbidden Forest, he had uncovered several secret passages, and Merlin had even divulged the passwords to several doors. The thought of this made him turn to glance at Sirius beside him. I don't understand. If that's the case, why is your relationship with Merlin so poor? Because you are far too friendly with her, Sirius retorted, his countenance darkening at the mention of Merlin. James recaled Merlin's visage. He rarely encountered such a beautiful and exquisite girl. While Lily undoubtedly held the title of the most beautiful in the entire school, Merlin ranked among the most stunning he had ever seen. Isn't she quite lovely? He remarked casually, greeting Remus, who was still engrossed in a book. Remus was taken aback by his early return, but merely nodded without inquiring further. Sirius remained silent. Yet James paid no mind to the lack of response. He lay back on his bed, discussing tomorrow's classes with Remus. Suddenly, with a soft click, the lights extinguished, plunging the dormitory into darkness. Sirius sat at the head of his bed, involuntarily recalling Merlin's face, similar hair color, a kin-eye color, and a comparably delicate countenance. Upon seeing Merlin, it was as though he glimpsed a member of the Black family. Sighed. Note: if it is the Lily route, the first night will involve reviewing lessons with Lily, and hearing her discuss her relationship with Snape. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on achieving James's romantic milestone. Just call me James. Merlin. Congratulations on unlocking Sirius's main romantic storyline, the Black family, which will automatically trigger side quests. Chapter 4. Sirius's affection level -1. I slept soundly until Lily burst through the door, dragging me from the room. Perhaps because I was a character not present in the original narrative, I ended up as the odd one out during room assignments, thus finding myself in a solitary room, my disheveled hair a testament to my morning state. As I exited, I caught sight of James, whose hair appeared perpetually tousled, attempting to smooth down a rebellious curl at the back of his head. However earnestly he combed it, the strands resolutely sprang back up, perhaps a sign that one's mind is slightly muddled upon waking. He repeated this action numerous times until he noticed my gaze upon him. Sirius's affection level 1. I felt quite accustomed to this. Shifting my focus, I spotted Sirius lounging on the couch in a rather regal manner, seemingly taken aback by my sudden glance. After a moment of surprise, he unflinchingly remarked, "You are most unfortunate to have slept through the night." Though I had scarcely lived long enough to reach adulthood, I considered myself a mature individual and brushed off such petty provocations from a mere boy. Bang! With a resounding crash, I tugged Lily and dashed out the door, hearing Sirius's furious roar behind us. Merlin. One might think he was fervently praying, given his fervent tone. What was that? Everything transpired so swiftly that Lily was completely taken aback. I carefully guided her steps, responding with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, nothing. Just a shrinking spell. It lasts only a few seconds. He'll be out shortly." After returning to my room last night, I attempted other spells, only to sadly realize I struggled to maintain even the most basic ones. It seemed integrating smoothly into the new environment would be quite challenging. System. Reverting emotional states would suffice. There's no need to weaken me. As I mentioned 2 minutes later, Sirius, with his Sirius's affection level 5, charged in. His eyes locked onto me as he saw James and Remus firmly gripping him from either side. I immediately raised my hands, adopting a pitiful expression as I pleaded, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Please forgive me, Mr. Black." He was taken aback by my sudden apology, caught between shouting and striking me. Meanwhile, James desperately pressed him onto a chair opposite. As he prepared to comfort Sirius, he turned to see Lily, and naturally, his words morphed into a flirtation. "Good morning, Evans. Did you receive the class schedule? Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." Lily nudged me aside, creating a bit more space. Suddenly, a flurry of owls swooped into the room, jolting me back to reality as I realized we were about to enter a new plot segment. Just as I reached for a piece of bread, a red howler landed squarely in front of Sirius, and I merely glanced up to see his face light up with malicious glee. Sirius's affection level 1. He cast a subtle glance my way as he hastily tore open the envelope. I quickly covered Lily's ears. "Sirius Black. How dare you, Mrs. Wahlberg's voice boomed like thunder across the Gryffindor table, leaving the upperclassmen, who had been discussing why the house lost 10 points overnight, in shock as they turned to stare at us. Even Snape glanced over, only to witness me covering Lily's ears. Snape's affection level 5. I felt as though his gaze towards me had grown increasingly unfriendly. Sirius maintained an air of calm, as if the letter were not intended for him. Once the outburst concluded, he resumed his meal, seemingly unaffected by the various stares, and for reasons unknown he looked up at me. The Sirius romance event has been triggered. Ordinary options are temporarily hidden. Sirius has received a letter of reproach from the Black family. 1 immediately snatches it away and tears it to shreds. 2 jumps onto the table and shouts, "Everyone look at me. I have something to say." 3 ridicules him. How is it possible that there are romance events like this? What about never mind, I'm going to sleep? Give me back my sleep. There's no choice now, apart from ridiculing him. I genuinely dare not select the other 2 options. I've been enjoying my time with family. Although I was forced into this choice, I am already quite adept at mocking Sirius. I let out a whistle in his direction, and I believe my smile at this moment is far more wicked than James's when facing Snape. 2 Dracos, Master Black. Sirius's affection level 1. Oh dear. This time it only decreased slightly. What a significant improvement. I continued to lower my head to sip my porridge, while Lily beside me recited the first-year course schedule, a list of classes I had nearly memorized. Seeing Lily so engrossed in studying the schedule without eating much, I tucked 2 pieces of bread into my pocket. Since we had Transfiguration class with Slytherin, before leaving, we managed to irritate Snape. I never expected Sirius's affection level. One would drop faster than after James's mockery. Hogwarts has 142 staircases that constantly change direction. Relying on my honed memory, I led Lily and Snape as part of the first group to arrive at the Transfiguration classroom. Undoubtedly, someone would be late today. Typically, James's group has a 50% chance of being late. They hadn't been late the previous 2 times. Surely they would this time? Yet, regrettably, they arrived before Professor McGonagall. Seeing James and Sirius attempting to squeeze through the not-so-spacious doorway side by side, I couldn't help but sigh. You actually didn't arrive late. Are you disappointed, Merlin? A statement disguised as a question was bluntly turned into a declaration by Sirius. Our relationship, while not exactly affectionate, at the very least, is one of mutual disdain. However, I hadn't anticipated that I could provoke Sirius's displeasure even quicker than in Slytherin. Adhering to the notion that classmates should get along, I endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor. Not at all. I have great faith in Master Black's intellect. I trust you will remember the way to the classroom. I must clarify, when I said this, I was genuinely sincere, yet I still received Sirius's affection level, -1. Mr. Black, do you require assistance in finding a seat? Sirius appeared ready to pick a fight with me, but Professor McGonagall had already appeared behind him, and ultimately, he merely shot me a glare before settling into a seat behind us. I am unsure if it was merely my imagination, but as Remus passed by me, he seemed to display a somewhat apologetic smile. I felt there was nothing to be sorry about. After all, only I could see Sirius's affection points dwindling. If it came down to it, he merely insulted me once, and I shrunk him down. Clearly my actions were far more egregious. What are you smiling at her for? The whispers behind me made me realize that the smile I had seen earlier was not an illusion. Almost as soon as he sat down, Sirius began to interrogate the matter. Remus's familiar, gentle tone echoed softly, after all, we are classmates. Hearing the discussions from behind, 1 bangs the table, questioning why Remus can't smile at me. 2 grabs Sirius's hand in a touching gesture, so you do care about me. 3 never mind. I'm going to sleep. I disregarded the previous options and went straight for, never mind, I'm going to sleep. I waved my wand to transform the paper on the table into a small bird, which flew over to Remus's desk. I could hear the 3 of them immediately huddle together to unravel the note, and then James quietly read aloud its contents. Rest assured, Black won't gain any advantage here. Sirius's affection level, -1. Our antics in the first and second rows could be deemed utterly reckless. And as I lifted my gaze, I caught Professor McGonagall's watchful eyes. Even when facing Voldemort, I could critique his nose earnestly. However, being caught daydreaming in class by the teacher still made me feel guilty, prompting me to hurriedly fumble around for matches on the desk. She stared at my wand for a moment, perhaps also at the paper, before her expression suddenly softened. This is your last warning, she stated. Indeed. Even Professor McGonagall shows favoritism towards diligent students. After introducing the Transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall instructed us to transform matches into needles. I pushed the matchstick across the table, preparing to slack off until class ended, while Lily had already started reciting the incantation seriously. Almost on her first attempt with the wand, the matchstick exhibited a distinct change. Though I had witnessed it many times, I still marveled at her talent, unable to tear my gaze away from her movements. When I finally regained my focus, I realized I had been staring at Lily for quite a while. She appeared a tad embarrassed under my scrutiny, but I felt nothing wrong with it, for some reason. However, Snape's gaze toward me was anything but friendly. Snape's affection level, 5. This fellow has always harbored a dislike for Gryffindor, which is understandable. The matchstick twisted and turned in Lily's hands, and after another incantation, it successfully transformed into a needle. Miss Evans has made notable progress with her matchstick. She has performed exceptionally well. Professor McGonagall took note of the change and announced, I shall award 5 points to Gryffindor. Lily, you are simply amazing. Seeing Professor McGonagall moving to the back to inspect, I discreetly took out some bread from my pocket. The lesson was complete. It was time for a snack. She hadn't expected me to pull out bread so casually. After a moment of surprise, she smiled at me. We can't eat in class. Let us wait until after. She shook her head, her eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you, Lynn. I never imagined Lily would affectionately call my name like that right now. I felt an urge to award her 100 affection points in my heart, and promptly stuffed the bread into her hands. There's still an hour left until class ends. It would be quite uncomfortable to be hungry. I glanced over at Snape, hoping he would understand what I was trying to convey. You need not worry about Professor McGonagall. I shall keep an eye on her for you. Snape will as well. After saying this, I turned around boldly. Professor McGonagall had now reached the last row, seemingly fixated on two students in the back who were making their matchsticks jump around on the desk, completely oblivious to our side. I didn't expect you to be so considerate, James remarked, commending my actions. Yet with a tinge of regret he looked at Lily. Why didn't I think to bring breakfast for Evans? Oh please, even if you had, Lily wouldn't accept it. I glanced back briefly, but Sirius had deliberately shifted to the side, obstructing my view. Must you insist on sitting half on the bench? I truly found it hard to tolerate Sirius. He was now perched on half a seat, creating the impression that he might tumble to the ground at any moment. He preferred to inconvenience himself rather than others. And for a moment, I was unsure whether to be infuriated or to marvel at his childishness, though it seemed he truly was of an age that could be described as immature. Don't use Evans as an excuse. Sirius shot me a glance. I see you simply cannot perform the transformation spell. Hence you are deliberately distracted. Hey, have I truly fallen so low in Sirius's esteem? Sirius accuses me of not knowing the transformation spell. One slumps down on the ground. I simply can't. What is wrong with that? 2 runs to others in tears, claiming that Sirius is bullying me. 3 never mind, I'm going to sleep. I feel that perhaps we should cancel the options in the future. After all, I will only choose, never mind, I'm going to sleep. With a swift flick, I transformed the matchstick into a needle, waving it in front of Sirius. Now who can't transform? Sirius's affection level, 1. Seeing Sirius's face darken instantly, James laughed without a hint of brotherly affection, resulting in Sirius marking me down once again with Sirius's affection level, 1. How petty he is. I truly wish he would learn from James. However, it was merely the most rudimentary transfiguration spell. He transformed the matchsticks on the table into needles. Yet his gaze suggested a sinister desire to plunge one of those needles into my eye. How on earth did someone like you end up in Gryffindor? His unabashed contempt swept over me, and I couldn't help but think he belonged with the lot from Slytherin. The moment those words left my lips, I noticed a change in the expressions of James and Remus. Perhaps it was akin to telling a Chinese person that they were Japanese, an affront of the highest order. Yet, having traversed all 4 houses, I merely shrugged at Sirius. I am here, and there's no way you can send me to Slytherin. Sirius favorability level, 1. Sirius pressed his hands firmly against the table, and with a sudden slap, he stood up. James and Remus instinctively reached for his arm, but in their haste, they forgot they were pulling in the same direction. The result was that as he rose, he stumbled, and before I could mask my expression, I found myself on the receiving end of his wrath. Bang! With a considerable noise, the tables and chairs were overturned, and by the time Professor McGonagall arrived, Sirius and I were entangled on the floor. What happened here? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of us sprawled on the ground. The moment I glimpsed her expression, I sensed something was amiss, and indeed, the next moment she delivered her verdict without mercy. Mr. Black, not only will you be deducted 5 points for your disruptive behavior in class, but you will also lose an additional 10 points for bullying your classmate. Fortunately, the points deducted were of no concern to me. Just as I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, it struck me. I'm also a Gryffindor. Does that not still affect our house points? Can he not face the consequences alone? Lynn, are you alright? Lily attempted to help me rise from the floor, but I winced in pain. Sirius was in no better condition. When he fell onto me, he knocked over the table, leaving us in a most awkward heap, our legs entwined with the furniture. Despite his repeated attempts to rise, he struggled, ultimately resorting to a forceful yank that sent me crashing down once more. Is this truly necessary? My head collided with his chest, and in that moment, I could have sworn I heard the sound of cracking bones. Was he willing to break his own leg just to take me down with him? Our proximity was excessive, prompting Sirius to lean back slightly, his expression morphing repeatedly, until he finally spat out a few words through gritted teeth. It seems my leg is stuck. Aside. Hint. Upon entering a romantic event, ordinary options will not be provided to ensure the utmost immersive experience. When pursuing the Lily route, one must balance relationships with James and Snape. Otherwise, they will form a negative impression of you. Side note. Congratulations on achieving the Lily romance milestone. Thank you, Lynn. Chapter 5, A Second Chance. I never expected that after losing points in the very first class, I would also achieve the milestone of being absent on the first day of school. You should rest well. I'll lend you my notes from the charms class later. Sirius, I'll help you with your studies tonight. James waved at Sirius, then beamed at Lily. Do you know where the charms classroom is? I can show you. Of course, he was promptly rebuffed by Lily. Their ruckus at the door drew the attention of Madame Pomfrey, who promptly expelled all of them, leaving me alone with Sirius in the deserted infirmary, staring at each other in silence. At the end of Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall finally extricated us from our predicament. I was oblivious to my state as I stood up, only to topple into Sirius once more. I was certain he believed my actions were a deliberate retaliation when I knocked him down. But thankfully, Professor McGonagall examined my lower leg. It's fractured, she announced. And Mr. Black, your leg is also fractured. Thus, we were both escorted to the infirmary. After taking the medicine, Madame Pomfrey assured us we would heal swiftly, but insisted we rest a while longer before leaving, warning Sirius that if he bullied any classmates again, he would face detention. Sitting on the bed, uncertain of what to do, I turned to glance at Sirius in the adjacent bed. The moment I looked over, he immediately turned away, refusing to meet my gaze. I ended up here because of you. I expressed my dissatisfaction, but the esteemed Master Black showed no sign of acknowledgement. This title caused his head to jerk back towards me. I suspected that if he weren't currently incapacitated, he would have no qualms about delivering a sound thrashing. I stand up for whom? I challenged, rising to my feet. He crossed his arms, wearing an air of arrogance. You, a Gryffindor freak, should be mingling with those filthy Slytherins. Ah, now that's an expression I can appreciate. I clapped my hands, such an air of superiority befitting the Black family. No wonder you are a true heir of House Black. Serious favorability level, -1. Marvelously, his expression darkened further. How can a Gryffindor like you exist? He leaned back against the pillow, weariness etched on his face. Did the Sorting Hat not recognize your true nature? Serious romantic event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. Sirius is mocking me. 1. Confess to Sirius. 2. Apologize. 3. Retort. Why is there an option to apologize? Does anyone truly choose to apologize in such a situation? What does it mean to be a Gryffindor like me? After selecting retort, I mustered my resolve and sat up. Master Black, you merely harbor prejudice against me. In truth, you see a reflection of your distaste for the Black family in me, which is why you disdain me. Sirius' expression froze, and for the first time, I detected a flicker of fury in his gray eyes. Sirius favorability level, -5. He was thoroughly incensed by my words, but I found myself in good spirits as I reclined back down. It was merely a guess, yet it seemed I had struck a nerve. This has nothing to do with it. My reclining prompted him to sit up. The severity of his fall likely exceeded mine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be gripping the headboard so tightly it turned white. His bangs obscured his face, deepening the shadows cast by his increasingly dark demeanor. I despise you, solely because you deceived James. A creature as twisted as you belongs in Slytherin, not Gryffindor. I turned my profile towards him, revealing the most malevolent smile I could muster under his increasingly stormy gaze. Alas, no matter how rebellious you may be, you cannot extricate yourself from the Black family. Can you? I winked at him. The Sorting Hat lingered over your head for so long, whispering about how much of a Slytherin you truly are, right? But you refused to accept it, leading it to place you in Gryffindor. You spent ages trying to convince yourself, only to realize you are still a Black at heart. Imagine the turmoil of that moment. Bang! I barely had time to finish my sentence when Sirius clamped a hand over my mouth while the other seized my neck, forcefully pinning me to the ground. Had it not been for the blanket beneath me, I might have suffered a concussion from the impact. What are you two doing? Madame Pomfrey's voice rang out as she approached, her tone elevating by an octave upon witnessing our predicament. Sirius completely disregarded her, his grip on my neck tightening inch by inch, his gray eyes ablaze with intense emotion. He may have sought to capture a look of panic on my face, but I found his antics rather amusing, unable to suppress a chuckle. Mr. Black, release her at once. Upon understanding the situation, Madame Pomfrey rushed over. This was not good. If she intervened, I would be unable to retaliate. Before she arrived, I seized Sirius's wrist, and he flinched slightly, though I paid it no heed as I forcefully twisted his arm downwards. Accompanied by a sickening crack of bone, he sprang up in pain, clutching his injured arm and glaring at me with fury. I merely pointed at my eyes and smiled, complimenting him. Your eyes are quite beautiful, Mr. Black. It is no wonder you are the heir of the esteemed Black family. Sirius's affection level, 10. His gray pupils constricted in an instant. and seeing him in such a state made me unable to suppress a laugh, which only served to irritate him further. "What on earth are you doing? Your leg injury has worsened, Mr. Black," Mrs. Pomfrey admonished, her tone decidedly unkind, especially upon witnessing my futile attempt to rise only to collapse back down. "Miss Merlin is also in no condition to attend this afternoon's flying lesson. Furthermore, Mr. Black, I regret to inform you that I shall be reporting your recent conduct to Professor McGonagall." This time Mrs. Pomfrey dared not place us in adjacent spaces. After relocating me to the farthest corner from Sirius, she still seemed uneasy, contemplating placing a hex on him. I quickly interjected, "I apologize, Mrs. Pomfrey. It was my fault for speaking out of turn." I ran my fingers through my hair, resolving to refrain from any further conversation with him, determined not to repeat the earlier incident. Mrs. Pomfrey hesitated, ultimately shaking her head in resignation before casting a spell to properly align Sirius's fractured arm. "If anything arises, do summon me," she remarked, casting a lingering glance at Sirius before departing. Once Mrs. Pomfrey exited, the infirmary fell into a silence even more suffocating than before. I gazed at the brooding Sirius, who coincidentally lifted his head, and in that moment of eye contact, I perceived the flames of anger igniting within his gaze. Truly, what a child he was, unable to conceal his thoughts. I shrugged and winked at him, finding his irritable demeanor utterly amusing. Was it so outrageous to have his feelings laid bare? Sirius's affection level, -10. He shot me a fierce glare and lay down, refusing to engage in any further communication with me. Such an unpredictable fellow, I mused. There were times in the past when he had treated me well upon recognizing my identity as Merlin. Fragments of Merlin's tale. Merlin often felt something was amiss with her emotions. As Mrs. Pomfrey departed, her gaze seemed to question why Merlin remained unperturbed. Why indeed? Occasionally, she recalled the spirited version of Sirius from their Hogwarts days. He had always been brimming with confidence. Alone he was perpetually aloof and haughty, more a true Black than his brother Regulus. Yet when in the company of James and others, his face was always alight with laughter. Merlin vividly remembered the first cycle, when she felt a gust of wind rush past her as she traversed the corridor, followed by a cacophony of raucous laughter. Instinctively, she looked up to see Sirius and James soaring on broomsticks through the intricate staircases, while Remus covered his head, an expression of despair etched across his face. She observed each of them laughing. It was the first time she witnessed such vivaciousness in them. When Harry Potter was merely a book, Merlin, as an outsider, could only lament their fates. Yet now, standing within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, she gazed at those exuberant youths and instinctively recalled their tragic destinies. Their futures seemed like a noose tightening around the neck of a condemned prisoner, constricting with the passage of time. I wished to alter their fates. That was the first time such a thought emerged within Merlin. As a time traveler, she inevitably harbored a certain sense of superiority. Initially, she had not realized it, until Lily at times looked at her with concern, asking if there was nothing she wished to share. She would instinctively shake her head. What was there to discuss? As long as her actions benefited everyone, was that not sufficient? She was saving them. Moreover, she could say nothing. Whenever she attempted to speak of the future, her words were abruptly silenced. Over time, she grew unwilling to voice anything at all. One day, she would leave this place. There was no need to forge deep connections with these individuals. Yet, immersed in the narrative, she inevitably felt the stirrings of the most fundamental emotions. On the night she was captured and imprisoned in Azkaban, tortured into a state of collapse, it was Sirius, similarly suffering, who approached her as a grim dog, pressing her hand to his disheveled head with his paw. She could no longer feel joy. She merely stared blankly at everything before her. "You will leave this place, Merlin," Sirius would say daily, assuring her that one day they would escape. She had witnessed death countless times, others in her own. Perhaps emotions have a threshold. Once breached, she began to feel mechanical, consumed by a singular thought. I wish to protect them. Merlin recalled the third cycle, where the plot inexorably led Lily and James to their demise. Amid torrential rain, she knelt, bloodied, clasping their hands. "Leave this place," she urged, as Lily's lifeless lips bled profusely. "Run. I wish to protect them." She remembered the fifth life when Lily, finally surviving to 1998, was ambushed. Snape recklessly charged to shield Lily from a killing curse. Broken-hearted Lily clutched her bloodied son. Harry weeping, Merlin stood behind her, feeling the blizzard sweep through her heart. A chill more biting than winter. I wish to protect them. She fell from a great height, her final memory being the eyes of a certain individual. She detonated explosives throughout the castle in a desperate attempt to perish alongside Voldemort. She hurled Regulus out of a window, engulfed by a deluge of green light. She compelled Snape to end her life. Perhaps she had died too many times. Pain and emotion had dulled. Blood clouded her vision, plunging her entire world into a crimson abyss. No matter what, she could not conclude it. No matter her actions, they always spiraled into the worst possible outcome. Each time she reopened her eyes, she beheld the skies of the magical world. Was it only by altering their fates and saving everyone that she could return? Only by changing their destinies and rescuing all could she go home. This thought gradually permeated her mind until it became a guiding principle. Can't you let me die? Let me perish. Desperately, Snape, whom she had forcibly saved, shouted in anguish. I caused her death. I should not still exist. To spare even one life was to diverge from the original narrative. She firmly restrained Snape's movements, her gaze dark and foreboding. I will save you, regardless of your willingness. As long as the outcome changed, as long as she could return home, that was all that mattered. What others thought was irrelevant to her. Thus, she wished to say nothing, to inquire about nothing. She only needed to protect. I will protect you. I will protect you. I will protect you. Until her thoughts spiraled into a crimson haze, blurring the lines of right and wrong. Even the faces of those around her became indistinct. And all she knew was to raise her wand against anyone who stood in her way. Avada Kedavra. Note: to successfully win over Sirius, it is essential to recognize that he does not inherently despise dark magic or dark wizards. Rather, he simply opposes everything his family endorses. After achieving the love at first sight milestone with Sirius, one continues to lose affection points. It indicates his realization that he secretly aligns with those ideologies, yet cannot accept his identity as a black, thus perpetually diminishing his fondness. Fragments of Merlin's story pertains to the main plot, and can only be unlocked during the progression of the primary storyline, with no alternative avenues for collection currently available. Chapter 6. A Fulfilling Day. I jolted upright from my bed. The infirmary was immaculately bright, with gentle rays of sunlight cascading softly upon my bedside. Even while seated there, I could faintly discern the distant murmur of students conversing and moving about, peaceful, relaxed, and leisurely. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, I finally regained my composure and exhaled deeply. I had dreamt once more of those haunting scenes. The system may erase my negative emotions, yet it cannot obliterate the memories of the past. The chaos of my dreams was nearly overwhelming, but upon awakening, everything dissipated quickly, as if it had merely been a fleeting dream. Tap tap tap. Just as I sat there lost in thought, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside the door. And in an instant, James burst in, his enthusiastic voice arriving in the infirmary before he did. Sirius, what a pity you missed flying class. He raked his fingers through his hair, which appeared as if it had been ravaged by a tempest, the unfortunate bangs swaying as if caught in the wind. Not witnessing my 3 flips in midair is truly the loss of the century. Though the Sirius who had argued with me earlier bore a striking resemblance to his future self, at this moment, he displayed an expression of childlike disappointment, which earned me a Serious Affection Level 1. I shall bear the burden, I shall allow it, I shall shoulder this world. Did Madame Pomfrey not say it would take about a class to heal? Why didn't you come to flying class either? Lily scrutinized me anxiously, soon noticing the change in my bed position. And I recall you weren't here before. Have you switched places? Lily's love event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. Lily asks me a question. 1. Inform her of what happened. 2. Confess to Lily. 3. Cry on Lily's shoulder, complaining about Sirius bullying me. I have come to realize that this system has an overwhelming desire for me to confess my feelings to anyone. It might as well be renamed the system that wants me to declare my affection in Hogwarts romantic mind games. Despite the unpleasant quarrel with Sirius, I had no intention of divulging these matters to anyone else. I was uncertain where the boundaries lay between the system's completion options and the casualness of the process. Ultimately opting for, inform her of what happened, and I hesitated before speaking. You know, my relationship with Sirius has always been tumultuous. We had a bit of an argument, and Madame Pomfrey separated us. A relief, as the system did not respond. It seemed that sharing a portion of the truth with Lily sufficed in conveying what had transpired. I told you they were all insufferable. Even though I omitted many details, Lily still appeared furious. She glared up at James, and based on my previous experiences in Slytherin, I could surmise that James had likely criticized Snape from top to bottom during flying class, and a friend who delights in bullying others cannot be of good character. Even if I am not a virtuous individual, I am certainly better than that sniveling brat. James looked indignant. That fellow could hardly stay on a broomstick, and I thought he was best suited for rolling around in mud. Potter. Just as Lily seemed ready to charge, I swiftly reached out to restrain her. I could tell she was genuinely upset, her grip nearly pulling me off the bed. Lily gasped and quickly returned to steady me, then suddenly halted. He's just like that. Don't take his words to heart. I patted her hand, and in that moment, for reasons unknown, a child's innocent phrase crossed my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. Lily remained silent, simply staring at me. Or rather, it was not just her. Even Remus, standing behind her, turned to look. His brow furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. "What happened to your neck?" he inquired. It dawned on me belatedly that Madame Pomfrey had not treated the marks left by Sirius's grip, and perhaps they were less visible since he had released me. I had thought nothing of it. "I remember distinctly that you were fine when we left." Lily's expression grew serious, and even James sobered. What on earth transpired? How was I to articulate this? I had no idea how to begin, and just as I attempted to change the subject, Sirius's voice broke the tension. "I did that." He sat there calmly, his demeanor betraying no sign of emotion. "Sirius?" James's eyes widened, glancing between me and Sirius. "Even if you despise Merlin, you can't. He's just a freak, what of it?" Sirius chuckled lightly, yet his gaze toward me was devoid of any feeling, unsettling in its intensity. "James, are you going to speak on her behalf?" "I'm not. I just think." James tugged at his messy hair in frustration, which now looked even more disheveled. He appeared deeply conflicted, his eyes darting back and forth between us. It was quite rare. I had expected him to instantly side with his best friend. However, James did not linger in his indecision for long, as Lily was already rolling up her sleeves in fury. Serious Lily love event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. They engaged in a fight. 1 assist Lily. 2 assist Sirius. Is there truly no option to mediate? I attempted to select assist Lily, but the system promptly reminded me broken state, unable to rise. What then is the purpose of these 2 options? By the time Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall arrived, a throng of students had gathered at the infirmary door, even the perpetually sullen Snape peering in with wide eyes. Inside the infirmary, chaos reigned. Sirius lay in disarray amidst a pile of blankets, James desperately attempting to restrain Lily, while Remus wearily gathered the scattered pillows flying about. Meanwhile the initial cause of the commotion, lay despondently to one side. Thank goodness, each of them seemed to know how to control their strength. When we returned to the Gryffindor common room, we were all utterly exhausted. For me, the sole silver lining was that Sirius had been penalized 20 points for attacking a fellow student. Consequently, no one paid heed to my lost 10 points, and instead offered me sympathy. How on earth did things come to this? After Lily informed me about the assignment for the charms class, I hastily began to write. James and his friends occupied the farthest table from us, and the entire common room was eerily quiet. I couldn't tell if it was my imagination, but the other Gryffindors coming and going spoke in hushed tones, as if afraid of disturbing us. This made me reluctant to speak loudly as well. I tapped on the table, and when Lily looked up, I pointed my wand at the paper figurine on the table. The little figure sprang to life, scampering over to nuzzle against Lily's hand. She dodged several times, and upon realizing she could not escape, she shot me an annoyed glance. "You actually intended to keep this from me?" Her tone was tinged with disappointment. "Are we not friends?" "Precisely because we are friends, I did not wish for you to know." I grumbled inwardly, yet I dared not voice my thoughts. Although our relationship had been rocky, some matters remained personal. Those issues were private to Black, and the choice to disclose them rested with him. I penned the final word on the paper. "If anything like this occurs again, I will inform you." The little figure, having exhausted its magical energy, collapsed gently into Lily's palm. She opened her hand to return it to me, but I rested my chin in her palm. "Will you forgive me, Lily?" Lily has always found it difficult to refuse me, regardless of which version of myself I presented. This time was no different. Though she had initially intended to maintain a stern expression, it ultimately softened. "Next time such an incident occurs, even if the content is too sensitive to discuss, I shall refrain from inquiring." However, she did pinch my cheek and insisted that I inform her if I were ever hurt. I brushed against Lily's palm, and her face visibly flushed with a rosy hue. The first year Lily still struggled to accept my kindness with candor, and after withdrawing her hand, she hurriedly followed Mary, who had just returned from the restroom, clutching her completed assignment. I maintained my previous posture, resting my chin on the desk, watching intently until their figures faded from view. When I finally lifted my head, I was surprised to find James seated on the sofa beside us, his gaze directed at me with an ambiguous expression. "What are you doing?" I inquired silently with my eyes. James cleared his throat, appearing somewhat restless as he glanced around before leaning in closer, and speaking in a hushed tone. "About Sirius, I'm here to apologize on his behalf." He struggled to articulate the last few words, ultimately taking a deep breath and standing up with determination. As he uttered the word apology, he quickly glanced at the remnants of marks on my neck, then hastily averted his gaze, striving to feign nonchalance. Why are you apologizing on someone else's behalf? My eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Given my previous absence from Gryffindor, I was uncertain whether James had ever apologized to Lily. But the fact that a first-year James was apologizing, even if it was on behalf of Sirius, left me utterly astonished. Perhaps my expression of shock was too overt. For James, already uncomfortable, seemed even more ill at ease. As he made to leave, I swiftly grasped his hand, forcibly pulling him back. Thank you, but this is a matter between Sirius and me. Seeing him still intent on departing, I turned his head towards me, insisting, James, I will not let Sirius's opinions of you influence my feelings. Regardless of your friendship, he is one person, and you are another. I have always considered you a friend. And that has nothing to do with him. At last, James ceased to evade my gaze, and he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the table, he found the other two regarding him with peculiar expressions. What? Have you suddenly realized I'm an unparalleled heartthrob? He whistled at Sirius, adding, brother, don't be disheartened. You're only a smidgen less handsome than I am. Remus wore an expression of disbelief, while Sirius tossed him a towel, remarking, hurry and wipe your face. He disdainfully glanced in the direction of Merlin, muttering, it's revolting to have been touched by that kind of person. Only then did James realize what they were alluding to. Recalling the scene where his face had been cradled, his ears began to redden, and he coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Initially, he intended to assert that he was indifferent to Merlin's feelings, merely concerned about Sirius's potential anger. However, after this incident, his thoughts became tangled, leaving him dazed upon his return. It was truly peculiar. This was not characteristic of him. Rest assured, Sirius, he said, opting not to retrieve the towel. Instead, he patted Sirius on the shoulder, adding, don't worry, you are still my favorite. I genuinely feared I might lose my place in his affections. Sirius joked, but what were you doing over there? Merlin likely did not anticipate James approaching him. Had Sirius known that James had come over to apologize on his behalf, he would have surely leapt from his chair in astonishment. I went to check on Evans and to see if they were speaking ill of you, James replied readily, but Merlin mentioned that it involved certain matters. Those matters pertained to the privacy of the blacks, and he scrutinized Sirius, asking, what exactly did you quarrel about? Why is your privacy at stake? Sirius paused, gripping his quill. He had been puzzled since their visit to the infirmary as to why Merlin had been evasive with Evans. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet never once considered that Merlin might be concerned about disclosing his privacy. Merlin worried about revealing his private affairs? His gaze unconsciously sought out Merlin, who was now sending a paper crane gliding through the air. The crane landed gently on James, who looked at it with a bemused expression before striding over. He observed James lean in closer to Merlin. From his distance, he could not hear their conversation, but he could see the smile on James's face and the way he playfully ruffled Merlin's hair. It was hard to believe that Merlin had invited me out for a nighttime stroll. When James returned, he was still in awe, exclaiming, you too fractured your bones twice during the day, yet you still can't sit still at night. He leaned back in his chair, admiration evident on his face. I approve of her. Sirius coughed, causing James to sit up straight and tuck the paper crane into his pocket. Of course, I've already accepted you, my good brother. Just don't develop any feelings for her, he warned, glancing at Merlin from afar. Even at this distance, he could clearly see the marks on her neck, prompting him to absent-mindedly rub his fingers together. Puzzled, did I use that much force? Feelings? James was taken aback by this remark. After a moment of stunned silence, he burst into laughter. I have no one I fancy, brother. We've only just started school. Merlin is merely a classmate. He hesitated but ultimately refrained from labeling her a friend. As he spoke, he nudged Remus with his shoulder. Is Sirius feeling jealous? Remus looked at the pile of unfinished assignments on the table with exasperation. Do I need to remind you that we've been sitting here for almost 2 hours? Yet you haven't even written an inch of your assignments? In unison, James and Sirius let out a lamenting cry. A side note. Prompt. During the visit to the infirmary, the individual with the highest favorability rating present will be the first to raise the issue regarding the marks on the neck. Apologizing to Lily is not an option. If the opportunity to apologize is missed, Lily's favorability will significantly decline, and vice versa. The conditions for triggering James's apology on Sirius's behalf are exceptionally stringent, requiring a certain level of favorability with James and the achievement of Sirius's love at first sight, simultaneously, resulting in a mere 3 chance of occurrence. Side note. James's impression is that he is a relatively amicable classmate, but since Sirius does not favor her, he should not extend excessive friendliness. Fragments of Merlin's story. Merlin previously donned the attire of original characters, yet her placement in houses still aligned with her personality. When she became Peter, she was sorted into Hufflepuff. The second time she was also in Hufflepuff, while the third and fourth times were in Ravenclaw, and the fifth, sixth, and seventh were in Slytherin. This is her first time being placed in Gryffindor. Chapter 7. I only feel that they are noisy. I do not understand why Gryffindor and Slytherin have so many classes together. As I wearily made my way to the common room, I lamented to Mary about how today's potions class was once again shared with Slytherin. An unimaginable disaster awaited. Mary shared my trepidation. Although she was Lily's roommate, James and his group undeniably resembled schoolyard tyrants, compelling her to sit at the back of the class every time. I think I'll sit in the corner this time. I genuinely fear another fight might break out. As she scrutinized me, she remarked, "You don't look well rested." I was reviewing the course material. I quickly diverted the topic. "Where's Lily?" She's coming. Lily rushed over from behind, books in hand, glancing specifically at my neck. The bruise from this morning still lingered. In an effort to hasten its disappearance, I had employed the healing charm, only to find that such a minor incantation nearly drained my magical energy. Harry Potter designer. "Do you comprehend my suffering?" "Good morning, Merlin," came Remus's voice from my left. I looked up to see him smiling warmly at me, which touched my heart. "You too, Remus." As Remus and I exchanged morning greetings, Sirius and James emerged from the dormitory, laughing jovially, only for Sirius to adopt a sullen expression the moment he laid eyes on me, as if I owed him 8 million galleons. Originally, I had intended to accompany Lily outside, but upon hearing Sirius's favorability -1, I abruptly turned back and pulled the seemingly dazed James along with me. "Sirius." He indeed gave me another, Sirius's favorability -1. James, just awakened, seemed utterly befuddled. Even as I dragged him to the door, he hadn't fully regained his senses. He enthusiastically greeted Lily with "Hi, Evans," then raised his hand, likely intending to touzle his hair, only to suddenly realize that I had my arm around his neck. "Merlin? When did you arrive? Your mind is truly muddled this morning, James." I sighed as I released him. Lily immediately yanked me away, persistently wiping my hands with a handkerchief that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. "How can you associate with that kind of person? Next time, keep your distance from them. You might as well take care of her first and prevent her from wandering off." Sirius's words were swallowed as he turned away, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he strode purposefully out the door. "Those who speak only halfway will be punished, Sirius." After lunch, Lily went to find Snape, and I exited the dining hall first. At the entrance, I spotted James animatedly gesturing as he recounted his discovery of a new secret passage that would significantly shorten the journey to classes. His excitement was palpable until he turned and caught sight of my ominous gaze. "I recall your excuse for declining my invitation yesterday was that everyone needed to rest today. I didn't even call for Sirius." James hastily patted Remus on the shoulder beside him, insisting, "I went with Remus. Ask him if you don't believe me." Remus, pulled before me, looked somewhat embarrassed under my gaze. It was indeed just James and me. "You actually whisked away my most obedient Remus. My heart aches. Remember to take me along next time, or I shall report you." James, knowing I was jesting, simply chuckled, "Next time for sure." Just as the atmosphere became jovial, Lily and the others emerged. I raised my hand, intending to greet them, only to see James visibly furrowing his brow. James seems to be looking for trouble with Snape. 1 pointing fingers at Snape with James. 2 confessing to James. 3 confessing to Snape. 4 whatever, going to sleep. Perhaps the game should be retitled A History of Confessions at Hogwarts, 1971. 4 whatever, going to sleep. I set my sights on the approaching Sirius, ready to divert James's attention. "Apologies, Sirius, but for the sake of temporary peace, you must bear this sacrifice. Why is Mr. Black lagging so far behind? Surely your bones aren't more fragile than mine?" Sirius's favorability -5. This deduction was quite substantial. I was taken aback. I hadn't anticipated him to be so health-conscious. I had been too lenient yesterday, hadn't I? Sirius was angrier than I had expected. He strode over, prompting James, who had initially intended to confront Snape, to quickly step in front of us, placing an arm around each of our shoulders and urging us forward. "Class is about to start. Let us hurry to the classroom." As it turned out, I had been rather naïve. The conflict between James and Snape was not something that could be easily resolved with a mere interruption. At the onset of potions class, Professor Slughorn was still praising Lily for her expertly brewed Scabbers potion when a harsh hissing sound erupted from the back. I instinctively turned to see acidic green smoke billowing from Snape's cauldron, splattering him with potion and causing his skin to erupt in red, swollen welts. Given Snape's prowess in potions, he would never make such a fundamental mistake. It was clear that James and the others had thrown a hedgehog's spine into the cauldron before Snape could lift it from the fire. Lily evidently noticed this as well. Her expression of determination as she charged forward with her wand was something I couldn't bear to watch. Sirius's favorability -5. I had no idea what he was up to again. In the familiar chaos, potions were overturned and ultimately, both James and Snape found themselves in the infirmary. As James lay on the bed, he was restless, waving at Snape as if wielding a sword, prompting Severus to roll his eyes. How unfortunate. We have no classes this afternoon. James sighed, lamenting to Sirius, if it weren't for that insufferable Snivellus, we could have gone off to have fun this afternoon. No worries, mate. The weekend is just around the corner, Sirius reassured him. We still have plenty of time. It seems we can only lie here for a while now. James lamented, smacking his head. How many points did we lose this time? 10 points for Gryffindor and 10 for Slytherin. At this, James chuckled. At least Slytherin lost points as well. That is something. Before Sirius could say anything more, Madame Pomfrey arrived to usher them out, and he could only leave the infirmary with Remus. Upon returning to the common room, he sat on the couch, remaining silent for a moment, ultimately releasing a long sigh. In that moment, he unconsciously thought to tell her not to flirt with others, believing he wouldn't find that sentiment too excessive, yet it felt somewhat tinged with jealousy. He certainly did not envy James, nor would he ever feel such emotions because of Merlin. That word was not one he wished to voice. He swallowed it down, opting for silence as he sought to escape this irksome place as quickly as possible. However, as a fellow housemate, avoiding Merlin was nearly impossible. In the dining hall, he deliberately sought a position with his back to her, only to find her once again flitting before him as he exited. Why is Mr. Black lagging so far behind? Surely your bones aren't more fragile than mine? Such taunting would not anger him. Yet as Snape walked by, he suddenly realized that Merlin was diverting James's attention. She was providing cover for that Slytherin, this traitor of Gryffindor. This fury only intensified his mischief towards Snape in potions class. Before the cauldron had even been lifted from the fire, he tossed in a hedgehog's spine, delighting in the sight of Snape splattered with potion, his skin erupting in welts. He wanted to see how Merlin would react. However, when he glanced over, he caught sight of her covering her face, her shoulders shaking. Was she crying? For a brief moment, his mind went blank, his actions stalling for several seconds until he realized Evans was standing before him. Merlin, she actually likes Snape? Aside. Hint. Subsequent developments are related to the current favorability and previously achieved side quests. In the conflict at the entrance of the dining hall between James and Snape, only if James's favorability is sufficiently high will he intervene to stop the dispute with Sirius. Side quest reminder. Sirius's corruption level activated. Current corruption level, 1. Chapter 8. Remus has something to say. The library was hushed, the only sounds being the rustle of pages. I stifled a yawn, preparing to find a spot for a nap. Due to Madame Pants, the library was quieter than most places, so I often succumb to sleep here. What to do in the library? 1. Rush into the restricted section. 2. The sunlight here is splendid. I'll just lie down. 3. Tap dance in the corridor. 4. Whatever, going to sleep. I was gradually losing track of how some options related to romance. 4. Whatever, going to sleep. I surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the most sunlit spot that wouldn't become overly warm. As I did so, a familiar face flitted past, prompting me to retreat a few steps. There I found Remus seated alone, engrossed in his books and assignments. Lupin, what brings you here alone? I inquired as I settled across from him. It was only then that Remus noticed my presence, hastily attempting to gather his scattered books. Halfway through, as if struck by a realization, he looked up at me, hesitating for words. I gazed at him in confusion, but when he caught my eyes, his gaze darted away, a faint blush creeping up to his ears. With his eyelids gently lowered, he spoke in a soft, measured tone. You called me Remus before. It dawned on me then. My mind had been in a fog after using a healing spell that morning, leading me to instinctively utter his name. I didn't sleep well last night, and when I woke up this morning, I wasn't quite lucid. I'm sorry if I offended you, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed. That wasn't my intention. Remus murmured, his voice dwindling until it was barely audible. I paid little heed to his reticence. I understood that, due to his identity as a werewolf, he often hesitated in the presence of friends. Nevertheless, having been raised in a loving family, I trusted that he would adapt to his new life, especially with James's support. Propping a book upright on the table, I leaned down, preparing to doze off, when I heard Remus's uncertain voice. "Are you interested in werewolves?" Why would Remus suddenly inquire about werewolves? I turned to him in perplexity, only to find that his own confusion surpassed mine. Seemingly aware of my inquisitive stare, he gestured towards the book in my hands. Upon examining it, I realized I had unwittingly picked up the mystery of werewolves. I swore I had merely grabbed a random book from the shelf. "I find it quite intriguing," I replied, rubbing my eyes and shaking off the drowsiness. Previously, in the realm of ordinary humans, I had heard numerous tales about werewolves. Being Chinese, I hadn't encountered many werewolf legends in my homeland, so I was curious about how the magical world chronicled them. How do Muggles perceive werewolves? Noticing my aversion to the term Muggle, Remus adeptly altered his phrasing. Although he wasn't born into a pureblood family, his household was thoroughly wizarding. And I proceeded to recount the various stories about werewolves from human society. Since ordinary people had never seen werewolves, each tale differed. Some depicted them as treacherous and cunning, while others portrayed them as tall, noble, and charming. Before I could finish, Remus's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "Charming?" His voice rose an octave as he repeated the last word incredulously. "Charming. Humans have their preferences." I stifled another yawn, acknowledging that some individuals are indeed attracted to beastly figures. Observing Remus's reaction, I sensed that ordinary humans had become, in his eyes, even more remarkable than wizards themselves. Films from the West frequently showcase werewolves, such as in Wolverine. "If you're interested, I can bring you along next time." Before I could finish my sentence, I noticed Remus casting furtive glances behind me. Confused, I turned around to see Madame Pomfrey's enlarged visage suddenly looming over me. Consequently, both Remus and I were unceremoniously ejected from the library for our chatter. "I'm sorry for getting you thrown out as well," I said after we exited the library. I effortlessly found a large tree nearby, where the terrain was flat and the grass lush, a perfect spot for repose. It was my inquiry that led to this. "Not your fault," Remus shook his head. "How much more homework do you have left?" I inquired, eyeing the books in his possession. "Just a little bit. Besides, the weekend is nearly upon us, so I have ample time," he replied, stowing away his textbooks. "If you don't mind, could you continue sharing those stories about werewolves?" "Of course, it would be my pleasure." Few in Hogwarts express interest in the tales of ordinary human society. I often find myself with no one to share them with. Despite having lived through this cycle many times, I had rarely recounted these stories to wizards. My previous interactions with Remus, particularly not being in Gryffindor, had been limited. Yet now I found myself divulging everything at once. A witch left him a rose. This rose could only bloom until his 21st birthday. If he learned to love someone before the rose withered, and received love in return, the spell would be broken. But who would love a beast? As time passed, the ministers gradually fell into despair. Suddenly, the persistent sound of my voice ceased, and before Remus could react, a gentle breeze carried a cool, sweet fragrance reminiscent of candy, like an autumn fruit, landing softly on his shoulder. He froze instantly. The silky black hair brushed against his neck, and the proximity allowed him to hear Merlin's steady breathing. At that moment, he felt as though his arms had never been so superfluous. Has Merlin fallen asleep? He recalled how she had appeared rather fatigued that morning, yawning repeatedly in the library. She genuinely looked exhausted, yet she eagerly shared these stories with him. The autumn sunlight filtered through the tree branches, casting fragmented rays that danced upon the grass, creating myriad shapes with the wind. Remus leaned quietly against the trunk, granting himself a rare moment of mental respite. Since entering Hogwarts, he had always been tense. Even with Dumbledore assuring him of support and Madame Pomfrey preparing him, he couldn't relax around his peers. Consequently, he faced James's kindness and invitations with trepidation, feeling an overwhelming gratitude for his goodwill, while simultaneously fearing the day James would discover his werewolf identity. The thought of gaining a friendship only to lose it was more painful than never having it at all. He was perpetually anxious, except in Merlin's presence. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, Merlin had waved at him, her radiant smile illuminating the space, as if his mere existence was the most magnificent occurrence. Why did she regard him with such warmth? He couldn't help but lose himself in thought, gazing at Merlin until her eyes met his. He yearned to befriend her. That wasn't my intention. He leaned closer to Merlin, though she couldn't hear his whispered words. "I merely wish for you to call me Remus, rather than Lupin." "Remus, what brings you here?" Just as everything settled into a peaceful rhythm, a voice echoed from afar, prompting him to instinctively glance up. This motion caused Merlin, once resting on his shoulder, to slide directly into his embrace. He reflexively wrapped his arms around her, and the next moment, Sirius came into view. I heard from the library that you were thrown out. James mentioned he'd likely be discharged tonight, so I came to check on you. Sirius's words trailed off abruptly. Even without a mirror, Remus was acutely aware that his face was likely flushed, the heat radiating from him as if he might boil over. In stark contrast, Sirius's expression cooled rapidly, prompting Remus to instinctively tighten his hold around Merlin. What are you doing? She's asleep. She was resting on my shoulder, Remus attempted to clarify. When you approached, I moved and she fell. However, it seemed Sirius paid no heed to his explanation, and proceeded to shake Merlin awake. Get up. Don't lean on Remus. The force with which Sirius shook her nearly toppled Remus to the ground. Sirius's favorability -5. A sudden voice echoed in my mind, igniting a sense of irritation within me. I could not decipher the words, only sensing the noise that seemed to engulf me. Is it morning already? Where am I now? Am I attending Hogwarts, or perhaps infiltrating Voldemort's ranks? Or have I met my end once more? Lily urged me to sleep a little longer. I attempted to pull the blanket over my head, but after a fruitless struggle, I seemed to have grasped Lily's hand instead, which promptly shook me off. Alas! How rough Lily can be with me. Have I been mistaken? Am I already a graduate? That does not seem right. I feel an overwhelming sense of safety, the familiar sense surrounding me, the radiant sunshine, the gentle breeze, nothing like the damp and grim atmosphere of the Death Eaters. Remus. I murmured the name of the person associated with this scent, and curiously, the hand's movement instantly ceased. Sirius's favorability -5. At last, I comprehended the situation. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the somber face of Sirius, as dark as his hair. Sigh, I have clearly not awakened. How could I still be trapped in such a terrifying nightmare? Aside. Hint. When certain individuals' favorability reaches a level where they can call each other by name, one will take the initiative to propose it. All options pertain to romantic narratives, without a doubt. Side note. Sirius's darkening value activated, current darkness level, 2. Chapter 9. The atmosphere is tense. In retrospect, I had no right to mock James for his grogginess upon waking. At least his mind was far more coherent than mine at that moment. When I first laid eyes on Sirius, I genuinely thought I was still dreaming. After staring at him for several seconds, I reached out my hand and ruffled his hair. Sirius, I mumbled, how did you suddenly become a child? Sirius stood frozen as though in shock, only to snap back to reality when I pinched his face and tugged at it, forcefully shaking my hand away. He was surprisingly strong. I stumbled backward, and instinctively Remus caught me. It was in that moment, as I fell into Remus's embrace, that I finally became fully alert. Sirius's favorability -1. Help. The one who should feel embarrassed is undoubtedly me. Yet Sirius bolted away as if he had seen a ghost. His speed a testament to his animagus form as a dog. My mind raced with scattered thoughts, oblivious to the warmth of the grass beneath me until Remus's muffled voice broke through. Merlin, can you get up? You cannot imagine how comical that snot-nosed creature looked back then. In the Gryffindor common room, the fully recovered James had regained his usual exuberance, bouncing around as he animatedly attempted to describe Snape's miserable state in potions class. His performance was indeed vivid, yet unfortunately, all his audience had drifted off. And after he had rambled on for 5 minutes without receiving any response, James finally sensed something amiss. Oddly enough, not only was Remus silent, but Sirius was also unusually quiet. James turned his puzzled gaze toward Sirius, only to find him slumped against the sofa, his eyes vacant, clearly lost in thought. He then glanced at Remus, who was engrossed in a book. Nothing unusual there. Yet for some reason, Remus's ears were flushed. Was he blushing? Finally, he looked at Merlin, discovering him slouched against the armrest in deep slumber. By the looks of it, he must have fallen asleep before even speaking. Sirius. In utter confusion, James sought the help of his best friend first, raising his voice to call out Sirius's name. Sirius's shoulders jerked, startled, and he looked up at James. What are you thinking about? James took a seat nearby. You're really lost in thought, aren't you? His inquiry only seemed to intensify Sirius's strange expression. Almost instinctively, Sirius's gaze shifted towards Merlin and then, as if a spark had burned his eyes, quickly averted. Is it because of Merlin? James tugged at his hair in exasperation. Ah. The habit of using a catchphrase suddenly turned into someone else's name, made him pause momentarily, before he continued. What deep-seated grudge do you two hold against each other to warrant this? Just as Sirius was about to respond, he noticed James's expression of righteous indignation, and a sense of foreboding filled him as James clapped a hand hard on his shoulder. There's no choice. Let me, your future star, assist you in reconciling. After this declaration, James even winked at him, adding, you should feel honored, Sirius. This is exclusive guidance from the future world-renowned Mr. Potter. Sirius, I truly cannot believe you agreed to this so easily. After hearing Remus's explanation, I felt overwhelmed, constantly shooting daggers at Sirius, who I wished were 2 meters away from me. James, who could not even manage his relationship with Lily, expected him to handle mine? This remark evidently pierced James's heart, and he feigned a dramatic collapse as if struck by an arrow, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Amidst this chaos, I began to doubt whether James genuinely intended to pursue a relationship with Lily. By the weekend, the Gryffindor Quidditch team would commence their training, and scarcely had I opened my eyes than James, brimming with excitement, insisted I accompany him to watch. My brain, still short-circuited from just waking, automatically nodded along, only to realize the next day in the dining hall, they had not even considered my opinion before unilaterally making decisions on my behalf. Lily, who had overheard the entire exchange, found James increasingly insufferable. Who did he think he was? Did everyone have to heed his words? I had never encountered someone as arrogant and detestable as Potter. I nodded in agreement. Although I initially wished to befriend them, it was now abundantly clear that such a path was impossible, especially since Sirius had initiated conflict with me for no reason. Sirius's favorability -1. Do you think I want to go with you? If it weren't for James. Sirius and James's romantic event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. James invites me and Sirius to watch Quidditch practice. 1. I've been waiting for your invitation since ages ago. 2. Sure, I would love to go with Sirius. 3. Decline. Thank goodness, this time there was an option to decline. Not waiting for him to finish, I made a pause gesture. I know you two share a bond stronger than gold, so you both can go on your date. I shan't be the third wheel. Hey, I'm genuinely trying to foster your relationship. It's all in good faith. James suddenly sat up, looking somewhat exasperated. I thought you. James, if you were inviting me to go with Remus, I would definitely agree. I patted Remus on the shoulder, but not with Black. I do not wish to be a victim again. Sirius's favorability -1. Some are unwilling to accept goodwill, and we need not press further. Sirius stood up, deliberately moving the chairs and table to create a jarring noise. If she does not want to go, then forget it. James, we can go just the two of us. James's expression darkened. His pride was wounded at being rejected in front of so many people. After staring at me for several seconds, he draped an arm over Sirius's shoulder and left the dining hall. James's favorability -1. I could not help but marvel at the situation. Clearly James was displeased, even refusing the food from Hogwarts. His self-righteous goodwill felt akin to charity. Lily withdrew her gaze, her eyes brimming with anger. It was hard to fathom spending the next 7 years in the company of such a person. 7 years can pass swiftly. This is a matter of personal experience. Often, it concludes before one realizes it, and by the day of graduation, one inevitably feels it was all too brief. Although I cannot fathom why my rapport with them has soured so considerably this time, I still wish for these carefree days to linger a while longer. Indeed, for a more extended period. The warm milk glides down my throat, settling into my stomach, while the sunlight refracts through the glass, casting a kaleidoscope of hues. Listening to the casual conversations of the students surrounding me, I feel an unprecedented sense of comfort and leisure. Are you heading to the library later? Lily inquires, along with Seamus. Sure, I nod in agreement. Yet, inexplicably, when Snape encounters me in the library, my favor with him diminishes by 1 point. As a side note, in A Love Story at Hogwarts, 1971, the narratives of all the characters available for pursuit are largely repetitive. If one senses a particular character's storyline is lacking, it likely indicates that their path has not been pursued. A hint: James, prior to his 3rd year, is rather arrogant and often neglectful of others' feelings. However, he also despises those who merely flatter him, so one must be cautious in navigating one's interactions with him. Should a cold war or a rift arise between Sirius or James, do not be alarmed. This is a typical occurrence that will re-emerge in subsequent pursuits. Chapter 10. Do not underestimate me, Sirius. In the blink of an eye, we find ourselves at the first full moon of the new semester. Remus has requested a day off, citing family matters, for in recent times I have either been in the library with Lily or wandering about with Remus. Although James appears visibly concerned, he and Sirius regard Remus as part of my circle, ultimately restraining themselves from asking about his absence. In the evenings when I encounter them during my nocturnal excursions, James's gaze is persistently fixed upon me, indicating that despite his disdain, he remains intrigued by the secret passages of Hogwarts. See you tomorrow. After exchanging goodnights with Lily, I returned to the dormitory. Through the window, I observed the moon hanging high in the sky, its luminous glow prompting me to recall numerous poems about the moon. Many poets have employed the moon to express their yearning for home, and even in the 21st century, I find myself alone, feeling a pang of solitude in such moments. When will I ever return to my own home? Shaking my head, I reflect on my numerous attempts to help Remus with his transformation into a werewolf. Although I have yet to discover a method to fully reverse his condition, in my 6th life, I grazed the edges of success, concocting a potion that could delay Remus's transformation for even half an hour, a significant breakthrough. Even if I cannot change the outcome, and even if my magic has regressed, I clench my fists. Knowledge does not dissipate, it remains etched in my mind, endlessly cycling with my soul. With these thoughts, sleep eludes me, compelling me to don my coat and leave the dormitory once more. As I exit the common room, I notice Sirius and James still seated at the table, engrossed in their homework. They both glance up as I make my way outside. I haven't spoken to them in several days. 1. Rush to embrace James. 2. Rush to embrace Sirius. 3. Forget it, I'll just sleep. The system options perform steadily as I expressionlessly select, forget it, I'll just sleep, and stride purposefully out. I shall continue with potion brewing. I cannot alter the conclusion. Yet the course of events is always subject to change. Much like the patrols of Hogwarts and the whereabouts of Filch, I spent several days observing his patrol habits before identifying a secret room to serve as my potion brewing hideout. Skillfully evading all portraits and ghosts, I approached the entrance to the secret room as though it were my own backyard. Upon uttering the password, the formerly smooth wall receded, revealing a staircase leading underground. After ensuring no one was around, I descended and pushed open the stone door at the bottom. Cauldrons, potion bottles, and daggers. I surveyed the potion-making tools I had gradually assembled over the past few days. Once I confirmed that everything was in order, I rolled up my sleeves. Given the regression of my magical abilities, attempting to brew a complex potion now would likely deplete my strength. Thus, I decided to start with something simpler, especially since I currently lack the funds for more intricate ingredients. How I wish I could raid Voldemort. I resolved to begin with a 3rd-year wakefulness potion. I placed the prepared snake fangs and other ingredients into the mortar, and as I waved my wand, I felt a sense of obstruction within me. Surely, it cannot be a significant issue. This is merely a 3rd-year potion, requiring minimal magical energy. How could it possibly go awry? With a sense of misplaced optimism, I pressed on. However, as I completed the final counterclockwise stir and waved my wand, I distinctly felt a void within me. My vision blurred, and an overwhelming sense of weakness tugged at me, threatening to pull me into the cauldron. Just before I could tumble in, James swiftly reached out to catch me. The dizziness, akin to low blood sugar, lasted only a few seconds. By the time James steadied me, I had regained my clarity. Seeing that the wakefulness potion had been successfully brewed, I hurriedly stored it away. Even brewing a wakefulness potion can lead to mishaps. As I grasped the potion bottle, Sirius entered the room. Goodness, how did James manage to bring the invisibility cloak to school so early this time? I could replicate such an item after just a glance, I thought as Sirius gestured toward me. I chose to ignore him. James, I placed the finished potion into a magically expanded suitcase. Don't misunderstand. With my current magical capacity, I couldn't cast that charm. I borrowed it from Gringotts before the term started based on my prior recollections. I then embraced a silent James, who pressed his lips together. If there were an option now, I would finally align with the system. Merlin? James appeared bewildered by my gesture, his previously tense expression crumbling as surprise colored his tone. Thank you. I patted his back. If you hadn't pulled me back just now, that potion would have surely been ruined. Is your primary concern the potion? James immediately reverted to his usual arrogant demeanor. We have as many wakefulness potions at home as we could ever need. Are you really worried about getting hurt over such a trivial potion? If only James would keep silent, he would undoubtedly be more endearing. I was just starting to think you weren't so bad, I replied, releasing my hold in exasperation. No wonder Lily isn't fond of you. What does that have to do with her? James grumbled, leaning closer. Why are you here in the dead of night brewing potions? Your words reminded me. I glanced at Sirius, then back at him. What brings you two here? Upon uttering this, their expressions grew strange. Sirius, rare for him, averted his gaze when I looked his way, while James began whistling at the nearby cabinet. James. I'm asking you. I pressed my hand on his shoulder. I've noticed you wandering this way recently, and wanted to see what you were up to. James's eyes darted about, as if the cracks in the floor had suddenly become mesmerizing. My intentions were benign, Yet his abrupt silence thickened the atmosphere. "We merely came to see what you were doing," Sirius interjected, seizing the moment. "You're always with those insufferable Slytherins. Who knows if you've been dabbling in dark magic or consorting with dark wizards? So you're stalking me?" I tightened my grip on James's shoulder, eliciting a furrowed brow from him. Yet he made no protest, merely casting furtive glances at me as if gauging my temper. I genuinely was not angry. I am indifferent to many matters. For me, the most agonizing aspect is the unchangeable outcome. Perhaps having died too many times has rendered everything else trivial, save for life and death. However, this does not serve as a justification for their utter disregard for my personal privacy. If you truly had any connection to such matters, it would not merely be a matter of tracking. Sirius leaned against the wall, his voice languid, as if engaged in casual conversation, stating that it was merely a precautionary measure. "You should count yourself fortunate that we did not catch you in a compromising position. I am certain that I will not manage our relationship well this time." After patiently waiting for Sirius to finish his last word, I raised my fist in James's horrified gaze and, without hesitation, struck Sirius squarely in the face. As a side note, hint, intimate contact should be predicated on mutual affection. Engaging in overly familiar actions without sufficient rapport can easily provoke adverse reactions from the other party. Conversely, it could further deepen your relationship. Regarding the options provided by the system, there are always some choices in games that lead to instant demise, aren't there? Side quest reminder. Gain James's impression. It turns out that the last time Merlin rejected me was indeed solely because Sirius was present. Yet Sirius is my best friend. Congratulations on achieving James's romantic milestone. Hug. Chapter 11. I firmly believe that James has been rendered foolish. The outcome of our scuffle was that when we stumbled back into the Gryffindor common room, the dawn was nearly upon us. As we pushed open the door, we caught sight of Remus sneaking back, who upon hearing our commotion, raised his hand in an attempt to conceal his wounds. He was taken aback by our own battered and bruised appearances. "What happened to you?" James dragged us both by the arms, and the absence of our senior Potter made the scene all the more peculiar. After I landed a punch on Sirius, I pulled James into the fray, striking out with abandon. James had been evading rather than fighting back. Sirius was stronger than I, but my street fighting abilities surpassed his, resulting in utter chaos. If one remains unclear about the nature of the situation described here, I suggest watching the opening and closing scenes of the Tom and Jerry episode featuring their truce and ensuing brawl. "Oh, it's nothing, we were just sparring." I harbored deep suspicions that James's brain had been rattled during the recent altercation. He wrapped an arm around both Sirius and me, that affectionate gesture reminiscent of a regression in our relationship by half a month. "This is how classmates should communicate, right?" Sirius attempted a sardonic smile, but alas, as soon as the corners of his mouth lifted, he winced, his expression stiffening as he shot me a fierce glare. Sirius's affection level 1. The dynamic between Sirius and me felt as if I had been discovered as a Death Eater. Remus sighed in exasperation. It was evident that he did not believe James's explanation, feeling that apart from James himself, no one would accept such a flimsy rationale. With less than 3 hours until the first class, should we not attempt to catch a brief nap? Remus did not press further. At that moment, he did not even conceal the faint scars peeking from his neck, primarily because, in comparison to our condition, his was but a trivial matter. "If we sleep now, we won't wake up in time." I yawned, relieved that I had brewed a stimulant today. The dosage should suffice for us all. Saying this, I uncorked the bottle and took a swig, then offered it to James. "Pour some into a cup." "Remus, do you want some too?" Before I could finish my sentence, James had already taken 2 gulps straight from the bottle and, with remarkable nonchalance, passed it to Sirius. "This stuff is quite effective, mate. I feel like my mind is sharper. Your actions are evidently not as clear-headed as you believe." The 3 of us exchanged glances, when James noticed Sirius's prolonged silence. He shook the bottle in confusion, only to see the utter disdain on Sirius's face, which prompted him to realize the situation. "You don't want Merlin's stimulant? Then I'll find a way to get you a bottle too." Sirius could no longer endure the absurdity, stepping back and joining James in their disdain, as if I were some infectious virus. "She just drank from it." At this point, James finally regained his senses and grabbed a cup, pouring while saying to me, "I forgot, but it's fine. After all, I'm this handsome." I failed to comprehend the logic behind his statement. The only certainty was that I was overly naive to think James would feel embarrassed. Years later, once I achieved success, bottles like this that I have used could fetch exorbitant prices in collections. He waved the bottle. "You could easily save these and sell them later for a comfortable living. I promise. Perhaps you should try to sleep for a while." I regarded him with sympathy. Look at this kid, he's so tired he's talking nonsense. Sirius likely wanted to laugh but was entirely unwilling to do so at my expense, resulting in a rather contorted expression. Remus could no longer hold back, covering his face and declaring, "I'm going to change my clothes," as he hastily made his way to the dormitory. "If you want to laugh, then laugh, Black. Holding it in is only making your face swell." I pinched my own cheek. "Look, even Remus is amused by you." With that, I swiftly made my exit from the scene, accompanied by Sirius's affection level 1. Whenever Remus transforms into a werewolf, he emerges with numerous scars. The dual torment of mind and body drives him to irrationally seek destruction. When he first transformed, witnessing the remnants of shattered wood strewn about was a profound shock. At that time, he was still a child, yet destruction came so easily after becoming a werewolf. Every cell in his being clamored for release, the beastly instincts lying in wait within him, until the full moon unleashed them, completely consuming his reason. What is even more terrifying is that in that moment of smashing the wooden table, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. The flames of rage within him could only be quelled through destruction, driving him to uncontrollably demolish everything within sight. It should not be this way. He should derive no joy from violence. Since then, he has locked himself in empty rooms, unable to satisfy his overwhelming urge to destroy. The restless flames within him incinerating his very essence. He howls in despair, ultimately directing his sharp claws at himself. In satisfying his destructive cravings, he is jolted awake by searing pain, the relief from his fury forever tainted by lingering agony. He can only stabilize his emotions in this manner, enduring until dawn breaks. Last night, he experienced the full moon for the first time at Hogwarts, with Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey providing cover. In the Shrieking Shack, he once again endured a nightmarish ordeal, returning to Hogwarts at dawn with several new scars, consumed by thoughts of how to explain his injuries to others. I told you they would eventually come to blows. Who won? Judging by the marks, it seems Potter emerged victorious. Did Black suffer such a beating? He bore several scars on his neck, yet as he walked through the halls, no one paid him any mind. All eyes were focused on Merlin, Sirius, and James who, after their failed attempts at mending their wounds, were completely unconcerned, to the point that Evans nearly resorted to violence upon seeing Merlin again. "It's fine. This time I have the upper hand." Merlin timely restrained Evans, grinning as she embraced her. "Lily, I appreciate you wanting to stand up for me. But this is a duel between us. I can handle it myself." Evans took a deep breath, visibly suppressing her anger. "I can't believe they both ganged up on you. In truth, I was the one who initiated the fight. They should have been the ones to band together against me." Merlin scratched his head. "Besides, I didn't even throw a punch." James suddenly poked his head out from beside Merlin, startling Remus, who was taken aback. Just previously, James had been mocking Merlin as he walked by. Yet now he amiably draped an arm over Merlin's shoulder. Remus wondered if there was something amiss with his hearing. He could almost detect a hint of grievance in James's tone. "I didn't retaliate at all, and I accidentally hit Sirius instead. You can ask Merlin." Remus thought to himself. Why would he speak of striking a brother with such pride? Sirius's expression darkened further as he rapidly approached James from behind, seizing his tousled hair and yanking him away from Merlin's shoulder. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. I told you it wasn't intentional. Why do you keep bringing it up?" James exclaimed. "Sirius. Brother, darling. Let go. My hair is going to come out." James stumbled as Sirius dragged him a couple of meters away, finally managing to straighten his clothes as he walked. Just before exiting the dining hall, he turned back to wave at Merlin. "See you in class." Did they really just have a simple fight last night? Remus found himself engulfed in deep suspicion. A side note. Though James is arrogant and has a quick temper, his anger dissipates just as swiftly. As long as conflicts do not touch on fundamental principles, he quickly mends friendships upon receiving a clear explanation, often advancing further due to guilt. Once James develops a fondness for someone, he is not averse to displays of affection, but before that affection blossoms, he remains entirely oblivious to it. Subplot reminder. Congratulations on achieving James's romantic milestone, indirect kiss. Chapter 12. Then we are friends, Merlin. Despite Hogwarts reopening 8 times, I must clarify that I do not truly know James. Our relationship, at its best, could only be described as casual acquaintances. My rapport with Lily has always been strong. Even during our brief encounters in Slytherin, I have maintained a decent relationship with Remus most of the time, becoming good friends during our days in Hufflepuff, and with Sirius. Our interactions have been merely nodding acquaintances, exchanging a few words or notebooks during study sessions. James, however, stands apart. Even at our most enthusiastic, our conversations revolve solely around Lily, And apart from that, we share almost no intersection. Previously, I viewed James as arrogant and haughty, yet undeniably charismatic, intelligent, and courageous, the very embodiment of a hero, akin to a tool. Therefore, I was perplexed by the drastic shift in his demeanor towards me after our altercation. During herbology class that morning, James took the initiative to invite me to partner with him, leaving Sirius astounded as he gazed at us in disbelief, his expression akin to that of a jilted spouse. Throughout the class, I endured the intensity of Sirius's burning gaze while tending to the herbs. The only strange thing was that he did not deduct any of my favorability points. Perhaps he had exhausted them all? Later, in Charms class, James also chose to sit beside me, though I suspected it was merely an excuse to be near Lily. In the dining hall, while Sirius continued to receive howling letters from the Black family, James offered me a cup of pumpkin juice, claiming it was delightful, which sent Sirius into a fit of heartbreak. Had Remus not intervened, I feared we might have staged another brawl in the dining hall. By the way, Professor McGonagall witnessed our trio's antics as we walked, and we were rewarded with a deduction of 30 points for our fighting. In History of Magic class, James finally went to console the disgruntled Sirius. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he approached me again during astronomy class. "Let us be frank, James," I said, shifting the telescope aside. "Even if you're displeased with me, you don't have to resort to such drastic measures, do you?" James paused, looking bewildered. "I didn't borrow any knives," he replied, and I realized my expression had failed to convey the idiom effectively. "What's wrong with you today?" I decided to rephrase my inquiry. Perhaps I was so accustomed to our previous animosity that his eager gaze felt unnerving. Before I could fully process my thoughts, I instinctively reached out and touched his forehead. Cool, or rather chilly. Confused, I withdrew my hand, my mind not entirely muddled. James finally displayed a look of realization, his expression a mix of amusement and understanding. "I seem to have misjudged you," he said, his eyes sparkling like the night sky unfurling behind him. "Upon reflection, we share numerous similarities that could easily foster a friendship rather than enmity. Don't you think so, Merlin?" "I've always believed that, but," I began, standing up and patting his shoulder. "I must clarify, James, even if we become friends, my relationship with Sirius will not improve. He was the one who targeted me first," I stated earnestly. James was eager to counter Merlin's claim. Although he had never encountered anyone with whom he felt such a profound connection, he found that their rapport was akin to that of long-lost friends. Everyone remarked on how they seemed inseparable. However, upon reflection, he recalled their first encounter on the train. Before Merlin had spoken, Sirius had merely glanced at him and exhibited clear disdain, declaring, "What a detestable face." If he had been met with such an immediate insult, he would have physically demonstrated what true dislike entailed. Moreover, in the infirmary, Sirius had even choked Merlin, just looking at the marks on her neck. He could envision the force Sirius had exerted. At that time, he had not particularly disliked Merlin, but he certainly would not have behaved so harshly toward her. She was not a detestable Slytherin. On the first day of school, he had misunderstood her, presuming she favored Slytherin, and just as that misconception was cleared up, he misinterpreted her as intentionally trying to embarrass him, subsequently suspecting her of being a dark wizard stalking him. Frustrated, James raked his fingers through his tousled hair. Could it be that he was indeed in the wrong this time? He felt an inkling that perhaps he did not possess the moral high ground. Yet James could apologize on Sirius's behalf. Asking him to apologize was out of the question. Thus, Merlin regarded him with an expression akin to observing an alien, her features shifting dramatically. Were the circumstances different, she might have applauded and patted James on the shoulder, expressing her surprise at witnessing such authentic artistry of expression in England. "Thank you, James, for giving me a sense of home. Then it is settled. We are friends," James exclaimed, reaching out once more to draw them closer, his smile radiant as he glanced at Sirius in the distance with fervent eyes. Sirius, still casting him a menacing glare, furrowed his brow and raised an eyebrow as if to question James's intentions. However, James chose to disregard him. Since both Merlin and Sirius were his friends, he believed that, with him mediating, it would only be a matter of time before he could balance their relationship. Besides, there was no deep-rooted enmity. He was confident that, through shared experiences, the three of them would eventually form an inseparable bond. And let us not forget Remus, who resided in their dormitory. Together, they would create an incredibly harmonious and perfect group. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden surge of ambition filled him, and he turned to fixate on Remus, who was adjusting his telescope nearby. Remus, initially oblivious to his intense gaze, felt compelled to glance back, only to see James nodding at him as if confirming something. Honored?" Remus responded, feeling an inexplicable sense of wariness. Merlin was utterly bewildered by this rapid transformation, momentarily lost in thought until Professor Sinistra approached. I am delighted to witness such camaraderie between you, Mr. Potter and Miss Merlin. Professor Sinistra spoke in a gentle tone, but it is time for class. Beside her, Sirius wore a mischievous grin, having anticipated that Merlin would feel embarrassed, only to find her instead struck with a sudden realization. My apologies, Professor. I should not have let my mind wander during class, Merlin said, nudging James with her elbow. My dear friend, your next task is to observe the galaxy. Now you're giving me orders. James grumbled as he turned to adjust the telescope, his eyes still scanning the sky while exchanging banter with Merlin. The documentation is all yours, my good friend. Sirius was engulfed in deep skepticism. Aside. Note. Becoming friends with James is a remarkably effortless endeavor. He is inclined to befriend anyone who is not a Slytherin. Initially, James often remained oblivious to his own faults. Even when aware of his missteps, he rarely offered apologies, thus requiring one to maintain a positive demeanor in his presence. Side note. Congratulations on achieving the milestone of James's romantic quest. We are friends now, Merlin. Chapter 13. Off you go, James. 2 months into the new semester, I began to sense that something was amiss. I now found myself seated in the library with Lily and Snape, who were effortlessly tackling first-year studies and delving into materials from upper years, occasionally exchanging notes. Meanwhile, I remained expressionless, tossing paper balls back and forth with Sirius at the adjacent table, while James peered about, intermittently reminding us that Professor Flitwick was not present. Surely, this was not how things were supposed to unfold? Ordinarily, at this juncture, Snape would have engaged in an epic clash with James and his cohorts. Yet in reality, this past month had seen nothing more than a series of trivial exchanges, consisting of well-worn cliches I had heard 1,000 times before, beginning with, "Isn't that the Slytherin snotty brat, Evans? Care to join me for a date?" It seemed absurd that James could find such relentless amusement in repeating the same lines. However, what struck me as even more peculiar was that aside from inviting Lily for a date, James had hardly made any genuine effort to foster their relationship, rendering his invitations almost formulaic in nature. Was he truly serious about pursuing Lily? As I reflected on their previous interactions, I sadly noted that their dynamics had fluctuated wildly. At times, they seemed to be on excellent terms by the 3rd year. At others, they barely interacted until graduation. And occasionally they were at odds as bitter enemies by 5th year. My empirical observations had utterly failed me. Conversely, Sirius had begun to unleash an avalanche of witty banter upon encountering me, and we had cast spells at each other on several occasions, each encounter concluding with a loss of house points. Over the past fortnight, we had been confined to detention 3 times, and I had reached a point where I could casually greet Filch in the corridors, despite him never acknowledging my presence. Another paper ball landed before me, and I casually opened it to find the message. "It seems you have already given up on the final exams? I am delighted to witness you leaving the school before the first semester concludes." I glanced sideways to see Sirius casting a glance at my extracurricular book. "If your brain is functioning properly, we have only been in school for a month. Instead of fretting about the final exams, perhaps you should anticipate how you will face your family at Christmas." Recently, we had become adept at deciphering each other's methods of attack. Sirius would refer to me as the exceptional weirdo Merlin, while I would relentlessly inquire about his family, delivering genuine compliments about his lineage that never failed to infuriate him. Initially, James had attempted to intervene, but upon realizing we were not genuinely fighting, he had settled into the role of a spectator. He continued to target Snape. Yet it seemed he was more intrigued by the conflict between Sirius and me. As I tossed another paper ball, it inadvertently struck Remus on the head. He, without a sideways glance, reached out to retrieve it, and placed it nonchalantly beside Sirius. It was not that Remus was indifferent to his classmates, rather, our antics had become so frequent that James and Remus had transitioned from attempts to mediate to merely serving as messengers. Although I did not know them particularly well, I was acutely aware of what Sirius despised. Upon opening the paper ball, I received a notification of Sirius's affection level 1, and felt a sense of satisfaction as I returned to my reading. Thunder rumbled ominously. Just as I turned a page, I heard a deep rumble of thunder, and when I looked up, I saw the previously bright sky visibly darkening. The library lights flickered on, and within moments, rain began to patter down. The rain transformed Hogwarts into a haven of gloom that afternoon. The overcast sky sent every passerby hurrying along. I relished rainy days. The sound of raindrops hitting the window soothed me, and I had hoped to enjoy a leisurely reading session with a cup of hot cocoa. However, James was lamenting in the common room about how the rain thwarted his plans to watch Quidditch practice. After enduring his repetitive musings about Quidditch for the 100th time, I decided I could no longer tolerate the situation and resolved to leave the common room. Yet every time I had tried to leave early, James would grab hold of me, insisting I was being a bad friend. I needed a strategy to divert his attention. Scanning the surroundings, I realized Sirius had seemingly vanished since leaving the library. What a pity. James has been incessantly discussing Quidditch. 1. Ask James who he would save first if I fell into the Quidditch water. 2. Knock Quidditch off James's head. 3. Forget it, I'm going to sleep. I wondered if my relationship with Sirius had affected the romantic system. Lately, my options for others had become increasingly aggressive. James, I said, pulling him close and adopting a serious demeanor, we ought to ensure that every Gryffindor feels the warmth of friendship, especially those who lack companions. Wouldn't you agree? James, momentarily taken aback by my grasp, nodded in agreement. Yes. Well, there happens to be such a student right before you. I patted his shoulder and pointed to Remus, who was seated at a nearby table working on his assignments. What's wrong with Remus? James appeared more perplexed. We seem to get along well, don't we? On the surface, it appeared so. I replied earnestly, but have you noticed that although Lupin sits with us in class and the library, he hardly speaks and seldom participates in our discussions? Upon hearing this, James began to contemplate. His presence among us suggested a desire for friendship. However, his reluctance to engage indicated hesitation, or perhaps concern. I then released my hold on him and gestured with my hands. Now it's your turn to shine. Go ahead. James, welcome him and express our eagerness to engage with him. Talk to him about Quidditch. James's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and strode confidently toward Remus. I await your good news. In the very next instant, I slipped out of the common room. Stepping out of the lounge, the sound of rain became increasingly pronounced, the air saturated with a damp, herbaceous aroma. I plunged into the curtain of rain, relishing the exhilarating sensation of raindrops cascading upon me. The streets of Hogwarts, shrouded in rain, were nearly devoid of souls. Eager to distance myself, I traversed through the clock tower square, following the covered walkway until I reached the Ollery. The Ollery was a frequent haunt of mine, not because I particularly enjoyed writing letters, but rather for my fondness for these owls. Having been reborn countless times, my heart bore a multitude of secrets, matters that could not be shared with anyone. Yet, harboring them for too long could lead to turmoil. Hence at times, I found solace in confiding to these owls. Of course, even in my conversations with them, I refrained from divulging anyone's names or specifics. I merely vented my frustrations. And the owls perched there, wide-eyed, gazing at me. You are now the disgrace of the entire Black family. I can hardly believe you still associate with those mudbloods. Regrettably, today was destined to be one where I could not rekindle my connection with the charming owls, as an irate voice pierced through the rain, reaching my ears. Was that not Narcissa's voice? Upon hearing it, I turned to leave, only to find Narcissa emerging even more swiftly than I. The rain continued to pour, creating a decidedly tense atmosphere. In that moment of eye contact, I distinctly noted the tremor in Narcissa's pupils. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to speak, but ultimately shot me a glare before departing in silence. How peculiar. I recalled Narcissa not being the type to feel embarrassed upon being caught disparaging someone behind their back. Just as I was mired in confusion, Sirius stepped out as well. The instant his gaze fell upon me, I perceived the same tremor in his eyes as I had noted in Narcissa's. He regarded me in silence for what felt like an eternity before finally uttering, "Did you just crawl out of the Black Lake?" It dawned on me that, having been drenched in rain throughout my journey, I had entirely forgotten my current state. "Just a bit wet," I replied, turning to leave, only to be halted by Sirius's voice. "Aren't you here for the Ollery? Why leave before even reaching the entrance?" I was utterly perplexed, entirely unaware of how Sirius had arrived at such a question. "If you're here, of course, I must depart." While being in the rain hadn't bothered me until now, stepping into a dry space suddenly made my hair cling uncomfortably to my face. I brushed the damp strands behind my ears, especially after witnessing a familial drama unfold moments ago. I desired to grant him some solitude. "You ought to thank me," I quipped. Sirius's expression darkened abruptly, the nonchalance he typically exhibited even towards Narcissa fracturing before me. I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Speaking of which, I continued towards the entrance. Just as I was about to step back into the rain, Sirius's uncharacteristically earnest voice called from behind. "I've been curious since the beginning. How is it that you seem so well acquainted with me and the Black family? As a side note, It is suggested that upon achieving the love at first sight milestone with Sirius, even amidst a facade of poor relations, he may exhibit jealousy when interacting with others. However, such feelings are not overtly apparent in the early stages. Branching off, congratulations on unlocking Sirius's romance subplot. The Black Family 1. Chapter 14. Rainy Days Merlin. And the Blacks. A distant rumble of thunder resonated, while the rain relentlessly drummed against the Olari's windowsill, producing a cacophony of sound. The rain's incessant patter created a cocoon-like atmosphere, isolating the interior from the world beyond. I was not surprised by Sirius's question. Having resigned myself to the inevitability of the outcome, I had grown apathetic towards the finer details. Nevertheless, I had anticipated that Sirius would refrain from posing such inquiries. Given the nature of our relationship, Sirius's romantic event triggered, standard options temporarily hidden. Sirius suddenly asks why I know so much about the Blacks. 1. Because I like you. 2. Remain silent and embrace him directly. 3. Break down in tears, pleading for him to stop pressuring you. My mouth, which had opened in anticipation, now hung agape, and to make matters worse, why had a romantic event been triggered? What was this final option about? Some sort of cowardly group? During the suspended option time, I found myself pacing restlessly, unable to move. I had sensed a looming crisis, fearing that all choices would soon become unavailable. But I had hoped that would at least occur later in the story. I could simply avoid the single-player route, right? Now I wished I could slap myself. The first option in this love system had me confessing, as if it were a gradual process. Although I had no intention of responding earnestly to Sirius, these options were not within my contemplation. Extended period of inactivity. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, the system will randomly select an option. When I first saw the options, I felt overwhelmed, but now I was in full-blown distress. Why was there a time limit in a romance system? Did it think it was a chase scene from a horror game? 10, 9, 8. As the countdown commenced, I was compelled to select 1. Because I like you. Sirius stood a few paces away, and I had always believed he would display only impatience and disdain towards me. I never anticipated he could regard me with such earnestness. The wind swept through the Olari's window, and as his slightly longer hair danced in the breeze, I experienced a fleeting illusion that he was meant to look at me with such quiet, focused eyes all along. In that moment, embracing him was out of the question, nor could I break down in tears. Thus, I offered him a smile and replied in the most nonchalant tone I could muster. Because I like you, Black. I've liked you from the very beginning, hence my understanding of you, and of course, the Black family. I suspected neither of us would take those words seriously. Given the significant rift in our relationship, Sirius's favorability decreased by 20. The notification of favorability loss rang true to my expectations, though it felt rather harsh. Had it surpassed 100? Yet it was only natural. Being confessed to by someone they despised, especially in a mocking tone, would likely incite a reaction from Sirius, prompting me to subtly grip my wand hidden within my sleeve. To my surprise, Sirius did not approach to strike me. Instead, he stood there in silence. All I could hear was the sound of the rain. You truly are the most insufferable person. He finally moved, striding towards me, and just before I could react, he leaned in to whisper something in my ear, then dashed into the curtain of rain. Sirius's monologue. Love at first sight. Sirius Black has never lacked admirers. Even prior to his entry into Hogwarts, numerous boys and girls had openly or subtly declared their affection for him. Dashing, charming, and astute, he was lauded with accolades that overflowed with flattery. Upon hearing such praise, he could not suppress a cynical smirk. While he acknowledged his own handsomeness as a child, he found the descriptors applied to him to be excessively grandiose. Initially, he took pleasure in the compliments until he realized that many were merely lauding the Black family behind him. He despised the Black family. His mother's suffocating upbringing made him yearn to escape at every moment, and the increasingly stringent rules, akin to incarceration, only fueled his desire to rebel. Bloodlines, dark magic, familial honor. Such concepts were utterly ludicrous. He harbored a profound affection for Regulus, yet the latter was his complete antithesis. While their discussions on various topics flowed harmoniously, any dialogue pertaining to the Black family inevitably left them devoid of common ground. All members of the Black family belonged to Slytherin. His mother had declared the day before school commenced, "You must also secure a place in Slytherin." Regulus had gazed at him more than once with eyes filled with longing and envy. He envied him, although he was uncertain what there was to covet. "The mistress has always cherished you," the wretched creature had said to him. "You have wounded the mistress's heart." "Is that so?" he replied with a cold smirk, throwing himself onto the sofa. "That's splendid." He loathed everything about the Black family, and yearned to escape anything associated with them, until he encountered Merlin on the train. In fact, he had noticed her at platform 9 3/4, her dark hair and eyes strikingly distinct amidst a sea of lighter hues. She stood alone, enveloped in an indescribable aura of solitude. He found himself watching her unconsciously, and before he realized it, he had boarded the train alongside her. To avoid appearing as a stalker, he swiftly altered his course, heading in another direction. Yet they met again at the entrance of the same carriage. The girl passed by him without casting a glance, and he could only glimpse her profile. Once seated, his attention was quickly diverted by his new friend James, until the ensuing conflict allowed him to behold Merlin's face for the first time. It was exquisite, slightly haughty, with eyes that radiated an inexplicable tenacity and stubbornness. In that fleeting moment, his heart began to race erratically. Sirius could not comprehend why. Merlin possessed the very traits he despised. Her dark hair and eyes reminiscent of the Black family, her beauty equally refined yet expressed in an entirely different style. The obstinacy in her gaze mirrored that of Walburga, particularly when directed at him. She should have been the epitome of his disdain. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself captivated by her from the very first glance. This should not be the case. Merlin. Professor McGonagall called her name, and as Merlin stood, he realized he had not diverted his gaze from her, which filled him with annoyance. Another one of the Black family's spawn, are you? You truly fit the mold. Slytherin seems most suited for you, the Sorting Hat remarked. In that instant, it felt as though the world had crumbled around him, as the very thing he had resisted, loathed, and fought against had never truly departed from his essence. He grappled with the Sorting Hat for nearly 5 minutes, until he finally declared that should he be placed in Slytherin, he would incinerate the hat. Only then did the Sorting Hat deem his courage commendable, and subsequently announce Gryffindor. Everything was in disarray. The Sorting Hat believed he belonged in Slytherin, yet he had fallen head over heels for Merlin, who bore a striking resemblance to the Black family. He should have loathed her, just as he detested all members of the Blacks. Your friends are my friends. We must certainly go together, Merlin cheerfully said to Evans in his presence. He cast a glance at her, only to see her looking at Evans with a gaze brimming with joy and affection, as if she were beholding the most precious treasure in the world. How he wished such a gaze were directed at him. In truth, he sensed that Walburga loved him. Yet that love was so frenzied that it burned all who drew near, like a raging flame. Initially, he yearned for his mother's affection and solace, but over time he became numb, and eventually, he engaged in every action that would incite Walburga's contempt as a form of rebellion. The feeling of having spent so long only to realize he was still one of the Blacks was overwhelming. He covered Merlin's mouth. Sirius despised Slytherin, loathed the Black family, and everything akin to them. Yet he cherished Merlin. Sirius Black adamantly refused to acknowledge this truth. Sidebar. Note: achievements may unlock during the narrative, enhancing understanding of others. Monologue requires recharge for viewing. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on obtaining Sirius's monologue Love at First Sight. Chapter 15. The Mirror of Erist. Since that day, Sirius had treated me as though I were invisible from morning until noon. While this was somewhat good news, my stealthy departure had displeased James immensely, resulting in him trailing behind me all day, lamenting, "You actually made an excuse to escape, just to avoid listening to me talk about Quidditch. I am heartbroken. I thought we were good friends. Why can't you accept my love for Quidditch? My dear friend doesn't like Quidditch. My heart is shattered." Every classmate witnessing James's incessant chatter by my ear regarded me with pity. From dawn till dusk, I felt an overwhelming urge to retreat to a monastery. James's love event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. James is rambling about Quidditch again. 1. Quidditch. When will you see me? 2. Just kiss him. 3. Hold him tightly and weep, begging him to stop talking. Why did it feel like even the premises for the options were becoming peculiar? Each choice this time carried significant weight, and for a moment, I found it challenging to discern which option would be best. After sifting through them, I despairingly concluded that only option 1 would minimize the impact. Very well. At least I was now thick as thieves with James. It wouldn't hurt to share a few intimate jokes with him, akin to what I did with Sirius. "James," I said, fixing him with a serious gaze and a heavy tone, "you always talk about Quidditch. When will you see me?" My sudden declaration evidently threw him off guard, as his previously unending stream of words became lodged in his throat. After staring at me for several seconds, he managed to utter a bewildered, "Huh?" Quidditch was indeed fascinating, but it was not the right time to play. Instead, we should focus on things we could both do. I attempted to steer the conversation back on track. Our recent nocturnal escapades had become aimless wandering, which was utterly mundane. I had heard of a magical mirror within Hogwarts. How about we go see it tonight? Even if I had said something inappropriate in front of James, once the topic of adventure arose, he would undoubtedly forget everything else. The mirror? The one from fairy tales? As expected, James's eyes lit up at this, and he no longer expressed confusion over my earlier remarks, nor did he dwell on my sneaky exit to avoid his Quidditch monologue. I was unsure of its exact nature. I only knew there was a mirror, and I had not sought it out previously due to my unfamiliarity with Hogwarts. Over the past month, we had become acquainted with the layout, so I was eager to explore. This was not entirely a fabrication. I was genuinely curious about what I might behold within the mirror of Ariste. Previously, when I inhabited other identities, I had glimpsed their deepest desires, such as when I was Peter, witnessing scenes of popularity and adulation, or as Narcissa, glimpsing her marriage to Lucius. So, what would my own most fervent longing be as Merlin? I was indeed intrigued. Whatever it was, it would surely be more entertaining than racing with Filch. James rubbed his hands together eagerly, and just then Sirius, who had been summoned by the professor earlier, approached. James immediately waved to Sirius. Sirius, we should all go together tonight. He halted abruptly, not due to a sudden realization that nighttime adventures were against the rules, and should not be shouted in the corridors, but rather because he seemed to remember my and Sirius's contentious relationship. His expression shifted to one of profound conflict. Are we both going to venture out tonight? Cyrus languidly pocketed his hands. All right, I'm free tonight. His deliberate act of feigning deafness left James in an even more precarious position. The fact that we could elicit such an expression from the campus bully could be deemed a case of the mighty being brought low. Just then, as we were on the brink of an awkward silence, Remus emerged from the library. Upon spotting him, James dashed over with unprecedented speed, seizing Remus and dragging him into the fray. Remus was to join us, and thus it was cheerfully decided. Remus, huh? Bewildered by this unsolicited invitation, Remus reluctantly became a part of our nocturnal escapade, and James clearly reveled in this outcome. Before we set off, he discreetly pulled me aside, leaning in close to whisper. Having Remus along will ease the awkwardness and foster camaraderie among classmates. At this, he playfully bumped his forehead against mine. This is your idea. You could just say it instead of bumping me, I protested, retreating a couple of steps while rubbing my forehead. Well, I didn't mind too much. James produced his invisibility cloak, and just as I was about to slip beneath it, an option halted my progress. Random romantic event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. Who will you stand beside while entering the invisibility cloak? 1 James, 2 Remus, 3 Cyrus. Upon seeing the words romantic event, my heart nearly stopped. However, upon examining the options, I released a sigh of relief. I truly was apprehensive about the choices. Even if I could return, I doubted I would dare to engage in any more choice games. Choosing Remus, I slipped under the cloak, while Cyrus, dismissive of my presence, moved ahead. I positioned myself beside Remus, catching a glimpse of the faint scars on his neck just below the collar. Are you still not healed? Perhaps my gaze was too intense. As Remus instinctively tightened his collar, he turned to me, and for reasons unknown, I averted my eyes bashfully. Ahem, are you injured? I inquired softly. Just a minor incident. Remus replied, winking. Don't tell them, all right? I was taken aback. I hadn't expected Remus to exhibit such playfulness. I suspected they had already noticed. I glanced at James's back. After all, they were in the same dormitory. Fortunately, the cloak was spacious enough. Otherwise, fitting so many would have been impossible. While we whispered in the back, James had already arranged the cloak and strode purposefully forward, reminding us to keep pace with him, lest we stray from the group. At the moment James began to walk, I was struck by a sudden sense of performing a lion dance. Being the only one who knew the way, I continuously whispered directions to James. He led the way, followed by Cyrus, with Remus and I side by side. This arrangement, coupled with the necessity to keep our voices low to avoid detection, inevitably positioned Cyrus in the middle. Peeking out from behind him, I noticed James leaning closer to hear me, and after a few exchanges, Cyrus grew impatient. He looked as if he wanted to either strike me or toss me aside. Yet he continued to pretend not to see me, caught in a dilemma, ultimately resorting to taking jabs at Remus in a passive-aggressive manner. Remus, it seemed, had indeed arrived at the right moment. After a short distance, we reached the room containing the mirror of Ariste. As soon as we entered, the mirror stood prominently before us. James, with an insatiable curiosity for the novel, dashed to the front of the mirror. Wow, he exclaimed, captivated. Is this really me? He turned to glance at me. It's truly a magic mirror. What do you see? Cyrus frowned as he approached the mirror, and we all witnessed a look of horror cross his face. as if he had seen the entirety of Gryffindor aligning with the Death Eaters. "What do you see?" James asked, after a brief silence, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Cyrus fell silent, his expression betraying visible fear, prompting Remus to pat his shoulder reassuringly. "I see myself raising the Quidditch World Cup trophy, a picture of success and fulfillment." James, with a hint of skepticism, stepped closer. "I thought I might see my future. But what of Cyrus?" Remus too was drawn in, his gaze fixating on the mirror until he instinctively glanced at our faces, relieved to find no change in our expressions. I was left bewildered. Why does it feel like everyone except James is reacting oddly? Has there been a subtle shift in this life? Hesitantly, I approached the mirror. And upon looking up, I saw my own reflection. Am I truly the happiest and most content person? I furrowed my brow, suddenly realizing that the setting in the mirror was no longer Hogwarts but rather my home in 21st century China, a place I could barely remember. For a moment, we all stood in silence. This was entirely different from what I had envisioned. The mirror of Eriste was supposed to reveal one's deepest desires. Yet the atmosphere felt strangely eerie. Then it struck me. I recalled hearing my family mention that this was the mirror of Eriste, capable of unveiling one's innermost longings. Just as James had glimpsed his future, I had not continued speaking, primarily due to the alarming expression on Cyrus's face, which suggested he might unleash fury at any moment. "Is that really the case?" James whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. "I feel as though Cyrus has witnessed the most terrifying scene of his life." He glanced at the doubtful Remus, who also seemed to have encountered something far from pleasant. "I find it perplexing," I murmured. "You saw yourself as a Quidditch World Cup champion, while I saw the place I yearned to return to. Surely the mirror cannot only affect certain individuals?" I had indeed seen my most fervent desire, but the shock left me momentarily disoriented. Despite our attempts to keep our voices low, the small, quiet room made it easy for Remus to overhear our conversation. "So only Black didn't he see anything?" I mused, tapping my chin before suddenly striking James on the shoulder. Couldn't he have possibly seen himself inheriting the Black family estate, could he? "Ouch! Why do you hit me?" James yelped, sounding as though I had nearly broken his arm, which made me question my own strength, though it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. He pretended to comfort Cyrus. "It's not so bad, Cyrus. Perhaps the Black family will change in the future." Cyrus shot him a glare. "Don't listen to some people's nonsense." At this point he acknowledged my presence, likely thinking the mirror had malfunctioned upon reaching me. I scoffed at this. However, it wasn't until we returned to the common room, resembling a lion dance once more, and dispersed our belongings that we remained oblivious to what Cyrus had truly witnessed in the mirror of Eriste. Aside. Hint. When James's affection level is not up to standard, he may not pay heed to some intimate words you speak. However, once his affection level rises, he will take note of these interactions. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on achieving the serious romantic main storyline achievement, Mirror of Eriste. Congratulations on unlocking the Remus romantic side quest, Full Moon Night 1. Chapter 16. Established Facts. What on earth happened to you all? The second full moon night had arrived, and as I pondered whether to gather the ingredients for Wolfsbane potion, Lily posed a question. "What?" I was utterly lost in thought. What had transpired? "It was about you and Sirius." Lily gestured towards Sirius, who was seated at an unapproachable distance, effectively at the edge of the world, asserting that the two of you hadn't exchanged words for nearly half a month. To be honest, this left me quite perplexed. My faux confession in the Ollery had incited Sirius's furious wrath, and thereafter, the mirror of Eriste had left him looking as if he had seen a ghost. Upon reflection, it was indeed close to half a month since that fateful night, and not a single word had passed between Sirius and me. He was avoiding me, and I had scarcely noticed him. Had Lily not brought him up, I might have altogether forgotten his existence. Oh, has it truly been half a month? I sipped my juice. Things were not so dire after all. At least we had not come to blows again. Perhaps due to the severe deterioration of my relationship with Sirius, both he and James had redirected their focus, resulting in their most intense confrontation with Snape occurring on the very first day of term. Since then, their exchanges had devolved into mere petty banter, far from curses or even physical altercations. This had also eased the tensions in Lily and James's relationship. At least now, when James greeted Lily in the mornings, she would nod rather than ignore him. At this rate, I speculated they might begin dating years ahead of schedule, especially since Lily often appeared troubled lately. I surmised she was wrestling with complicated feelings for James, and had decided to take the initiative. Conversely, you seem to be harboring some concerns. I noticed James leaning ever closer, practically straining to eavesdrop on our conversation. So I gently pushed his head away, eliciting his disgruntled protest. Is it about James? I reassured Lily, fear not. I shall not oppose your union with him. Before I could finish my thought, Lily's hands froze, followed by a sudden fit of coughs that startled me. I quickly handed her a cup. Please refrain from uttering such alarming things while I am eating, I admonished. After a prolonged bout of coughing, she finally calmed down, which only piqued James's curiosity further. I had no choice but to forcibly turn his head away. Admittedly, the act of talking to Lily while physically redirecting James was rather peculiar, so I made a pause gesture to Lily and repositioned James again. You cannot lean in like that, James. Your behavior only serves to annoy Lily, I stated firmly. You must learn to respect others. And what does this have to do with Lily? He looked bewildered, then pointed at the silently brooding Sirius beside him. He has been acting strange lately. I wish to know what transpired between you two. If I had known, I would have resolved the issue long ago. Suddenly, it struck me as odd. Isn't he your close friend? Why not inquire directly? At the mention of this, a blush crept onto James's cheeks, and he raked a hand through his hair, lowering his voice. I am merely concerned that he may be harboring unspoken troubles. Get lost. I shoved James aside before turning my attention back to Lily. By this point, Lily had regained her composure, appearing somewhat resigned. It has nothing to do with James Lynn. I have no interest in him. Lily patted my head. It concerns Severus. Instantly, I felt disinterested. I had heard too much about Snape already, with Lily recounting his tales time and again. I felt I knew him better than his own mother, honestly. It seemed that any student could claim to understand him more than she did. If you don't mind, I know a secluded spot where few venture. I gazed across at Snape, shoving a chicken leg into my mouth. I led Lily up to the astronomy tower. From this vantage point, one could directly observe Gryffindor Tower. Today, there were no astronomy classes, so it was quiet, the only sound being the gentle whispers of the wind from all directions. Upon her arrival, Lily did not immediately speak. Instead, she leaned against the edge of the tower, burying her face in her arms, which made her cheeks puff up adorably. I couldn't resist giving them a gentle squeeze, causing her troubled expression to crack, and she looked up at me with a hint of amusement in her captivating green eyes, shimmering brightly under the moonlight. I mimicked her pose, leaning over the edge and winking at her. Frowning is hardly an expression befitting your lovely countenance. I smiled at her. You ought to embrace a more joyful demeanor. I wish I could, Lily sighed, but with Severus, I always believed I understood him well, only to find that it was merely a delusion of my own making. What has transpired? A look of confusion crossed my face. During our recent library visits, he seemed perfectly normal. Have you spoken of anything beyond studies? I sensed that Lily was on the verge of rolling her eyes, and I even suspected that your understanding of him was limited to merely his name. Not quite, I declared rather proudly. I know he excels in potions and has a notably poor rapport with James. Lily, I also know he has harbored feelings for you all along. I silently echoed this in my mind, yet I had never voiced such a sentiment in front of Lily, not once. Initially, Severus was not well received within Slytherin. He was often mocked for his lineage and socioeconomic status. At the mention of this, Lily's brow furrowed, and I was acutely aware of how much she understood this. Having been present at Slytherin several times, witnessing the ridicule firsthand, recently he had finally made friends among Slytherins, which had pleased me initially, until I discovered they seemed to be dabbling in dark arts. This revelation astonished me, not because I was surprised they were researching dark arts, but rather how they had managed to delve into such matters in just over a month since the term began. I had argued with him about this on several occasions. She looked at me with concern. He said they were merely curious, but who could possibly believe such a flimsy excuse? What stage are they at? I probed, eager to learn more about the unfolding narrative. Presumably just beginning. He mentioned they hadn't even acquired any relevant texts. It seemed the timeline remained intact. And as I contemplated this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Even if it were not normal, what could I change? Severus. I had made numerous attempts to dissuade Severus from the dark arts and to prevent him from joining the Death Eaters, yet every effort had met with failure. I had also tried to ensure Lily did not sever ties with him, which proved to be an even greater challenge. Even if I managed to avert the incident in their 5th year, it would merely postpone the inevitable rift. After all, the root cause remained unresolved. Severus and Lily were fundamentally at odds, and their discord would eventually erupt. After yet another encounter following Lily's death, I confronted the despondent Severus, demanding to know why he felt compelled to join the Death Eaters, to follow Voldemort. Was the allure of immense power so irresistible that he was willing to sacrifice everything? His eyes, vacant and hollow, bore into mine, yet he offered no response. Before the cost could manifest, his fervent mind was incapable of calm. The only feasible solution I could conceive was to forewarn him of the future and its consequences, which I had attempted, but he dismissed my counsel entirely. Consequently, after Lily's death, when he recalled my prior warnings, he succumbed to despair and ended his own life, leading to an even grimmer outcome. Every change I endeavored to make only seemed to exacerbate the conclusion. All my efforts aimed at a favorable outcome failed to alter the preordained truth. My struggles appeared laughably futile against a fate already inscribed. What am I to do, Lynn? Lily inquired. I do not know, Lily. I truly do not know. The suppressed anguish seeped from every part of my being, like water breaking through a dam, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation nearly rendering me deaf. I buried my head in my arms, taking deep breaths as the system's alarm blared incessantly in my mind. Detected emotional anomaly. Initiating emotional suppression. Rollback successful. My emotions flickered away like a fish darting through my mind, leaving behind ripples that quickly vanished. Those intense feelings dissipated without a trace. Lynn. Lily instinctively extended her hand toward me, her complexion appearing rather pallid. What has happened? She inquired, perhaps suspecting I had not donned enough layers. I shook my head, yearning to convey to Lily that it was unnecessary to dwell upon Snape's affairs. He would remain unchanged, destined to traverse a path of darkness. I have always believed that one's character is inextricably linked to their past experiences. Take Snape, for instance. His parents were perpetually embroiled in conflict, hurling the most acerbic barbs at one another. Consequently, he too adopted this bitterness, as though he could never communicate in a manner that was anything less than caustic. His mother, Eileen Prince, had once been a remarkable witch but had subsequently eloped with a muggle. Now their affection had waned, leaving them as embittered partners, unable to divorce due to various entanglements, yet incapable of returning to the wizarding world. Such a tormenting existence for a couple is akin to a hellish nightmare for a child, even in the absence of violence. On one occasion, after a bout of inebriation, Snape confided in me his confusion over why Eileen did not leave, despite their lack of love. He longed for her to be a prince, so he could share that name, rather than being a half-blood despised by Slytherin. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why he felt compelled to join the Death Eaters. He often claimed that it would win Lily's affection, yet he made not a single change during her lifetime. After our conversation concluded, I escorted Lily to the entrance of her dormitory. Upon spotting me, Mary could not resist jesting that I resembled Lily's devoted partner, dutifully escorting her to her chamber. I found this remark bewildering. My dormitory was the last on the route, and surely I was not responsible for ushering everyone back to their rooms? After exchanging goodnights with Lily, I found myself devoid of sleep, and continued to wander aimlessly outside. Upon reflection, violating curfew had become as natural as breathing to me, leading to late-night strolls whenever I found myself restless. The mid-October evening bore an unmistakable chill, with the full moon casting a cold, silvery glow overhead. I wandered without purpose until I realized I had arrived before the Whomping Willow. The night was eerily still, devoid of even the faintest breeze, and the Whomping Willow stood silently, indistinguishable from the surrounding flora. Following my conversation with Lily, a question lingered in my mind. Is there any merit in altering the process when the outcome is already predetermined? For those ensnared in the narrative, it undoubtedly holds significance. Regardless of the outcome, at least the journey is less burdensome. However, for someone like me, perpetually restarting, it feels utterly devoid of meaning. Having replayed the same narrative countless times, I have grown weary of the minutiae, merely wishing to fast forward through the experience. As someone ensnared in the plot, I am condemned to endure each of the 24 hours of a day, 365 days a year, with the sole option of modifying my immediate surroundings to introduce some semblance of change. I randomly selected a spot on the grass and settled down, facing the Whomping Willow. Perhaps I ought to muster some energy to engage in a more productive endeavor. As the night deepened, the air filled with the faint sounds of insects, and the shadows of the trees curled in the darkness, as if succumbing to slumber. I gazed intently at the moonlight above until I too drifted into sleep. Author's note. Reminder. When pursuing Lily, it is imperative to navigate the complexities of her relationship with Snape with utmost care. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Lily's romance main storyline, Lily's Troubles. Chapter 17. Do not sleep outside. Remus emerged wearily from the hollow of the tree. The weather was rather dreary, the sky still shrouded in gray at 7 o'clock. As he took a deep breath to steady himself, he suddenly noticed a figure nestled beneath a tree. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he approached the huddled shadow. The early autumn grass glistened with dew, the droplets dampening Merlin's hair, rendering her attire equally sodden. Perhaps due to the chill, Her normally rosy cheeks appeared unnaturally pale. Instinctively, Remus reached out to touch her hand, only to be startled by her icy temperature. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his heart had ceased beating. It was only upon noticing Merlin's steady breathing that he regained his composure. He had nearly feared the worst. Yet, what could have led her to lie in such a place? Remus removed his coat and draped it over Merlin, gently shaking her shoulder. "Merlin? Are you all right?" His actions seemed too delicate. For it took several attempts before she finally responded. She weakly opened her eyes, her dark irises clouded and unfocused, gazing at him for a time before they gradually regained clarity. "Remus." Her voice, typically bright, was now low and hoarse. She leaned unsteadily against him, resting her head upon his shoulder. His body stiffened, rendered motionless. Curiously, Merlin always referred to him as Remus when she was half asleep, yet upon full awareness, she exclusively called him Lupin. Often he wished he could straightforwardly request her to use his name, but the words never escaped his lips. Consequently, he grew accustomed to seeking her out first thing each morning, feeling elated when she addressed him as Remus before heading off to class. If she were to discover his habitual visits, she would likely find them intrusive. He merely longed for friendship with Merlin, yet remained at a loss for how to articulate it. How he wished he could be as forthright as James. Yet, Remus could never have anticipated such a scene unfolding. Merlin, almost entirely nestled against him, felt frigid to the touch. He attempted to embrace her, to assist her in standing, yet his indecision resulted in futile efforts. Observing that Merlin appeared on the verge of drifting back to sleep, he hastily roused her. "Can you walk?" he asked. "I can carry you back." At his words, Merlin forced her eyes open, seeming barely able to stand, relying on the tree for support. "I'm fine," she replied. "I'm just a bit unwell. May I lean on you?" Remus, of course, could not refuse. Having recently transformed, he too felt unwell. Eventually, they helped one another back to Gryffindor's common room. The common room was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Remus escorted Merlin to the door of the girls' dormitory, feeling relieved only after ensuring she had entered safely. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why she had chosen to sleep in such a place. What had transpired? Returning to his dormitory, he was surprised to find James and Sirius both watching him. He had assumed they were still asleep, and though startled, he maintained a calm facade, nodding at them before beginning to gather his belongings for class. "Remus," James called from behind him, "what happened to your injuries?" "I encountered some trouble," Remus replied vaguely. "Personal matters." He knew James was not one to pry into others' affairs, and true to form, James did not pursue the matter further. However, it was evident that his roommates were beginning to harbor suspicions, an inevitable consequence. Pausing in his efforts to pack, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. This was why he hesitated to accept James's kindness. If he did not obtain it, he would not lose it. He had lived this way for quite some time. In silence, he completed his packing, and when he stepped out of the dormitory, he was unexpectedly greeted by Merlin emerging as well. He had thought she would rest a while longer. "Are you feeling better?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Merlin offered a faint smile, though it lacked vitality, further deepening his worry. "Why are you so concerned?" Sirius interjected, avoiding Merlin's gaze. "She looks perfectly fine to me. I too believe Merlin does not seem well today." James murmured. "Could it be that she rose too early?" "She usually wakes at this time," Sirius replied casually. Remus cast a surprised glance at Sirius, not expecting him to be so attuned to Merlin's waking time. As the group made their way to the dining hall, Merlin lingered at the back, prompting Remus to frequently glance over his shoulder with concern. He contemplated suggesting that Merlin take a day off, considering it was Friday and there was only one class in the morning, potions with Slytherin. "Are you that worried about her?" Sirius's cool voice broke into his thoughts as he saw Sirius crossing his arms, wearing a look of betrayal. "Remus, I thought we were friends." "But Merlin is my friend too," he replied uncertainly, instinctively glancing at Merlin. Would she consider them friends? At his response, Sirius's expression darkened further. He furrowed his brow and strode purposefully towards Merlin. "In that case, I shall inquire on your behalf." Before Remus could intervene, Sirius had already positioned himself in front of Merlin, blocking her path. Oblivious, she collided straight into his embrace. Remus couldn't help but marvel. It was indeed evident that Sirius harbored a deep-seated disdain for Merlin. It was the first time he had witnessed someone's face redden so swiftly. It must surely be due to immense anger. "I feel dreadful. Initially, I was cold, a chill that seeped into my bones, leaving me shivering. Then came the heat, a searing warmth that surged from within, causing my head to throb painfully. How careless I was, merely intending to sit and ponder, only to inadvertently succumb to sleep." October has long departed from summer. Under such circumstances, it would be strange not to fall ill after lying outside all night. I had intended to take a leave. But since today is Friday and there was only one morning class, I thought it best to attend and then visit the nurse's office. However, with Sirius obstructing my path, I crashed right into him, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the infirmary bed. Madame Pomfrey administered some invigorating potion, and I felt considerably better. Though my head continued to feel as if it were on fire, the heat escaping from the top of my head, and the restlessness that had knotted in my chest had dissipated completely. How could I have suddenly developed a fever? After potions class, Lily came to visit me, bringing along some pudding. You didn't eat anything this morning, so I asked the house elf for some pudding. You should eat something to tide you over. I accidentally fell asleep outside, I admitted, running a hand through my hair, feeling the heat intensify. Weren't you with me last night? Sneaking out again? Lily shot me a disapproving look, causing me to lower my gaze, acutely aware of how often I wandered outside at night, more frequently than James and the others, who at least had the pretense of adventure, while I merely roamed about aimlessly, utterly reckless. Lily tapped my forehead, but her expression softened almost immediately. I noticed yesterday. You were quite worried about me, weren't you? She cradled my face, close enough for me to catch her gentle fragrance. My head was still aflame, yet the warmth of her palm undeniably reached me. You seemed so preoccupied that you wandered outside, and even fell asleep under a tree. Normally, your head appears to function quite well in class. Why do you act like a fool in matters such as these? Though she admonished me, her tone was remarkably gentle. Moreover, the issues between Severus and myself had not escalated to such a grave extent. So why was I allowing myself to feel so unwell? Lily was always so tender-hearted. While the students at Hogwarts often described her as a vivacious and spirited witch, I believed her gentleness surpassed that of anyone else. Even her reprimand felt tender. This was not merely my personal bias. Lily was inherently kind, her life appearing bright and sunny, yet shadowed by clouds. Her identity as a witch severed her ties with Petunia, and at Hogwarts, she was pulled back and forth by James and Severus until they ultimately parted ways. After graduation, she finally had the chance to pursue her desires, only to be relegated to the role of a housewife, raising children, and cruelly murdered in her early 20s. When she died, she did not even know if Harry had survived. I could hardly fathom the depth of her sorrow and despair in those final moments. When I first delved into Harry Potter, I mused that the author likely expanded the world gradually, resulting in a plethora of subplots involving familial ties. Yet, when Lily stood before me, I could not bear to witness the fleeting nature of her existence. She had never committed any wrongdoing, yet she had endured countless injuries. Her happiness was so ephemeral that I occasionally questioned whether she had ever truly been happy. Whenever I pondered these matters, emotions would constrict in my throat, and I often lost track of time. Perhaps the fever had left my mind in a state of confusion, prompting me to grasp her hand. Because I want to protect you, Lily. I uttered this almost instinctively, hoping she could feel my desire for her happiness. By the time I realized what I had said, it was too late. Lily stared at me wide-eyed, seemingly at a loss for words. I felt a wave of frustration. How could I have expressed such sentiments in her presence? Would she think I had lost my mind due to the fever? You're only a few months younger than I am, she replied, yet she did not release my hand. Instead, she smiled at me. But thank you for caring. There was a hint of melancholy in her expression. At Hogwarts, you are the first friend who has shown such concern for me. Sensing that her words carried a tinge of sorrow, she brightened almost instantly, as if nothing had transpired, and offered the pudding to me. Hurry and eat something. Once you cool down, we can head to the dining hall. Note: Lily's affections are easily triggered, yet this often confines the relationship to the realm of friendship, making it challenging to transition into a romantic line, even when her affection reaches its peak. At this juncture, one must undertake actions that only lovers might, daring to take that step forward. Side note: congratulations on achieving the commitment milestone in Lily's romance storyline. Chapter 18. You two are hopeless. Would you like to join us for Quidditch practice this afternoon? Shortly after Lily's arrival, James entered the infirmary with his textbooks. Upon seeing me, Remus offered a sheepish smile. There was a bit of a situation in class, and the three of us were stuck in detention. I was puzzled as to why James had not accompanied Lily. I couldn't help but think that, indeed, chaos ensued in my absence. Whenever I attended class with them, Sirius always mocked me, and James would be too busy mediating our disputes to bother with Severus. Yet the moment I fell ill and requested leave, the conflicts re-emerged. It was as if I could never relax for a moment. Ahem. Lily cleared her throat, and I straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as James said, "Forget everything I just said." James appeared quite displeased with my response. "Are we not friends anymore?" "Yes, but Lily is a better friend," I retorted quickly. James hesitated, then changed the subject. "So, are you going to watch the Quidditch match? You've hardly attended any flying lessons in nearly 2 months. And you haven't even managed to get off the ground." He shook his head disapprovingly. "You don't lack flying talent, do you? I even bet Sirius that you'd make it onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team. You all wagered on that." It was evident even without thinking that Sirius had bet against my chances. Unfortunately, if it had been anything else, I might have taken it as a challenge. But Quidditch was beyond my capabilities. Given my first death was due to being thrown from a great height, I harbored a profound fear of heights, one that even the system couldn't alleviate. To speak of Quidditch is one thing. Even merely walking along the edge of a tall building sends my heart racing and my head spinning. I do my utmost to avoid flying lessons. If necessary, I would feign illness, for the other subjects are not as consequential, and most professors are indifferent to a student's flying grades. "So, are you planning to watch the Quidditch practice?" James persistently inquired, his gaze fixed upon Lily, revealing that his intentions were not purely innocent. "Absolutely not," Lily firmly declined. "Lynn is still unwell, and ought to rest today. If she cannot attend, then you should go instead," James suggested, his enthusiasm deflating as he realized his options were dwindling. It seemed he was as lost as a wandering soul. If he were to attempt an assassination on the first emperor of Qin, he would likely be apprehended before even entering the city gates. It was a sight unworthy of contemplation. Now I can somewhat comprehend why. Despite the lack of conflict between Snape and James, there was still no progression in Lily's relationship with either of them. Given James's current emotional intelligence and manner of speaking, even if Snape were to remain silent, his words alone would cause Lily's affection to plummet to the depths of the earth. Noticing Lily's increasingly distressed expression, I hurriedly distanced myself from James. "I don't know him. Who is this? How did he end up in the infirmary?" I resolved to refrain from mentioning this matter in Lily's presence until James's mind cleared. "Hey Merlin, you can't." James began to admonish me for lacking loyalty. But the next moment, Lily had already launched a well-aimed blow at his head. "Get out!" James was propelled from the infirmary like a rogue quaffle, nearly colliding with Snape, who awaited Lily at the door. After expelling James, Lily shot me a glare, imbued with a sense of disappointment. "How could you befriend such a person? He doesn't regard you as a friend at all." At this juncture, I would never dare to contradict Lily, and I nodded vigorously. "His friendship with me is merely a ploy to get closer to you. It's truly vile." Remus glanced between me and Lily, then looked toward the door where Sirius was attempting to gather James. For a moment, he appeared caught in a significant dilemma, unsure of which side to take. "Lupin." I called his name, and he immediately turned his gaze toward me. I suspected he wouldn't recover fully until later, but my curiosity regarding the Quidditch practice was piqued. "Could you let me know what happens after you watch?" Remus instinctively opened his mouth to respond, hesitated, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Just as I sensed he was on the verge of fainting from anxiety, Madame Pomfrey entered the room. "What are all of you doing huddled here?" She began ushering us out. After Lily had given me a few more instructions, she departed, with Remus being the last to leave. Before exiting, he cast a glance back at me, and for some reason he appeared exceedingly frustrated. Since the incident in the infirmary, Lily's dissatisfaction with James had reached a boiling point. That evening, when James greeted us, she promptly pulled me away and loudly admonished me to avoid associating with certain ill-intentioned individuals. I nodded in agreement, affirming that Lily was indeed correct, and to my surprise, I gained Sirius's affection level 1. How touching! I had thought my standing with him had hit rock bottom. I did not wish to cause Lily any unhappiness, especially given that James's previous actions had been rather excessive. Thus, for several days, I refrained from speaking to him. Sirius and I shared a mutual disdain. If I ignored him, he would likewise ignore me. Meanwhile, James persisted in his attempts to initiate conversation, tugging at my hair during class, which ignited an urge within me to engage in a game of Quidditch with him. "Potter is hopeless." Even Snape remarked this to me, claiming that such a fool could manage to ruin himself without any external interference. While I was tempted to concur with his sentiment, I couldn't help but find a dark humor in his words whenever I observed him mingling with Mulciber and Avery, engaging in dark arts and tormenting ordinary students. "This applies to you as well, Snape," I warned him. "James may only jeopardize his romantic pursuits, but you are truly courting disaster." Snape merely scoffed, paying no heed to my warning. I had grown accustomed to his indifference. Our conversations only appeared amiable in the presence of Lily, and once she was gone, we exchanged not a word. Snape harbored contempt for all ordinary wizards, myself included, with the exception of Lily. For her sake, he made an effort to exhibit friendliness towards me, despite the fact that he had once called me a mudblood when I stumbled upon him and Mulciber plotting something. We both understood the unspoken agreement, much like how James and his friends tried not to bully classmates in Lily's presence. I continued my nightly excursions, occasionally encountering Snape and his companions in a hurry, but more frequently, I encountered James and his group. Remus appeared to have successfully integrated into their little team. On several occasions, they seemed eager to converse with me, but I would swiftly retreat into the secret passage, resuming my potion brewing. As for Snape, I found him impossible to change. James and Lily also showed no signs of progress. The previous 7 resets had made me acutely aware that any actions taken before their perspectives shifted would be futile. Rather than waste time on such matters, it would be wiser to contemplate how to alleviate Remus's suffering. Next week is Halloween. I am pondering what to concoct for the celebration. After depleting my supply of ingredients, I slumped onto a chair in the library with a heavy sigh. Perhaps my lamentations caught Lily's attention, as she inquired with her eyes what was amiss. I tossed her a note. While writing the note, I belatedly realized that Halloween was fast approaching. Indeed, time flies when one is engrossed in study. Rubbing my temples, I felt the system's constraints weighing heavily on me. Any attempt to brew potions beyond my year would result in exhaustion, dizziness, or even more severe repercussions. After several forced attempts, the system issued a warning stating, "This is for game balance and the restrictions will be lifted once key plotlines are unlocked." Goodness. If Voldemort is the main storyline, does that mean I will have to wait until 5th year? You haven't been looking well lately. It wouldn't be because you're preparing for this, would it? Lily's note was returned to me, and upon reading its contents, I instinctively rubbed my face. The system warning me was one thing, but for Lily to notice was another. No. It's mainly, I was pondering what to say to explain when I suddenly felt something approach. I turned but saw nothing. The next moment, something was thrust into my palm, a scene so surreal that I nearly jumped. Lynn. Perhaps my expression had grown more pallid, for Lily lowered her voice and quietly asked, "Is everything all right? The wind is too strong." I stood to close the window, and once Lily resumed her reading, I revealed the note in my hand. "Look up." Confused, I raised my gaze, only to see James removing his invisibility cloak in front of the bookshelf. The cloak still draped over his head. He held what appeared to be a wooden board inscribed with the words, "Merlin, I'm sorry." Upon noticing my stare, he adopted an exceedingly pitiable expression, his eyes glistening like a forsaken animal, which left me utterly stunned, nearly choking on my astonishment at such a countenance on James. This was simply implausible. Fortunately, Lily was engrossed in her book, leaving only Snape to notice my bewildered expression as if I had seen a ghost. He instinctively turned to discern the source of my shock, but by the time he looked, James had already cloaked himself again, thus seeing nothing. Snape's affection level 1. I surmised he thought me mad. However, I truly questioned my own sanity. How could I possibly witness such a version of James? Shaking my head, I concluded that it must have merely been a dream conjured in the library. Indeed, I had been feeling rather fatigued of late. Perhaps it would be wise to forego tonight's escapade and retire early instead. As an aside, in A Hogwarts Love Story, 1971, aside from Lily, each character possesses their own flaws. It is entirely reasonable for one to behave poorly when traversing a solitary path. Should this prove unacceptable, we also offer a sensational side quest. Feel free to explore. Notice, following a conflict with James, one must achieve a satisfactory level of affection and complete all prior achievements in James's romance storyline to receive his apology. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement in James's romance storyline. Merlin, I am sorry. Chapter 19, Reconciliation. Although my prior mention to Lily of preparing a Halloween surprise was merely an excuse, upon returning to the dormitory, I genuinely began to ponder whether I should prepare something after all. With no intention of venturing out tonight, and having a tendency to stay up late, I decided to jot down some Halloween games on paper, just as I was racking my brain to the brink of mental exhaustion. A scene from Tom and Jerry flickered through my mind, and in an instant, I felt invigorated, swiftly scribbling a line, "Prepare pumpkins resembling mice." Finding pumpkins is hardly a challenge, and transforming them into the shape of mice requires merely a touch of transfiguration. However, to ensure these mice scurry about, one would need some more intricate spells. I knew how to wield such magic, though I lamented that using it would surely leave me bedridden afterward. After compiling a list of necessary materials, I realized I must seek out a house elf for some pumpkins. Glancing at the clock, which had just ticked past 11, I felt a surge of urgency, Halloween was fast approaching, and my preparation time was dwindling. Ultimately, I rose to head to the kitchen, reasoning that a simple request to the house elf would allow me to return to sleep before dawn. With the intention of a swift round trip, I exited the dormitory, only to spot James seated on the sofa in the common room. Seemingly alerted by the noise behind me, he turned and fixed his gaze upon me. James appeared to have something on his mind. 1. Embrace him, expressing that I had been waiting for him for quite some time. 2. Unable to suppress my longing, I burst into tears. 3. Inquire if James had seen Sirius. 4. Forget it, I'll just go to sleep. I was unsure why Sirius had suddenly crossed my mind. I walked past James, deliberately ignoring him, but as I brushed by, he seized my arm, compelling me to halt and turn to face him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, Merlin. He seemed to summon a great resolve, his expression revealing considerable tension. And I assure you, my friendship with you is not solely due to Evans. His hazel eyes, under the dim light of the common room, shimmered with warmth akin to melted chocolate. I genuinely consider you a friend, and it is not for any other reason. I had intended to maintain an air of nonchalance, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to the strength of his grip, which was nearly distorting my expression. Bringing up such matters during this rare occasion of James's apology felt disheartening. But if I didn't speak up, I would surely lose my arm. Thus, I forcefully attempted to free myself, but he, fearing my escape, tightened his hold. Eventually, I had to shout, "Let go," or at least ease up a bit. Only then did James belatedly glance down, and, upon noticing the red marks encircling my wrist, he immediately released me. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he grasped my arm again, though this time with considerably less force. "I'm sorry." He instinctively ran his fingers through his hair, appearing quite agitated. "It's just that when I called you in class, you ignored me. And I saw you leave after class. I feared you might just run away." His voice dwindled to a whisper, soon becoming inaudible. I saw this as an opportune moment. If I could prompt James to recognize his arrogance, perhaps he could grow more swiftly than before. After a moment's contemplation, I cautiously inquired, "Before I accept your apology, James, may I ask what prompted you to come and apologize to me? Is it because I was ignoring you that you wish to reconcile?" He looked taken aback by my question but eventually responded, "That is part of it, but Remus informed me that you were quite unwell at the time. And as a friend, I failed to notice or check in on you, instead focusing on inviting Evans to watch Quidditch practice." A faint blush crept across his face. That was my fault. His mention of Remus reminded me that I, too, had not spoken much with him in recent days, prompting me to instinctively ask, "What about Remus?" "He is already asleep," James replied tersely, then leaned in closer. "So can you forgive me?" It is no easy task to make James aware of his shortcomings. One must tackle such matters one step at a time. I nodded and smiled. "If you have recognized your mistakes, then I shall certainly accept your apology." "I knew you would." In an instant, James joyfully enveloped me in a hug, then patted his chest with pride. "You're the first to have me apologize." He shook his head in disbelief, lamenting how effective my approach had been, while remarking that Remus tends to overthink, and that Sirius treats Merlin like a disaster waiting to happen. I thought to myself, well, I should have anticipated that this fellow's nature would be challenging to amend. Though I accepted James's apology and Lily was aware of the incident, she remained quite displeased with him. Consequently, whenever Lily was present, I refrained from conversing with James and the others. As a natural chatterbox, I found it difficult to suppress my desire for witty banter. Certain remarks were unsuitable for Lily's ears, leading me to engage in lengthy discussions with James during our nightly escapades, leaving little room for others to interject. This resulted in Sirius losing 5 points in affection towards me. Sirius's gaze was reminiscent of a forsaken dog. I whispered to James, "Shouldn't you comfort the poor little pup?" Oblivious to the dagger Sirius was currently glaring at me, James cheerfully clapped my shoulder. "It's all right. You're my friend, and so is Sirius. A little misunderstanding can surely be smoothed over with time." One serious affection. It was evident that Sirius had no intention of smoothing things over with me. As for Halloween, James was brimming with grand ideas and had specifically gathered the 4 of us to discuss what we ought to do. Sirius quipped, eliminating Merlin would be best. Remus suggested, "What if we do nothing? We've already lost over 50 points. I interjected, "Let us make some food, I'm hungry." James appeared exasperated, earnestly imploring us to unite in mischief. "We're all part of this little group. I'm counting on us to pull off something spectacular." "Spectacular?" I exclaimed in horror. "I have no intention of robbing Gringotts with you." "No one mentioned Gringotts," Sirius remarked languidly, sprawled on the sofa with his legs draped over the table. Don't project your ideas onto James. I refrained from retorting. Not because I lacked words or wished to avoid conflict with Sirius, but primarily because I had indeed robbed Gringotts in the past, and was already contemplating whether to do so again. Cough cough cough. As the tension between us began to escalate, James cleared his throat and abruptly shifted the subject. Now that our quartet seems to have solidified, shall we not come up with a catchy name? Something that would instill fear in all who hear it. You can't be serious about robbing Gringotts. I couldn't help but retort. Given our collective combat prowess, perhaps we should simply call ourselves the Phantom Team. James was evidently unaware that just a few years prior, a Phantom Team had emerged to set a new low for the Soviet robbers. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head, declaring, "No, that name lacks flair. How about we call ourselves the Azure Dragon Gang?" I continued to suggest a myriad of nonsensical titles. Sirius shifted 2 seats over, which was quite agreeable. At least with him present, another seat could be occupied. Don't speak. James firmly dismissed my naming abilities and sought to ignite enthusiasm in the other 2. Our title must resonate. It must be formidable. And it should encapsulate our endeavors. What do you think, Remus and Sirius? Have you come up with anything fitting? Why not call ourselves the Gryffindor Brigade? I interjected, asserting it aligned well with our definition. Sirius's face contorted into an odd expression, as he often did when my words amused him against his will. Although I had never been fond of Merlin, her words rang true. Sirius crossed his arms, straining to exhibit his aversion towards me, but declared Gryffindor Brigade sounds atrocious. Someone like her could only conceive such a name. After a customary critique of my ideas, he finally got to the point, suggesting, "I think we could call ourselves the God of Destruction." I felt James was not entirely mistaken. With his assistance, my rapport with Sirius had indeed improved, especially since we had not exchanged words for nearly half a month. However, under his influence, Sirius could no longer suppress his urge to banter, and began conversing with me. "Do you really think you're much superior?" The term God of Destruction would sound rather appealing with a dark twist, but standing alone, it reeks of teenage angst. "You're not even close to being as clever as I am." Ladies and gentlemen, let us grant James some respect. At least let us refrain from bickering for now. James waved his hands in exasperation, then turned to Remus. "What about you, Remus?" "I think the study group sounds good," Remus replied casually. "I believe everyone has a point," James nodded, smiling, thinking it brilliant, yet still feeling it was somewhat hasty. "Perhaps we should visit the library to see if there's something more suitable." "James, this is the first time I've heard you suggest going to the library for something other than seeking Evans," Sirius remarked, seemingly pleased. James accepted this jab with ease. Almost proudly. "This signifies my growth, Sirius. It's a significant breakthrough. I am continually evolving." He winked at both me and Sirius, asserting, "As part of this team, you should learn from me as well." For the first time, Sirius refrained from rolling his eyes at me, as he directed his exasperation towards James. Sidebar. Note: interacting with Sirius is exceedingly troublesome. A slight misstep can drastically diminish his fondness. However, Sirius exhibits considerable malice towards those he dislikes. If his favorability dips too severely without the occurrence of pranks or mischief, the situation is not as dire as it appears. Side note: Sirius's darkening value activated. Current darkening level, 3. Chapter 20, The Outcast 1. James, who had been preoccupied with determining what name to use, only realized on Halloween itself that he had initially intended to discuss our plans for the holiday. "If it weren't for your quarrel with Sirius, I wouldn't have forgotten the matter," while trying to change the subject. Since it was the weekend, he spent the entire day incessantly murmuring in my and Sirius's ears, even as we headed to the Halloween feast. After all, it was a once-a-year event. "James, I've always wanted to befriend Black, but he simply won't allow it. I can't take it anymore. You should speak with him." Upon hearing this, James immediately turned to Sirius, who was far more adept at dealing with him. With hands in pockets, Sirius walked straight through the door, utterly ignoring James. "Look at that," I said, reveling in his misfortune. "Your so-called good brother won't even listen to you. What can I do? So why does he despise you so much?" James pondered, clearly perplexed. The mind of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. I shook my head. Perhaps the brain structure of those from large families differs. Sirius's favorability -1. Goodness, he is so far from me, yet I can still hear him. Moreover, James, I intended to prepare some Halloween mischief that night, but you distracted me, leaving me with no time to prepare. Although I did seek out the house elf later, time was short, and I could only manage a few, ultimately having to abandon the endeavor. So we're even. To my surprise, upon hearing this, James's expression changed dramatically. He looked at me with an incredulous gaze. as if betrayed, even clutching his chest and taking a step back. "You've been plotting pranks behind my back," he wavered, as if he believed he had been eternally barred from night outings. "Merlin, I misjudged you." Through Sirius, I had learned how to handle James. With hands in pockets, I walked straight through the door, completely ignoring James. The Halloween decorations at Hogwarts were abundant with pumpkins, bats, and spiderwebs. The feast table was overflowing with pumpkin-themed dishes. And even the hat on Professor Dumbledore's head had transformed into a pumpkin, wobbling with his movements. As I entered the hall with Lily, I spotted Sirius sitting with evident impatience, a mountain of letters piled before him. At that moment, several students appeared to attempt conversation with him. He lowered his gaze to the food on the table, then suddenly looked up at me without warning. The distance was too great for me to discern the emotions in his eyes, but his current demeanor surely indicated nothing good, causing my hand to pause as I reached for a chair. Before I could react, he averted his gaze once more. "Speaking of which, James is quite handsome and academically adept. Why doesn't anyone confess their feelings to him?" I didn't dwell on this peculiar moment, and began chatting with those around me, initially assuming someone like him would be quite popular. "James does possess considerable charm. But isn't he pursuing Lily?" Mary shrugged. "So naturally, no one would confess to him. Can that even be considered pursuing?" I replied, my expression darkening. "He seems friendlier to strangers than to Lily. At least strangers don't want to beat him to a pulp every day." Lily, seated beside us, scoffed at our conversation, clearly disapproving of the topic, prompting us to swiftly change the subject. While I generally disliked pumpkin, the pumpkin pie at Hogwarts was simply exquisite. After indulging in 3, I reluctantly ceased when I realized I could eat no more. "You really can put it away," James remarked, casting me an approving glance. "Pig." In contrast, Sirius was decidedly unfriendly. Lily frowned, and just before she could express her anger, I retorted, "Lord Black doesn't seem to have eaten much. Could he be concerned with maintaining his figure? Such a young age to be so preoccupied with appearances." I shrugged. "Eating so little, he might not grow tall." In saying this, I felt a pang of guilt, as I knew Sirius would eventually grow taller. He had been shooting up since 3rd year, and I hoped he wouldn't remember my words then. Sirius's favorability -5. Having deducted favorability for so long, I had discerned certain patterns. Typical jibes would yield -1. Unless they touched upon something that truly enraged him, in which case it would be -5. Yet I could not fathom what element of my remark had so deeply offended him. Could it be that he genuinely cared about his height? In truth, he had been eating the entire time. James shielded his face with one hand, appearing as though he were sharing a secret with me. But his voice carried with no hint of discretion. "You simply didn't notice. Hey, why does Sirius look even more displeased?" Sirius shot a fierce glare at James and me before turning away. James was still murmuring to Remus and me about wanting to ask Lily out tonight. I yawned and rose to prepare to return to the dormitory. At that moment, a series of options, distinct from the usual ones and tinged with a hint of pink, appeared before my eyes, including Halloween love event activated. Whom shall I spend the evening with? 1 Lily 2. Snape 3. Remus 4. James 5. Sirius. Oh, how the system knows how to spoil one's good mood. I remained silent before this whimsically pink option box for quite some time, only snapping back to reality when it began to urge me to make a choice. Without a second thought, I knew it had to be Lily. Just as I was about to select her, I suddenly recalled James's incessant murmurs about wanting to ask Lily out all evening. Their relationship had been deteriorating lately, and perhaps this could be an opportunity for them to reconcile. With that in mind, it seemed more prudent to choose Snape and whisk him away to allow Lily and James to meet. Yet, my relationship with Snape could hardly be described as anything beyond mere acquaintanceship, and the forced romantic event options from this system seemed to escalate in absurdity. I could scarcely imagine what outrageous scenarios it might conjure up on a holiday as peculiar as Halloween. As the countdown from the system commenced, I hastily selected Remus. It was settled then. You shall be my choice, Remus. Once the options faded and the dialogue box disappeared, everything returned to its previous state. The din around me persisted, with James still elaborating on his Halloween plans while Remus occasionally chimed in, and Sirius was laughing and chatting with the surrounding students. Lily placed several pieces of chocolate before me. It seemed as though nothing had transpired. Anxiously, I sipped on a glass of juice, and as I stood to leave, I noticed Remus still seated, listening to James's incessant chatter. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief, telling Lily I would decline her company before departing. The Halloween feast was still underway, the hall bustling with noise. Most students were still dining, while a few who had finished wandered about, playing games and exchanging treats. I yawned as I navigated through the crowd, But upon stepping outside, I unexpectedly spotted a frail figure. The person was crouched in an empty corridor. The open door behind them leading to the lively festivities of the feast, a stark contrast to their solitary demeanor. All I could see were their shoulders quaking. And from this distance, I could clearly discern the pumpkin juice staining their robe. Someone had splattered pumpkin juice all over them. I rummaged through my belongings, but ultimately found no tissues or anything of the sort. I could clean their clothes with magic, so I approached them, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me? Since you have your head down, I can't tell if you're male or female, so I used a gender-neutral term. If you don't mind, I could assist you." Their trembling shoulders stilled, but in the next moment, they curled even tighter into themselves. "No, don't worry about me. I can manage on my own." Their voice was hoarse and dry, laced with a trembling panic that made my outstretched hand freeze mid-air. It was Peter. A side note, before entering the line, every major holiday features a forced love event, which is the only option event that does not require active participation. Once a choice is made, the narrative of the chosen love event begins. On another note, although a Hogwarts love story, 1971 is a romance game, it also includes many non-romantic storylines. Please enjoy the experience. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Peter's main storyline, The Outcast 1. Chapter 21, Halloween Event. Peter is often overlooked. For readers of the Harry Potter series, he is an unforgettable character. Yet within the magical world, his presence is nearly imperceptible. Aside from the incident where I became Peter, I often find myself ignoring his existence unless I intentionally seek him out. I am not particularly familiar with the Marauders, including Peter. During my time in Slytherin, Peter happened to be in Gryffindor, so my understanding of him is merely a vague notion that he is not very bright, fails at everything, and is exceedingly timid, easily startled by the slightest disturbance, as if he exists solely to highlight the perfection of others. Halloween always brings about the most astonishing occurrences. I lowered my voice and waved my wand. In an instant, the pumpkin juice on his cloak vanished without a trace. Not just the juice, but his entire cloak became impeccably clean. "Happy Halloween, Peter." I pressed a piece of candy into his palm before turning to leave. I could not help but assist him, even knowing it wouldn't change much. Yet, I also did not want him to see who had helped him. The one who accepts Peter is James, and I did not wish to steal that recognition. I turned away with an air of nonchalance, leaving only my silhouette behind. But as soon as I pushed open the door to the hidden corridor, I leaned against the stone wall and slid to the floor, taking deep breaths as dark spots danced before my eyes, reminiscent of low blood sugar. Normally, a simple cleaning spell would not leave me so drained, but for some reason, this time it worked exceptionally well, causing the system to determine that I had utilized magic beyond my age. Just as I stood up, I almost fainted. Curse this wretched system. I remained seated for a while, regaining my composure. Although I still felt a bit dizzy, I managed to rise, supporting myself against the wall. I navigated the winding passages of the hidden corridor back to the Gryffindor common room. It was nearing the usual curfew, and typically the common room would be bustling with people at this hour. However, due to the Halloween feast, it was eerily empty. I stretched my shoulders as I approached one of the cubicles to tidy up some homework I had completed earlier, but just as I stepped inside, I heard a voice from the other side of the partition. "Merlin." The sudden sound in the quiet common room made me jump, and I intended to step out to see who was speaking. Just as I moved, the voice rang out again. "Don't come over yet. I have something to discuss with you." At last, I recognized it was Remus's voice, and the seriousness of his words halted my steps. "I will not come over." Although I was uncertain why he sounded so earnest, I still stopped, or rather, I took 2 steps back, deliberately moving my chair to create a sound. I sat down, indicating that he could simply speak his mind. I could not tell if my retreating footsteps led Remus to believe I had left, for after uttering that phrase, he fell into a prolonged silence, lingering for a considerable time without saying another word. Just as I contemplated whether to inform him that I had not left, only moved back, he finally spoke again. "I'm sorry about what happened last time." His voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Had we not been alone in the common room, I might not have caught his words. "What?" Unfortunately, even if I heard him, I remained perplexed. "What about last time? Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Suddenly, I recalled how Remus had been observing me thoughtfully these past few days, and whenever I glanced at him, he would avert his gaze. I had not paid attention to it back then, but now it seemed he felt guilty about something. "It's about what happened in the infirmary." His voice dropped even lower, and I could not catch the rest of what he said. However, in the next moment, it seemed he gathered his courage, and his tone returned to its usual level. "I know you stepped in to help me. At that time, I wanted to say, I don't want to go. His courage seemed to have deflated, his voice descending into a disheartening slope reminiscent of my own repeated failures in the gaming advancement matches. Yet, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. Just as I finally mustered the courage to speak, Madame Pomfrey approached. His words were fragmented and incoherent. But I grasped their meaning and at last understood why he had appeared so tense at that moment, and why he had scarcely spoken to me in recent days. Lupin, it is not good to bottle things up. I chuckled softly. I am not as benevolent as you might think. When I said those words, I genuinely hoped you could join them to watch Quidditch, without any ulterior motives. Moreover, I do not believe you owe me an apology. You have done nothing wrong. If you still... I'm sorry. Before I could finish my sentence, he apologized to me in a voice louder than usual, startling me so much that I forgot what I was originally going to say. Can you forgive me? I was at a loss for how to respond. My mind a chaotic whirlwind. In this moment, when Remus continued to press, I inexplicably felt as though he was closing the distance between us, prompting me to instinctively retreat. I truly do not think you have erred in any way, Lupin. If you do not forgive me, I shall continue to apologize. My perception of Remus as gentle and amiable was swiftly retracted. How could he seem so adamant while apologizing? Em sorry, Merlin. Can you forgive me? He patiently reiterated, and by this time, the tension in his voice had dissipated, leaving me feeling increasingly anxious. Well, of course. For some reason, my words stumbled, my speech faltering. You need not take this so seriously. It is not a grave matter. Upon hearing my acquiescence, Remus exhaled a long sigh, his voice regaining its shyness. In that case, shall we consider ourselves friends? Merlin, you may call me Remus. So you two are here? Remus's words were interrupted by James's exuberant voice, startling me from my thoughts. I turned to see that James had returned to the common room at some point, a large paper bag in hand. I brought you loads of Halloween candy. Care to try some? When did you come in? Remus emerged from behind the partition. A little while ago, I suppose? James tilted his head, seemingly recalling, but soon relaxed. Flopping onto the couch, Sirius was surrounded by a crowd. He had been hoping I would help him escape. I just left him there laughing. Good mate, I clapped. So, do you want some candy? I scored a whole bunch. James pointed at the paper bag on the table. With this many, we could last until next Halloween. As he spoke, he glanced over my shoulder. Remus? Remus fell silent for a moment before nodding. Thank you. You're welcome. James laughed, appearing quite pleased. I took a pumpkin-shaped lollipop from the bag and popped it into my mouth, suddenly recalling that Remus had seemed to be saying something to me before James interrupted. But James's sudden entrance had made me forget entirely. It probably wasn't anything significant. Otherwise, Remus would surely have repeated it. Aside. Reminder, before entering the line, if the chosen person in the holiday romance event is the one with the highest affection level, a complete romance plot will ensue. If not, individuals with higher affection levels may appear and interrupt the romance event. Thus, if one wishes to change partners midway, it is essential to preoccupy those with higher affection levels with other events or individuals. Side note. Congratulations on achieving Remus's romance achievement, friend. Congratulations on triggering James's Halloween romance event. Congratulations on triggering Remus's Halloween romance event. Congratulations on triggering Snape and Lily's Halloween reconciliation event. Chapter 22, Sirius's birthday romance event. Amidst a half-dream state, the sound of relentless rain filled my ears, and I lingered in the realm of slumber, reluctant to open my eyes. In the next moment, a flash of light pierced through the window, followed by a thunderous roar that struck my eardrums, jolting me upright. As I sat up, I realized that heavy rain was falling outside, the muddled dreams in my mind washed away by the cacophony. I lay back on my pillow, barely having time to breathe a sigh of relief before the system's voice sounded. Today is November 3rd, the commencement of Sirius's birthday romance event. What gift shall you bestow upon Sirius for his birthday? 1. A heartfelt gift. 2. A heartfelt blessing. 3. A heartfelt letter. 4. A heartfelt embrace. I pondered. I wonder if jumping down from upstairs could reset this. The morning thunder was indeed overwhelming. After being awakened, I couldn't fall back asleep until I got up. During breakfast, Lily and I lamented that the wind had blown the window open, soaking the floor. Due to the rain, the sky remained gloomy at 7 or 8 o'clock, and Hogwarts was illuminated throughout, with students occasionally rushing in from outside, inexplicably without umbrellas. I still have plenty of wake-up potions. I pulled a vial from my pocket. Would you like a sip? Not quite to that extent. A bit of fresh air should suffice. After breakfast, the owls flew in from outside. Despite the torrential rain, they were all dry. They flapped in, soaring over our heads, then dropped a massive pile of items in front of Sirius, nearly burying him. You certainly have a lot of birthday gifts. James laughed heartily at the sight of Sirius struggling to dodge the gifts, as if he were the one receiving them. But you must open mine first. He handed Sirius a long, rectangular red and gold gift box. Sirius nonchalantly rose, causing the gifts to tumble to the ground once more. He solemnly held James's gift but did not open it immediately, presumably planning to wait until he returned home. Is today the Black's birthday? Lily appeared quite surprised, not expecting him to receive so many gifts. Because he is handsome. Good-looking individuals always receive more affection. I remarked. You will undoubtedly receive more gifts than he does on your birthday. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I have no desire to deal with so many strangers. Lily shook her head and then asked, seemingly recalling something, do you also think Black is handsome? After all, he is the most attractive person at Hogwarts. And his looks are undeniably admirable. I stroked my chin, concluding that perhaps the heavens granted him such a visage while taking away some of his admirable qualities in return. It is a classic case of gain and loss, I suppose. Sirius's affection level 1. I was baffled. How could he know what I was saying from such a distance? Lily was amused by my words and continued to share how she reconciled with Snape on our way to her biology class, but I was lost in thought. My mind preoccupied with the nature of Sirius's birthday romance event. Heaven knows how overwhelmed I felt upon seeing that string of affectionate choices. For a moment, I genuinely contemplated whether my previous actions had angered the author behind the scenes for slaying too many characters, and thus warranted this punishment. As the system's time ticked closer to the final second, I decisively chose a heartfelt blessing. After making my selection, the system did not compel me to take further action, but I firmly believed that this insufferable system would not easily let me off the hook. I hoped that merely wishing him a happy birthday would suffice to pass the event. As for the affection of the ever-loving Sirius, it seems to have plummeted to an all-time low. If this continues, one of us is bound to end up in St. Elizabeth's Psychiatric Hospital. Sirius, this is your birthday gift from me. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Blake. Could you kindly pass this along? Just give it to Blake. The entire day in class was rife with restlessness. Herbology was tolerable as we studied plants in the greenhouse, but during the subsequent charms lesson, Sirius's desk was piled high with gifts, not to mention the numerous offerings from students in other classes, including a heartfelt letter someone implored me to deliver to Sirius. To prevent him from mistakenly believing I was the sender, and tearing the letter to shreds, I had to coax that student for quite some time to find someone else to deliver it. Goodness, I felt utterly squeezed out of the situation. After charms, James dramatically sighed in front of us, claiming, shouldn't I be considered Hogwarts' most handsome student? These fellows lack discernment. As he leaned closer to Lily, he asked, Evans, who do you think is more handsome, me or Sirius? Faced with such a nonsensical question, Lily simply rolled her eyes, retorting, I think both of you are rather unimpressive. You must be speaking out of spite. I refused to believe that, James declared. Now, I too find both of them rather lacking. With a hint of disdain, I pulled Remus over and pointed at James. Remus, you must never become as narcissistic as James. I do think James is quite confident. If only I could possess such self-assurance. Remus's expression bore a hint of envy, reminding me of his own insecurities stemming from his lycanthropy. If only James's confidence could be shared with him. That said, I was still hoping James could cultivate a more favorable image in Lily's eyes. Otherwise, it felt as if time would stretch endlessly. The last class of the evening was astronomy, but due to the persistent rain, it was cancelled. The students rejoiced at the prospect of a reprieve, while I felt distinctly out of place, wearing a frown. As the day drew to a close, I still hadn't found a moment to convey my birthday wishes to Sirius. He was perpetually surrounded by throngs of people. Regret gnawed at me, and upon reflection, I realized that delivering gifts and letters was far simpler than offering blessings directly. The system never specified the nature of the gift or the contents of the letter. And surely, handing Sirius a leaf I picked up from the ground would count as a gift too? Alas, it was too late. Now, I found myself persistently bumping my head against Lily's back, uttering unintelligible sounds. Lily, accustomed to my sudden outbursts, disdainfully suggested that I step outside to clear my head, before tossing her hair and heading back to the common room with Mary to tackle homework. Abandoned, I felt utterly desolate. With only an hour left in the day, I scanned my surroundings. I had no idea where Sirius had wandered off to, only spotting James and Remus huddled together working on assignments. I was reluctant to inquire about Sirius's whereabouts, and equally disinclined to remain seated, unable to sleep. After a prolonged hesitation, I finally rose and made my way out. The rain had ceased for a long stretch during midday, leading me to believe it might have ended. Yet it began to pour more heavily by evening. Stepping outside, I could hear nothing but the sound of the rain. I meandered through the corridor, unknowingly drifting toward the astronomy tower. Ordinarily, entry to the tower is prohibited outside of astronomy lessons, but perhaps due to the cancellation, the door stood ajar. I slipped inside, only to discover that the windows were wide open, the rain and wind rushing in, bringing with it a fierce chill. The November night was already frigid. After standing there for a moment, I began to shiver and moved to the window to close it. What should have been a simple action turned perilous as I inadvertently glanced downward. From the tower's dizzying height, the sensation overwhelmed me. A wave of vertigo and a paralyzing fear gripped me as I felt as though the wind might carry me away. Bracing myself against the window frame, I cautiously attempted to pull back, but before I could move, a voice suddenly broke the silence behind me. "What are you doing here? Didn't you know the astronomy lesson was cancelled?" Had Sirius not been quick, I might have plummeted from the tower. "Could you refrain from lurking under an invisibility cloak, and then speaking out of nowhere?" The sensation of almost falling was terrifying. After being yanked back by Sirius, I clung to him like a koala, refusing to let go. "One day, you or James will frighten me to death." "Let go," Sirius said, hesitating for a moment before managing to utter those few words. "I can't," I replied honestly. "Do you think I want to be holding on to you?" "If you don't want to, then let go," he retorted, a look of distaste crossing his features. He seemed on the verge of shouting, though he restrained his volume. "Had I known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have rescued you at all. Have some dignity. If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have almost fallen." I attempted to release my grip, but the fleeting sensation of weightlessness left my fingers trembling, and despite my efforts, I couldn't succeed. Sirius, likely unable to bear my state any longer, sighed deeply and squatted down. "Relax a bit," he admonished, his tone still unkind. No wonder. He detested me. And I could only imagine how many times he would wash his clothes after this encounter. "I wouldn't really let you fall." "Is that so?" "I don't believe you." "Swear it. If you keep talking, I might just throw you out," he threatened, sounding petulant. At last, I fell silent, and the astronomy tower was enveloped in a profound stillness, broken only by the gentle patter of rain. This reminded me of the last time I spent with Sirius on a rainy day. It seemed that whenever it rained, something unfortunate occurred with him. Perhaps it would be best for me to stay indoors when it rains in the future. Sirius remained crouched, hesitating for a moment before taking my hand. Compared to my icy fingers, his warmth was almost shocking, melting away the tension in my cold, stiff body. In that moment, I finally felt grounded. "Are you afraid of heights?" he asked. "I suppose so," I replied vaguely, not wishing to disclose my extreme acrophobia. "No wonder you kept deflecting James's invitations to Quidditch practice. You've never managed to fly during flying lessons. How do you know all this?" I was taken aback. I believed I had concealed my fear of heights quite well. So much so that even Lily hadn't noticed, yet Sirius had? After posing this question, Sirius's previously gentle expression tightened, and without another word, he released my hand as if I were something repugnant, standing abruptly. "I'm leaving," he declared, brushing off his coat, as if I were a piece of litter. "You should hurry back too. Don't let Gryffindor lose points again." "Are you actually concerned about points?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "Sirius, you care about that?" His expression darkened further, and I anticipated a prompt notification regarding his affection level, but nothing came. He merely shot me a glare before turning to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the astronomy tower, I suddenly remembered my task, and called out to him. "Wait, Black." He did not pause. Striding towards the door, "Happy birthday," I said to him. At that moment, Sirius may have hesitated, but he quickly vanished from my sight. However, it mattered little. As the clock struck midnight, the system remained silent, offering no notifications. I surmised that my task had been completed. As long as the task was accomplished, that was all that mattered. I stretched and yawned, making my way back to the Gryffindor common room. Before the incoming line, each individual experiences their own unique birthday romance event, intricately tied to their current affection levels. In situations where the affection is insufficient, even the most intimate choices will not unlock the corresponding narrative. The subsequent storylines vary significantly based on differing affection levels. When the affection is adequate, the other party will initiate contact, alleviating any concerns about missing the birthday romance event. As for the term "full of love," it serves merely as a delightful embellishment to the romantic event. Side quest alert. Congratulations on triggering Sirius's birthday romance event, Astronomical Tower. Chapter 23. Please, cease your altercations. Perhaps it was my heartfelt birthday wishes to Sirius that brought us a fraction closer. At the very least, We ceased our brawls in class and refrained from reporting each other after our nocturnal escapades. James was quite pleased with this development, often attributing it to his sagacious leadership. Upon hearing this, Remus could only chuckle. However, our time spent in the library was not in vain. James finally unearthed a fitting name for our little group. The Marauders. He excitedly pointed to the term in a book, explaining that in French, it refers to someone who roams a place or frequently causes trouble or mischief. Do you not find this remarkably apt? He inquired. I concurred, leaning out from behind my book to cast him a look of approval. James, it astounds me that you can recognize your penchant for mischief and troublemaking. There is an old Chinese saying, a person of worth possesses self-awareness. It seems you are beginning to embody this. Sirius laughed heartily, setting down his book to regard me with an appreciative gaze. From where do you derive such acerbic wit? Truth is born of experience, I replied. Sirius pondered my words for a moment before granting me, Serious Affection Level 1. This fellow truly possesses a keen intellect. Thus, the name Marauders was established. On the day we confirmed the name, James and Sirius enthusiastically linked arms and roamed about, shouting the name, an act perfectly suited for elementary and university students alike. Yet, for someone like me, a reluctant participant in both, it felt utterly awkward, prompting me to don a hat and masquerade as a mere passerby. Tomorrow, the Quidditch match is set to commence. Upon returning to the common room that evening, James convened us in a corner under the guise of the Marauders' inaugural meeting, then broached the subject of Quidditch. Let us all attend together, he declared. I was about to decline when he shot me a look. You have the time, don't you, Merlin? There was not even a hint of question in his tone. In light of this, I could hardly find an excuse to refuse, and thus, I found myself accompanying them to the Quidditch match the following day. Initially, I had harbored a fondness for Quidditch, but since developing a fear of heights, I could only watch from afar. Each time I observed the players, I would ponder whether riding brooms might be uncomfortable, given the strain of such high-intensity activity. Over time, my interest waned. Noticing my pensive demeanor, James casually inquired what I was thinking. I shared my thoughts with him, and upon hearing them, he fell silent. Just as I began to regret shattering a young person's idealistic view of Quidditch, he donned a surprisingly profound expression for his age and mused. Love can be a balm for pain. Truthfully, I was not particularly inclined to hear such sentiments in that setting. The cold outdoors was already biting. But as it was the first Quidditch match of the new term, especially with Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin, the stands were packed upon our arrival. Lily and I took seats at the back, while James and the others squeezed into the front, though I felt that such proximity would hardly afford me a better view. Despite our rearward position, Lily's gaze remained transfixed on the soaring quaffle, her excitement palpable as her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Unable to resist, I reached out to cover her face, exclaiming, "How cold! I knew you didn't wear enough layers. Lily, it is already November. You cannot merely wear a shirt and a jacket." I chastised gently as I retrieved a scarf from my pocket to wrap around her, chiding her for her haste even to attend a Quidditch match. "I don't particularly like Quidditch," she retorted, retracting her gaze from the match, attempting to feign indifference. Ironically, at that moment Gryffindor scored, and the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. She wished to look but could not turn her head, leaving her visibly anxious. Rarely did I witness Lily's unguarded demeanor, and I stifled a laugh with great effort. Lily had always adored Quidditch, yet since it was James's favorite sport, she often resisted expressing her enthusiasm. A group of fools chasing a ball. Do they not find it absurd? Severus Snape, situated a corridor away, crossed his arms, his countenance marred by displeasure. He appeared to loathe the raucous atmosphere, likely exacerbated by the fact that he was dressed even less warmly than Lily. His face tinged with a hint of blue from the cold. "Could you not have worn a warmer outfit when you left?" I felt a pang of concern. "Oh, look who finally decided to emerge from the sewers," Sirius remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Snape, scrutinizing his shabby attire. "I heard someone fell off their broom during the first flying lesson. Who could that be? Certainly not I, for I did not attend." Yet, had not Sirius skipped as well? Better than someone who did not even bother to show up for class. As anticipated, Snape seized upon this point. I silently shifted 2 seats away from Lily, hoping to avoid the fray, only to inadvertently become the target myself. Sirius furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing like bolts of lightning, and it landed squarely on me. "Serious Affection Level 5. What are you running from?" he queried, his eyes narrowing as if I were a disobedient student caught on a mobile device. "Or do you not wish to listen?" Truthfully, I could not decipher the meaning behind his words. "Are you speaking human language?" I diplomatically expressed my confusion. "Serious Affection Level 1. Perhaps my attempt at diplomacy was less than subtle. I forgot. You are also one who cannot fly. For reasons unknown, Sirius suddenly turned his ire upon me. It was a natural reaction to feel such a way. I found myself increasingly vexed. I had not wronged him, so why the inexplicable outburst? Just as I prepared to respond, an unexpected system choice appeared before me. Sirius Snape romance event triggered. Ordinary options temporarily hidden. Sirius seems to have engaged in a dispute with me due to Snape. 1. Accuse Sirius. 2. Accuse Snape. I had completely forgotten that Snape was also a target in this game. The esteemed Master Black indeed possesses remarkable talents, soaring through the air effortlessly. I gestured toward Sirius. Before mounting your broom, you even took care to smooth your robes. I never would have guessed you were so concerned with appearances. As I concluded, I mimicked his earlier demeanor with a smile. Or do you wish to maintain your gentlemanly facade? I anticipated that Sirius would retaliate vehemently, yet to my surprise, he merely stared at me in silence before turning away to resume watching the Quidditch match, even neglecting to deduct any affection points. Such is the nature of Black. Snape cast me an appreciative glance, seemingly surprised that I, a mudblood, had the audacity to speak up. Just as he was about to express something exceedingly rude, he quickly changed his tune. Though he was swift to amend his words, the term was rather obscure, and Lily noticed, her expression cooling as she tightened her grip on my hand. Before Severus Snape could utter a word, the arena erupted with fervor. 290, 220. Slytherin triumphs. His intended remarks were abruptly halted, and he resumed his seat. To think they couldn't even win such a trivial contest. I had presumed Gryffindor to be merely a band of muscle-bound brutes, yet now they seemed devoid of even that. At times I truly admired Snape. Indeed. How could he dare to voice such sentiments in the presence of a throng of Gryffindor students? I found it utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps the mind of a genius operates in ways foreign to the average individual. The day concluded with Lily, Professor McGonagall, and myself collaborating to extricate Snape from the crowd. Meanwhile, Gryffindor's entire house was penalized 50 points. Sidebar. Note: without a recharge, one cannot obtain specific affection values or notifications of affection increase. If a character's affection drops below 100 yet continues to decline, it indicates that they have, without notification, accumulated considerable affection. Side quest notification. Congratulations on joining the main quest, The Predators. After joining the Predators team, certain special events may trigger options inviting all team members to participate. Hidden Route Value 1. Chapter 24. A Christmas Eve Encounter. I had anticipated that Slytherin's victory would dampen James's spirits for a time, yet he grew increasingly animated, firmly believing that Gryffindor's primary downfall was the absence of his presence on the team. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but exclaim. Confidence borrowed from Remus, perhaps. Remus shook his head repeatedly. Too much, far too much. Subsequently, during the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, James chose not to attend, declaring he wanted to prepare an unforgettable surprise for Snape. Hearing this, I began to fret, ultimately advising him that such grand gestures were unnecessary. Lily was currently in a cold war with Snape, and should he tease Snape, it was possible Lily's heart would soften, leading to reconciliation. Was he not risking failure in his schemes? James, realizing the truth in my words, asked in surprise, "Are you going to shear sheep? When's that happening?" Sirius erupted in laughter, nearly tumbling off the sofa. Nevertheless, James abandoned his plans for Christmas mischief, primarily due to a letter from Mr. Potter reminding him to return home for the holidays. Currently unable to master the disapparition spell, James reluctantly affirmed he would indeed return, seeking Sirius's approval, but alas, his loyal friend never lifted his gaze. "Are you all going home for Christmas?" Remus inquired, somewhat astonished. "I thought you two would remain at school." "Are you staying?" James exclaimed. "Had I known you and Sirius were staying, I would have refused to go back." I signed the leave form. Remus scratched his head, appearing rather sheepish for reasons unknown. "Isn't Sirius going home?" he asked, only to realize his faux pas. "Sorry, Sirius reclined on the sofa, nearly sliding off as he perused the Daily Prophet. Upon hearing his name, he finally shook his head and offered a muffled response. He certainly was not going home. Noticing Remus's anxiety, I patted his shoulder. Given his family circumstances, returning would likely mean facing a tribunal. Sirius's affection -5. Can't this affection notification be turned off? I really don't want to see it, thank you. Finally, Sirius set aside the newspaper and condescended to look at me. Don't be envious. I could host a tribunal for you as well. I can't bear it. I waved my hand dismissively. I'll leave such blessings to you. Merlin, Are you staying for Christmas? As I sensed another impending argument with Sirius, James hastily interrupted. Not staying. I shook my head, preparing to return home. Is that even a question? Sirius leisurely turned a page. This is your first time away from home for school. Perhaps you've been secretly crying for your mother. Sirius's tongue could indeed be quite sharp, and his words momentarily stirred discomfort within me. Having dwelled in this world for so long, I had nearly forgotten the family and life of the other world, sometimes feeling as though I belonged entirely to the magical realm, with the 21st century merely a distant, unreal dream. On several occasions, I had dressed as a local, but due to constant travel and narrative constraints, I had been unable to return to China. This time, however, my identity was that of a Chinese international student. From the outset, I resolved to return to China during Christmas to seek out any traces of my past. Merlin? Merlin. I fell into deep contemplation until Remus's slightly worried voice pulled me back to reality. I looked up to find James had somehow materialized right in front of me. Don't take Sirius's words to heart. He treats everyone the same, James reassured me, of course, with the exception of you. Originally intending to say something, Sirius rolled his eyes at James's remark. At times, you truly resemble a black James. He even targeted me with his jibes. It seemed that as children grow, they cease to heed their parents' counsel. James wore a sorrowful expression. Merlin, I have given you so much. Don't you think it's time for some return? He shot me a series of frantic signals, and I understood exactly what he desired. However, Lily had previously warned me not to divulge anything about her to James, so I feigned ignorance. Rest assured, I will bring you a delightful gift for your birthday. No need to wait that long, James replied. I had expected Lily to return home, yet to my surprise, neither she nor Snape had signed the leave form, remaining at Hogwarts together. When I approached Lily with my confusion, she replied with exasperation. I had an argument with Severus last time, so I thought I'd stay behind. Given Snape's family situation, it was no wonder he would prefer not to return. The winter break commenced on the 18th, and most first-year students opted to go home. Before departing, James and Sirius embraced tearfully, repeatedly calling each other's names, as if they were parting for eternity, leaving Professor McGonagall exasperated while nearby Gryffindor students covered their faces, pretending not to know the pair. Alas, I had never regretted joining the Predators more. Speaking of which, when did I even join? Lily, I will bring you a gift. I waved at her, while Snape stood a short distance away, their atmosphere appearing quite tense. Honestly, I worried for Lily being left alone at school, as that Slytherin clique was notoriously unkind to those of ordinary backgrounds. At the very least, Snape would deter them from doing anything untoward to her. The thought of their situation gave me a headache. I decided to set aside my concerns for them and focus on my own matters instead. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express, we arrived at the station, where yet another game option appeared. Faced with the choices of hope to visit James and hope to visit Remus, I was at a loss for words. Thankfully, this time I could select Forget It Sleep, and once we arrived, I bid farewell to both James and Remus, exchanged currency, and departed from England. The transportation system of 1971 was nowhere near as convenient as it would be 50 years later, especially for such international travel. I endured a painfully long wait, nearly traversing mountains and rivers. Upon landing in Beijing and transferring to Tianjin, I felt like a puddle of mud sliding off the vehicle. By mid-December, Tianjin had grown quite cold, yet the chill of the weather could not dampen the warmth of the people. Just over a month prior, China had resumed its legitimate seat at the United Nations, and the route from Beijing to Tianjin was festooned with decorations, as if celebrating the new year. I had not encountered so many familiar faces and structures from my hometown in ages, yet they felt distant and estranged from what I once knew. After disembarking, I found myself standing on the bustling street, surrounded by a constant flow of people, each with their own direction to pursue, while I remained oblivious to my own destination. Never had I felt any moment of exceptionalism, as if I were a phantom wandering among the living, trapped in a ceaseless cycle for a mere 7 years. After purchasing a map at a nearby newsstand, I endeavored to locate the place I once called home. Fortunately, despite the architectural changes, the essence of the area lingered. I roamed the entirety of Tianjin for many days with this map in hand, yet ultimately, I found nothing. The Tianjin of 1971 bore no familiar traces. The transformation so monumental it felt like stepping into an entirely different world. As I walked the streets, I grasped for the first time the profound implications of an era's seismic shift. I could find no connection to my existence, be it in the modern realm or the magical world. I, Merlin, seemed to materialize out of thin air, and even Professor Dumbledore showed no signs of skepticism. Perhaps it was because I was enmeshed in a narrative that, regardless of its complexity, rendered its characters oblivious to my presence. On the day I departed from China, Beijing was blanketed in snow. Flurries cascaded down, adorning the tail of the aircraft. By the time I returned to England, it was Christmas Eve, and the streets of London were aglow with Christmas trees, a cacophony of festive tunes bombarding my senses, reminiscent of hearing gong shi fa kai in a supermarket during the spring festival. With a fortnight left before the term commenced, and unable to return to Hogwarts, I found myself in London, having recently returned from China, my thoughts in disarray, prompting me to wander the streets aimlessly. After departing King's Cross Station, I sauntered for nearly 20 minutes, my mind a blank slate, until a vaguely familiar voice drifted from my right, prompting me to glance up and realize I had unconsciously arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place. How I wish for a mobile phone in this era. I lamented the missed opportunity to capture a video and send it to Sirius, informing him of the grand Christmas soiree at the Black residence, and teasing him to guess who was absent. He would undoubtedly decline to attend. Yet since our relationship soured, I found myself yearning for opportunities to vex him. Walburga stood at the entrance, welcoming the arriving guests, with Regulus beside her, exuding an air of uncharacteristic calm and composure for his age. However, his fists were nervously clenched, continuously concealed behind him. When Walburga's gaze shifted elsewhere, he took several deep breaths, his actions subtle enough that, had I not been observant, I might have overlooked them. Although Walburga and Sirius had a contentious relationship, it was Sirius she valued more, and Regulus's apparent anxiety over his first assignment during Christmas was understandable. Watching him fumble about, I couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time I had seen Regulus display behavior so befitting his age. Previously, he had always seemed detached and serious, often making me feel as though he were the elder sibling. Clearly, he was striving earnestly to uphold the Black family's reputation. As I pondered his fate, a weight settled upon my heart. At that moment, a guest, having exchanged pleasantries with Walburga, stumbled on the stairs, a rather rotund middle-aged man whose clumsiness caused him to sway comically, reminiscent of a circus performer balancing on a ball. Regulus's attention was evidently caught, his expression frozen for a brief moment, and I nearly expected him to burst into laughter. Yet, he managed to suppress it, his face taut with restraint as he averted his gaze to the ground, as if the honor of the Black family lay at his feet. Although mocking someone is impolite, the urge to laugh in solemn situations is a universal human flaw. Witnessing his struggle to maintain composure stirred my sympathy. If the middle-aged man were to know my thoughts, he would likely despair, crying out, "Is there no one to speak up for me?" As I mused internally, Regulus seemed to wish to evade the man's gaze. Turning towards me, our eyes locking, his gray pupils, reminiscent of Sirius's, flickered with surprise, and his demeanor shifted to one of alertness. I feared he might reveal my presence to others. While it would not be catastrophic, I preferred to remain unnoticed. Thus, I responded with a friendly wink, gesturing towards the flustered man as he hurriedly adjusted his attire, playfully mimicking the action of zipping up his mouth. He appeared momentarily bewildered by my antics, and seizing the opportunity, I quickened my pace and departed from Grimmauld Place. As I traversed the street, shadows danced beneath the lights. London was also graced with snow. Aside note: Regulus and Martin are characters who only unlock after a certain period, yet this high-freedom game allows for the option to seek them out actively. However, this opportunity is rare. Should I encounter them before the main storyline unlocks, it would additionally activate special side quests and achievements. Side quest reminder: congratulations on achieving Regulus's romantic storyline achievement, Christmas Eve Adventure. Congratulations on unlocking Regulus's romantic storyline, Aura 1. Hidden Route Value 1. Chapter 25, The Evans Sisters 1. As a Chinese individual, I celebrated Christmas by making dumplings, for the saying goes, if you don't serve dumplings on Christmas, no one will care if your ears freeze. Indeed, dumplings are a requisite for Christmas. Furthermore, I prepared gifts for each of my friends at Hogwarts, and on that morning, owls flitted back and forth, laden with parcels beneath a Christmas tree adorned with Chinese knots. Naturally, the grandest romantic system of the Western Christmas did not overlook me. From the break of dawn, it inundated me with a series of prompts and choices. Yet due to my absence from school, none could be acted upon. The system departed with a sigh of disappointment, stating, currently unable to engage with romantic event characters, leaving me with a sense of vindication. Having returned from China, I sent everyone gifts of Chinese specialties, and I even included frozen dumplings for Lily, along with instructions for the house elf on how to heat them. In addition to the Chinese delicacies, I prepared other gifts for everyone. I sent Remus a collection of stories about werewolves. Previously, I had mentioned sending him the Wolverine comic. only to remember upon my return that Wolverine debuted in October 1974, a time when he did not yet exist, so I had to send something else instead. I sent Lily an array of intriguing books I had gathered, various little trinkets I thought she would enjoy. I dispatched James some tales from Chinese mythology, believing he would be intrigued by those adventurous narratives. I sent Sirius a copy of the Daily Prophet reporting on the Black family gathering. To Snape, I sent Das Kapital and the complete works of the State and Revolution, hoping he might read them and reconsider his obsession with blood purity. Yet, if he were to engage with the material, he would no longer be Snape, and I doubted he would even keep my gifts. I also included an anonymous gift for Peter, a little Christmas surprise. Additionally, I sent some Chinese specialties to the professors. Dumbledore's reply came swiftly, and he sent me a bounty of Hogwarts's festive delicacies, along with a giant candy cane. For a fleeting moment, I felt as if I could wield that candy cane as a weapon. After completing all the arrangements for the gifts, I hastily finished my dumplings and set out. Kirkworth is still quite a distance from London, and to avoid the risk of not returning that day, I purchased the nearest train ticket, nearly missing it in the process. I practically skated over the icy ground, and my perilous actions elicited shouts from the station staff following me until I boarded the train. On Christmas Day, the train was sparsely populated. I sat in my seat, repeatedly organizing the items I would need shortly, only feeling at ease after confirming everything was in order after several checks. Creak. Snow was falling in Kirkworth as well. Upon stepping off the train and crunching onto the snow-covered ground, I tightened my scarf and examined the house numbers on the map. This is it. I hurriedly placed the prepared items at the doorstep and knocked on the door. The moment I faintly heard footsteps inside, I slipped away, hiding nearby to observe. Who could it be? The person who opened the door was none other than Penny, who instinctively glanced forward but saw no one. She then looked down and discovered a pile of items on the ground, with a note on top that read Christmas gift for Penny. I noticed her face instantly brighten, and she quickly gathered all the gifts inside. With that, the first step was a success, and I breathed a sigh of relief, though soon anxiety crept back in. I wondered whether Penny would believe the things I had said, and I could only wait and see if she would open the two-way mirror on the first day of school. With the items delivered, I brushed off the snowflakes blown onto my coat, and made my way back to the train station. From early morning, Penny had felt that something was missing, and it wasn't until she saw the gift boxes that she suddenly remembered. This was the first Christmas without Lily at home. At the thought of that name, her face twisted in displeasure. That oddball not being home was for the best. Even the annoying, filthy little spider was absent, making it the most wonderful Christmas. However, her parents clearly had a different perspective. During the gift unwrapping, they mentioned Lily more than once, pondering over her current life. This made Penny increasingly unhappy. Indeed, the wonders of the magical world were astonishing. Her father was merrily playing with the gift Lily had sent, while her mother was endlessly studying the moving photographs. A surge of frustration built within her. Just as she felt like shouting, a knock sounded at the door. Look at those two. Utterly engrossed in the items the witch had brought back, completely oblivious to the knocking, she angrily tossed her fork aside and ran to open the door. There was nothing outside. Had she paid closer attention, she might have noticed a single line of footprints in the snow, which had now veered off to the side. But Penny saw none of this. She merely glanced around, and upon discovering no one was there, her mood soured even further. Just as she was about to slam the door shut, she noticed a pile of gifts at her doorstep, accompanied by a note. Oh my, Christmas gifts for her. And so many of them. In an instant, Penny felt her heart soar. She even raised a hand to tidy her hair, but quickly realized that no one would notice her fussing at such a moment, and instead hurriedly brought the gifts inside. Who was outside? Her father asked at that moment. My friend, Penny quickly replied. She brought me gifts. As she spoke, she deliberately displayed the gifts she held. You should invite your friend in for a while. It's so cold outside, her mother urged. There's no one out there. I guess they just left the gifts at the door, Penny replied, bouncing up the stairs. Anyway, I'm off to unwrap my gifts. I won't bother with the things that oddball sent. Amid her parents' complaints, she swiftly returned to her room. There were 3 boxes in total. She opened the first one to find it filled to the brim with various candies, hair clips, and similar items, most of which were unfamiliar but stunning. She admired them for a while before remembering to open the second box. Upon opening the second box, she was momentarily taken aback. It was filled entirely with photographs. As she picked one up, she realized they were all related to Lily. She saw a group of repulsive individuals mocking Lily, others deliberately throwing things at her, and photos of Lily walking down the street while people around her avoided her. Was this how Lily was living at Hogwarts? For a fleeting moment, A sense of joy surged within her. That oddball thought the magical world was a wonderful place? Serves her right. She'd be better off at home. But soon, her yearning for the magical world faded, replaced by a twinge of guilt and concern. Before the magic, their sisterly bond had been quite good. If this place they had dreamed of was not as splendid as imagined, there was no reason for her to have such a strained relationship with Lily. Moreover, Lily always wrote home saying she was doing well, which had infuriated Penny at the time. Now reflecting on it, Penny sat there in a daze for quite some time before finally opening the third box. Inside was a mirror, accompanied by a note. This is a two-way mirror. You can see another world through it. If you wish to learn more about Lily's life, open the two-way mirror on the evening of January 8th. The night Hogwarts begins anew, and I will show you the truest Hogwarts. Aside. Note. A Romantic Tale of Hogwarts. 1971 has no fixed main storyline. All outcomes depend on choices made throughout. Side note. Congratulations on unlocking Penny's main storyline. Evans Sisters 1. Chapter 26, The Evans Sisters 2. Originally, I had no desire to sit with James, but unfortunately, as soon as I arrived at the train station, I spotted him chatting with his parents about Quidditch. I was preparing to stealthily blend into the crowd, but alas, his keen eyes spotted me immediately. You're the only one with black hair on the platform. It's hard not to notice. James appeared quite perplexed by my annoyance, but soon cast aside all emotion and began to regale me with tales of how many Quidditch matches he had played this Christmas, and how well he had performed. Due to Lily's absence at Hogwarts, I had to endure his monologue alongside Remus, as I found it all rather uninteresting. As I listened, I dozed off, only to be roused by James shaking me awake when we disembarked. You're the first to fall asleep during the Great Potter's speech, James exclaimed in disbelief at the apparent disinterest in Quidditch, gesturing dramatically as if he were Italian, nearly knocking into Remus. Oh, is that so? I replied coldly. I feel so honored. Upon arriving at school, James began to regurgitate his train stories to Sirius. I marveled at how he could maintain such fervor, repeating the same narrative verbatim several times while distributing the small gifts I had prepared to my classmates. Thank you for your Christmas gift. After tossing a round of gifts, Remus edged closer to me as everyone was busy unwrapping. He was so close I could almost feel his breath, which I found delightful. I'm glad you like it. I was worried there might be cultural differences, though I couldn't quite grasp why he was standing so close. Perhaps shyness. I lowered my voice and leaned closer, saying, "Those Chinese novels were all translated by me." Remus's eyes sparkled, and he seemed ready to say something more, but Sirius's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. "I actually sent you a proper Christmas gift, Merlin, and you just sent me a scrap of newspaper." As he spoke, he shook the object in his hand, incredulous that he had preserved that newspaper until now. I had thought he would have obliterated it the moment it was received, yet alas, some hearts are indeed smaller than the eye of a needle. Just as I was poised to retort, a system option suddenly popped up, startling me. It had been so long since I had seen this feature during the holiday that I nearly forgot it existed. Sirius is somewhat aggrieved that I did not present him with a proper gift. 1. I was surprised he cared so much about this, tears streaming down my face. 2. I should tell him that the gift I offer him is myself. 3. Ignore him and go to sleep. I hardly wish to comment on the absurdity of these options. Rather, I must ask, what does it mean that Sirius is aggrieved because I did not properly gift him? The system should refrain from attributing such inexplicable sentiments to individuals. I certainly do not consider a toy spider a legitimate gift. I shrugged at him, regrettably. I am not afraid of insects. Then I feigned an expression of American-style bullying. Oh dear, could it be that our beloved Mr. Black is frightened of spiders, hence resorting to such tactics to intimidate others? Sirius's face darkened immediately, and I felt my ability to mock had reached a masterful level. I could easily envision myself as the captain of the cheerleading squad dating a stunning girlfriend in a high school drama. Strangely, however, Sirius did not deduct any favorability points this time. He merely folded the newspaper and did not cast another glance in my direction. After such a long separation, and to bicker upon our first encounter, Lily sighed, clearly perplexed by the depth of Sirius's apparent animosity towards me. Children are often contradictory. I began to munch on fries, hoping he would come to understand my good intentions as he matured. I sincerely wished Mrs. Woolbarg could appreciate my struggles. Lily couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps her laughter was too loud, as Snape shot a glance in our direction. After dinner, everyone returned to the dormitories, but I commenced my exit. Such contrarian behavior was no longer remarkable to them, and at times, my remaining indoors would attract more attention. I had intended to take the two-way mirror and lead Penny into the Forbidden Forest, allowing her to witness the dangers of the magical world. Yet before I could take 2 steps, James appeared from nowhere, enthusiastically patting my shoulder. "Merlin, would you care to join us for an adventure tonight?" he said, looking exceedingly mysterious. Sirius mentioned he discovered something extraordinary during the Christmas holidays. "James invites me for a nighttime excursion." 1. Enthusiastically embraced James. "I had longed to do so." 2. Decline, wishing to spend time alone with Sirius. 3. Decline, preferring to be with Remus. 4. Decline, wanting to be with Lily tonight. 5. Decline, claiming I must find Snape. 6. Disregard it all and go to sleep. Should I be grateful this is not a romantic event? Otherwise it would truly be the end. "Apologies, James, I plan to brew potions tonight." I spoke the untruth with wide eyes. I had conducted numerous experiments over the holiday and could not muster any other thoughts. "You all go ahead." Without waiting for him to respond, I dashed to the door, nearly colliding with a student entering. Forgive me. I was in too much of a hurry." I instinctively apologized, turning to see Sirius's face, which seemed to convey that I owed him the entire honor of the Black family. "So you can apologize too?" he retorted coolly. However, I had little time to engage with him. I deliberately acted as though I did not see him and forcefully bumped past his shoulder. Sirius staggered slightly. His previously nonchalant demeanor transformed into one of shock. "Childish," he exclaimed, introducing himself. I sprinted to the secret passage where I had been brewing potions. And I truly had not lied. I intended to showcase a trick to Penny, though she might scream at the materials I used. "Good evening, Penny." As I produced the two-way mirror, she could hardly contain her curiosity. Her face appeared on the other side, and upon seeing me, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "You don't look British," she remarked. "I am Chinese," I succinctly introduced myself, "a student from overseas." Penny clearly had no concept of China, and seeing her bewildered nod, I decided to get to the point. "During this time, if nothing else is happening, you can use the two-way mirror to observe life at Hogwarts." I displayed my potion textbook to her. "For instance, at this moment, I need to prepare for potion class assignments." As I began to retrieve various peculiar materials, Penny's expression instantly shifted when she saw the chaotic assortment. Upon witnessing the various viscous, peculiar liquids, she nearly shrieked, and when I held up a writhing herb, her face turned an alarming shade of blue from suppressing her scream. "What is that? What is that? What is that?" Perhaps too stunned, she repeated herself several times, even covering the mirror with her hands, too frightened to look. "Just some potion ingredients," I replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something as mundane as food. Initially, it might appear somewhat daunting, but one gets used to it. If you observe them for a while, you'll come to appreciate their endearing qualities. I refused to look. "Hurry and put that away," Penny silently screamed, as if she had become a renowned painting. The scream. "Very well." Reluctantly, I placed everything into the cauldron, experiencing the peculiar joy of amusing a child. Once I confirmed that I was no longer holding those items, Penny reappeared in the mirror. Upon noticing the cauldron emitting an eerie hue, her tone became cautious. "Is this what every student must do?" Of course, I nodded. Every student must take potion classes and brew potions. Otherwise, they will not pass at the end of the term. "That is terrifying." Penny shook her head repeatedly. "I thought in the magical world, one could just wave a hand and all potions would succeed. From what I understand, even our potion professor cannot achieve such a feat." I scratched my head. The materials they use are far more complex, often requiring one to hunt for the necessary ingredients. "Hunt?" Penny's voice suddenly rose an octave, and I feared a neighbor might complain. "Indeed, for instance, wolf's teeth, venomous spider's venom, and the like." I recalled some of the things I had previously gathered. Potions have a success rate, and the more difficult the potion, the less likely it is to succeed. Occasionally, the cauldron might even explode. Explode. Penny covered her face. This was far too dangerous. "I agree," I nodded in agreement. Before attending Hogwarts, I had often wondered why such severe bullying was tolerated by the professors. However, living here revealed that the threshold of the magical world is exceedingly high. Students engage in duels with curses, lethal creatures abound, and brewing poisons in class, while gifting potions with love potions is commonplace, truly a realm overflowing with martial virtue. Perhaps this is the survival of the fittest. What a harsh world it is. Yet, reflecting on the worldview of Hogwarts, centuries ago, the killing curse was tossed about casually, capable of slaying dozens of students mid-lecture. Clearly, the magical world has improved significantly. The younger generation exhibits commendable decorum. After listening to my words, Penny fell silent, not from a lack of questions but from an evident state of bewilderment. It seems the genuine magical world is far removed from her imagination. How unfortunate. Have I shattered the magical dream of an innocent child? Suddenly, as I cautiously poured 2 drops of the awakening potion into the cauldron, the liquid transformed into a vivid red, and in the next moment, a tremendous explosion resounded. Penny sat up in shock, while I calmly tidied the table. Another failure, I stated flatly. That's the 27th cauldron I've ruined. Penny, after tidying up everything. It was nearly midnight. I exchanged a few words with Penny before exiting the secret passage, preparing to return to the dormitory. It was now past curfew, and the corridors of Hogwarts were eerily empty. As I hurried back under the moonlight, a sudden thunderous noise erupted in the distance. What was that sound? Penny seemed even more anxious than I was. Normally, such a commotion wouldn't occur at this hour, I thought, turning my head in confusion, only to hear a series of footsteps growing closer. Moments later, James and his companions appeared, sprinting into view. Run. Upon catching sight of me, James first displayed a look of surprise, but the next moment, he seized my wrist and shouting, began to drag me along. What on earth was happening? At this distance, I could hear the sound of some colossal creature moving around the corner, and even detected the distinct stench of a beast. There was no time for explanations. James replied hurriedly, and just as I turned my head, I spotted the 3-headed dog Fluffy, charging towards us with alarming speed. My sudden movement caused the enchanted mirror I held to face the creature, bringing Penny face to face with Fluffy at an uncomfortably close range. Thankfully, her scream was drowned out by Fluffy's growl. Isn't that the 3-headed dog? I was astounded. The Philosopher's Stone was no longer at Hogwarts. How had they managed to find this beast? You ask too many questions, Sirius remarked with evident impatience, leaning closer, his customary indifferent and mocking gaze fixed on me. If you're that curious, I could throw you over there for you to study it properly. Sirius. Don't say that, James interjected, shaking his head. This is not the time for banter. I couldn't comprehend why they could converse while running yet refused to explain what was actually happening. I don't know where you found this creature, but I happen to know some rumors about 3-headed dogs. As I spoke, I tapped the mirror and said to the now pale Penny, could you please turn on the radio? 3-headed dogs fall asleep to music. Me? The radio? Oh. After enduring a series of intense shocks, Penny's mind was as muddled as a sleep-deprived student in their final year. After a few moments, she seemed to snap back to reality and hurriedly switched on the radio beside her. Late at night, a few stations usually played music continuously, and after tuning through several channels, Penny found one that was playing soft melodies. As the music filled the air, Fluffy's massive form swayed slightly before collapsing in the middle of the path, peacefully falling asleep. Doesn't this solve the problem? I pointed at Sirius. Can Lord Black manage this? Sirius. Sirius's affection level -1. What a kind notification. Aside. Reminder. Even if certain side quests are declined, participation can still occur before the event concludes. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Penny's main storyline, the Evans Sisters 2. Participation in the Raiders Squad event grants 5 affection for Raider members. Chapter 27. The Evans Sisters 3. Upon returning to the dormitory, Penny was still shaken, incessantly lamenting how terrifying the magical world was and why I could sleep soundly after such a thrilling encounter. I replied calmly, because I'm accustomed to it. Judging by Penny's expression, it seemed the magical world had become synonymous with chaotic streets in her eyes. In the following days, I carried the enchanted mirror to class, exposing Penny to various bullying incidents at school and the Slytherin's disdain for ordinary wizards. She grew increasingly silent, until the arrival of Evan and his group. What's the matter? Not following Severus today. Since the end of the winter break, I had noticed that their involvement with dark magic had intensified. Lily was quite concerned, frequently intervening to prevent Mulciber and his crew from gathering, causing considerable discontent among them. One day, when Snape was called by a professor for assistance, the moment class ended, those 3 cornered Lily and me in the corridor, looking for trouble. This should be returned to you. Naturally, Lily did not offer them a pleasant response, retorting with irritation. You'd best not keep pestering us, mudblood. Evan made an exaggerated, comical expression, declaring that muggles had no right to engage with magic, and that we should all leave Hogwarts. You better say that in front of everyone, I warned. I trust you lot should have been buried long before this. Evan shot me a glare, his expression darkening further. One day, you mudbloods will be cleansed. And that day is coming soon. Hearing this made Lily's expression grow increasingly grim. She wanted to ignore them, and was about to turn away when I noticed Avery reaching for his wand. Without thinking, I quickly pulled Lily aside. Almost the instant I yanked her away, a curse struck the ground where she had just been standing. Although the bone-breaking curse would have no effect given Avery's current magical prowess, the audacity of attacking from behind infuriated Lily. Casting a curse behind someone's back is truly despicable. With a stoic expression, she drew her wand, aiming it at Avery's head. Let me think. You wouldn't mind experiencing how it feels to be on the receiving end of the bone-breaking curse, would you? In such a tense moment, I found myself pondering a side thought. Why were these first-year students using spells so inappropriate for their age? And why was it that I couldn't use them without feeling exhausted? Triggering Lily-Snape romance event. Normal options temporarily hidden. Conflict arises between Lily and Avery's group. 1. Help Lily. 2. Hurry to find Snape. I truly could not comprehend what this option entailed. Not to mention my complete lack of interest in Snape. Would anyone really abandon Lily in such a situation for the sake of pursuing him? Moreover, calling Snape to witness Lily in danger, wouldn't that only strengthen their bond? I quickly selected to help Lily, seizing the wand from her hand and earnestly advising, don't act impulsively. Have you forgotten Professor McGonagall's warning against using spells in fights? As the opposing trio wore mocking smiles, I kicked one of them. Besides, first-year spells hitting someone were akin to a gentle breeze. It was less effective than a punch. In the astonished gaze of Lily, I dispatched all 3 of them to the ground with the skills I had honed from sparring with Sirius. These 3, who spent late nights studying dark magic without any exercise, were woefully out of shape, and moreover, girls matured faster than boys in their first year. I swiftly landed a few punches on their stomachs, and before their wails could attract a professor, I had already pulled Lily away to safety. Is this really okay? Lily seemed even more worried than before. You've already been punished several times for cleaning the trophy room. They wouldn't dare say anything, I replied confidently. These little rascals have committed far too many misdeeds. At worst, they harm each other. It wasn't until we returned to the dormitory that I remembered Penny had been watching the entire time. When I took out the mirror, I found her unusually quiet. Did the connection drop? I shook the enchanted mirror vigorously, and seeing Penny still unresponsive, I began to circle around her, quickly leaving her dizzy. What drop? I really don't understand what you're saying. Penny looked utterly exasperated. Don't tell me you've gotten used to this too. In truth, 3-headed dogs are quite rare. Such occurrences happen almost daily, I began to explain. Today has been relatively peaceful. There have been several instances that led to hospital visits before. Observing Penny's expression, one cannot help but feel that, at this moment, the magical world has equated itself with hell in her eyes. By the way, what does mudblood truly signify? It is undeniably a repugnant term. The overly civilized translations often fail to convey just how offensive it is, leaving even me at a loss for words, as the essence of the phrase might be lost in translation. Penny hesitated momentarily, unable to articulate her thoughts. Wondering why they referred to you in such a manner. You might as well interpret it as black individuals entering a predominantly white institution. Penny appeared to grasp much more, realizing that these individuals hailed from long-established wizarding families, with both parents as wizards. Unlike Lily and me, whose parents are ordinary folk. Does having ordinary parents warrant such disdain? Penny was filled with righteous indignation, loathing those despicable individuals. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. What was the point of attending such a place? It would be far better to study in a conventional school. To alter this situation, there must be more ordinary people involved. Otherwise, our space for existence would continue to shrink. I gently touched the mirror, attempting to console Penny. Lily's talents surpass those of anyone else. I firmly believe she will one day become a pillar of strength in the magical realm, and at that time, the world will undoubtedly improve. I am profoundly dissatisfied with Lily's fate. Despite possessing wisdom and capability, she graduates only to marry and raise children, ultimately fading into the background to highlight the passions of others. When reading novels, I often exclaim, "Isn't this just the woman in the fridge?" Upon entering the magical world, I shall ensure that such a fate does not befall her. Penny fell silent again, and I suddenly realized that my words might be somewhat cruel to her. The plight of other children is already overwhelming, let alone that of a sister. In any case, that peculiar Lily always seems to relish self-imposed suffering. Perhaps when she encounters setbacks, she will realize that life is far more complex than she imagines. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for me to assume that Penny had dozed off, she uttered a single sentence. For the first time in so many days, Penny spoke Lily's name. This woeful magical world is indeed suited to someone like her. Thank goodness it is not I who must endure it. Penny yawned, displaying a smug smile, and resolved that when she returns home, she must inquire about the experience of being ostracized. As the two-way mirror was closed, I could not help but rub my temples. Penny, you're Your pride has already retreated from the environment. As an aside. Hint. Different actions and dialogues in the unlocked main storyline will lead to varying subsequent paths, and can yield any desired conclusion. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Penny's main storyline, The Evans Sisters 3. Chapter 28. The Snape Birthday Incident 1. The Hogwarts dining hall was noticeably less crowded on Sunday. I groggily stuffed bread into my mouth while listening to Lily and Mary chat. Just as I was finishing my meal, a notification appeared before my eyes. Today is January 9th. The Snape birthday event has begun. What gift shall we present to Snape? 1 gift. 2 blessing. 3 letter. 4 hug. I casually selected a gift, only to realize something was amiss once the options concluded. Wasn't Sirius's birthday incident a romantic affair? I had assumed all related events would follow suit. Yet Snape, with whom I had little interaction, was merely a standard birthday celebration, with even the choices feeling rather perfunctory. I truly do not comprehend how this system determines the nature of events. Shaking my head, I acknowledged that my relationship with Snape was far from amicable. Our only connection was through Lily. Without her, I doubt I could maintain a civil interaction with Snape for more than 10 seconds. Lily had yet to inform Snape about the trouble caused by that Slytherin trio, and I felt this was unacceptable. Snape must be made aware of his actions and the repercussions they bear on those around him. When Lily asked me why I was unafraid of those troublemakers, the main reason was that I had purchased a camera to send a letter to Penny, which I had kept on me ever since. Initially intended for casual snapshots, it inadvertently became evidence. Upon returning to the common room, I stuffed all those photos into a box and prepared to seek out Snape in Slytherin. Hey Merlin. The weather is splendid today, shall we watch Quidditch? Just as I stepped outside, James, the Quidditch fanatic, appeared. Sometimes I truly wonder if he is destined to encounter random skirmishes on the way to the pitch, as he always seems to materialize out of nowhere. Sorry James. I have something to attend to today. Even if I didn't, I would not go. I politely declined. Why not seek out Black? Isn't he your best mate? I would like to find him, but he has been MIA since the morning. Who knows where he has wandered off to? James raked his fingers through his hair. He must be off on an adventure, and he didn't even invite me. What a betrayal. Ah, so you came to find me because you couldn't locate Black? Now I'm even less inclined to join you. After exchanging playful banter with James, I bid him farewell, only to unexpectedly encounter Sirius on the staircase. Sirius, hands tucked in his pockets, resembled the stoic second male lead from a comic, sauntering past before reversing his steps to approach me. How curious. What do you intend to do with that? I was perplexed as to how he reached that conclusion, but there was no need to elaborate. James is looking for you. He was just complaining to me about your disappearance. I hastily remarked before descending the stairs. The Slytherin common room is quite a distance from Gryffindor's, and I had no idea if Snape would be in his dormitory today. However, if he wasn't, I could simply leave the items on his desk. Someone would surely deliver them to him. Upon reaching the entrance courtyard, I spotted Remus approaching with a stack of books. Lupin. I greeted him. He had been looking down but immediately turned his gaze toward me upon hearing my voice. Noticing me, his demeanor brightened significantly. Good morning, he said, jogging to my side. The books you lent me were fascinating. I finished them all. The sunlight streaming down upon him illuminated his features, rendering him far more cheerful. Each culture indeed possesses a completely different perspective on wolves. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. If you enjoyed them, I can certainly find more. Although, I must admit I exercise some discretion in my selections, as the negative portrayals of wolves in Chinese folklore, such as the story of the farmer and the wolf, should perhaps be kept from Remus for now. After exchanging pleasantries, I prepared to take my leave. Noticing my dissent, Remus inquired, "Where are you headed?" "I plan to visit the Slytherin common room. Is it not Snape's birthday today? I have some items I'd like to show him." The audacity of openly stating in front of Gryffindor students that I intended to present a gift to a Slytherin would likely provoke an outcry from others. However, perhaps my expression was not particularly friendly, as Remus pondered for a moment before uncertainly asking, "Is it a gift?" I felt there was no need for secrecy with Remus and replied candidly, "Not quite, just some photographs." As I spoke, I produced 2 for him to see. Those individuals dabbling in dark magic were utterly intolerable, daring to ambush others within the school. Lily may choose not to disclose this, but I certainly would not allow it to slide without showing their leader. Upon seeing the photos, Remus's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and his tone became notably somber. "Were you hurt?" "Me? I'm fine." I recalled how those ruffians had turned tail upon seeing me the next day, and I felt invigorated. First-year magic was hardly effective, but I had dealt with them using my fists. Seeing Remus still wear a worried expression, I patted his shoulder. Think of Black. I certainly don't shy away from a fight. However, Remus appeared rather uneasy. After repacking the box, he inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Sensing that his suggestion might seem abrupt, he elaborated, "After all, this is Slytherin, and as you know, the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin has never been particularly amicable. I'm merely delivering something. I will drop it off and leave. There's no need for concern." I waved him off, feeling that two of us together would only seem like we were looking for trouble. Better for me to go alone. After bidding farewell to Remus, I had hoped for a smooth journey to Slytherin, only to unexpectedly encounter Lily again. What a stroke of bad luck. It seemed I had run into everyone today. If Lily spotted me descending with a box, she would undoubtedly question my destination. With this thought, I hastily pulled someone nearby in front of me, quietly stealing glances at Lily until she entered the building. Once she was inside, the person I had just grabbed spoke up. In my moment of panic, I had inadvertently held on too tightly, so I quickly released them, repeatedly apologizing to the stranger. "I'm so sorry. I had nowhere to hide. Did I inconvenience you?" I hadn't noticed earlier, but the individual I had pulled wore a black cloak, their entire form shrouded beneath the hood, rendering their face invisible. How peculiar, I wondered, that someone would dress in such a manner. "It's quite all right. I'm more than happy to assist you," the cloaked figure replied with a hint of mirth, pulling their hood even lower. "Besides, I have nothing pressing to attend to." I felt a twinge of unease, though I couldn't pinpoint why, and ultimately decided to set aside my misgivings and proceed to the Slytherin common room. Side note: if the affection level is significantly below standard, romantic events will be cancelled, leaving only ordinary birthday events. However, even if the initial levels are inadequate, relationships can gradually improve, allowing for successful connections later on. In birthday events where affection levels are not met, individuals with higher affection levels will approach you, allowing you to choose to spend the day with others. Branch reminder: congratulations on achieving Martin's romantic storyline achievement, Reunion. Congratulations on unlocking Martin's romantic storyline 1. Chapter 29, Snape's Birthday Event 2. The Slytherin common room was darker and more dismal than anywhere else, but upon entering, I felt a wave of relief. At least I wouldn't run into any acquaintances here. My Gryffindor attire, complete with tie and scarf, was glaringly conspicuous, and almost immediately, the head of Slytherin approached me, inquiring about my presence. "Is Snape here?" I raised the box, adding, "If he isn't, could you please deliver this to him for me?" Seeing I was not there to cause trouble, the head's demeanor softened considerably. She must have known it was Snape's birthday, for she said, "He is currently in the common room. Please wait a moment, and I will summon him." I had something I wished to discuss with him as well, so I stood by the entrance, waiting. Before long, Snape emerged, and upon seeing me, his expression darkened slightly. I surmised the head had informed him that a Gryffindor girl was looking for him, and he likely thought it was Lily. The head did not approach, and with no one around, I got straight to the point. "Today is your birthday. First, let me wish you a happy birthday. Secondly, I have something I would like you to see." Without regard for his willingness, I placed the box in his hands and began extracting photographs. "Did Avery and the others mention anything to you?" "I suspect they didn't. They understand that such matters are wrong." The disgust on Snape's face shifted upon viewing the photographs, as he examined each one closely. When he saw the moment Lily was ambushed from behind, he nearly crushed the pictures in his grip. "You should consider yourself fortunate that their academic skills are lacking. Had they been in their 4th or 5th year, or truly learned dark magic, what do you think would have happened to Lily?" The pallor drained from Snape's face. It seemed he too grasped the potential consequences. "Honestly, I do not care what you are involved in, Snape," I said, sealing the box back up and pressing it into his hands. "However, I had expected you to be the leader of that little group, so I refrained from intervening, assuming you could at least ensure Lily's safety. Clearly, I was mistaken. You cannot even manage your own." Surprisingly, Snape remained silent amidst my taunts, as Lily meant more to him than anything else. At last, he was able to listen to me. "Should such an incident occur again, I cannot guarantee those individuals will remain unscathed at school," I warned him. "If you cannot keep your dogs in line, I will not hesitate to take action against you. There will not be a next time." Snape finally spoke. "Let us hope that is indeed the case," I replied. After discussing matters concerning Lily, silence enveloped us, but there was little else to say. I turned to leave, and Snape, in a tacit understanding, departed with the box in hand. Yet, I knew it was futile. This was not the first time such incidents had transpired. Upon exiting the Slytherin common room, sunlight immediately bathed me in warmth. The winter sun was thin yet undeniably comforting. I stood there for a moment in a daze until Remus waved at me. You haven't returned yet? I was somewhat surprised. I merely wished to bask in the sun. Remus's excuse was rather feeble. As he spoke, he scrutinized me up and down, as if I had ventured into a den of dragons rather than the Slytherin common room. I didn't expect you to emerge so quickly. I only delivered something and exchanged a few words. It didn't take long at all. I stretched lazily, cheerfully patting Remus on the shoulder. Knowing he was worried about me, Remus chose not to respond, remaining silent for a moment before nodding. But now it's all over, and everything is safe. Feeling a burden lifted, I had a sudden whim. Shall we take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest? Going there wouldn't exactly be considered safe, he remarked. Lily hadn't seen Snape all day. It was his birthday, yet he seemed to have disappeared. In the morning, she had first gone to the library, and later to the Slytherin common room, where she learned that a Gryffindor girl had come looking for Snape, after which he had left and had yet to return. Where could he have gone? She pondered. As for the Gryffindor girl who sought Snape, she felt it might be Merlin. Ever since that day when Avery and his cohorts ambushed her, Merlin had remained irate. If it were her, she might have already informed Snape about those events. What a headache. Even more troubling was that Merlin had vanished, leaving her with no one to inquire. She sat at the Quidditch pitch, sighing heavily, her demeanor displeasing to James, who sat nearby. How can you look so glum in the Quidditch pitch? James exaggeratedly gestured. This is a paradise of joy. Seeing you only makes me feel worse, she replied. Initially, she had intended to sneak away to watch Quidditch to lift her spirits, but when she sat down, James and Sirius had arrived shortly thereafter. She had considered leaving, yet today, Ravenclaw had performed exceptionally well, and before she knew it, she was utterly captivated. How embarrassing. She had planned to feign disinterest in Quidditch. Snape must have gone to confront Avery and the others, but what of Merlin? Surely she hadn't followed him. Imagining that scene sent shivers down her spine. All along, she had struggled with how to navigate her relationship with Snape, and after their involvement with dark magic, she felt even more uncertain. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Severus was her closest friend. Although he often clashed with Petunia, he was in constant conflict with everyone. However, upon reaching Hogwarts, the stark division between Slytherin and Gryffindor subtly began to fracture their relationship. She still regarded Severus as her best friend, yet the increasing collisions of ideologies and the intensifying arguments compelled her to ponder a pressing question. Could their friendship truly transcend all boundaries without a single crack? She genuinely worried, concerned that Severus might tread a path from which he could not return. Each time she witnessed the dark arts, a foreboding sense of danger instinctively urged her to retreat. Yet those shadows irresistibly captivated Severus. More than once, their disagreements arose from this matter, ultimately leading them to ignore the issue. The more she contemplated, the more her head throbbed. Recalling her home situation and the exclusion she faced at school, she let out a long sigh and reclined in her chair. Hey, Evans, if you're feeling unwell, you can lie down properly instead of on the floor, James shouted. Isn't this position quite comfortable? I'm just worried about catching a cold. Just as Lily contemplated silencing James, Merlin's voice materialized. She opened her eyes to find Merlin standing beside her, with Remus following closely behind. Lynn, she exclaimed, sitting up in surprise. Where have you been today? I haven't seen you all morning. I went to the Forbidden Forest, Merlin replied nonchalantly, casually presenting her with a flower he had picked. You didn't take me with you. James resumed his loud protests. She accepted the flower, still curious about previous matters. Did you tell Severus about what happened that day? Yes, he should definitely be aware of such matters, Merlin replied, popping a sweet into his mouth. He needs to understand the consequences of his actions. A silence lingered between them until Ravenclaw scored again. Do you think he will ever correct his ways? She suddenly inquired. Severus thinks so too, Merlin answered. His words held no fault. But those concerns are for another time. Merlin's tone softened significantly. Are you happy today, Lily? She gazed at the bustling crowd on the field and the jubilant students in the stands, then glanced at the flower in her hand. I think I am quite happy, she replied. That's good. As long as you're happy today, every today should be filled with joy, Merlin chuckled, leaning against her shoulder. Let us set aside our worries for now. What a carefree disposition towards the future he possessed. Yet, at that moment, she genuinely felt a measure of relief. A breeze wafted from afar as they watched the Quidditch match unfold, until its conclusion. Aside. Reminder. The primary distinction between birthday romance events and birthday events lies in the fact that birthday events can be freely transferred to individuals with higher affection levels, while romance events must at least follow the complete course of a romantic narrative. On the day of the birthday event, One may also complete the affection plotlines of other characters. Subplot reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Lily's romantic main storyline, Lily's Worries 2. Congratulations on achieving Lily's romantic main storyline achievement in form. Chapter 30, Lily's Birthday Romance Event. In January, Hogwarts was blanketed with several layers of snow, prompting students to skate on the frozen lake. Lynn, aren't you going to skate? Mary, her cheeks flushed from the cold, returned to change clothes and was surprised to see me nestled by the fireplace. I thought you had been out skating for quite a while. It's too cold. I languidly reclined on the sofa. Gryffindor students, known for their love of adventure and excitement, had all rushed outside to enjoy the snowy weather, leaving me to relish the solitude of the common room, an indulgence I relished. Cold-blooded creatures hibernate in winter. Sirius's voice emerged from behind a book. It's strange that she hasn't jumped into the Slytherin lake yet. Well, I'm not alone. The young master of the Black family is here too. The Gryffindor students had long grown accustomed to our discord. After changing out of her soaking clothes, Mary dashed back outside, leaving us alone in the common room, listening to the crackling of the fire. Sirius not joining in was rather expected, given that James was off helping a professor tidy up the storeroom due to his scuffle with Severus. His aristocratic nature suggested that, were it not for James, he would hardly engage in such escapades, making his presence in the common room quite natural. Sirius seemed somewhat surprised by my silence, stealing several glances at me before he grunted and returned to his book. Affinity with Sirius -1. So why was my silence resulting in a deduction of affinity? Can affinity really be deducted like this? I ignored Sirius as I pondered tomorrow's events. After all, it was Lily's birthday. For some time, I had racked my brain, contemplating how to celebrate it. It couldn't be too mundane, or it wouldn't feel like a birthday in the magical world. Yet it also couldn't be too extravagant, as that would merely resemble James's approach. What did Lily desire the most? This question had lingered in my mind. I felt that what she truly wanted to resolve was her issue with Severus, but even if I could address it, I could not resolve Severus's dilemmas. Besides that, she seemed to lack for nothing. Feeling utterly stumped, I began to thump my head against the cushion. What on earth are you doing? Perhaps my incessant thudding disrupted Sirius's concentration, as he glanced up with evident irritation. Can you keep it down? Apologies, but this is a public space. If you seek quiet, please return to your dormitory or go to the library. I remained buried in the cushion, and after a moment of silence, a thought suddenly struck me. Of course, Petunia had always been a source of distress for Lily. With this realization, I sprang to my feet and dashed towards the dormitory. However, for reasons unknown, I was greeted by a affinity with Sirius -5. Upon awakening the next morning, even before the alarm, the system's prompt appeared. Today is January 30th. The day Lily's birthday romance event begins. What gift shall you present to Lily for her birthday? 1. A gift filled with affection. 2. A heartfelt blessing. 3. A love letter brimming with emotion. 4. A warm embrace. Lily is also part of the romance event. So what exactly is the difference between the birthday event and the romance event? Only one option can be selected, but I had already prepared. You better keep your mouth shut today. Don't say a word. The common room felt emptier than usual on Sunday morning, but both James and I had risen early. Upon seeing him, I inquired about his birthday wishes, and after hearing his response, I suggested he might be better off not saying anything at all. I think it's rather good. James looked quite aggrieved. I don't believe Lily would be pleased to hear you suggesting she should grant you a date. You don't want to be punched first thing in the morning, do you? As we engaged in our spirited debate, Remus and Sirius emerged. Remus carried a gift for Lily, while Sirius yawned, appearing as though he had just woken up. Sirius, James exclaimed, as if he had found an ally, repeating his previous statement and then asking, what do you think? Will it evoke any feelings? Brother, if I heard you say such a thing, I would undoubtedly nod in agreement. After all, we belong to each other. Sirius spoke passionately, then shrugged. But if it were Evans? She'd just think you were a fool. If you proceed in this manner, you'll never have a chance with Evans. After receiving a series of blows to his confidence, James slumped into a corner, drawing circles on the floor. After Lily emerged, we made our way to the dining hall together. Her table was heaped with an array of gifts, the most eye-catching of which was undoubtedly a peculiar heart-shaped package that was unmistakably from James. A question nagged at me. I leaned closer to Remus, pondering the matter. The Potter family was quite affluent, and James himself was rather handsome. By all accounts, he should have been quite popular since childhood. So why did his methods seem so inexplicable? After a moment of silence, Remus replied, Perhaps it's precisely because he is so popular that no matter what he does, someone will always be fond of him. A sudden clarity dawned upon me. Given the multitude of gifts Lily received, it took her quite a while to manage them. By the time we returned, most of our peers had rushed outside to play. The snow had ceased falling. Yet the sides of the roads were still piled high with white drifts. Snowballs whizzed through the air, and many students were engaged in magical snowball fights, creating a scene reminiscent of a battle for Muggle protection. "Merlin, incoming!" shouted someone. "Lily, would you like to join us?" My classmates, who usually got along with me, immediately began hurling snowballs in my direction. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes, I dove into the dormitory, and as soon as I entered, Lily quickly snatched my scarf. "You look as if you've just rolled in the snow," Lily teased with a smile. "Aren't you cold?" "Cold. I'm freezing," I exclaimed as I shed my coat. The common room was warm, and soon the snow melted into water. Everyone was simply too enthusiastic. After shaking off the snow, I exchanged a knowing glance with James, who understood my cue and leaped onto the table, pulling a ribbon. "Happy birthday, Evans!" Mary brought out the cake she had previously asked the house elf to prepare, and the entire Gryffindor contingent began to sing the birthday song. Lily, enveloped in the moment, flushed with excitement, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Initially, I had feared this would resemble a public spectacle akin to the one at the sea, but thankfully, as we were all classmates who spent time together, the atmosphere was harmonious. "How did you manage to get everyone to sing?" I inquired, casting an approving glance at James. "What? I didn't do anything," James replied, looking as bewildered as I was. It turned out that everyone had spontaneously joined in. One must admit, Gryffindor students are quite spirited. The entire day, the common room was suffused with joyous energy. Later, we ventured outside for more snowball fights, competing against Slytherin students. By the end of the contest, the lake had been drilled through by students, leaving the area resembling the aftermath of a tornado. Upon returning to the common room, everyone appeared utterly exhausted, with some even collapsing onto the sofas, only to be roused by the prefects and sent back to their rooms. "Today was exhausting," Lily remarked, looking equally worn out yet with eyes sparkling with delight. "At least you seem happy today. Let us not go out tonight. Get some rest, Lynn." "I won't go out." "But you won't be sleeping just yet," I said mysteriously as I pulled Lily into my dormitory and retrieved the two-way mirror. Before Lily could react, Penny, on the other side of the mirror, appeared as unwilling as ever. After a moment of hesitation, she finally stammered, "Happy birthday, Lily." We had agreed on only this brief exchange since it was just the beginning, and I didn't want to rush things. However, to my surprise, Penny then produced a small cake. "Surely someone has already given you a cake?" "I want to keep this one. I'll eat it later." Just as I was about to tease Penny for her predictable behavior, I noticed Lily's eyes suddenly glisten with unshed tears. The next moment, she broke down, startling Penny. "It's just a cake. Why are you crying?" Penny flustered, but being on the other side of the mirror, she couldn't do much. "Merlin, what are you standing there for?" she urged. "I'm not." Lily wiped her tears, managing a smile even as the tears flowed freely. "I'm just so happy," she said. "Sister, I didn't expect you would. Shouldn't you be happy in the wizarding world? If someone saw you crying like this, they might think I'm bullying you," Penny quipped, though her expression softened noticeably. "Stop crying, sister." That night, Lily did not return to her room. We chatted with Penny until late into the night. In the early hours, a sleep-deprived Penny, half dreaming, shared many stories from the past with Lily. Lily clutched the two-way mirror as though she could hold on to Penny that way. She insisted that no matter how long the next holiday, she would return home, and I informed her that there would be a spring break in late March, which she and Penny promised to spend together. "Mom and Dad will be so happy," Penny said, though it was clear she felt the same. Eventually, since we had school the next day, Penny went to bed first. However, Lily showed no signs of sleepiness and continued to chat with me. "Thank you, Lynn, for going out of your way to find Penny, right?" Lily hugged me, her eyes once again glistening. "This truly is my favorite birthday gift." "It was a simple task," I replied, placing the two-way mirror in her hands. "From now on, this mirror is yours." She gently touched its surface, treating it with utmost care, yet the next moment, she grasped my hand once more. It was quite late, and as sleep threatened to overtake me, I vaguely heard Lily speak. "It feels like a dream," she said. "I was just thinking about Penny yesterday, and I never expected to see her again today. She seems no longer angry with me. I can hardly believe this is real." It is indeed real. The weight of drowsiness pulled me down, lulling me back into an endless dream. You must always be this happy, Lily. Author's note. Reminder. Birthday romance events are among the most unique romantic occurrences, significantly enhancing affection levels if the conditions are met and preferences align. However, in Lily's storyline, it is crucial to distinguish between friendship and romance promptly. Otherwise, one may inadvertently veer into the realm of friendship with Lily. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Penny's main storyline, Evan Sisters 4. Congratulations on triggering the birthday romance event with Lily, Two-Way Mirror. Chapter 31. Sleeping in Class. The consequence of an all-night chat with Lily was that the next day, I felt as though I had endured an entire year of high school. While I considered myself somewhat of a night owl, this system not only limited my magical powers, but also sapped my energy. Meanwhile, Lily awoke refreshed, and when I emerged, I wore a countenance reminiscent of Sirius, startling James upon seeing me. I knew it was a sign of my vitality being utterly drained. He must have felt honored. Brimming with confidence. Merlin, I read those novels you gave me. Thank you, I replied. The dreaded Monday required attendance in class. I had intended to grab another energy potion. But just as I retrieved it, the system's incessant notification interrupted me. Energy levels have reached their limit, temporarily disabling the effects of the potion. Why must you monitor everything? Are you my mother, dictating my drink choices? I fumed, unleashing a series of martial arts punches into the air. Afterward, I felt even more fatigued. Resembling Tom from the Tom and Jerry cartoon, wishing I had two little sticks to prop my eyelids open. If all else fails, I could feign illness. Observing my near-slumber state, Lily racked her brain for a solution. Perhaps you could sit behind me and nap for a bit? I doubted it would be feasible unless the professor suddenly developed a vision impairment. As I spoke, I felt my consciousness slowly slipping away, and before I knew it, I had collapsed onto the sofa. Truly, the student who has accrued the most points deducted since enrollment could manage to stay up all night before school. Sirius's sarcasm was ever present, leaving us to anticipate the final results of the great Merlin. As soon as the words left Sirius's lips, I hadn't even begun to respond when James thumped his chest and solemnly declared, "Just yesterday, I have overtaken Merlin to become the top in point deductions." Sirius replied, "What is there to be proud of in that?" Lily, equally exasperated, yanked me off the sofa, and I was nearly dragged to the dining hall by Mary and Lily. Do we really not need some sort of stimulant to wake up? Remus offered the most sensible suggestion, but after I expressionlessly gulped down 2 bottles, still resembling a mere shadow of myself, I found myself utterly devoid of ideas. The stimulants had proven futile. Perhaps it would be better to return to sleep. The first lesson of the day was Transfiguration, and I dared not skip the headmaster's class. I stifled a yawn, knowing there was only one class this morning, and hastily planned to return to my dormitory for a nap thereafter. It became evident that I should not have had breakfast, or at least not one so warm and hearty. After a sumptuous meal, the drowsiness enveloped me more insistently, as thick as the slice of honey bread I had just consumed. Upon entering the classroom, I found myself seated behind James and the others for the first time, determined not to let Professor McGonagall see how fatigued I truly was. Lily was visibly concerned, glancing back at me from time to time. Each time, James would raise his hand to greet her, and after this occurred thrice, she finally picked up her wand. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for class." Thankfully, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom just in time to salvage Gryffindor's dwindling points. I was well acquainted with the content of the Transfiguration class. The repetition of the material had lulled my consciousness into a state of oblivion. Before long, I began to perceive multiple images of Professor McGonagall at the podium, her figure appearing to waltz in a dizzying dance. No, this simply wouldn't do. I was surely going to fall asleep. I straightened myself slightly, but James had reclined against my desk, making it impossible for me to rest my head. I gestured, thinking that if I bowed my head now, I might inadvertently send him tumbling off the table. The thought amused me, yet I found myself yawning again. Resting my chin on my hand, my thoughts began to drift into a haze. The pen in my grasp scratched a few illegible symbols onto the paper, and the surrounding sounds grew distant and then near again, the classroom lights suddenly brightening, creating a gossamer barrier between me and the world. Finally, my head drooped forward with a thud. Bang. Now, as I had just indicated, if one waved their wand, one would achieve. James, resting his chin on his hand, twirled his wand around, not sitting properly, practically leaning against the back desk, his chair almost tipping over. His wand twirling inadvertently brushed against Sirius's hair. Sirius, accustomed to James's inattentiveness during class, merely scrawled the words hyperactivity on a piece of paper and slid it towards him. "Oh, brother, are you still angry about this morning?" James grinned, clutching the note, preparing to sit up straight to respond when something collided with his back. At first, he thought it was the Slytherins playing yet another prank, but soon he caught a familiar scent and realized it was Merlin who sat behind him. Had he fallen asleep from exhaustion? It seemed he had indeed pushed himself too hard. He should have been napping in the dormitory from the outset. It baffled James that Merlin, who usually performed admirably, was so invested in this lesson. Or perhaps he was too embarrassed to ask Professor McGonagall for a leave of absence after accumulating too many point deductions. He shifted his precariously tilted chair, feeling Merlin lean against him. It was, after all, the first time they were so close. Sirius awaited his response, but at that moment, he preferred to let Merlin sleep a little longer. Even a minute or two of rest would be immensely beneficial, he thought, drawing from experience. Yet, what had Merlin and Lily discussed until so late last night? Did he happen to come up in their conversation? After a while Sirius, growing perplexed by the lack of response, glanced over. Just as he prepared to explain, he noticed a peculiar expression on Sirius's face. Of course, Sirius despised Merlin. Seeing him leaning on him would surely not please him. He pondered helplessly. Why couldn't Sirius manage his relationship with Merlin better? What are you doing? Sirius inquired. Keep it down, he motioned for silence, wishing for Merlin to enjoy a few more minutes of slumber, with Professor McGonagall still at the front. You don't have to let him lean on you like that. Sirius's tone darkened further. He was always out concocting inexplicable potions. Who knew what he was up to? Hey brother, we agreed not to casually suspect our friends anymore. He shook his arm, rallying the marauders to stand united. First of all, he is not my friend, Sirius retorted, launching into action, leaving no room for further discussion. Get up. Just a moment ago, I had been diligently studying, even taking notes on paper. For some inexplicable reason, the letters had suddenly become nearly impossible to write. I strained to discern the words on the page, only to find them smeared into a blur. As I struggled to make sense of it, a force jolted me awake. In the next instant, all sounds around me came into sharp clarity, and I sat up abruptly, colliding with something above me, followed by James letting out a low yelp. If you're tired, just go back to sleep. There's no need to pretend to be a good student here. Sirius glared at me, relentlessly patting James's back, as if he had just rolled in a mud puddle. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, if you keep that up, I'll hack up a lung. James exaggeratedly coughed. Is that really necessary? It finally dawned on me, as I cradled my head and sighed heavily. I had known all along that enduring the entire transfiguration class in this state was utterly improbable. Our commotion soon attracted Professor McGonagall's attention. She approached our table and rapped on its surface. It seems something has occurred here. Can anyone elucidate the situation? She inquired, casting a questioning glance at the equally bewildered Remus. Mr. Lupin? Remus, looking perplexed, had only just noticed the commotion. I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm not quite sure. I was up all night. At this point, I saw no reason to linger any longer and raised my hand. Apologis, Professor. May I be excused from the morning's class? Given my consistent performance on assignments, and after confirming that I could adeptly apply the lesson's content, Professor McGonagall permitted me to return to my dormitory. As I wandered the corridor, yawning continuously, and upon collapsing onto my bed, I resolved never to pull an all-nighter again until I returned to my previous state of vitality. Side note. Side quest notification. Congratulations on unlocking James's romance main quest achievement. Let her sleep a little longer. Sirius's darkening value activated. Current darkness level 4. Chapter 32. James, don't worry about your Quidditch. If you were to inquire about my greatest aversions, I might struggle to provide a definitive answer. However, if you were to ask which class I despise most, my response would be instantaneous. Merlin, if you can't manage to fly in the next flying lesson, passing the final exam will be utterly impossible. Professor Hooch admonished me sincerely, then appeared perplexed. You clearly possess the skills. Why can't you fly? Perhaps I am simply the type of person who is inherently unable to fly. For reasons unknown, I dislike divulging my fear of heights to others. By now, I have grown accustomed to ceaselessly perishing. Yet the pain and terror of my first demise have seeped into my very marrow, instilling an aversion to heights that I would rather not discuss. Even if I were to fail the flying class, given your performance in other subjects, it should not pose a problem. Professor Huichi sighed. Yet the sky was undeniably beautiful. The sensation of soaring through the air surpassed all others. I sincerely wish you could experience this feeling too. I nodded, understanding that sensation well. After parting from the professor, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloped me. Through the corridor window, I caught a glimpse of figures in the distance at the Quidditch pitch, and it dawned on me that Ravenclaw and Slytherin were scheduled to compete in a match this fortnight. They darted through the air with agility, resembling a flock of birds from afar. I found myself watching for quite some time, contemplating that since I had nothing else to do and knowing Lily and the others had gone to watch the Quidditch match, I hurried to the pitch. "Lynn, over here." The overwhelming cacophony of the crowd forced Lily to shout to me. She lifted her garment that was saving our spot, waving at me incessantly. "You're too slow, Merlin." James kept muttering. "You missed the most ridiculous blunder by Slytherin this century." I believed that once the great James became a seeker, there would be even more spectacle to behold. My rare praise for James rendered him momentarily dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to Remus. "Did I just hallucinate?" Remus shook his head. "Perhaps he's simply in a good mood today?" Regardless, James grew increasingly animated, slinging his arm around my shoulder and gesturing towards the pitch with the fervor of a speaker delivering a rousing address. "Do you not feel the exhilaration of it all? Do you not yearn to experience it firsthand? Do you not find the prolonged cheers stirring your emotions?" "I do not," I replied. True to his charismatic nature, James remained undeterred by my cold response, as if he had heard nothing, and waved his hand vigorously. "Come, let us join Quidditch and create our own era." To be honest, for a fleeting moment, I thought he would exclaim that our era had begun. How could anyone be in high spirits after just having met with a professor? Sirius snorted. "Perhaps it's best to forget it. How can you expect someone who can't even fly to join Quidditch?" Now that I think about it, I realized I had never seen Merlin take flight. James rubbed his chin, initially believing Sirius was jesting when he brought this up. Sirius's affinity -1. Sirius, unbeknownst to me, was deducting points for some unknown reason. I had expected him to mention my fear of heights, but he fell silent after that remark. Pressing his lips together as if they were about to form a straight line, his gaze fixated on the match as if witnessing a centennial battle, fearing that missing a second would lead to lifelong regret. "Why is it that you cannot fly?" James inquired curiously, at a loss for words. I struggled to formulate a response, when Lily suddenly pushed him aside. "Can't you see Lynn doesn't wish to discuss it?" she exclaimed, her irritation towards James palpable. After all, Lynn had spurned the notion multiple times. Some inquiries need only be made once or twice. When someone declines, is it not wise to heed their refusal? James pondered this, then asked, "So, would you like to go on a date with me?" Lily flung her hat at his face. Regardless, after this Quidditch match, James finally grasped that expecting me, someone who couldn't even fly, to participate in Quidditch was akin to asking a person in a wheelchair to play football. It was evidently impossible. He ceased persuading me to join Quidditch, and turned his attention to Remus and Lily. Lily was less than accommodating, leaving James with only a few remarks to make during class. Poor Remus was caught in the crossfire. They shared a dormitory. And now every morning I awoke to find James whispering incessantly in Remus's ear, talking on the way to class, and even while doing homework. What is wrong with James? I thought, unable to endure it any longer. Must he draw everyone around him into the Quidditch fold? What is this behavior of needing a multitude of friends even for a trip to the restroom? In truth, I genuinely wished to join, but alas, I was decidedly unskilled at Quidditch. Remus hesitated to decline. If I took to the field, Gryffindor would surely lose. "Oh dear," I murmured to Lily. "That excuse will not deter James." As predicted, upon hearing this, James was incensed, slamming his hand on the table as he leapt to his feet. "With me around, Gryffindor will always triumph." Thank goodness we were in the Gryffindor common room. Had we been in public, I feared that statement would be immortalized, to be recited every time Gryffindor suffered a defeat henceforth. How does he maintain such unwavering confidence? I couldn't help but marvel. Regardless of the individual, growing up in a wealthy household surrounded by support and affirmation fosters such self-assurance. Lily shrugged, but Potter's confidence has morphed into arrogance. This conceited fool will eventually face a downfall. Lily's words proved prophetic. Just days later, James's excessive confidence led him to a considerable misstep. Side note. Reminder. When interacting with James, if Quidditch dominates the conversation, it may ultimately devolve into a purely platonic relationship. Although it may seem easy to boost James's affection, his feelings can become stuck in the realm of friendship. Without extraordinary circumstances, it is likely one could never transition into James's romantic storyline. Branch reminder. Congratulations on unlocking James's romantic mainline, Flight 1. Chapter 33. Almost leading to a catastrophic conclusion. The events trace back to the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. After Gryffindor's victory, James was ecstatic, and I had no idea how he had managed to join the Quidditch celebration. Upon his return, he was visibly thrilled, ultimately tossing me a note while doing homework. "How about a night adventure tonight?" I raised the note and looked up to see Remus and James gazing at me, while Sirius remained engrossed in his studies. The Marauders side quest unlocked. This being the first team side quest mode, refusal is not an option. In this initial mode, the system will grant a degree of relaxed permissions. I was thoroughly exasperated with this system. After completing my homework, I emerged from the common room to find the other 3 waiting at the door. I have no objections to a night adventure, but where do you plan to go? I inquired, genuinely curious. I assumed they had explored numerous places by now. Hogwarts is vast. How could one possibly explore it all in a year? James unfurled his invisibility cloak, and I immediately sensed another potential escapade akin to a lion dance. Perhaps they should save that for a Christmas performance. The 4 of us, cloaked in invisibility, meandered through the corridors, with James appearing most enigmatic. I discovered a rather remarkable place while I was penalized to clean the storeroom, he stated, nudging Sirius with his elbow. It's a pity you missed it. I too lamented not being penalized. Sirius's response was ambiguous, leaving me unsure if he was mocking or simply expressing regret. What do you mean by a remarkable place? I felt an uneasy premonition. Any location in Hogwarts associated with the term remarkable rarely boded well. Fear not. You will know once we arrive, James replied, likely maintaining an air of mystery by withholding the destination. However, as we progressed, the path began to feel increasingly familiar, and I realized something alarming. Isn't this the route to the Basilisk's chamber? This couldn't be right. How could James know of this place? Or was it possible he had merely stumbled upon it without knowledge of its contents? Previous cycles had never presented the scenario of encountering a basilisk so early in the story, though some plotlines do exhibit minor deviations. Thinking it might just be a slight alteration, I chose to remain silent and continued forward. As we approached the entrance, I felt compelled to speak before it was too late. James, have you seen anything here before? I inquired. Not at all, he replied. James tapped on the wall, but I noticed that the area beneath it seemed hollow. There must surely be a hidden chamber within. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, reminiscent of his past discoveries of novel adventures. I had resolutely vowed to explore every secret passage within Hogwarts. However, I felt it prudent to refrain from entering. I was tempted to mention the presence of a basilisk inside, but I feared that James's insatiable curiosity would only drive him further towards it. Instead, I opted to divert the conversation, noting that the wall appeared to lack any signs of a hidden chamber. Should we pry it open? Thus, I spent the past few days researching, attempting various methods to no avail. James tapped the wall with his wand, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned to us with an innocent grin. Let us break the wall. You can use your head to do so. Surely, either your head or the wall will yield. Sirius was utterly exasperated by James's reckless behavior, especially as this commotion would undoubtedly attract Filch's attention, potentially jeopardizing our standing at the school. Oh dear. Why must you echo that sentiment? James whined, dramatically clutching his shoulders and leaning against Sirius, who responded with a gentle push of his finger. If you lean any closer, I shall throw you against the wall. I also felt it best not to smash the wall. The usually silent Remus finally spoke up, and it seems something is approaching from that direction. The playful banter ceased as we all turned our gaze towards the darkness. The surroundings were too dim to discern clearly, but we could vaguely make out something moving. Is that the Lady Loris? Sirius frowned. No, if it were that cat, it would have already cried out. James, having been caught by the Lady Loris on numerous occasions, was undoubtedly the most experienced among us, and besides, this creature bore little resemblance to a cat. As we speculated, the creature gradually came into view. The hazy moonlight filtering through the window illuminated it just enough for us to discern its form. It was a mass of enormous tentacles, initially resembling a colossal octopus. Yet upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a mandrake, albeit one that had clearly overgrown. Its tentacles were astonishingly long, almost like serpents slithering across the ground. In the darkness, it appeared as if a multitude of chaotic shadows writhed. Goodness! I could not suppress my exclamation of pure astonishment. Faced with this indescribable entity, reminiscent of something out of a Lovecraftian nightmare, we instinctively turned to flee. Despite still cloaked under the invisibility cloak, the tentacles relentlessly pursued us, and I sensed that it could see us. What on earth is that thing? Sirius exclaimed in shock. Haven't you ever seen it before? I swear. This is my first encounter. James raised his hand as if to swear an oath, nearly dislodging the cloak. Yet despite the fear, he appeared more exhilarated than frightened. There were so many fascinating things within Hogwarts. Bang! As I sprinted forward, a dull thud resonated beside me. Without a moment to ponder, I quickly raised my wand. A bright light emanated from its tip, revealing Remus entangled by the tentacles, having fallen to the ground. Remus. James halted abruptly, and it dawned on me that the colossal creature remained still. Only its tentacles continued to extend. Even though it had ensnared Remus, it seemed content to remain passive otherwise. It felt almost plant-like. It's as if it's climbing as it grows, encountering obstacles along the way, I muttered. I had seen such a creature once before, when I visited Hagrid and witnessed him in a frenzy trying to shove something inside his hut. The tentacles that had protruded from his side were identical to the one before us. Seeing that Remus was temporarily safe, we gathered around him. Initially, we attempted to pull him free, but the tentacles were wound too tightly. Our efforts yielded no progress, and instead, they merely reddened Remus's hands. Next, we tried to sever the tentacles, but this creature was both soft and firm, remarkably elastic, rendering our attempts futile. If it's a plant, it must fear fire. With no other options, James devised a plan. Let us burn it. It will surely be frightened. Given our current magical prowess, I feared that the flames we could conjure would not only fail to ignite it, but might even provoke it further. Why not try a potion instead? I brewed some failed concoctions that possess strong corrosive properties. Your choices are equally perilous. Sirius rolled his eyes at me, clearly unimpressed. Rest assured, I'll ignite it, and it will surely release Remus due to the pain. We can then haul him away without issue. James confidently brandished his wand, reciting the incantation before either of us could intervene. A burst of flame struck the tentacle, but the flicker of fire quickly vanished. In contrast, the previously placid plant erupted into a frenzy. Remus! I cried out as the tentacle began to swing him upwards, only to drop him suddenly, akin to a bungee jump. We scrambled in disarray, utilizing multiple levitation spells to slow Remus's descent. Thud. More tentacles surged from every direction. The entire wall and ceiling trembled, producing a cacophony of sound. Loose gravel began to rain down, and cracks spread like spiderwebs from the center of the wall outward. In mere moments, the room began to feel precarious. The door is going to collapse. After landing, a pale-faced Remus uttered this as his first remark, while James finally grasped the severity of the situation, glancing at the door that was half-collapsed. Yet the tentacles had become entirely enraged, slamming down heavily onto the ground. We dodged the tentacles, which struck the floor with a force that left deep gouges in its wake. Hurry, this place is going to cave in entirely. James grasped both Sirius and me, urging us forward, pulling Remus along with us. Just then, I turned to see James casting 2 more fiery spells at the tentacles. Casting so many spells in quick succession would drain his mental energy, and especially spells that would incite the plant's wrath. Sure enough, the tentacles, struck repeatedly by fire, became increasingly violent. Those that had pursued us retreated. In that moment, its true form was fully revealed. It resembled a gigantic octopus dwelling on land, its numerous tentacles encircling James, raining down upon him. In that final instant, I disregarded any limitations set by the system or other constraints. I raised my wand, directing a petrification spell at this colossal being that far exceeded my current magical capabilities. In the moment the incantation was cast, a wave of rust-like odor filled my throat, and a powerful mental shock overwhelmed me before I could react, plunging me into darkness. Detected a magical disturbance. Reinforcement in progress. Rollback successful. Side note. Tip: as a high-freedom game, unexpected situations often arise. If not handled properly, or if incorrect methods are chosen, one may face a fatal ending. However, in the event of unforeseen circumstances during the initial rehearsal, the system will relax certain permissions to a degree, allowing a temporary rollback of some magical energy. Be warned, however, that this degree is limited. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking James's romantic storyline. Caution during Night Adventures 1. Participated in the Raiders Squad event. Gaining 5 favorability with Raider members. Chapter 34. Back to the hospital wing. Fragments of Merlin's tale. A great war is about to begin. Merlin has endured countless wars, witnessing the deaths of innumerable souls. Regardless of how the narrative may shift, there are always lives lost, and the toll of death only continues to rise. Why does she persist? What is the purpose? A throbbing pain courses through her temples. The metallic taste of blood fills her mouth. She recognizes this as a sign of severe magical exhaustion, and this torment has lingered far too long, until it has dulled to numbness. Eventually, Merlin could no longer feel any sensation or emotion, and the world before her became a hazy blur, as if shrouded in crimson. Lily is gone. Even though she lingered into Harry's era, ultimately, she could not be saved. The final battle looms, a moment that should have mattered most to Merlin. Yet now she feels utterly disinclined to act. It is meaningless. It is meaningless. It is meaningless. Her grip on her wand tightened further. Had it not been for the obstacles standing before her, she could have altered everything. All those who obstruct her path deserve death. Yes. If she were to eliminate everyone who could impede her, surely the outcome would be different. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes as she stumbled forward, the tip of her wand faintly glowing green. She must reach the battlefield swiftly. Failure this time is inconsequential. She can surely try again. When the moment comes, all she needs to do is eliminate those standing in her way. Whoever they may be, they must die. Bang! Her severely exhausted body teetered precariously, and in her forward rush, she inadvertently collided with someone. She lost her balance and began to fall backward. Be careful. Just before Merlin hit the ground, the person reached out to catch her. It was this very action that made her recognize the individual. Antonin Dolohov. This time, she was a warrior of Hogwarts, entirely unrelated to these Death Eaters. Why would he come to her aid? Thank you. She uttered a casual expression of gratitude, expecting this Death Eater to seize the opportunity to attack her. Yet until she departed, the person behind her remained still. I awoke to find it was already midnight. The infirmary was empty except for me. All the beds were unoccupied, the moonlight casting soft shadows across the room. The throbbing pain in my temples and the taste of blood were all too familiar. I had thought I would not have to relive this unpleasant sensation for some time, whether it was Madame Pomfrey's miraculous touch or the system at work. I recalled vomiting blood just before I lost consciousness, yet now I felt no discomfort. With this thought, I began to move, and the pain in my head gradually faded, the metallic taste in my throat dissipating. It was indeed perilous. James had nearly faced disaster. I could respawn if I died, but if he perished, the narrative of first year would unravel before it had even concluded. While shaking my head in disbelief, I noticed several items on the bedside table, including small snacks and cakes. Beneath the cake were a few letters, likely left by my friends since Madame Pomfrey would have sent them away during the night while I remained unconscious. With this in mind, I began to open the letters. The first being from Lily. As expected, Lily criticized James extensively in her letter, asserting that she had warned him he would eventually bring about his own demise. Yet it was I who bore the consequences instead of him, which left her quite indignant. She expressed that at the very least, James should endure an equivalent punishment to satiate her anger. Lily's concern brought a warmth to my eyes, and upon reflecting on James, I sincerely hoped this incident would deter him from further explorations of the Chamber of Secrets. In the latter part of her letter, Lily continued to check on me, urging me to rest well, noting that Professor Dumbledore had already arranged for my absence from classes for the next few days. Additionally, she had brought a small cake and milk for me to have upon awakening to settle my stomach. Indeed, this incident had attracted the attention of the headmaster, I mused, ruffling my hair. Causing such a commotion would surely result in a hefty deduction for Gryffindor. Grasping the milk, I drank while opening the second letter, which was from Remus. In addition to urging me to rest like Lily, he outlined the events that transpired after I fell unconscious that day. It turned out my spell had worked. After the plant was petrified, James finally escaped, and upon seeing me vomit blood and faint, Sirius immediately decided to seek out a professor. However, before he could act, a loud crash echoed from the broken door, followed by Filch and several professors appearing outside. I've never seen Professor McGonagall this angry, Remus wrote. And when Sirius informed her you were in trouble, she nearly fainted at the sight of you. Upon returning, we discovered the Gryffindor common room was packed. Everyone had thought there had been an explosion. I had not anticipated the noise would be so great. No wonder the professors came rushing. If only they had arrived a little sooner, perhaps I would not have fainted. I lamented my misfortune. Yet, I also noted that Sirius was the first to prepare to find a professor, and the first to inform Professor McGonagall of my predicament, which was quite contrary to my previous perceptions of him. I had always believed Sirius to be merciless toward those he disliked, and that he viewed killing as a trivial matter. Just as he later deliberately allowed Snape to encounter the werewolf Remus, Sirius seemed entirely unconcerned about Snape's fate, and did not consider the turmoil that would ensue if Remus were to truly harm him. However, this time, he seemed genuinely invested in my well-being, which took me by surprise. Setting Remus's letter aside, I noticed another letter beneath it. This one was unsigned, and upon opening it, I found only a single line. This time I was wrong, but what you did was far too dangerous. It could have been avoided. Instantly, I recognized it was James. Even in his apology, there was a tone that suggested, fine, I'll concede this time. Just as I was about to set the letter down, I noticed something written on the back. Flipping it over, I saw another line. I asked the house elf to make some bread, and I'll help you with this week's notes. The last line had been crossed out and rewritten multiple times. indicating he was unsure whether he could maintain the focus to listen attentively and take notes. After reading the letters, I gathered my things and finished the cake and bread. While I was eating, I had a strange feeling that someone was watching me, yet when I looked up, the infirmary remained empty, save for the entrance. Wait. Was the door slightly ajar? Curiously, I rose and approached to open it. The moonlight fragmented through the window, casting scattered shards of light onto the floor. The corridor was deserted, and the only sound was the echo of my footsteps. Perhaps a friend had come to see me earlier. I closed the door behind me. I couldn't shake the feeling that at the moment I opened the door, someone had been standing before me. Aside. Note: each time an event's aftermath occurs, it will be differentiated based on unlocked achievements and affinity levels. Furthermore, different choices will lead to variations in interpersonal dynamics. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on achieving Sirius's romantic storyline achievement, Night Visit. Chapter 35. Remus's Birthday Romantic Event 1. I was genuinely startled, my heart nearly stopping. You can't do such things again in the future. All the way, James incessantly chattered in my ear, causing me considerable annoyance. James. One might think I was the one who suggested going to the chamber. I could hardly endure it, especially since I am fine now, right? You just vomited blood. How could you possibly be fine? James was even more displeased, asserting that the professors were on their way, and it could have all been avoided. How could I have known the professors were right outside the door? And considering the circumstances, you were clearly in danger. Could I have merely stood by? We began to argue in the corridor, with passing students weaving around us. Yet ultimately the one who entered the infirmary was you. I had no intention of blaming you. James. I made mistakes, but you were also in the wrong. As our argument escalated into a battle of voices, Remus and Lily hurried over to pull us apart. I had previously mentioned that you should not always associate with them. They are nothing but contemptuous individuals. James's actions only deepened Lily's disapproval of him. On the way to the classroom, she wore an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so," as she advised me, "You saved him, yet he still blames you. Frankly, you should not have helped him. Or at least, you ought to avoid such perilous places." I understood her point, yet as I ran my fingers through my hair, I realized that I was not genuinely angry. I was aware that James's feelings were not as he expressed, but when it came time to speak, I found myself at a loss for words, ultimately swallowing back my thoughts. Regardless, I had never expected this incident to alter his character. Ultimately, it was Merlin's recklessness that led to this situation. Long after Merlin and the others had departed, James continued to dwell on the matter, leaving Remus feeling somewhat exasperated. He could see that James was genuinely shaken. Despite their previous adventures, where James had approached the school infirmary with a carefree attitude, this incident, stemming from his misjudgment, had struck him profoundly. He could vividly recall the moment when James had appeared utterly panicked, even momentarily rendered speechless in front of the professor, only regaining his composure after being administered a calming potion. If James truly believed he was in the right, he would not keep reiterating the incident. His unease stemmed from an unwillingness to acknowledge his own fault. James, if you continue to disregard your safety, I will undoubtedly send a few Slytherins to accompany you to your grave, Sirius said darkly. You nearly lost your life. Hey mate, that statement feels like a threat directed at me. James fervently shook his head. Dying and then having to see the faces of that Slytherin lot is a terrifying thought. I had initially thought that after class, James might quiet down, but to my surprise halfway through the lesson, he refrained from pranking the Slytherin students and instead began murmuring to the two of us. I genuinely believe I am not in the wrong, he asserted weakly. Merlin got injured purely because she overstepped. He then patted Sirius on the shoulder. Don't you agree? Sirius, who usually echoed James's sentiments, fell silent for a few moments before finally speaking absent-mindedly. Indeed. It is rather reckless to attempt a large-scale petrification spell, when one can barely brew potions without draining their energy. James, who had sought validation, felt slightly taken aback by Sirius's comment, lowering his voice. It can't be put that way. Whose side are you on exactly? Sirius shot back, his expression dark as he resumed his focus on the lesson, leaving Remus unsure whether his frustration was directed at James or Merlin. I think you should apologize to Merlin, Remus suggested. We can all see that you feel remorse. Why not express it directly to her? Apologize? Are you joking? James exclaimed, rising from his seat in agitation, only to realize that the classroom was not the appropriate venue for such discussions. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Professor Slughorn cast a disapproving glance in his direction. Mr. Potter, this is class time, he reprimanded. James, having forgotten the decorum expected during lessons, found himself the unfortunate recipient of a 5-point deduction from Gryffindor. As soon as class concluded, he stormed out in a huff, with Sirius dutifully following. Remus had intended to join them but, recalling their earlier argument, decided that James might need some solitude. Merlin and Lily exited through the back door of the classroom. With only one potions class scheduled for the morning, he gathered his belongings in a daze. Perhaps I shall wander aimlessly around the school. March in Hogwarts bore the early signs of spring, with tender green shoots pushing through the ground, and soon he might once again be able to sit on the grass and read. He ambled forward, lacking a specific destination. In this aimlessness, he found the path becoming increasingly familiar, and before long, he was nearing the Whomping Willow's location. There was still ample time before the next full moon. He had no reason to venture there. Just as he turned away, a voice reached his ears that should not have been present at that moment. Remus. Merlin appeared to have run to him, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing him. What brings you here? She asked, nearing his side and slightly breathless. There's hardly anyone around. I'm glad I ventured a bit further. He was so taken aback that it took him a moment to respond. Were you looking for me? Surely you haven't forgotten? Merlin seemed even more astonished, then placed a box into his hands. Happy birthday, Remus. It suddenly dawned on him that today was March 10th, his birthday. A breeze swept through the air, rustling the leaves with a gentle whisper. Perhaps it was the stillness of the surroundings that made him acutely aware of the rapid beating of his heart. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, the words caught in his throat. He had never disclosed his birthday to anyone. The gift felt somewhat weighty, and its contents were uncertain to him. Yet it was evident that this was not the right moment to accept a gift. The distance to the Gryffindor common room was still considerable, making it feel like a burden to carry it all the way back. Merlin seemed to sense this awkwardness, scratching her head sheepishly. I intended to give it to you after class, but you didn't return. Since there are no afternoon classes, I worried you might miss your birthday if you came back too late, so I brought the gift to find you. Her voice trailed off, feeling somewhat redundant now. And she hesitated, but it seems odd for me to carry it for you. Sorry, I just felt like wandering, he replied, unexpectedly stammering, his voice also dwindling. The two stood there, heads bowed, as if being chastised. Yet Merlin quickly regained her composure, smiling brightly again. At least we managed to meet up, she said cheerfully. Though it looks like I'll need to strengthen my grip on the way back to the common room. In truth, this was hardly a challenge. Ever since he had become a werewolf, his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary person. However, he certainly could not confess this in front of Merlin. So he merely acquiesced. As they walked back together, they fell into a light conversation. I'm sorry about what happened earlier, he said, recalling the events of that fateful night with trepidation. I wish I had run faster. Had he been swifter, the tentacles might not have caught up to him, and the subsequent events could have been avoided. What are you apologizing for? Those tentacles were exceedingly long. They would have ensnared someone eventually. Plus, you were the victim. You were thrown into the air. I should be asking if you are all right. At this, Merlin halted, looking at him with concern. You went pale when you hit the ground. Did you visit the infirmary afterward? I'm fine, just a bit shaken, he replied hastily, shaking his head. Really, it's nothing. That's good to hear. Merlin's expression darkened slightly, as if recalling the height from which he had fallen. He remembered a previous conversation during a Quidditch match, when Sirius mentioned that Merlin had never managed to fly during flying lessons, and James had remarked that Merlin seemed to have never flown at all. He also recalled that while walking through the corridors, Merlin always kept to the inside, never standing near the windows. Remus, it's not your fault, so you need not apologize. Just as he was lost in thought, Merlin spoke again. You are no different from anyone else. You should not feel inferior, nor should you consider yourself lesser in any way. His heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively, he touched the collar of his robes, where several new scars had appeared in recent days. How did you come to know my birthday? The panic of a secret seemingly on the verge of revelation compelled him to raise a question that had long occupied his mind. I inquired with Professor Dumbledore. Merlin winked at him. You see, our dear headmaster never shies away from fostering camaraderie among students. Indeed, if it were Professor Dumbledore, he would certainly know your birthday. For some reason, his ears felt slightly warm. The kindness of being cared for brightened his previously clouded emotions. He ought to have expressed his gratitude, but before he could, a question escaped his lips, faster than his thoughts. Why would you do that? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Yet Merlin swiftly provided a response. I feel you often distance yourself from the crowd. Merlin clasped her hands behind her back, her braided hair swaying gently with her movements. Each time we gather, you remain the most silent one, even in moments of adventure. In truth, it is not just me. Everyone has noticed the scars you bear. Merlin lifted her gaze and smiled at him. He instinctively took a step back, only to realize how it revealed his unease. James and Sirius care deeply about your scars. In the beginning, when my relationship with them was not particularly strong and you were close to me, they were always keeping an eye on you. James is quite attentive towards you. Despite his many flaws, he values his friends above all else. They could already see the castle ahead, and before the crowd thickened, he instinctively halted. Merlin did the same. At least in their presence, you need not feel anxious or perpetually burdened by thoughts. Perhaps some matters that weigh heavily on your heart are of little concern to others. After a considerable silence following her words, Remus remained quiet. Merlin waited for several seconds without receiving a response. Her surprise led her to turn, only to find Remus gazing at her intently. "What about you?" Remus inquired. "Are we friends?" Chapter 36, The Birthday Romance Incident of Remus, Part 2. Ha! In the midst of my fervent attempts to orchestrate a successful new dawn for Remus with his friends, I was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected counter-question. My instinctive reply was, "Of course we are friends." However, Remus slightly lowered his head, his gaze fixating on the ground. A breeze brushed by, and his voice seemed to float away, as if it could be whisked off at any moment. "You still call me Lupin," he said. "Aside from Sirius, you address the rest of your friends by their first names." I was genuinely taken aback. Upon reflection, it was quite true. My discord with Sirius was common knowledge at Hogwarts. Thus, aside from Sirius, Remus was the only one I addressed by his surname, which explained his assumption. Mainly, Lupin always appeared so serious that I unconsciously resorted to using his surname. I began to fidget. Considering that Remus had kept a distance from those around him due to his werewolf identity, fearful that his friends would abandon him upon learning the truth. Under such circumstances, even if he harbored his own troubles, he might be reluctant to share them. Consequently, he might perceive our relationship as rather lacking. I was also concerned that calling him by his first name might come off as disrespectful. I sheepishly remarked, "During the previous occasions when I inadvertently addressed you by your name, your expressions were rather strange, leading me to believe you were not fond of it." For a brief moment, Remus's expression froze, and he suddenly coughed. "Ahem, perhaps it's just that I haven't felt well this morning." I understood. Even though classes at Hogwarts start much later than when I attended school, I have experienced this 8 times. After all those years of waking up for classes, my aversion to early mornings is profound. It is entirely normal for Remus to lack energy in the morning. However, I have never perceived calling someone by their name as disrespectful. After a couple of coughs, Remus finally lifted his head to look at me. "I have always hoped you would call me Remus." He tilted his head slightly. "Is that all right?" It felt peculiar. This was not a significant matter. I had unwittingly uttered his name several times before. It was merely a change of address. Yet, under the weight of Remus's earnest gaze, filled with expectation, I found the name taking on an unusual significance, causing me to stammer slightly when I attempted to speak. Remus. After uttering his name, I wanted to punch myself. Remus was so eager for me to call him by his name, yet I stumbled over it. What if he mistakenly thought I was unwilling? In a flurry, I quickly corrected myself. "Remus. Here I am." Remus smiled, his gray-green eyes brimming with unadulterated joy, and for a fleeting moment, I misinterpreted that calling his name was akin to achieving something monumental. "I have already received my favorite birthday gift." Remus returned to the dormitory, clutching a box. "Hey Remus. You would never guess what we just found out." James, who had stormed out half an hour ago, was now brimming with excitement as he exclaimed upon Remus's entrance. "We have a fantastic place to go tonight." It was only then that he noticed the item in Remus's hands. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Did you just visit the Ollery?" "No," Remus replied, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It's a gift from a friend." "A gift?" James slapped his forehead, nearly leaping from his chair. "It's your birthday today." "I can't believe I didn't know. You didn't mention it when I asked, and I thought it was still far off." He hurried over to Remus, seemingly having lost all interest in his homework. "Who is this friend that cares so much about our Remus?" After a moment of silence, Remus revealed the name Merlin. "Oh, so it's a Merlin?" James stammered, having just had a heated argument with Merlin that morning. It was a relief to temporarily set that aside, only to return and hear this, causing his earlier enthusiasm to significantly wane. Sirius, holding a book, paused for a moment, glancing over at the gift box. "You really aren't much of a friend, telling others without informing us." James exaggeratedly slapped Remus's shoulder. And Sirius was genuinely concerned he might send Remus to the hospital wing again. He must not be so biased next time. "Actually, I didn't tell her either." As he spoke, Remus's eyes lit up, causing Sirius's hand on the book to tighten suddenly. She said she found out by asking Professor Dumbledore. Oh, how did she know the password to the headmaster's office? At this, James perked up, his interest rekindled. We couldn't guess it last time. And it took us half an hour of trying before the headmaster finally let us in. Remus fell silent for a moment, feeling a headache beginning to creep in again. However, to think she would consider asking the headmaster. It seems Merlin truly cares about you, James murmured. I thought she just wandered about at night creating a mess in the secret passageways. We discovered the kitchens this morning. James was cut off mid-sentence by Sirius, who suggested, since today is Friday, why not celebrate properly, even if it's just making a cake? Saying this, he closed his book. After all, a birthday deserves cake. We were planning to check out the kitchens tonight anyway. James placed a hand on Remus's shoulder, smiling innocently. You'll join us, right? As compensation for not telling us about your birthday. Remus replied, then I'll be counting on you all. Though I had previously vowed never to stay up all night again. Staying up late is one thing, but an all-nighter is another. So I prepared to sneak out of the common room that evening. At that moment, I encountered James and his companions at the entrance. James held an invisibility cloak in his hands, and for reasons unknown, he chose not to cover himself with it. Upon seeing me, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. The side quest for the Raider Squad has been activated. James and his companions appear to be preparing for a nocturnal adventure. Would you care to join them? 1 yes. 2 no. The system presented such a mundane choice that it brought tears to my eyes, almost moving me to the depths of my being. I was genuinely touched, yet I resolutely declined. Almost immediately after I made my selection, James spoke up. We are about to celebrate Remus's birthday. Would you like to join us? It was quite rare to hear him speak in such a monotone, dry manner. No thank you. I waved my hand dismissively. I had already gifted him something, and it was time for the Raider Squad to enjoy their own exclusive moments. With that, I stepped out the door, only to feel a weight on my back. I turned to see James grasping my robe. We exchanged glances, neither of us relinquishing our hold nor uttering a word. We found ourselves locked in a silent contest of who would blink first. As our eyes grew red from the strain, Remus could no longer bear the tension. Merlin, I wish you could celebrate my birthday with me. He softened his tone significantly. How could I refuse such a plea delivered in that manner? Moreover, I genuinely felt the urge to blink, so I hastily agreed to join them. All right, since Remus has asked so earnestly, I will join your nocturnal escapade. For reasons unknown, I received a notification. Sirius's affinity decreased by 5. How utterly bewildering. Aside. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on triggering Remus's birthday romance event name. Sirius's darkening value activated. Current darkness level, 6, Chapter 37, James's birthday romance event. After Remus's birthday, the dynamics of my relationship with James began to shift subtly. Although we still greeted each other amicably in the common room, and exchanged casual banter in the dining hall, there existed an unspoken distance between us. I no longer participated in the Raider Squad's nighttime adventures, merely informing them that I had other obligations before hastily departing. During this period, the system repeatedly attempted to present options for reconciliation with James, yet I questioned why I should take the initiative when I had done nothing wrong. I declined each proposal, right up until the arrival of spring break. In the days leading up to the holiday, Lily was already busy packing, her eagerness palpable. Mary couldn't help but remark, "This must be the first time Lily has looked forward to going home so much." "Hey girls," I chuckled softly. It had barely been a year. Lily seemed intent on taking everything Hogwarts had to offer back with her, even suggesting a clandestine trip to Hogsmeade to purchase some items. I had to admit, she truly embodied the spirit of Gryffindor. However, there was little to be found in Hogsmeade, and after much persuasion, she abandoned that idea. Yet, we still ventured out late at night, and managed to scavenge a considerable stash of sweets from Professor Dumbledore. "Merlin, are you coming back with me? I've brought too many gifts," and after finally managing to zip up my suitcase, I sighed with relief, looking at me expectantly. "Penny will certainly want to see you." Although I, too, wished to visit her home, I shook my head. If I went, it could disrupt the relationship between Penny and Lily. They would likely center their conversations around me, believing I had facilitated their closeness. This was an issue that the Evans sisters needed to resolve themselves, and my presence would do more harm than good. Lily felt disappointed but respected my choice. "I will miss you." After signing the departure forms, she embraced me, along with Mary and other friends. As she waved goodbye, she promised, "I'll bring you some gifts." I waved back at Lily, and once she had left, I turned to depart. At that moment, I caught sight of Snape lurking in the shadows at a distance. Noticing my gaze, his expression darkened further, and he silently walked away. Snape's affinity decreased by 1. Sometimes I forget that my relationship with him is also quite strained. Few students returned for spring break, and with the holiday atmosphere, most were wandering outside. I chose to bypass the crowds and took a stroll by the Black Lake. The water was tranquil, revealing no signs of life beneath its surface. Standing at the shore, I pondered a troubling question. In just 2 days, it would be March 27th, James's birthday. Why did it seem as though so many people were celebrating their birthdays in such a short span? The system would undoubtedly present me with a birthday event, and regardless of the circumstances, I felt justified in my feelings. James should be the one apologizing to me. I had no desire to celebrate his birthday at all. During this time, I often sensed James's gaze lingering on me from across the room. He appeared more distracted than usual. Even the pranks he typically pulled in class had diminished. In Transfiguration class, where he would usually delight in transforming classmates' pens and paper into various feathers and bizarre fruits, he now seemed fixated solely on me. Whenever I glanced in his direction, he would quickly avert his eyes, sometimes even letting out an annoyed huff, as if I were the one staring at him. This fellow was incredibly obstinate. I had been astonished at his willingness to apologize to Sirius and later to me in the common room, believing he had undergone a significant change in character. However, it now seemed he had not changed at all. His earlier apologies were merely indicative of someone who had never truly felt he was in the wrong, thus rendering the matter inconsequential to him. Now that he truly recognized his fault, he hesitated to confront it. This realization filled me with irritation. Yet upon returning to the dormitory, I helplessly retrieved the gift box I had prepared for James. I had begun crafting a gift for him long ago, and now, amidst our Cold War, it felt as if I was washing laundry with a frosty expression. When the time came to present the gift, I would ensure to twist James's head off. On the morning of March 27th, I was roused once more by the system notification. Yet again an almost identical birthday romance event. This time with only a change in title, still filled with affection and inexplicably sweet bubbles. At the very least, I wished it wouldn't come pre-packaged. What was the purpose of this romance event? If my relationship was strained, I shared a similarly poor rapport with Sirius. Yet why was Snape the only exception? As I dressed, I wrestled with this conundrum before finally opening the door. Upon entering the dining hall, I was surprised to find James, who usually slept until the afternoon during breaks, already present. His table was laden with gifts, as he was well liked in all houses except Slytherin. Midway through our meal, I heard a distant commotion, a stark contrast to the usual arrival of owls. Looking up, I saw owls delivering a plethora of items from Mr. Potter, nearly burying James under a deluge of gifts. James, don't leave me. Sirius, in a theatrical display, leaped onto the table, attempting to pull James out, while James emitted a series of rather nonsensical sounds, as if he were ensnared not in a mere pile of gifts, but in a bog of wilderness. Oh no! If this continues, you'll be dragged down with me, James exclaimed dramatically, his tone reminiscent of a Shakespearean play. I am destined to leave you forever, to depart from all. A student sipping water was caught off guard, spluttering as they were doused by their own drink due to their sudden laughter. For the entire afternoon, every time a new gift arrived, James would eagerly rummage through them all over again. He devoted nearly all his time to this endeavor. What on earth was James doing? Remus, who had planned to finish his holiday homework days in advance, was taken aback when he lifted his head from his assignments to find James still engrossed in unwrapping gifts. In his astonishment, he could no longer hold back his questions. Sirius, seated nearby engrossed in his book, emitted a derisive snort through his nose. I fear he is searching for some gift from a certain someone. Remus grasped the implication and shook his head. Evans has already returned home, and their relationship is hardly amicable. It seems James will find it quite challenging to receive the gift he desires. At this remark, Sirius lifted his gaze from the pages, his expression darkening. What he sought was a gift from Merlin. With evident dissatisfaction, he turned a page, the sound echoing as if he intended to tear it from the book. James truly cherishes her. The gift I presented remains unopened. Sirius's deliberately amplified voice finally compelled James to pause in his frenzied search for gifts. He raised his head, gazing earnestly at Sirius. Darling, you must believe that my greatest love is you. With that, he lowered his gaze once more, resuming his quest among the gifts. Sirius, once again. He has rummaged through all the gifts, yet he has still not encountered the name he eagerly anticipated. This ignited a renewed wave of agitation within him, prompting him to pace restlessly around the common room. If you cannot remain still, I could procure some nails to affix you to that chair. Look out yourself, Machi. James appeared more frantic than anyone else, tugging at his hair, poor strands nearly reduced to a tangled mess. Remus observed him, pondering how customers seeking Potter's family shampoo would surely reconsider upon witnessing James's disheveled state. I merely wished to stretch my legs. Just then an owl arrived, and James dashed to the heap of gifts, eagerly inspecting each one as if something miraculous might appear within. This action prompted Sirius to elevate his book once more, no longer inclined to spare him a glance. Neurotic, Sirius succinctly remarked. Are you truly searching for a gift from Merlin? Remus inquired, surprised. The word struck James like an arrow, causing him to leap up and wave his hands in a gesture of denial, as if to retract Remus's statement. If you genuinely wish to receive her gift, why not simply speak to her? Remus remained perplexed. Did you not also wish to apologize to her? I have already stated in my letter that I was at fault, and I reiterated that I made a mistake. James asserted with conviction. I have apologized long ago. At this, Remus fell silent, feeling that even the most challenging curse would not render him speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his voice. But afterward, you mentioned that you were also in the wrong. This hardly seems like an apology. In any case, James covered his ears. I have already said that she refused to accept it. I cannot repeat myself. With that, James resumed his restless pacing in the common room. Remus, at his wit's end, glanced at Sirius, only to find him completely absorbed in his book. Initially believing James would continue this for the entire night, he was taken aback when, after 2 laps, James suddenly returned to the couch. To his astonishment, Merlin had entered the room. Sirius, James exclaimed, seizing his hand and shouting with unprecedented volume. Look at all the gifts I have received. This one. It is simply marvelous. Finally, Sirius emerged from the literary realm, regarding James with an unprecedented expression of disdain. I truly wish to send you to St. Mungo's. James felt quite aggrieved, wondering why even his closest friend seemed indifferent to his feelings. Seeing that the heap of gifts contained none from Merlin only deepened his sorrow. Your voice is as loud as if you were struck by a stone on your foot, though I suspect it is your brain that has suffered a blow. Just as his spirits plummeted further, Merlin's voice resonated from behind him. He turned swiftly, only to discover that she had silently approached from behind the couch. This does not concern you, does it? He longed to converse with Merlin, yet upon seeing her, his words morphed into sarcasm. This is the common room. It is of no consequence, Merlin replied, tapping a rectangular box against his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. You dare confront a magical creature, but cannot face your mistakes. Mr. Potter, your courage appears to be rather sporadic. Just for today, happy birthday. As Merlin released her grip, the box slipped from his head, and only as it neared the ground did he react, hastily catching it in his hands. Merlin. He vaulted over the couch, evidently unpracticed in such maneuvers, nearly losing his balance as he landed. However, he quickly steadied himself, loudly calling her name. I am sorry. I was wrong that day. I should not have led everyone into such perilous circumstances without proper investigation, nor should I have carelessly used magic against something I had never encountered before. His face flushed crimson, and unlike the previous occasion, the common room was filled with people, all astonished to witness the campus bully sincerely and earnestly apologizing for perhaps the first time in his life. I understand you were trying to save me, but... His hands trembled. I never anticipated such consequences. For a moment, I feared you were truly in peril. I am sorry, Merlin. He seemed as if he wished to grasp Merlin's hand, yet he merely raised it before letting it fall. Merlin recalled how he had once seized her wrist, nearly causing her to jump in pain. He did not utter phrases like "Can you forgive me?" but simply gazed at her. Apologies are easily accepted, yet in that moment, Merlin suddenly realized that James was genuinely remorseful, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. You need not worry about this, she eventually said, offering him a smile. We are friends, James. My anger was never about that. I merely worried about what would happen if you encountered even greater dangers in your future adventures. Just like Sirius said, James muttered, all right. I will endeavor to investigate thoroughly before proceeding in the future. In light of your heartfelt sincerity, I shall accept this apology. Merlin tapped his head playfully. But this is a one-time concession. There will be no next time. Ouch. James yelped, as if Merlin had twisted his head off. With this matter finally resolved, a great weight lifted from his heart. After consulting Merlin, he unwrapped the gift, and as his gaze fell upon its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a hand-drawn map of the secret passages of Hogwarts. Sirius harbored no doubt that he would be so overwhelmed with excitement he might faint on the spot. Throughout the night he conversed with Merlin about the most adventurous spots within Hogwarts, as if attempting to make up for all the words left unspoken, lingering until curfew. Reluctant to part ways, See you tomorrow, Merlin. He waved at her. See you tomorrow, James, Merlin replied with a yawn, also waving goodbye. James appeared utterly enamored with the map, clutching it as he walked, and upon returning to the dormitory, Sirius was astonished to find him sleeping with the map cradled in his arms. You might as well eat it. That way, you will never be apart, Sirius remarked, visibly disapproving. I know you are jealous of me, brother, James quipped, but Sirius felt a pang in his heart, instinctively retorting, jealous of what? Jealous of the gift from Merlin? Don't be ridiculous. With that, he flopped onto his bed, sulking as he turned off the light to sleep. Alas, this night was destined to be one where no one would notice him. James was entirely absorbed in his joy, and as the night of the full moon approached, Remus no longer returned to the dormitory, leaving Sirius to stew in his own thoughts. Aside, side quest notice. Congratulations on triggering James's birthday romance event, the anticipated gift. Sirius's corruption level activated, current corruption level, 7, Chapter 38, The Easter Nightmare. I have hit a bottleneck. Previously, I had been striving to concoct a potent wolfsbane potion, but alas, my current magical abilities rendered me utterly incapable. Thus, I sought a more modest alternative, aspiring to develop a remedy that could at least facilitate the fading of scars, allowing him to forego the daily concealing of his wounds. Winter was manageable, but come summer, he could hardly be expected to don a scarf daily, could he? I have penned countless recipes, yet either the magical tier was too advanced for my capabilities, or I had naively believed a particular concoction would suffice, only to find no discernible change after secretly administering it to Remus. Ironically, after numerous feedings, Remus had become so accustomed that he would readily open his mouth at the mere sight of food, evoking thoughts of Pavlovian conditioning. Throughout this endeavor, Sirius seemed inexplicably intent on diminishing my favorability, as though he suspected I harbored intentions of poisoning Remus. Alas, my efforts were futile. After James's birthday festivities, I endeavored once more, yet to no avail. After so many attempts, my only achievements seemed to be exemplary grades and an abundance of knowledge. But for the first time in my life, I found myself incapable of brewing a potion I once excelled at, leaving me in a state of profound discontent. Even during the Easter feast, my spirits were low, prompting Mary to inquire why I had ceased feeding Remus. Truly, it felt as if I had been conditioned into a reflex. As I pondered while strolling, wondering whether the items I had ordered from the Boggins and Bork shop had arrived, something suddenly flashed before me. I carelessly lifted my gaze, only to find a disembodied head floating in the air, gazing back at me. Good heavens! Under normal circumstances, I would not have been startled by such a specter, for Peeves frightens individuals daily, but I had been lost in thought, and with the corridor being empty, it was difficult not to be startled. After a jolt, I brandished my wand at the head, nearly casting the killing curse. Wait, it's me. Just as I was about to inadvertently send James to Azkaban, he fumbled to remove his invisibility cloak, revealing a disheveled visage shared with Sirius. His action abruptly halted my hand. One simply cannot murder a classmate. I recognized his exaggeration. Yet had my magical prowess not been so lacking, he might have genuinely faced peril. What on earth are you two doing? I thought you were in the Great Hall. I was taken aback. Sirius saw you leave. James was promptly punched by Sirius, who then looked at him with confusion before continuing. It was a shame we didn't pull any pranks during Halloween, so we decided to rectify that oversight. You're the only one who left early, Sirius scoffed, aside from you. There's no one else so dull. Such regrets need not be addressed, I replied, patting my chest, deliberately ignoring Sirius. Had I not restrained myself, I fear I might be reminiscing about you both from Azkaban this time next year. James, that foolish boy, believed I was jesting and erupted in laughter. I wouldn't use such tactics on anyone else, James declared confidently. If we're going to create chaos, let it be grand. I recalled the tragically meager points of Gryffindor, and felt a wave of concern wash over me. You didn't scare Lily like this, did you? I thought of her growing aversion to him, feeling anxious. No wonder their relationship showed no signs of progress despite no apparent conflict. Evans? James paused, running a hand through his now messy hair from the cloak. Not at all. That's a relief, I exhaled. Such pranks cannot be directed at Lily. Avery and his gang have already subjected her to similar, albeit worse, tricks. If she were to witness this, I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, I patted my chest with pride. Of course, I can pull such pranks on Lily, as I am not you, and besides, I sent Avery and his cronies to the hospital wing afterward. James, seeing him go silent, Sirius laughed even louder than I did. But pranks can indeed be permissible. I began to brainstorm ideas for James, suggesting he could plan something for the next Halloween. I don't need your suggestions, James interrupted, appearing disinterested. Truly a fellow reluctant to heed others' counsel, and it also seemed unnecessary. Serious favorability -1. I nearly believed the system had mistakenly recorded James as Sirius. What on earth is this? After a befuddled farewell to James, I continued my aimless wanderings through Hogwarts. Most students were in the Great Hall, and the few I encountered on my way suggested I was not the only one who had left. Moreover, Headmaster Dumbledore had declared we could roam freely, so on what grounds did Sirius call me out? The recipe still required modification, and I sought a tranquil place. With this in mind, I made my way to the Black Lake. This location, being a forbidden area of Hogwarts, was where I often retreated for contemplation, as it was solitary and serene, particularly at night. Although outdoors, the oppressive sensation of being enclosed by the surrounding trees and mountains was quite peculiar, and during such moments, I always felt a sense of reassurance. However, today felt different. The trees and peaks remained as silent as ever, the ink-black waters of the lake undisturbed, and the sky even shrouded from the moon's gaze. I initially settled by the water's edge, yet soon rose again, feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched. In the past, I relished sitting at the brink of the Black Lake, its abyssal surface reflecting nothing, allowing me to gaze into it in tranquility. Yet now as I stared, I sensed something lurking beneath the unseen surface, continuously observing me. Perhaps it would be wise to leave this place after all. As I turned to depart, I was startled to find Remus had appeared nearby, his face a mask of shock, brandishing his wand at me. What on earth was Remus doing? Before I could process the situation, I felt a chilling grip around my ankle, the icy sensation almost paralyzing me. I quickly glanced down, only to discover a tentacle had silently emerged from the water's depths and ensnared me. At the moment I looked down, it yanked me downward with such force that I had no opportunity to struggle before I was plunged into the lake. A flash of light appeared, glaringly bright in this scenario. A spell that seemed purely for illumination caused the tentacle to release its hold on me, yet I still found myself submerged. Merlin! Remus shouted my name as he dashed toward me, grasping my flailing hand above the water's surface. Cough, cough. The abruptness of it all left me unprepared to hold my breath, and I inhaled water. Fortunately, whatever had seized me seemed to have departed. I hurriedly scrambled towards the shore, pulling Remus along as we fled several meters. Previously, I had read about a giant squid residing in the Black Lake. After we had distanced ourselves, Remus appeared more shaken than I, his expression betraying sheer terror. Was that creature? Perhaps, I replied. Thankfully, I was able to clear my mind. After adjusting my clothes, I cast a worried glance back at the now tranquil waters of the lake. The Black Lake remained a forbidden territory. It would be best to avoid such places in the future. As we made our way back, Remus continually urged me to refrain from venturing into dangerous locales at night, mentioning that he had come because I usually provided him with food or drink daily. However, tonight, I had been unusually silent, and upon noticing my absence he had followed me, concerned about my heavy demeanor, and unexpectedly encountered such peril. Of course, at least for the foreseeable future, I shall steer clear of this area, I responded, though my thoughts lingered on the earlier incident. That was certainly not the giant squid. I had seen it on multiple occasions, and while it appeared massive, it was surprisingly gentle. Once, during the start of the term, a student had accidentally fallen into the water, and it was the giant squid that had brought him back to shore. In all my encounters, I have yet to witness an incident involving a giant squid causing harm. Moreover, a disquieting sensation has once again arisen at my ankle, one that I can feel even through the fabric of my clothing. I brushed my robe and recalled the fleeting glimpse I had caught when I turned back. It seemed as though I had glimpsed a massive, pitch-black creature lurking beneath the concealed waters of the lake. Aside, a reminder, romantic events only occur during significant holidays. However, given that I have already established good relations with everyone, the characters involved in such events are often related to the romantic achievements and affinity levels attained. Nonetheless, there may be unforeseen occurrences that prevent certain characters from noticing what transpires here. Martin stands out as the most unique individual among them. Interacting with him might inadvertently lead to unexpected conclusions that deviate from the conventional narrative. Side note. Congratulations on achieving Martin's romantic storyline accomplishment. Another stance. Chapter 39, Barriers. I have an ominous feeling that Easter will become my least favorite holiday. First, my potion, which I have revised countless times, continues to fail. Then I encounter bizarre creatures from the Black Lake. When I attempted to sneak out in the dead of night to continue my potion studies, I unexpectedly ran into Snape and the others. After having been beaten up by me last time, Mulciber taunted me in the middle of the path. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have simply walked past, but today my mood was foul, and I needed an outlet for my frustration. Thus we ended up in a fierce brawl. In truth, we could have escaped before Filch arrived, but we kept tripping each other up, resulting in our capture. Filch handed us over to Professor Slughorn, who, noticing that Mulciber and his companions performed poorly in potion class, mercilessly confined them. In contrast, he was considerably more lenient with Snape and me, understanding that I often burned the midnight oil concocting potions, believing I was merely striving to learn. Consequently, he instructed us to assist him in preparing some potions the following day. Having packaged potions is a task I have performed numerous times, to the point where I could accomplish it with my eyes closed. However, collaborating with Snape made it feel akin to guarding the Forbidden Forest. After returning to the common room, I was in a foul mood, growing increasingly irate. I decided to sit on the steps outside the boys' dormitory, startling James and Sirius as they returned in the dead of night. "What are you doing sitting here?" James, draped in an invisibility cloak, nearly stepped on me in the darkness. Had it not been for Sirius's quick reflexes, he would have nearly shouted and awakened the entire student body. Could it be revenge for my earlier scare? Not at all. Having successfully startled them, I clapped my hands and sported a satisfied grin, reveling in their dismay. I merely felt displeased and wanted to witness others in misery. "I think she should go to Slytherin," Sirius remarked. James replied, "Sometimes I feel that Sirius is quite right." Though the two retreated with lingering apprehension, my gloom remained. If only Lily were still at school, she would surely have accompanied me. Opting for a swift resolution, I arrived at Professor Slughorn's office early the next morning, eager to finish the task and depart. Yet as I reached out to push the door, I noticed Snape doing the same. We exchanged a moment of surprised eye contact. "I didn't expect you both to arrive so early. I was planning to summon you in the afternoon." By now it was too late to escape. Professor Slughorn opened the door with a look of satisfaction, proclaiming that you are all talented students, gifted and diligent, destined for future success. Upon ushering us inside, the scene I dreaded most unfolded. The professor announced that he had urgent matters to attend to and that everything was laid out on the table for us to tidy up before leaving. Alas, I knew it. He always seemed busier during holidays. It was a recurrent theme. Once the professor departed, silence enveloped the room. Snape and I worked together, as if we had been on an assembly line for a decade, effortlessly repackaging the potions. Yet as a first year, Snape occasionally paused to observe. After another accidental noise, Snape glanced at me. Snape's affinity -1. Practice makes perfect. Do not take out your frustrations on others. I could comprehend why Snape harbored such disdain for me. Aside from my status as a Gryffindor, I frequently roamed the halls at night, often encountering gatherings where they practiced dark magic or witnessed Avery and his cohorts bullying classmates. Snape never intervened, merely watching from the sidelines. Each time, I would relay these occurrences to Lily, which displeased Snape greatly. However, I saw no harm in it. Just as I would inform Lily when James and the others bullied classmates, I remained steadfast in my reporting, much like a dedicated journalist. James would only grumble that I was stricter than the professors. I swiftly organized the potions at my station, moving with the speed of a syringe in a hospital, ready to make my escape. Yet, I foolishly overlooked the fact that misfortune never truly pauses. The system seized the opportunity and promptly displayed a dialogue box. Snape's romantic event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. The potions here have all been repackaged. 1. Observe that he has not yet finished. Offer assistance. 2. It seems this is the first time we have shared such a quiet moment together. 3. Confess my feelings to Snape. But why? What connection do Snape and I share? Throughout this year, aside from quarreling, mocking and discussing assignments, we have scarcely exchanged a few words. Why is there a romantic event? My inner turmoil was futile. Only 3 options remained. After deliberating, I finally chose the first. Isn't this the potion and spell genius we began studying dark magic within our first year? Why is it that you still haven't finished? Thanks to Sirius, my ability to taunt had become second nature. Would you like my assistance? Snape's affinity -10. Upon hearing my words, Snape's already unfriendly demeanor darkened further. He halted his work, fixing me with a gaze imbued with an unsettling chill, akin to damp moss thriving after rain. At this juncture, you would do better to sew your mouth shut to prevent it from babbling indiscriminately. His narrowed eyes glinted with malice. If you cannot manage that, I could always assist with a silencing charm. This was not the first time Snape had threatened to use a spell against me, but thus far it had remained mere bluster, to which I reciprocated in kind. Perhaps you should wait until you've actually learned it. Snape's affinity -5. Well, now I knew for certain that he had yet to master it. With the options concluded and the system imposing no further restrictions, I gathered the repackaged potions and yawned as I left the professor's office. I admit that there are times I forget just how poor my relationship with Snape truly is. It was only when the professor inquired about the potions I had spilled that I finally recalled this fact. Aside a reminder, the mode of interaction varies significantly according to differing affinity levels. The romantic narratives for different characters can be entirely distinct. Side note: congratulations on achieving Snape's main storyline accomplishment, awkwardness. Chapter 40. Sometimes I genuinely wish to pry open James's skull. Professor Slughorn trusts that I would never commit such an act. He merely assumes it was an accidental spill, relieved that the potions were not particularly valuable, advising me to be more cautious in the future, and thus the matter was considered resolved. As for the incident of me shattering all the potions I had organized, Snape made no effort to conceal his disdain. Later, as I continued my potion making, he casually remarked while passing by, "Be careful not to break everything this time." Unless a long-term plan is required, I generally refused to swallow my pride. Moreover, I had already reached a point of apathy. As long as I lay down, nothing could defeat me. Thus, that very night, Snape and I found ourselves confined again due to our brawling. Upon hearing the news, James was exceedingly delighted. As soon as I entered the common room, he enveloped me in an embrace. "I knew I was right about you," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "You're truly one of us." I found myself at odds with him. His enjoyment derived from teasing others was rather distasteful to me. "Snape, hasn't he wronged you in any significant way?" I retorted. At this, James widened his eyes and declared loudly, "He's a Slytherin. That alone is enough to offend me." I resolved not to engage in discussions concerning the prejudices of our house with someone as narrow-minded as James. Despite the escalation of my conflicts with Snape, transforming from mere jibes to physical altercations, both of us adeptly maintained the facade of friendship in front of Lily upon her return to school. She would hardly wish for her two friends to be at odds, especially with James and his cohorts already a source of annoyance for her. I saw no need to add to the chaos. However, the matter of our detention due to fighting eventually reached Lily's ears. While in the library, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "I heard from others that you and Severus were caught fighting. Is that true?" The Lily-Snape romance event is triggered. Ordinary options are temporarily hidden. Lily questions me about the dispute with Snape. When I lament my grievances to Lily, too, my relationship with him is quite good. I sincerely wish the system would acknowledge that the same words conveyed under varying circumstances could evoke entirely different sentiments. "That's absurd," I chuckled. "Severus and I are on remarkably good terms. How could such a thing occur?" In truth, my conflict lay with Mulciber and his associates, with Snape unwittingly entangled in the fray. As I said this, I gave Snape a light pat on the shoulder, causing him to flinch. "Right, Severus?" Snape's favorability -1. I admitted that my slap had been rather forceful. Meeting Lily's gaze filled with skepticism, Snape managed to force a smile so contorted that it would surely elicit a laugh if captured on camera. Upon becoming a professor, he might very well wish to obliterate me for it. Merlin, there was a conflict with Slytherin students, and I was merely a bystander. That's good. With Snape affirming my words and our apparent camaraderie, Lily muttered her acceptance, though she added, "You really ought to distance yourself from those individuals, Severus. They torment fellow students daily, much like Potter and his crew. Trouble is bound to ensue." Snape remained silent. Discussions on this topic often ended in discord, and Lily held no expectation for him to relent this time. With a sigh, she temporarily set the matter aside. As the saying goes, distance breeds beauty. Frequent encounters with the Slytherin lot had revealed their cruel bullying of classmates, whereas Lily seldom witnessed their actions. Yet she was daily confronted by James and Sirius's tormenting behavior. "Look, is that not the Slytherin slime?" Following herbology class, we encountered a group of Slytherin students just as they finished their lesson. Snape, alone today, found himself cornered in the corridor. The moment I laid eyes on him, a headache began to form. With Lily preoccupied, James was sure to be even more brazen. "I hear you're a potions genius?" James and Sirius, mimicking a classic bullying trope from American television, surrounded Snape. I hastily joined Remus in an attempt to intervene, but before we reached them, James produced a mandrake root from seemingly nowhere and hurled it at Snape. Surely the potions genius knows how to handle a mandrake? As I pondered how James had covertly procured a mandrake, I watched in horror as it landed in Snape's hands and began to grow wildly. The tendrils swiftly ensnared Snape, wrapping around him tightly. Bang! Snape collapsed to the ground, the tendrils tightening their grip as he struggled in vain. Onlookers gathered, and his face flushed an alarming shade of red as his thrashing intensified. the tendrils binding his limbs as if he were ensconced in a cocoon. He looks just like a fat caterpillar, Sirius sneered, fitting for a Slytherin. Or perhaps a bloated snake that cannot move, he cackled, finding the situation uproariously amusing. James and Sirius laughed heartily, while Remus, concern etched on his face, approached to investigate. He turning blue. Upon hearing Remus's words, I snapped back to reality. I rushed forward to pry the tendrils off Snape, but each attempt to free him resulted in them rewrapping. Ultimately, I focused on loosening the ones around his neck to prevent him from suffocating. I don't need your help. Even in such dire circumstances, Snape's gaze remained hostile. You're just one of them. There's no need to save such a creature. James scowled at my intervention, insisting Snape deserved a lesson to quiet him for a few days. I envisioned wrapping those very tendrils around James's head. Just as I began to roll up my sleeves, the system options appeared. The James-Snape romance event is triggered. Ordinary options are temporarily hidden. 1. Demand James free Snape. 2. My dear, I fear you might end up in Azkaban for murder. That would leave us separated by distance. Even at this critical moment, I found the second option ludicrous. James. I called his name loudly, turning to face him with a serious expression. Free him. After a moment's hesitation, James's smile faded, and his gaze darkened. James's favorability -20. Sirius's favorability -10. Spending too much time with Slytherins has muddled your mind? Or have you truly changed, Sirius? Sirius's expression shifted as he glanced between James and me. James, however, remained fixated on me. You clearly don't like him. I realized I was witnessing a rare moment of James's calm and brooding demeanor. He gripped his wand tightly, tension etched on his features. Let him go, I reiterated. Silence enveloped us. Even the surrounding students fell mute. In that heavy stillness, James approached Snape, his expression one of disdain. Bang! Without uttering a spell, he crushed the pot containing the mandrake underfoot. As the pot shattered, the tendrils constricting Snape shrank rapidly, ultimately transforming into a minuscule herb, smaller than the average mandrake. Quite the spectacle, Snape, he remarked, turning on his heel to leave. You certainly know how to ruin the moment. Sirius glared at me before departing. Snape looked at me in surprise, though he fell silent. I examined his neck. Thankfully, it bore only a faint mark from my earlier intervention, indicating no serious harm. Remus. Please take him to the infirmary. I need to speak with James. I stood and hurried after the direction James had taken. James. He was nearly sprinting, with even Sirius struggling to keep up. Within moments, he reached the stairwell, which was perpetually shifting. If he ascended, finding him again would be nearly impossible. Seizing the moment, I clasped his hand, forcibly halting his progress. What do you want now? Sirius asked, clearly displeased. Hold your tongue for a moment. I gestured for silence towards Sirius. To my surprise, he actually complied. What's the matter? Aren't you going to keep company with him? I had thought you had finally come to terms with your mistakes. James appeared to be on the verge of confronting me, but I preempted him with my words, delivering a tirade before he could even process what was happening. You dared to play a prank with Mandrake, and of that sort. It seems you have learned nothing from the past. Are you not afraid of experiencing a repeat of last time's calamity? If you were to inadvertently come into contact with that thing alone in a room, by the time we discovered you, you might very well be a feast for us. My barrage of words left James visibly flabbergasted. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, blinking rapidly, and then blinking again. So you are not. Is this the only pot? I inquired. His gaze became evasive. You don't intend to continue experimenting with this, do you? I was exasperated. I had assumed that his previous apology bore sincerity, yet it appeared he had made no progress. Remus was nearly done with Mandrake, and it was remarkable that he, a person who had nearly perished, would still toy with it. Furthermore, transforming it into something that would grow upon contact with a person, rendering it impossible to extract with a wand? Was he not terrified of inadvertently causing his own demise? Actually, I have only studied it for a few days, James hastily replied, and his expression brightened inexplicably, as though I had alleviated his distress with humor. James Potter, I will never do this again. He finally relented, promising to dispose of it all upon returning. You had better keep your word. I was skeptical, suggesting he retrieve it now so I could oversee its destruction. All right, I'm frightened, he said, raking his fingers through his hair, reverting to his usual cheerful demeanor. I have indeed put in considerable effort alongside Sirius on this. I'm impressed you still remember me, Sirius remarked, crossing his arms. Are you both planning to return to the common room together like this? I was thoroughly perplexed, only then realizing that in my moment of panic, I had grasped James's hand, and had yet to release it. I apologize, I was too hasty, I said, letting go. As the staircases were quite numerous. I was genuinely upset just now. James wore a look of grievance. I thought you were going to abandon me. What do you mean abandon? I'm speechless. Besides, you shouldn't have acted that way. Snape nearly choked to death because of you. Do you wish to end up in Azkaban in your first year? The three of us ascended the stairs together. By the way, how many have you studied? 3. I believe. And how many are now unusable? 7. All taken from herbology class. It seems you all will have to pay Professor Sprout's office a visit shortly. Side note. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking James's romantic storyline achievement concerned. Sirius's corruption value initiated, current corruption level. 8. Chapter 41. The Pupa. After that day, Lily and I visited Snape in the infirmary, where he smiled upon seeing Lily, but scowled at me. As we prepared to leave, he whispered in a tone only we could hear, "Don't think I will thank you. I'm merely concerned that Lily would be upset if you were to die." I shrugged. I certainly did not go easy on you the last time I hit you. Snape's favorability -1. In moments like this, I couldn't help but marvel at how much more normal Snape was compared to Sirius. At least I understood why Snape was upset with me. With the holidays concluded, there was little time left until finals, and Lily began dragging me and Snape to the library daily. Under the pressure of impending exams, the atmosphere in Hogwarts grew increasingly somber, while only James and his friends seemed to wander about like carefree vagabonds. Remus had taken a leave of absence. In the common room, James pulled my and Sirius's heads together, his expression serious, as the full moon approached once more. Even if there were matters at home, it was unlikely that something would occur on every full moon for a year, right? Moreover, each time he returned he bore fresh wounds. I was deeply suspicious. What side job does he have in the underground boxing ring? I chimed in. Sirius struggled to contain his amusement, while James burst into laughter, patting my shoulder. Seriously. It's not impossible. If you put it that way, you might as well say he is a hero who only saves the world on full moon nights. Sirius shook his head. Don't joke around at a time like this. I was quite surprised that young Master Black had even seen Batman. What is that? Sirius asked. His face a mask of confusion. Back to the point. James pressed down on our necks again, and I truly felt that with a bit more force, the three of us might tumble to the ground in a heap. In previous instances, Remus had often made a trip to the infirmary first. Perhaps we could follow him and see where he goes on full moon nights. I concurred. Sirius raised his hand. This is far more interesting than sneaking into the headmaster's office at midnight. I was pleased you've grown up, James. You finally understand the importance of caring for friends. I have always cared for my friends, James asserted, wrapping an arm around Sirius. My good brother can attest to that. I don't know him, Sirius replied curtly. With Remus absent from the common room, based on previous experiences, we donned the invisibility cloak and ventured into the infirmary before curfew. He hadn't arrived, and the three of us were left to idle, nearly dozing off. Hey. He is here. Just as I was about to succumb to sleep, James slapped my shoulder. I looked up to see Remus entering. Take this, kid. Madame Pomfrey handed a vial of potion to Remus, who nodded and smiled, thanking her. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. May you be blessed. Upon hearing those words, Madame Pomfrey's gentle smile emerged. Every time she said this, I thought of that Gryffindor student. Speaking of which, she hadn't been around the infirmary much in the past month, which was quite unusual. Sirius shot me a look that said, see what you've done. Remus paused momentarily, holding the potion, and when he spoke again, his tone carried a hint of resignation. She is actually a very good friend. The last time she was here was for a friend. I hadn't expected Remus to hold me in such high regard, and thinking this, I exchanged a glance with Sirius, who responded with a snort. She is certainly better than most. Madame Pomfrey sighed, but those two Gryffindor boys are the main issue. I truly wish they could settle down. Nearly half of the students in this infirmary are here because of them. This prompted the three of us to exchange looks that conveyed, look at you. Remus now seemed at a loss for words. To break the silence, he asked, what about the other half? The other half were brought in by Slytherin students. Madame Pomfrey slammed the cabinet shut. It's truly unbearable. At this rate, we should all go and point fingers at Slytherin, James whispered in summary. After acquiring the potion, Remus headed outside, and we hurried to follow him out of the infirmary. Watching Remus exit Hogwarts Castle, he did not pause even after passing the greenhouses, and James began to murmur. Is he heading to the Quidditch pitch? I never expected him to be so passionate about Quidditch. Only you would be so zealous about Quidditch. I was incredulous. Who plays Quidditch in the dead of night? With ghosts? I recall that the boggart is ahead. Sirius frowned. That tree has a terrible temper. Even a single leaf falling on it can provoke it to lash out for quite some time. Remus, wouldn't he actually be heading to the underground boxing ring on the night of the full moon? Would he? James exclaimed, astonished. To battle the boggart, and then become the brightest star in the underground boxing ring? I was taken aback that my offhand remark had stuck with James for so long, even evolving into a series of events, and I couldn't help but feel a profound guilt towards Remus. Just then, the boggart came into view as Remus approached, and due to the distance we could only see him raise his hand. The boggart remained silent and unresponsive. He vanished into the tree's hollow. There's a path beneath the boggart? James was taken aback. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he lunged towards the whomping willow before either Sirius or I could react. However, the tree remained motionless. Could it be that it does not move during the full moon? Just moments ago, I had noticed Remus seeming to interact with something upon the trunk. Before I could ponder further, James was flung away by the whomping willow and became ensnared upon a nearby branch. I exclaimed, James. Sirius echoed, what on earth? I understand your penchant for secret passages and adventures, but was it truly necessary to rush in so recklessly? Together, Sirius and I carried James to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, initially worried about her patient, seemed to sigh in recognition upon seeing an old acquaintance. Mr. Potter, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you had engaged in some perilous escapade, she remarked, examining James's arm for contusions and fractures. James grimaced, I feel as though my arm is about to snap. Well, perhaps that would serve you right. Next time, you might think twice before meddling with things you ought not to. I pressed his arm. And it was no exaggeration to say that if Hogwarts implemented voice-activated lights, his groan could illuminate the entire castle. Madame Pomfrey interjected, Mr. Potter is a patient now. Let him rest well tonight. It was nearly impossible to pry Sirius away from James, and once Madame Pomfrey departed, we stealthily returned to James's bedside, cloaked in invisibility. Brother, how do you feel? Sirius whispered. Much better, James replied, appearing tranquil following his treatment. But how did Remus manage to pacify the whomping willow? I mused that we should observe closely next time. I playfully pinched the spot on James's arm where he had previously sustained a fracture, prompting him to sit up slightly and wink at me. It doesn't hurt at all now, he chuckled. Even if you were to apply more pressure. He inhaled sharply, quickly covering his mouth and glancing toward the door, relieved that Madame Pomfrey had not overheard him. You urged me to do it. I raised my hands in surrender. Mind your hands, Sirius nudged me aside, then turned his concerned gaze back to James. I noticed that Remus seemed to touch a specific spot on the trunk to quiet the willow. This tree must harbor secrets unknown to us. Secrets? At the mere mention of the word, James began to wriggle on the bed, as if it were the most magnificent term in existence. You proclaimed just yesterday that the most splendid word in the world was adventure. I reminded him. You asserted last week that it was mystery, Sirius added. See, you two are already in sync, James declared, thumping his chest. I do this to enhance your bond. At this, Sirius wore an inscrutable expression, raising his hand in a gesture, as if to shield himself from something. James, puzzled, inquired, what are you doing? Your radiant confidence is blinding, Sirius replied. I simply cannot bear it. I must shield myself. James, unfazed, erupted into laughter. Consequently, both Sirius and I were promptly ejected from the hospital wing by the approaching Madame Pomfrey. Aside. Tip. Different modes of interaction can significantly alter the progression of affinity storylines. For instance, when one is already established as a close friend with James, his affinity may not necessarily surpass that of a less familiar Sirius. Of course, this comparison does not imply that James's affinity is low. Side note. Congratulations on unlocking Remus's romance subplot, Full Moon Night 2. Chapter 42, The Outcast 2. As dawn's first light crept in, Hogwarts remained enveloped in silence. Remus, pale and weary, pushed open the door to the hospital wing, revealing not only wounds on his neck, but 2 additional scars upon his face. These potions can only expedite the healing process, Madame Pomfrey said, her concern evident as she scrutinized his face. Perhaps you might benefit from some hot chocolate. I shall visit the Great Hall shortly. I'll be sure to indulge, Remus replied, attempting to appear nonchalant, though the pain caused him to instinctively lift his hand to mask the fleeting smile that vanished from his lips. Such small actions could hardly escape Madame Pomfrey's notice. As Remus lowered his head, she sighed softly, ultimately refraining from confronting him. Rest well. Today is Friday, and I recall you have but 1 class. After handing over the potions to Remus, she offered a few more words of caution before leaving. Remus stood still, clutching the potion. The surrounding atmosphere grew hushed, with the sky beginning to brighten in a deep azure. the light filtering through the window and casting the world in a dreamlike haze. You appear gravely injured. What transpired? After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly heard a voice. Lost in thought, he instinctively responded, nothing. Just encountered a little trouble. Wait, Remus halted mid-sentence, turning to the source of the voice, where he saw James peering through the drawn curtain of a nearby bed. James. His heart raced, relieved he had not revealed anything untoward. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same, James said, jumping from his bed. What happened to your face? Remus stammered, struggling to find the words. There are always some magical creatures about the school that we know little of. He sought to divert the topic. And you? What else could it be? James shrugged nonchalantly. I got hurt during an adventure. Naturally. A sigh nearly escaped him. What did you encounter this time? He inquired. Uncertain, James responded with a shrug. After all, the school is teeming with magical creatures. I thought you might say you were tossed by the Whomping Willow. Following potions class, Remus returned to the dormitory for a much-needed nap. In the common room, James recounted the morning's events in the hospital wing to Sirius and me. Why do I always feel like you think my brain hasn't developed yet? James perceptively picked up on my insinuation, leaving me astonished. I never expected you to catch that. Sirius, look at her. James complained, though this time his best friend did not align with him. I concur, Sirius admitted. While jesting was all in good fun, Remus's consistent disappearances and subsequent injuries each full moon night were genuinely concerning. My own research on potions had yielded no progress. While James and Sirius were eager to interrogate Remus without delay, perhaps we could attempt a Felix Felicis, Sirius suggested, offering a rather sound idea. That might actually work. James exclaimed, I've heard this potion brings immense luck. Maybe we could drink it and then question Remus, and he might actually respond. Setting aside the question of efficacy, acquiring Felix Felicis would be quite the challenge. I had previously attempted to drink it in hopes of altering the narrative, only to quickly realize that the potion does not genuinely change fortune. It merely places one in a state of perfection where no mistakes can occur, thus creating the illusion of good luck. To my knowledge, Professor Slughorn seems to possess some. At this mention, James and Sirius both buried their heads in their hands. Having attended potions class alongside Slytherin, the two of them had managed to turn every session into chaos, leading me to believe that Professor Slughorn often wished to expel them from his classroom. Can't we brew it ourselves? James inquired, attempting to resist. Highly improbable. Sirius shook his head resolutely. Felix Felicis is exceedingly complex. Even if we could manage it, the preparation would take around 6 months. Too long. James lamented, tugging at his hair. Patience is not in my vocabulary. You mentioned just the other day that retreating was also absent from your lexicon, I replied. A fortnight ago, you claimed that the word impossible did not exist in your lexicon, a sentiment echoed by Sirius. This indicates that my life is perpetually advancing, and you all ought to take a lesson from me. James rose to his feet, asserting, well, if the polyjuice potion fails, we shall track him every full moon. This time, we know that Remus is headed to the Shrieking Shack, and it seems he encountered something that quieted the Whomping Willow. Next time, we shall be able to accompany him inside. I must admit, James possesses an admirable quality of leadership. His summary was so stirring that I felt compelled to applaud. However, I had a question. After James concluded, I raised my hand. You may speak freely, no need to raise your hand. James mimicked Professor Slughorn's tone. And he did so remarkably well. Sirius was laughing so hard he nearly collapsed onto the sofa, while those around us cast incredulous glances. At times, I truly felt embarrassed to be sitting with them. What if Remus gets angry? I pondered aloud, for he had been reluctant to share with us, and our clandestine tracking might leave him feeling offended. This was also the reason I had solely focused on potion brewing. Previously, I had not been at Gryffindor, and was oblivious to how James and the others communicated after discovering Remus was a werewolf. Impossible. James waved his hand dismissively. No one would dare refuse me. I thought to myself that I could not rely on a first-year James. After reluctantly establishing our future course of action, the two began furiously scribbling away at their weekend assignments. Regardless of the circumstances, the homework must be submitted on Monday. Later, Lily returned from the library, with finals approaching. She had been spending nearly every day there. I am certain you will secure the top spot in our year, I remarked. Lily invariably completed her assignments on the first day of the holidays, a feat I could only aspire to, especially after having rewritten several times, which only diminished my enthusiasm for writing. Ravenclaw students had been under immense pressure lately. It's not just at finals. Ravenclaw students are practically always in the library, Lily said somewhat apprehensively. I even saw Ravenclaw students reading at the Quidditch pitch. I could not contest this, for I too enjoyed reading horror stories amidst a cacophony of voices. Reluctant to tackle my assignments and noticing curfew approaching, I set out for a nocturnal adventure. My potion making had stalled, and the materials I had brought at the start of term had been nearly exhausted. Had I known they would be depleted so quickly, I should have replenished my supplies during Easter. However, with finals just over a month away, a few more days wouldn't matter. Suddenly feeling aimless, I found it difficult to relax, knowing the outcome of the story. As I walked and contemplated what else I could do, I suddenly heard a dull thud ahead. Bang! The sound was eerily reminiscent of a body colliding with a wall, a noise I had often heard during Death Eater interrogations. What could produce such a sound here? Following the noise, I glimpsed a door slightly ajar, light streaming through the crack. Peering inside, I was dismayed to find it was the Slytherins again. Did they earn perfect attendance for their nightly escapades? Or could they not find a moment's peace to sleep in their dormitories? Though I felt unqualified to voice such sentiments. Inside, a long table with an even longer bench was set, where Snape sat at the far edge, engrossed in a book, indifferent to his surroundings. A few paces away, Peter huddled in a corner, trembling, his cloak lying discarded on the floor, bruises marking his face. You insisted on tagging along. We kindly brought you here. And now you refuse to accept a curse upon you? Avery's wand was nearly touching Peter's face. Peter shook his head continuously, his voice quavering with fear. I didn't. How can a worthless wretch like you belong in Slytherin? Avery's disdain for Peter only grew as he kicked him to the ground. At last, I understood the source of the earlier sound. Those old fools had no affection for Slytherin. They likely wished to discard their refuse upon us. Evan remarked sarcastically. Peter dared not utter another word. He kept his mouth shut, tears streaming down his face, his body shaking uncontrollably. Throughout this ordeal, he did not raise his hands to shield his head but instead clutched something tightly. I had known since Halloween that Peter was being bullied, but I hadn't anticipated that they would attempt to conduct dark magic experiments on him. Though given their current abilities, it would likely take them years to achieve anything substantial, such behavior was utterly unacceptable. I pushed the door open, ready to confront them, when suddenly Evan lunged in front of Peter, pulling his hands away. Let go of me. Peter, who had been too afraid to make a sound until now, suddenly fought back with surprising strength, desperately trying to conceal his hands behind him. Yet he was swiftly pulled out, followed by a piercing scream. I distinctly heard the sound of bones breaking. Want it? Then fetch it back like a dog. Bang! As I kicked open the door, an object was hurled out through the crack. Illuminated by the door's opening, I discovered it was a crumpled, crushed piece of candy. What is this? When Peter rushed out, he looked up and saw me, but quickly averted his gaze, picking up the candy before fleeing down the corridor, leaving only Evan's screams behind. You again. Truly impressive. With Peter gone, I paid no mind to that scene and began to flex my wrists. Using classmates for experiments? Might as well test the strength of my fist. Accompanied by screams, I kicked over the table, with Snape, seated at the edge, being the first to be toppled to the ground. As he rose, he appeared tenfold more irate than usual. Snape's favorability -5. This time, I haven't wronged you, nor have I laid a hand on Peter. As I grasped Avery by the collar and began to strike him, Snape angrily straightened his robes. You lunatic. You just stood by and watched. My anger intensified as I pummeled Avery, who was on the verge of tears. Severus, perhaps you should keep quiet. The last time I came to your aid when James bullied you, you claimed I was in league with them. After tossing Avery aside, I stepped in front of Snape. When you were entangled by a mandrake and fell to the ground, what were your thoughts on those who merely observed? He was momentarily taken aback. But soon his expression of disdain returned. Peter deserves it. And so do you. Snape's emotions flared visibly. He appeared ready to strike me but, for some reason, refrained. What was Peter's fault? That he is timid, struggles with speech, and lacks intelligence? I queried. Yet you have never spoken to him kindly, and always referred to me as a mudblood. He pressed his lips together, a look of resistance crossing his face. And after several seconds he replied, I merely stated the truth. Is that so? I squatted down to meet his gaze. That wretched little boy merely spoke the truth. So why do you become enraged? If you believe Peter deserves to be bullied, then let me tell you, Snape, you too deserve to be bullied. He remained silent for a longer duration than ever before, until I began dragging the three unconscious individuals together, at which point he finally stood. Why don't you go and tell Black and Potter these things? Did you think I was playing friendly games when I entered the hospital with them? I was perplexed. James and I had quarreled numerous times due to his arrogance and reckless behavior, And hadn't you just told me that Potter was beyond saving? This time, Snape ignored me, deducting some favorability points before striding out of the room, not even glancing at the three sprawled on the floor. TSK, truly an equal opportunity disdain. Just as I had not anticipated any significant changes from James in previous years, I also harbored no illusions about Snape's potential for transformation, especially given the frequency of our encounters. Some matters simply must be addressed. I had just prepared to depart after a gentle applause when I heard a faint knock at the door. Lifting my gaze, I met Peter's eyes, only to see him immediately lower his head. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice so soft it seemed it might vanish into the ether. Before I could fully comprehend, he swiftly turned and faded into the corridor. As an aside, note: engaging with Snape may prove to be one of the most arduous paths, particularly within the confines of Gryffindor. Numerous unpleasant incidents will inevitably arise in interactions with him, and steering him towards an unimagined direction will be a task far more challenging than vanquishing Voldemort. Of course, one might also choose to steadfastly ally with him. Standing in the same camp would undoubtedly facilitate progress. Side note alert. Congratulations on unlocking Peter's main storyline, The Outcast 2. Congratulations on achieving the Snape main storyline accomplishment, Conflict. Chapter 43, Review. In the final week of May, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw concluded, and the following day, I witnessed a Ravenclaw student repeatedly banging their head against a wall, exclaiming loudly, "I shouldn't have stayed up all night yesterday. How much study time have I lost?" Ravenclaw truly is daunting. The anxiety of the impending finals swiftly dispelled the joy of the Quidditch match, as everyone began to cram into the library. To my observation, many merely wandered in to daydream or doze off. The common room was also teeming with students studying, and Lily was surrounded by a throng of eager peers, each vying to consult her on their queries, leaving both Mary and me somewhat sidelined. "Speaking of which, your grades are quite commendable. Why does no one seek your help?" Mary inquired, puzzled by the scene. "Perhaps it's because I've been perpetually grounded and embroiled in altercations, leading everyone to gradually forget that my academic performance is quite respectable," I replied. I welcomed this oblivion, as tutoring struggling students is a torturous endeavor, particularly in potions. For me, brewing potions is as straightforward as selecting a hot pot base and sequentially adding ingredients once the water boils. Yet many students either neglect to add water after tossing in spices or boil meat rolls for an absurdly prolonged duration. Some even commit the egregious error of tossing oil chunks into the fire. How on earth am I to explain that? Ah! I can't take this anymore. How on earth do I successfully transform? You are already a mature wand. It's time you resolved your own dilemmas. I resolved to confess my feelings to the top student of our year, determined to disrupt everyone's mental state. During exam week, the collective psyche of my peers was remarkably peculiar. To illustrate the tension, I need only say one word. Can you imagine? Gryffindor and Slytherin managed to coexist peacefully through several classes. Of course, other less harmonious classes were still disrupted by James and Sirius. In History of Magic, most students were teetering on the brink of slumber. Even Lily confessed that Professor Bin's voice resembled the most effective lullaby. Perhaps he should consider opening a clinic for insomnia. Yet, in light of the upcoming exams, she persisted in her efforts to listen. The repetition of the same material was already a recipe for distraction. And Professor Binns was the archetype of a monotonous lecturer. As I struggled to keep my eyes open, I heard a faint sound emanating from behind my chair. Tap tap. Top. What are you doing? I turned to see James resting his head on his arm, gazing at me, his hand draped over the back of my chair. I must admit, his chosen position was quite advantageous, as sunlight streamed through the window, casting him in a warm glow, creating an idyllic spot for slumber. "Could I borrow your notes?" he inquired. This request genuinely astonished me, and I shook my head in bewilderment. "I never take notes." James was equally taken aback. "Then what do you review?" "I don't review." At this moment, I finally grasped the advantages of having repeated material. It was all firmly lodged in my mind. Affinity with Sirius -1. Sirius, ever the master of deduction, had already begun to lose goodwill before even arriving. "Since you don't take notes either," James proclaimed, slapping Sirius, who was busily writing his transfiguration assignment, "we can just borrow from Sirius." "I never take notes either," Sirius retorted, his pen producing a long, erratic line across the page, glancing at us with irritation. Without a word, he deducted another point from my affinity. Is there no justice? It wasn't he who initiated this. As the three of us bickered, Remus, seated nearby, sighed in resignation and begrudgingly began to take notes. "Let me handle it." This statement nearly brought tears to James and Sirius' eyes. Had the timing been more appropriate, I felt they would have been inclined to embrace Remus. Studying alongside you two indeed brings immense pressure, I mused aloud, and it became clear why, aside from my own experience, Peter had struggled to integrate into Gryffindor during the previous years. The surrounding students were either gifted overachievers like Lily, or diligent ones like Remus, or those like James and Sirius, who appeared to study little yet still achieved high marks. One could hardly be blamed for wanting to quietly hang themselves in the common room. Ah, how fortunate I am to be not only a genius, but a genius who has memorized the exam questions. I commended myself silently. At long last, the class concluded, and as I gathered my belongings to leave, I was met with a prompt from the system. Final exams are scheduled for 1 week from now. Please select a study partner. 1 Sirius. 2 Lily. 3 James. 4 Remus. 5 Snape. Some study partners will review together. For instance, Lily and Snape will study jointly, while Remus, Sirius, and James will review together. Was it really necessary for you to point that out? Reflexively, I selected Lily, only to realize post-selection that I actually had no need to review. I should have chosen James and the others to slack off instead. Did I truly intend to report to the library every day? However, upon reflection, many prior system prompts had not been strictly adhered to, so perhaps this was comparable? You have chosen to study with Lily for finals. You will dedicate 2 fixed hours daily to studying with Lily. In this moment, I felt a strong inclination to gesture at the system with an international sign of goodwill. Today's study session is about to commence. Please ensure you arrive at the library within 5 minutes. Grumbling, I grabbed my books and headed to the library to find Lily. What on earth is this system doing? The freedom afforded during previous romantic events was far greater. Why is it now so stringent regarding academics? The time that could have been spent idly was now to be forfeited in the library, and the prospect of facing Snape filled me with a desire to quietly hang myself at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. The notes from History of Magic were overwhelming. Lily laid out a pile of previously prepared notes on the table, followed by an array of textbooks. Snape mirrored her actions across the table, and I could have sworn I heard the table groan under the weight. History is so fascinating. I twirled my quill in boredom, but Professor Binns merely read from the text, rendering the experience excruciatingly dull. There's no helping it, Lily sighed. Honestly, it's difficult for me to absorb his lectures. I can only rely on rote memorization of what he says. Throughout our exchange, Snape remained silent, or rather, since our last unpleasant encounter at night. He had not spoken to me at all. Our previous interactions had been scarce, and while Lily remained oblivious to this change, Snape's continued silence in our current study session felt decidedly peculiar. As I noticed Lily casting occasional puzzled glances, I seized the moment when she lowered her head to search for her pen, and hurled a candy at Snape's head. Snape's affection level -1. He glared up in irritation, and I gestured towards Lily's direction. To my surprise, Snape, with his quick intellect, comprehended my cryptic signals amidst my whimsical gestures. Once Lily raised her head, he finally picked up his notes and, taking advantage of the fact that I was seated opposite him and Lily could not see his expression, assumed a stiff and heavy demeanor as if I had just confessed my feelings to Lily, saying, I have delineated the key points of magical history in a simpler manner. I could hardly bear it. Those 2 hours felt more arduous than my previous incarceration in Azkaban. As soon as the time was up, I hastily departed with my book, devoid of any lingering attachment. I swore I had never awaited an examination with such eagerness before. Aside, the final examinations determined whether one could successfully advance to the next academic year. Failing to achieve satisfactory grades would result in a reset. Note: regardless of whom one chooses for final review, collaboration with others is inevitable. Thus options primarily offer an increase in affection. Of course, once the special package is activated, the final exams will be entirely bypassed. Chapter 44. The holidays have finally arrived. At last, liberation. We did it, James. We survived. After the conclusion of all subjects' examinations, I observed James and Sirius supporting each other as they ambled down the corridor, looking as though they had not just endured several exams, but had toiled laboriously at a construction site for a day and night. I must take some time to relax, James lamented weakly. I've been cramming too much knowledge into my brain lately. It's bound to malfunction. It seems you've only been studying for a few days, right? Sirius yawned, having even attempted to locate the hall for the night of remembrance just the night before the exams. That's far more important than exams, James exclaimed, shaking his fist and looking at Sirius with a heartbroken expression. How can one be deemed courageous if they don't prioritize adventure? What century does he live in? I glanced at Lily. I don't know, but it certainly isn't this one, Lily replied without hesitation. Forget it. I'm going to go out for nocturnal adventures every night, James declared amidst the bustling corridor, not wanting to waste such splendid times. Sometimes I truly envy your learning abilities, Mary said with teary eyes, dramatically resting her head on the shoulder of Marlene, who had just exited the classroom. Woe is me. Among a bunch of geniuses, only you, Marlene, can provide me with a sliver of solace. Why do you say such things that irk me? Marlene retorted, smacking her forehead, prompting me to quickly intervene. When God closes a door, he always opens a window. You see, James simply lacks that delicate aspect of his character. I think it's better to do without such things. James finally straightened his posture. What could be more beautiful than unyielding courage? You just said yesterday that the most beautiful thing in the world is. I was about to continue when James shouted, no more chaining responses this time. Regardless, the end of the exams is inherently joyous. Before the results were released, the entire student body of Hogwarts was in a frenzy, with Filch struggling to keep up with the after-hours bustle. I had little thought regarding the exam results. Initially elated to achieve full marks, my spirits had calmed with time. However, upon seeing that I had actually passed flying class, I was so astonished that I leapt from my seat. Unbelievable. I waved the report card in front of Lily's eyes. I actually passed flying class. Really? Lily was equally astounded, stuffing bread into her mouth while craning her neck to examine my report card. Just yesterday, I was telling Mary and the others that if you failed flying class, we would plead with the professor on your behalf. Professor Hooch, she is truly the most magnificent person in the world, I exclaimed, touched as I tucked my report card away. Wonderful. I shall never have to face a broom again. Who would have thought that passing flying class could bring such joy? Sirius, always keen to douse my enthusiasm, couldn't he even be bothered to fetch his report card, with Narcissa having taken care of that for him? That was the extent of his aspirations. How did you know that I only failed everything else? I held up my report card. Sirius, no one asked you. Ta. You must have gone out for nightly adventures more than us. How did you manage to score so many? James shook his head, then slapped Sirius on the back. It seems our nocturnal escapades have been too few. Sirius, starting next year, we shall venture out every night. Every night? Do you even plan to sleep? Sirius was stunned. I don't want everyone to gather for our funeral this time next year. I shall miss you all, Mary said. Don't say it as if we are already dead. The final feast was more vibrant than usual. Many students sneaked over to friends' tables in other houses, and for this behavior, most professors turned a blind eye, allowing the final celebration of the academic year to unfold. Sirius, have you thought about where you want to go during the holidays? After indulging in a feast, James had already begun plotting his holiday plans. I sincerely hope he remembers we have assignments. Not yet, Sirius shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at Narcissa at the Slytherin table, but I certainly won't be going home. In that case, you should come to my house, James said, pulling Sirius in, and the two erupted into laughter. I truly had no idea what they found amusing, yet their laughter was undeniably infectious, and I felt compelled to join in. What about you? Just as I was preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the chicken wings before me, James abruptly questioned me. Me? I hadn't anticipated he would extend an invitation, perhaps intending for me to bring Lily along? I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to during the holidays. I might not be able to go. I shook my head. All right, James shrugged and then leaned back with Sirius. This way we can enjoy our time together. I often find the two of them quite odd, Marlene whispered to me. That's just how straight men are, I whispered back, thinking they wouldn't dare to avoid suspicion. You're quite astute. Marlene regarded me with admiration. I felt oddly validated in a mysterious way. After uttering this, James resumed discussing holiday plans with Sirius, and to my surprise, he did not invite anyone else. It was somewhat understandable that he didn't invite Remus, considering their relationship wasn't that close, and Remus usually refrained from their nighttime escapades. He always took a leave of absence during the full moon, and even if asked, he would likely decline. But why hadn't James invited Lily? Had he finally gained a sense of self-awareness? The child has matured. I felt a flicker of relief. The dinner concluded amidst a warm and joyful atmosphere. And as for which house triumphed this year? That was a foregone conclusion. There was no way it could possibly be Gryffindor. As I hopped onto the train home, I contemplated whether to first rummage through my belongings or to withdraw some money from the bank to exchange for currency at Gringotts, when the system prompt arrived as expected. The holidays are about to begin. With whom would you like to spend this delightful holiday? 1 Mart. 2 Sirius. 3 Lily. 4 James. 5 Remus. 6 Regulus. 7 Snape. This prompt bore no difference from the cheerful summer vacation written on the holiday assignment. By the way, The selection of candidates this time is quite comprehensive. And who is this Martin? I've never encountered that name in the original text. Have I truly stumbled into Martin's morning universe? I found myself with enough leisure to indulge in some sarcastic musings, but after a brief pause, I felt as though something was missing, so I meticulously reviewed the options again. Astonishingly, there was no forget it, I'll just sleep. So, must I choose someone to spend the holidays with? What on earth is this about? There shouldn't be any compulsory selection. In a fit of impotent rage, I found myself confronted by a countdown from the system. Well, I concede. I chose Lily. After all, Penny had mentioned wanting to bid me farewell, and it would be an opportune moment to see them. Fortunately, once I made my choice, there was no insistence as before that I must stay with Lily. I exhaled in relief and tentatively inquired, "May I visit your home?" Snape's favorability -5. Before Lily could respond, Snape, unable to concentrate on his reading any longer, cast a disapproving glance my way, which I returned with indignation. This was not my desire. Of course, Lily exclaimed, her surprise evident. Penny had asked just yesterday if I would be able to come over during the holidays. Shall I come find you in a few days? I patted my luggage, for I still needed to make a trip home. Lily likely assumed I was going back to inform my family. She cautioned me to be careful on my journey and suggested I bring my parents along. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, and could only brush it off with the excuse that having parents along would hardly resemble a joyful holiday. Having resolved one matter, I settled back down with a sense of ease. I drifted into a semi-conscious state, and suddenly an idea struck me, causing me to sit upright. Snape, if ever you feel the urge to run away from home but are uncertain where to go, you may visit the Leaky Cauldron. I happen to be quite acquainted with the proprietor. I tore a sheet from my notebook and jotted down a room number. There was a room that remained perpetually vacant, available for anyone to stay at any time. Snape slowly set his book aside, his expression resembling that of someone who had just witnessed James delving into dark magic. "Are you certain you are addressing me?" he inquired. Who else would be called Snape in this compartment? I realized something and thrust the note before him, startling him. "You aren't harboring any designs on Lily, are you?" Cough cough. "Don't speak nonsense." Snape's face flushed crimson, and he abruptly stood, glancing furtively in Lily's direction. However, she had already succumbed to slumber after having requested several nights of nocturnal escapades before the holidays, leaving him to avert his gaze. He coughed a couple of times and added, "It was your peculiar words that prompted my inquiry. Coward." I was certain Snape heard my remark, yet surprisingly, he did not respond, nor did my favorability with him decrease. In any case, it serves as a backup address. I forcibly pressed the note into his hand, asserting that I would not be visiting. Communication with the proprietor would occur via owl, so he need not worry about encountering me. I do not require it. He pushed it back, and for a moment, I felt akin to a relative handing out red envelopes during the spring festival, engaged in a tug-of-war with him. Come now. Given your oppressive home environment, is it not entirely natural to seek a brief escape? Rather than languishing in irritation at home, a brief outing would be a far better choice. I nearly twisted his arm in the process. Take it. If it comes to it, you can pay for it yourself. His grip faltered, and he asked, "Why? You should not have any fondness for me." "Fondness? To say the least, there are times I genuinely detest you," I replied candidly. From every conceivable angle, Snape and I were incompatible, a truth that had persisted from the past to the present. He was as obstinate as a mule, perpetually treading the same path despite my exasperation, urging me to the brink of wanting to wrench his head off. "You are Lily's friend. She cares for you." I placed the note back in his palm, reiterating, "I may despise you, but I do not wish for Lily to worry." "You truly meddle excessively," he scoffed, his expression darkening further. Yet this time, he did not return the note. "Now I understand why Lily is so fond of you." After a prolonged silence, during which we exchanged unblinking stares, he finally spoke those words, "Because I have always been a likable person." I lifted my chin defiantly. "That is entirely dissimilar to you." Snape, favorability -1. He shot me a glare before resuming his reading. Aside. A History of Romance at Hogwarts, 1971 is dedicated to creating the most exquisite gaming experience. As a romantic game, we are acutely aware that favorability is an indispensable aspect. Therefore, even without purchasing the deluxe package, at the conclusion of each academic year, we will present all characters' favorability ratings, arranged from highest to lowest. Tip: if you wish to pursue a particular route, but find your favorability lacking, you must not overlook holiday events. Regardless of favorability levels, complete events can be undertaken. The content of the holiday events will vary according to your chosen character, and will not be limited to a single individual. Side quest reminder. Successfully passed the final exam. Received a resurrection coin. Resurrection coin. Upon use, one can return to life, yet the fact of death remains unchanged. Chapter 45. The Strange Individual. After disembarking, I bid farewell to Lily and her companions, ultimately deciding to visit Diagon Alley first to retrieve my reserved items, having already settled the payment. I could exchange currency at Gringotts upon my return at the start of the term. The holiday season in Diagon Alley was considerably less crowded than during the term, and Nocturne Alley was eerily deserted. I placed the herbs into a trunk enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, and, upon exiting Nocturne Alley, found a spot to stow my cloak. The June weather made wearing it rather stifling. Are you a student at Hogwarts? Just as I was purchasing items at Florian's ice cream parlor, a somewhat familiar voice reached my ears. Turning, I saw a figure cloaked in black standing nearby. The broad hood obscured their face, revealing only a hint of their jaw. Forgive my rudeness, but you appear somewhat familiar. Not at all. And I am indeed wearing Hogwarts robes. I shook my head, clutching my ice cream as I sought a seat, only to be surprised when this seemingly polite individual followed me and asked, "Excuse me, may I sit here? Feel free?" I felt a bit odd. There were plenty of seats available in the shop, so why did they want to sit with me? Nonetheless, such an unremarkable request seemed difficult to refuse. You seem to have no recollection of me. Seemingly aware of my aloofness, the person lowered their head, their tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. I thought my attire was quite distinctive. Upon hearing this, I recalled that day when I had hastily pulled a passing student in an attempt to avoid Lily. Looking at the person before me, I realized they were dressed similarly. "Ah, it's you," I exclaimed, suddenly feeling a bit sheepish. "I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. And as you know, those draped in cloaks around here are generally fresh from Nocturne Alley, which can easily lead to misunderstandings." "Not at all. It is not something worth fretting over." They shook their head, appearing quite pleased. "Speaking of which, I was quite startled to see you hurrying to the Slytherin common room that day. Haha, after all, I am a Gryffindor. Such behavior is indeed a bit peculiar." At this point, I felt curious and asked, "Which house are you in?" Before answering, I am rather curious. "What house do you think I belong to?" They twirled the spoon in their hand, and at that moment, I noticed they had not touched their dessert, and the ice cream was beginning to melt. "Slytherin," I replied. "Am I correct?" Not a hair out of place, they laughed. "I have always been a Slytherin. That has never changed. The sorting ceremony occurs but once." Who would suddenly switch? This individual exuded an air of peculiarity, and for some reason, their manner was remarkably gentle and polite, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. This sensation was not overpowering, rather subtle, akin to a dull ache in my heart during sleepless nights, constricted, fleeting, and elusive. Most Slytherins I have encountered tend to harbor disdain for Gryffindors. Yet, you do not seem to dislike me? I am exceedingly familiar with Hogwarts, confident that I have encountered every student within its hallowed halls. However, I have never before laid eyes upon this individual within Slytherin. At the very least, I have never sensed such an aura emanating from any of its pupils. You do not appear to harbor any disdain towards me, do you? His voice was soft, and for some inexplicable reason, I felt a certain buoyancy in his tone as he uttered these words. "Are you a first year?" I inquired tentatively, suggesting that if we were of the same age, there would be no need for such formality. "Apologies, I was raised to behave this way, and thus I find it difficult to alter my ways." He shook his head, adding that if he had caused any discomfort, he would appreciate my forbearance. I do not abhor polite individuals, yet the conspicuous intent behind his demeanor, coupled with his unexpected presence, instilled in me a sense of disquiet. During previous cycles, I had never encountered this person. Of course, given his constant concealment, it is possible I had crossed paths with him without realizing it. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from him. I hastily finished my ice cream and offered him an apologetic smile. "I have completed my dessert." I deliberately pushed the empty bowl forward, stating that I had a prior engagement with friends, and would take my leave. Such a pity. He truly let out a deep sigh and rose from his seat. "I hope we may meet again in the future, Miss Merlin." His knowledge of my name was not surprising. With a name such as mine, any student who had participated in the sorting ceremony would inevitably be aware of it. However, what intrigued me was that he had not touched his dessert even once until my departure. Did he come specifically to seek me out while purchasing refreshments? I smiled at him, harboring no desire to see him again, and silently exited Florian's ice cream parlor. Aside note: during the holiday events, even if approached by others, one cannot initiate related storylines. Similarly, after making a choice, one cannot proactively commence the storylines of others. Chapter 46, Spinner's End 1. Without warning, Snape felt a chill wash over him. The June weather in England had grown warm, yet here, there was no trace of summer's presence. Almost as soon as he entered the town, he could see the towering chimneys reaching skyward. They formed a forest of steel within the city, abruptly piercing the skyline and glaringly obstructing his view, as if weighing heavily on his heart. The billowing smoke rendered the entire sky dim and oppressive. At times, he perceived them as mere conduits, siphoning the vitality from this land and incessantly transporting it elsewhere, while the town itself withered and decayed. This was an industrial city, brimming with factories. Perhaps this was the reason the air bore a chill. The wind swept in from afar, shoving these scents into his nostrils, and inexplicably, his stomach began to churn. Severus? Lily's concerned voice resonated in his ear. The wind abruptly ceased. I am fine, he replied, shaking his head, though his pallor betrayed his discomfort. We are nearing your home. Corquoth was not large, yet there remained some distance between their residences. Though he was reluctant to return, he had nowhere else to go. Do not be stubborn, Lily insisted, grasping his hand. It was then he realized he had begun to tremble without awareness. I will accompany you back. He wished to protest that it was unnecessary, that he could manage alone, and that it was no great matter. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. He did not want to return. There was no substantial reason for this aversion, merely an innate dislike for that place. He had always sought to present himself as reliable in Lily's eyes, but regrettably, he had only ever revealed his most humiliating moments to her. Thank you. We are friends, after all, Lily declared with a smile, the best of friends. I thought your best friend was Merlin now, he muttered under his breath. If that is the case, then indeed he is also one of my closest friends. Lily pondered aloud. He fell into a sullen silence. Ha ha ha, well then, do you feel a bit better now? Lily laughed, playfully shaking his arm. He had to admit, after such an exchange, his mood had improved considerably. If you truly wished to avoid going home, you could always heed Lynn's suggestion, and head to Diagon Alley. As they approached Spinner's End, Lily unexpectedly uttered this remark, causing him to pause. When he turned to look, he found her winking at him. I heard everything. Did that imply she also heard Merlin's suggestion about Lily? Instantly, he felt the heat rise to his cheeks, yet Lily seemed oblivious to this. Continuing her previous train of thought, I know your relationship with him is strained. You often feign friendliness in my presence. However, on this point she was earnest, having previously advised me against returning home. Perhaps. It is nothing, he replied, shaking his head and forcing a smile for Lily's sake. It is not an issue. Clearly, his smile did not convey the joy he intended, as Lily furrowed her brow in concern. Their steps slowed, the house loomed ever closer. The small abode was inexplicably quiet today, seemingly devoid of any arguments, though it was also possible one of the occupants was simply absent. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his smile transforming into one of genuine warmth. Allow me to escort you home. I can manage on my own, Lily insisted, gathering her belongings. I will see you home. Then you can return, and it will seem as if we were merely taking a stroll. With that, she took her things, waved farewell, and dashed towards her house. Penny! It has been ages. Upon disembarking with my suitcase, I spotted Penny and Lily waiting outside and joyfully rushed to embrace them. How have you been? Any summer plans? Classmates have invited me out to play, Penny replied with a smile, but for the next few days, I shall undoubtedly be with you too. Our little Penny is so popular. Do you have a crush on anyone? I inquired with practiced ease, pinching Penny's cheek, causing her to nearly leap. You are younger than I am. Do not pinch my face. And do not call me little Penny. As we chatted, we arrived at the Evans residence, where Mr. and Mrs. Evans welcomed me warmly. Once seated, I opened my suitcase, continuously pulling out items until a small mountain formed on the floor. This suitcase appears quite small, yet it manages to hold so much, Mr. Evans exclaimed, astonished. I stole a glance at Penny, who still wore a look of longing, though no other emotions were evident. This item is rather pricey. It is not permitted for casual use, I explained regarding its cost, and Penny's envy morphed into sheer astonishment, shaking her head in disbelief at its lack of worth. Since I had brought an abundance of Chinese delicacies, Mr. Evans rolled up his sleeves, eager to showcase his culinary skills, while Mrs. Evans joined him in the kitchen. As I prepared to enter the kitchen, I noticed that Lily had been unusually quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Is something amiss? I inquired, noticing her distracted demeanor. I had arranged to meet Severus. He promised to visit daily to discuss the previous day's events. Lily replied with concern. Yet today it was already noon, and he had yet to appear. At what time do you usually meet? Around 10 in the morning. I glanced at the clock. It was already past 11. I think I shall go check on him. Lily stood, casting a glance toward the kitchen. I will just take a quick look. It should not take long. Why bother with that insufferable fellow? Upon hearing Lily's intent to seek Severus, Penny's hair seemed to bristle with indignation. There is no need to concern yourself with his well-being. Lily paused, appearing somewhat irked. I genuinely did not wish to witness the sisters quarrel again over Severus, so I hastily intervened. How about this? Lily, you go take a quick look, and if anything is amiss, return to us promptly. I will handle things here with Penny. Hey, what are you doing? Penny evidently harbored a distaste for such intimate gestures. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, I remained indifferent to her discomfort. Once Lily departed, I discreetly pulled her aside and elucidated Severus's familial circumstances. You see, while you find it irksome to occasionally quarrel with Lily, his parents engaged in ceaseless bickering, hurling the most unsavory of words at one another. I gestured, indicating that growing up in such an environment rendered him incapable of treating others with kindness, having never experienced it himself. He bore a multitude of psychological burdens. I jested. Come now, Penny, let us be a bit more understanding toward those who are mentally troubled. Penny appeared to have been previously unaware of Severus's domestic plight. After a moment of silence following my explanation, she reluctantly spoke. Well, Lily has always had a penchant for caring for oddities, but that fellow is truly wretched. I fear what he might do to Lily. Suddenly, she interjected. And I told you not to call me Penny. After laboring in the kitchen for quite some time, Penny sampled a dumpling and insisted on dipping it in cream, which I vehemently prevented. Once we had managed to assemble a veritable feast on the table, Mr. Evans, untying his apron, glanced around with a hint of confusion. Where is Lily? I cast a glance at the clock. It was already noon. Realizing she had just stepped out to find that oddball, Penny became anxious, rising from her seat. What if something has happened? She exclaimed. I'll go check. I flung open the door and dashed outside, only to hear Penny calling after me. Don't run so fast. At least tell us the address. Aside. Note. Different choices yield varied outcomes. Each attempt and alteration leads to divergent developments. Of course, not all developments are favorable. Side note. Congratulations on unlocking Severus's main storyline, Spinner's End 1. Chapter 47, Spinner's End 2. If one were to articulate it, Severus felt his life had not reached a level of unbearable wretchedness. Despite his parents' incessant quarrels, and having endured poverty that deprived him of even a single decent garment, often left to wear oversized, ill-fitting clothes, he would retreat into shadows to escape the disdainful glares of others. Yet, his mother would teach him spells and instruct him on potion brewing. His father, though prone to violent tempers, would sometimes, when in a good mood, give him a bit of money for food, a meager attempt to improve their living conditions. However, he often wished their relationship were even worse. If their bond deteriorated to its nadir, they would no longer torment each other over the paltry remnants of a laughable affection. If Eileen were to entirely disregard him, he could justifiably despise her and lament her abandonment. If Tobias lacked even the scant kindness he occasionally displayed, he would not suffer the pangs of indecision. Hatred had not reached its zenith, yet love was equally scant. In the distant past, it seemed his parents had once shared a deep affection. It felt like a lifetime ago, to the point where he doubted its veracity. From his earliest memories, all he recalled were endless complaints and quarrels, accompanied by the muffled cries of his mother. Two failed individuals led an austere existence, and any trivial matter could spark a fierce argument, be it Eileen's identity as a witch or the triviality of why the trash had not been disposed of. What should have been trivial grievances could escalate into hoarse, frenzied shouting, dredging up every past transgression to hurl curses at one another. At times, he would forget the original cause of their disputes entirely. He wished Eileen would genuinely divorce Tobias, allowing him to escape to a new environment. Yet, they would inexplicably reconcile and stroll hand in hand outside. Eileen would call this love. Severus found only confusion in it. Is love truly such a force that it transforms individuals into horrifying monsters? A force that allows one to inflict harm, yet feel enveloped in happiness? Today was no different. He had intended to step outside, only for Tobias and Eileen to erupt into yet another argument over trivial matters. After all these years, nothing had changed. At times, he felt utterly fatigued by it all. He did not wish to involve himself in their quarrels, so he waited, only to find them showing no signs of abating, their voices escalating into an old grievance. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he could no longer endure their bickering, and resolved to leave, a knock at the door echoed through the chaos. The door swung open without being closed properly. Lily, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events, froze mid-motion, awkwardly surveying the disarray in the living room. What's going on? Tobias barked irritably, still seething with anger. I'm looking for Severus. Is he home? Lily stammered nervously. The living room was a scene of utter disarray. The already meager collection of dishes lay shattered on the floor, and the vase Tobias had bought for Eileen after their last quarrel lay in ruins. At that moment, Severus felt his face flush with embarrassment, as if his dignity had been trampled upon in front of someone he admired. He longed for Lily to see him as intelligent and strong, rather than "I'm here." He shouted hurriedly, fearing his parents might utter something further. "Don't mind them, they do this every day. Are you going out again?" Tobias bellowed. "I knew you'd be gallivanting around outside, just like your mother." "I can't always stay at home," Eileen murmured softly, only to shrink back under Tobias's glare. She then forced a smile toward Severus. "Isn't it nice to be at home? Don't you love learning those spells?" Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Tobias, and his expression darkened instantly. "What did you say?" Eileen's voice dwindled, her posture shrinking. Lily, startled by the scene, instinctively stepped forward to intervene. Severus, noticing, quickly pulled her back behind him. "Don't worry about it," he whispered. "They often behave like this." "Are you sure it's okay?" Lily's face was etched with concern. It appeared as though a confrontation was imminent. "It will be fine," he replied, grimacing in distaste. "No matter what happens, in a little while, they will reconcile as if nothing ever occurred." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, Tobias heard him, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. Upon noticing Lily, he mockingly sneered, "I never expected you to associate with such a friend. Or are you just as peculiar as he is?" Tobias was typically taciturn, seemingly loathing everything in the world, even the rare clear skies that would prompt his complaints. Severus was acutely aware of this but could not suppress his anger. "You should take that back," he said darkly. "No matter what, I am far superior to someone like you." The words hung heavily in the air, and a look of bewilderment crossed his face as he suddenly realized that his tone mirrored Tobias's. "Let them go outside," Eileen ventured hesitantly, testing the waters. After all, Tobias, already agitated, turned sharply to glare at Eileen, causing her to recoil in fear, instinctively raising her hands to shield her head. At that moment, a crash echoed from the cupboard. A plate had fallen, shattering at Tobias's feet. Crash! Eileen's expression shifted entirely, and Tobias's face fluctuated between shades of pale and furious. The shards of porcelain lay scattered at his feet. Had they shifted even slightly, he might have found himself on the floor. "Are you trying to kill me?" Tobias shouted in anger. "You've always despised me for being ordinary. Yet I have never despised you for being a freak." Observing the injury on his arm, Tobias's fury intensified, his breath coming in rapid bursts. "I did not. It was the magic that spiraled out of control." Eileen wished to explain, but just as she made a move, furniture careened towards Tobias. Snape, weary of their chaos, chose to ignore it. This had been the pattern for years, a recurring spectacle he wished to shield Lily from. He grasped her hand and led her outside. "Wait," Lily implored, yearning to glance back, but before she could utter a word, a head poked in from the doorway. "Where have you been for so long?" Merlin inquired curiously. "I heard a tremendous noise." "What on earth transpired?" Lily's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was about to speak, yet she noticed the sudden shift in Merlin's expression as he drew his wand and dashed towards them. "Protego!" Before she could process the situation, Merlin yanked her behind him, causing Snape, who still held her hand, to stagger backward. She managed to turn her head just in time to witness Eileen screaming in terror, her uncontrolled magic colliding forcefully with Merlin's shield. Bang! Casting the shield charm as a first year was already a formidable challenge for Merlin, particularly against an older witch like Eileen. The barrier was swiftly torn apart, and the backlash sent her sprawling, blood erupting from her mouth. Thud. Not only her, but Snape and Lily were also caught in the turbulence. Lily fell to the ground, her arms and legs throbbing painfully. Nevertheless, she instinctively craned her neck to check on Merlin, but as she struggled to rise, the scene inside the room left her utterly astounded. The cupboard had completely collapsed, debris strewn everywhere. Tobias lay amidst a heap of furniture, and Eileen was bloodied from falling fragments. Stunned, Lily watched as Merlin, who had fallen beside her, stirred slightly. Panicking, she rushed to his side, and upon seeing his injuries, she became nearly incoherent. Overwhelmed by fear, Lily initially attempted to wipe his wounds with a tissue, but soon realized the futility of her efforts. "We must get you to the hospital at once," she frantically searched her mind. "This is magical injury. I recall St. Mungo's? Yes, I will go now." "Wait, hold on." Merlin wobbled to his feet, his expression darkening as he noticed Lily's injuries, but upon seeing Eileen on the floor, he sighed heavily. In the past, he had little interaction with Eileen, assuming she was merely consumed by romantic folly. Yet, it appeared their lives were not as dire as she had believed, and Eileen was not accustomed to this tumultuous existence. If she genuinely endorsed their current plight, how could magic spiral out of control? Perhaps this was an opportune moment. In the previous timeline, she and Eileen had scarcely crossed paths. Why not try? At the very least, it could provide some irritation for the Prince family. Furthermore, incessantly lamenting might lead to an uncontrollable situation. Could adult witches become mute due to repressed magic? Ms. Prince, can you hear my voice? Eileen, seemingly on the verge of unconsciousness, lifted her head slightly upon hearing that surname. Before her stood a girl, bloodied and battered, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. I have heard your name, madam. Merlin's voice, weakened by blood loss, trembled as her body swayed precariously. She crouched slowly, aligning her gaze with Eileen's. You are the youngest daughter of the Prince family, once the president of the Gobstones Club. The shocking news even made headlines in the Daily Prophet when you got married. Lily was taken aback, her gaze fixed on the woman sprawled on the ground. She had never fathomed that Snape's mother harbored such a past. Blood smeared Eileen's face, rendering her a pitiful figure crushed by the weight of life and poverty, bearing no resemblance to the illustrious which Merlin described. Why are you saying all this? Eileen croaked, her voice hoarse and dry. Do you have regrets? Merlin inquired. As Snape regained his footing, he overheard her words, halting his movements and instinctively surveying the dilapidated house. Though life has not always been joyful, I do not regret marrying your father and bearing you. After all, even during their quarrels, Eileen would embrace him, her face adorned with a smile exaggerated to the point of insincerity. Such a life was more than satisfactory. Is it truly satisfactory? Eileen remained silent, as if she had lapsed into unconsciousness. Do you regret it? Merlin reiterated. Regretting leaving home, marrying such a person, living this life. A tear may have slipped from her eye, stinging her wounds and causing her body to tremble. She recalled her life within the Prince household. The perpetual feeling of being overlooked and ostracized. Her parents' emotionless faces when she left home. Their accusations of her desiring to disgrace the family. She remembered the moment she fell in love with Tobias, hearing him say he didn't mind her being a witch, believing that she had found a love unique and unparalleled. I do not regret it, she asserted, and I cannot return. The Prince family will not accept me. What significance would your return hold? Did that home ever have a place for you? Even with your brother deceased, it is not you who shall inherit. What purpose would your return serve other than mockery? Lily was taken aback, and Eileen too was stunned. Do you believe that endurance and self-deception yield any benefits? Whether it be you, Tobias, or Snape, all of you are living in disarray, and it has now affected others. Merlin coughed twice, her wounds reopening and bleeding anew, alarming Lily. Yet, despite her condition, Merlin extended her hand toward Eileen. It cannot get worse than this. Let us divorce for the good of all. Eileen stared long and hard at Merlin, her face a canvas of reluctance and fear, a blend of resentment and gratitude. After a prolonged silence, her hand, which had rested on the ground, stirred slightly, as if she meant to lift it. Merlin stumbled, collapsing into Lily's embrace. Chapter 1. A holiday spent in the hospital. The holiday was utterly ruined. Sitting on the hospital bed at St. Mungo's, I sighed heavily. Even as Petunia arrived with a lunchbox, I continued to lament. I told you not to meddle in their affairs. Look what happened, everyone is injured, right? Petunia shot me a disapproving glance before settling beside me to peel an apple. Fortunately, it is nothing serious. You all are quite lucky. Does it still hurt today? Lily asked, her concern evident as she gazed at me. You bled profusely back then. You are only slightly less injured than I am. Why do you still inquire about me? I leaned closer to Petunia. Please cut it into pieces. Don't push your luck. Petunia retorted angrily, then borrowed a small knife from Eileen. Tobias was admitted to a regular hospital, while Lily, Snape, and Eileen were all placed in the same room at St. Mungo's. In the following days, I occasionally chatted with Eileen about the magical world. She remained hesitant, her expressions often complex. Yet ultimately, it was her decision. And I could not be bothered to persuade her further. Eventually, a patient entered our ward who recognized her, and excitedly recounted how they had loved watching her play gobstones back in the day. They conversed about the game for an entire afternoon, and after the patient departed, Eileen visibly appeared to perk up. Do you think Ms. Eileen would be willing to divorce? I asked Lily. Certainly, Severus has been packing his things for days now, Lily whispered. I saw him move his collection into the living room. For the time being? Tobias would undoubtedly remain in the hospital, as the constitution of wizards cannot be generalized with that of muggles. Moreover, we had all ingested potions for magical healing, and while Eileen could speak, he was still unconscious. Throughout the holiday, I lay in St. Mungo's, with Lily and Petunia frequently visiting me. Occasionally, Snape would come to check on Eileen, always remaining silent as he passed by me. Gradually, Eileen began to converse with me, imparting numerous methods for potion making that proved to be immensely beneficial. Is everything truly all right? Should I remain hospitalized for a while longer? Lily has been exceedingly anxious during this time, assisting me with everything as though I were a fragile object. Even when boarding the train, she insisted on helping me with my luggage, which struck me as both amusing and exasperating. Really, there's no need. Look at me, I'm completely recovered now. It's merely a case of excessive blood loss, nothing to worry about. Have you sustained an injury? At that moment, James's astonished voice resonated from behind me. Turning around, I beheld him and Sirius strolling in tandem. What has transpired? I responded nonchalantly, just a minor issue. How was your holiday? I anticipated James would eagerly regale me with tales of his vacation, but instead he cast a skeptical glance my way. Are you genuinely okay? You mentioned excessive blood loss. How can that be merely a minor issue? James inquired about my injury. 1. I collapsed into his embrace, weeping. 2. I received a blow while playing Quidditch. 3. I claim to have been hunting Voldemort over the break. 4. I disregarded it and opted to sleep. Such a nostalgic feeling. And then this happened, and then that happened, and then it all culminated in this. I gestured animatedly. Do you understand? James shook his head in confusion. I do not comprehend. Regardless, I managed to deflect the conversation, and soon James was animatedly recounting his holiday escapades, mentioning how he inadvertently blew up the backyard while practicing Quidditch, much to his father's fury. How on earth can playing Quidditch cause an explosion? I was taken aback. It was just like this, and then that. James began to mimic my gestures, prompting me to swiftly cover his mouth. All right, I no longer wish to know. First years traveling to Hogwarts must ride in carriages. On our way to the carriages, James gazed nostalgically at the first years crossing the Black Lake and remarked, in years past, I too journeyed from that direction to Hogwarts. Excuse me, may I inquire about your current age? I retorted, at a loss for words. Time is indeed a fearsome thing. As Sirius succinctly observed. From a distance, I spotted a large group of Thestrals quietly standing on the flat ground, and their presence filled me with warmth. Seeing them signified that another cycle had arrived at its second year. Before boarding the carriage, I couldn't resist reaching out to stroke one of their heads, and it gently lowered itself, allowing me to caress it. Can you see Thestrals? Just as I was marveling at their cuteness, wishing I could keep one, Sirius's voice suddenly interrupted from behind, startling me so much that I nearly grasped the Thestral's skeletal structure. Could you possibly refrain from speaking from behind me? I expressed my displeasure. If you do this again, I shall have to retaliate. Sirius questioned why I could see Thestrals. 1. Because I long for death. 2. Isn't it the case that not everyone can see them? 3. I'm merely touching the air. For I shall ignore it and sleep. What on earth is this? Is this some sort of New Year-esque greeting? I had intended to continue deflecting the conversation, but as I glanced at Sirius, I was suddenly reminded of witnessing his death. Prior to encountering Dementors, my understanding of Sirius's experiences in Azkaban had only skimmed the surface of sympathy, my grasp of lost joy limited to the realm of the childhood film Happy Spirits. Yet, upon truly encountering the Dementors, I realized that their affliction was far from mere pain and despair. Negative emotions surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the soul. I began to inexplicably harbor feelings of death and collapse, often finding myself weeping uncontrollably, seeing all the deceased and a sky suffused with blood. This emotional turmoil lasted only a fleeting moment, yet it drove me to the brink of madness. I could scarcely fathom how Sirius endured a full 12 years of such torment. Sirius's favorability rating decreased by 1. When I regained my composure, I noticed Sirius turning away, having inadvertently stared at him, lost in memories. However, his abrupt departure in anger spared me the trouble of providing an explanation. After giving the Thestral one last pat on the head, I leaped into the carriage. Side note. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking the Snape main quest. End of Spider Alley 2. Congratulations on unlocking the Aileen main quest. The Prince Family. Chapter 2. An unpleasant reunion among brothers. Slytherin. As anticipated, the Sorting Hat provided such a response. As Regulus rose to approach the Slytherin table, he hesitated momentarily. He yearned to glance back at Sirius at the Gryffindor table, but under Narcissa's beaming smile, He ultimately did nothing and walked past in silence. This is the essence of a black family child. Narcissa appeared even more exhilarated than during her own sorting. As she glanced across, her face displayed unabashed disdain. You must not act in a manner that tarnishes the black family name, unlike Sirius. I am aware, Cousin Narcissa. He nodded with a smile. His every action impeccably above reproach. Narcissa nodded in satisfaction, introducing him to some older Slytherin students, which prolonged his time before he could finally sit down. As he settled in, he cast a glance at little Barty, who had been sorted into Ravenclaw, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, he was one of the few peers he could converse with within the confines of family approval. Once seated, he found no respite, as classmates continuously greeted him, and he politely responded until Headmaster Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, granting him a moment to breathe. Feeling somewhat anxious, he clenched his fists. Although he had rehearsed extensively at home, facing the reality was still somewhat disconcerting. He took a deep breath, attempting to appear more composed and dignified. Had he done his best? Had he brought shame to the black family? Amidst his unease, Regulus's gaze drifted over the crowd, landing on the Gryffindor table. Sirius Black, his brother, had already been the subject of much discussion prior to entering Hogwarts. Since Sirius had joined Gryffindor, their mother had repeatedly mentioned it at home, often erupting in fury over the matter. This had led to numerous warnings before coming to Hogwarts, insisting he must be sorted into Slytherin. After navigating through the other houses, it took him quite a while to locate Sirius, and when he finally did, uncertainty washed over him. At the Gryffindor table, Sirius was laughing heartily, casually draping an arm over a disheveled boy. Regulus had never seen Sirius so joyful, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Entering Gryffindor had brought shame to the family and disappointment to their mother. How could Sirius be so merry? Before coming to Hogwarts, he had intended to speak with Sirius, but upon witnessing his brother's demeanor, he realized this might be an impossible endeavor. At home, Sirius was perpetually brooding, even his laughter tinged with icy mockery. At times, Regulus almost doubted whether the brother who once delighted in playing with him was the same person sitting before him now. He gazed at Sirius for an extended period, until he noticed that Sirius frequently cast glances at a girl. Who could Sirius possibly be watching? Curiosity piqued, Regulus leaned in to observe. But the girl was seated with her back to him, making it difficult to discern her features. Only her short black hair was visible. Such a deep shade of black was quite rare. He had only seen it within the confines of the Black family. However, his thoughts were swiftly interrupted when the girl turned to converse with a red-haired girl beside her, revealing her face. He recognized her. She was indeed a student at Hogwarts. He regarded the Gryffindor uniform she wore and a thought emerged. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to approach this girl to catch a glimpse of Sirius? Yet, if his cousin discovered he had ventured into Gryffindor, regardless of the motive, she would undoubtedly be exceptionally disappointed. Their family should, under no circumstances, maintain any affiliation with Gryffindor. Yet he yearned to see Sirius once more. Ever since entering Hogwarts, Sirius had not spent more than a single day at home, always coming and going like a ghost, occasionally returning only when pressed, sending a leaf or some trivial token as a sign of life. The sole source of solace for Regulus was the knowledge that Sirius's closest friend, Potter, also hailed from a pure-blood family, at least in terms of friendship. Sirius had not brought disgrace upon the family. Lost in his thoughts, Regulus only became aware of his surroundings when the banquet had drawn to a close. As the crowd dispersed, his hesitance grew, and he found himself frequently glancing in Gryffindor's direction. Finally, he could no longer resist taking a step towards that side. Just to ask a question, he reassured himself, merely to inquire, no one would notice. However, barely 2 steps away, an eager Slytherin classmate called out to him, pointing in another direction, "We're supposed to walk this way." "Thank you." With that, he had no choice but to turn back, but just as he prepared to leave, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. "I saw you walking this way." When he turned to his left, a girl emerged from his right. As a Gryffindor, she displayed no aversion to his Slytherin status. At the moment their eyes met, she flashed him a smile reminiscent of that night. "Are you here to ask me about what happened then?" Family etiquette seldom permitted Regulus to grow close to girls, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, quickly realizing such behavior was impolite. He wished to apologize, but she seemed to have anticipated this and shook her head. "I was too close. But calling your name here would attract attention, wouldn't it?" She blinked. "It wouldn't be good if the Slytherin students saw us." Her words, seemingly innocuous, carried an odd undertone. He had initially sought this Gryffindor student, knowing she was likely well acquainted with Sirius. Acknowledging this, he nodded, conceding, "I apologize. But I am indeed somewhat perplexed. That night, Why did you smile at me? Because I knew you wanted to smile, but I recognized you as a serious black. So I helped draw that smile out of you. As she spoke playfully, her expression remained strikingly earnest. Young Mr. Black, though quite young, certainly embodies the essence of the Black family. Really? The words escaped him almost involuntarily, his yearning for affirmation palpable. He had always known. Even as Sirius caused their mother great displeasure and they often quarreled, she always placed her hopes for the family upon Sirius. Even during the banquet, every person who laid eyes on him would first mention Sirius. He did not harbor any disdain for Sirius, rather. He often pondered how wonderful it would be if someone could see him for who he truly was. However, as this thought slipped from his lips, he realized it was inappropriate, clearing his throat awkwardly, feeling warmth rise to his ears. Forgive my rudeness. Regulus attempted to shift the conversation, but why young Black? A sudden foreboding crept into his mind. You are a Gryffindor student. I have heard that Gryffindors usually have close relationships and often call each other by name, correct? Generally. Yes. The girl snapped her fingers, but unfortunately she patted her chest. In Gryffindor, I happen to be the one with the worst relationship with the Blacks. Upon saying this, she seemed to guess Regulus's earlier thoughts, gently patting his shoulder with a mischievous grin. Congratulations, young Black. Ah, he thought. Who would have imagined he would have such fortuitous luck today? Regulus? Just as he contemplated how to delicately inquire about Sirius, a cold voice interjected, and upon looking over, he was met with a familiar, brooding face. What are you doing here? He had been eager to ask Sirius why he had chosen Gryffindor, yet when the moment arrived, Regulus found himself at a loss for words. Did he even need to ask? After all, Sirius appeared so content in Gryffindor. Regulus fell silent, unsure of what to say as Sirius's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, the girl playfully slapped Sirius's head, nearly knocking him off balance. Young Black is here to see me. Black. As Sirius glared up in anger, the girl stepped closer, pointing to herself. You cannot be so self-absorbed. Who is self-absorbed? Upon encountering this girl, Sirius's expression transformed dramatically. He took 2 steps back as if to avoid a contagion, hurriedly brushing off his clothes, and without a further glance at Regulus, stormed away in a huff. Well, I shall take my leave as well. Until we meet again. The girl waved at him. You should hurry back. If you linger too long, you might forget where the Slytherin common room is. With that, she turned and walked towards Gryffindor, Regulus bidding her farewell. It was only upon turning to descend that he suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask for her name. Chapter 3. The Selection Trials. To be honest, I had no inkling that Regulus was seeking me out. Had it not been for the system's sudden prompt, Regulus wishes to inquire about Sirius, I would have simply returned, only to notice him glancing in my direction. In truth, I harbored no objections to discussing the gossip surrounding Sirius, but the options presented were ones I truly wished to avoid. 1. Tell him for a galleon per question. Additional inquiries would incur extra charges. 2. Darling. I would gladly share all you wish to know, provided you kiss me. 3. Well, you've come to the right person. In fact, Sirius has been harboring a secret crush on me. 4. Forget it, I'm going to sleep. After bidding Regulus farewell, I hummed a tune while making my way back, only to discover that Sirius was still beside me. A miracle, I marveled. That I could find a Black standing next to me without James around. Sirius's favorability -1. I only came to remind you of something. Sirius shot me a frosty glance. Regulus is likely to become the heir of the Black family, and he will absolutely never marry a woman from a non-pureblood family. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away, leaving me with a head full of questions. What on earth occupied his mind daily? If one were to ask James what he anticipated most upon returning to school, aside from the Quidditch selection trials, would there even be a second option? The day had finally arrived. More moved than James was the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who was on the verge of tears. I will no longer have to endure your incessant inquiries about participating in the selection trials early. Rejoice. James clapped the captain on the shoulder. The future greatest Quidditch player in the world is about to join your team. You just claimed you would be the future greatest wizard in the world. Merlin. Here we go again. He hastily waved his hand. This is what I call a head start. Otherwise, I won't have time to adjust once I'm famous. He mounted his broom, ready to soar towards the Quidditch pitch, only to be firmly restrained by the captain. Fly once we reach the pitch. As for the selection trials, no one believed there could be any other outcome. From the very first day at Hogwarts, James had exhibited extraordinary Quidditch talent, skillfully weaving through the crowd and dodging bludgers while deftly shooting the quaffle through the hoops. Each time he scored, he would strike a dashing pose towards the spectators. leaving the captain utterly speechless. I admit this kid has remarkable Quidditch talent, the captain remarked, his level of admiration approaching James's own narcissism. Yet, James never considered this a flaw, rather he viewed it as a compliment. As he leapt down from his broom, Sirius followed suit. Unlike James, he was the one wielding the bat. I knew you could do it, mate, he exclaimed with a grin, joining in the raucous cheers directed at that group of Slytherins, letting them taste the sting of our prowess. Many times I wished to declare that Quidditch was indeed a game of skill rather than one of brute force. However, the captain merely shrugged, pondering who could truly control the trajectory of the snitch. The two reveled in their victory for a moment, with James appearing as exuberant as ever. Come on, Sirius, I must share this splendid news with Merlin. Sirius hesitated for a brief instant, his smile dimming slightly, his tone growing somber. She can't even handle a broom. What's the point in telling her? Shouldn't you inform Evans first? Evans has no interest in Quidditch. James, already brimming with excitement, dashed towards the stands, nimbly leaping onto unoccupied seats as gasps erupted from those around him. In a mere few strides he arrived before Merlin. I've been chosen, James declared, extending his hand towards her, still catching his breath from the recent selection. Beads of perspiration glistened on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented fervor. If even James were not selected, one could scarcely imagine the tedium that this year's Quidditch matches would entail. Merlin gestured towards the seats below. However, you could have ascended via the side stairs. If you were to glance back now, you might observe several classmates glaring at you for nearly stepping on them. That would be too slow. James felt no remorse for his actions, seizing Merlin's hand in an attempt to pull her downwards. What do you say? Shall I take you for a flight in the sky? Hearing this, Merlin shook her head vehemently, breaking free from his grasp and vaulting over the back of the seat. James was taken aback, not anticipating her refusal. But before he could voice his surprise, Merlin was already shouting towards the crowd. Congratulations to our very own James Potter. She cupped her hands into a trumpet shape. He has successfully secured his position as a chaser for Gryffindor Quidditch. I have no doubt he will seize victory in the next match. Once uttered, Merlin deftly departed, and the surrounding Gryffindors flocked to extend their congratulations, indicating that James would not be leaving anytime soon. Sirius stood at the base of the stands, arms crossed, observing as James became enveloped by admirers, shaking his head in disbelief. By this time, Merlin had already made her descent. And congratulations to you as well, Mr. Black. She whistled in his direction. I look forward to witnessing your remarkable performance on the field. With that, she strolled away, appearing inexplicably pleased. I am already anticipating November. The first week of November heralded the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and he suddenly grasped the implications, his tone shifting to one of threat. Do you believe Slytherin will triumph? That is utterly impossible. Moreover, the slimy Snevellis will definitely not participate in the Quidditch match. Merlin cast him a look reminiscent of one reserved for the dim-witted. At times he firmly believed that only she would regard him in such a manner. Often. I cannot fathom your thoughts. Your mind is more perplexing than the stars above, she remarked, shaking her head. Severus's intentions are far easier to decipher. Indeed, she was still preoccupied with that repugnant Slytherin. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Merlin's gaze intensified with incredulity. She shook her head and turned away without another glance. Ah. The fans are truly fervent. After a considerable time, James finally descended from the stands, appearing even more disheveled than before, as was Merlin, who had run too swiftly. Next time, I must hold on tighter. He waited for a response from Sirius, but found him engrossed in the distance. Next Quidditch match. Sirius suddenly slung an arm around his neck, nearly toppling him. Looking up with surprise, he found Sirius's eyes brimming with determination. We must absolutely defeat Slytherin. Sighed. Note. The outcome of Quidditch matches is not predetermined. Irrespective of participation, the storyline can influence the results. Side note. Congratulations on unlocking the Regulus Romance storyline, Aura 2. Congratulations on unlocking the James Romance storyline, Flight 2. Chapter 4. Burdened with thoughts, better to stroll at night. Severus had recently been corresponding with Miss Prince. Unexpectedly, I found only Lily in the library. I even lifted the curtains to see if Snape was hiding behind them. Laughing in disbelief, Lily informed me that Snape was in the Ollery. To be honest, I could hardly envision such a scene. The perpetually gloomy Snape, filled with anticipation as he sent letters from the Ollery, perhaps even smiling upon receiving a letter from his mother. The very thought felt dissonant. It seemed they were on the verge of relocating, as Miss Prince had been busy packing. Lily whispered to me that Severus appeared genuinely happy, having spent little time with Avery and his cronies recently. That's a good thing. I felt pleased but dared not indulge in too much joy. I had experienced too many instances where I thought I could alter the narrative to salvage the future, only to be met with fate's cruel hammer. Has Ms. Erin written? What are her current intentions? Speaking of which, Miss Prince has written to you as well. Lily said, producing a letter. Here, take a look. I accepted the letter and noted its length. It seemed Erin planned to return to the Prince residence, regardless of the circumstances. She had been away from the magical world for far too long. Although we had discussed some matters previously, time had certainly changed. Even though she knew the Prince family would never accept her again, she still intended to visit. I found the whole affair rather unsettling. After reading the letter, I was rendered speechless. Though it was phrased positively, it was evident that she was unwilling to let go, insisting on returning for a look. I recalled that when she married a Muggle, the Prince family had been furious. This matter would undoubtedly not be reported by the Daily Prophet. But I had visited the Prince family in a previous cycle. Upon first stepping through their door, I marveled that Snape should have changed his surname to Prince. He was remarkably similar to Mr. Prince. Not at all easy to get along with. Perhaps this was a case of genetic inheritance. ISNT genetics fascinating? Lily understood this well. She appeared troubled, unable to focus on her reading. Lily's Snape romance event triggered. Ordinary options temporarily hidden. Lily appears quite concerned about Snape. 1. What does that fellow matter? Our date is more important. 2. Why not help gather some information about Snape? Why would reading in the library count as a date? Look how worried you are. Let us investigate some news instead. I closed my book, realizing I could not concentrate. Lily smiled apologetically and picked her book back up. Actually, I was hoping to find some literature on the Prince family. Upon leaving the library, I headed straight for the headmaster's office. Who in this world would know more than Headmaster Dumbledore? The password to the office remained unchanged. After 2 attempts, I gained entry. As I stepped inside, I found the headmaster present, and upon seeing us, he greeted us warmly. Good evening. Would you care for some toffee fingers? Headmaster. I rushed to his side. I wish to inquire about the Prince family. Oh, the Prince family? I believe I have heard that name before. It was quite some time ago, Dumbledore replied. However, just over a decade ago, the Prince family disowned their youngest daughter, an event that caused quite a stir in the magical community. Though Lily had long been aware of this truth, hearing it spoken aloud still brought her immense sorrow. She understood that once disowned by her family, there was no turning back. The thought of what Snape and the others would soon face tightened her grip on my hand even further. What do you think the Prince family would feel if their disowned daughter were to return? I inquired. That is quite the predicament for an old man like me. Dumbledore chuckled. Family and kinship are always complex matters, are they not? My mind wandered to Ariana, and a heavy weight settled in my heart. I instinctively felt the urge to apologize, yet I realized that such matters were beyond the comprehension of a second-year student like myself. Ultimately, I suppressed my words and replaced them with gratitude. After leaving the headmaster's office, Lily appeared even more despondent than before. We walked in silence for a while until she finally spoke. I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Prince shouldn't return. She suggested that perhaps they could relocate elsewhere, severing all ties with the Prince family. I shared her sentiment. If Mr. Prince maintained a decent attitude, it might be bearable, I mused inwardly, though that seemed utterly implausible. If his demeanor were atrocious, returning would only invite misery. Better to remain apart. The more we discussed, the more convinced we became that Eileen should not go back. Upon reaching the common room, we began drafting a letter. Eileen, returning now would be futile. They would only cast you out, I wrote. But felt the statement too harsh and scratched it out. Dear Eileen, we have heard some news about the Prince family from our beloved headmaster Dumbledore. Personally, I believe it may be beneficial for you to return, if only to find closure. Still unsatisfied, I struck that out too. After repeatedly crossing out phrases on the paper, I cast it aside in frustration. I'm done writing, I declared, placing the parchment before Lily. You take over. Just moments ago, I had been so certain that my words would sway Eileen. Lily playfully tapped my head with her quill, lamenting the waste of parchment. Haha, it's because I'm illiterate, I replied. After sending the letter to Eileen, I felt an exhilarating sense of involvement in the unfolding narrative, while Lily seemed equally restless, sitting on the sofa when she should have been asleep. Since we can't sleep anyway, shall we take a walk? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lily burst into laughter. Only you could make sneaking out sound so effortless. Yet, she showed no objection and happily followed me as we slipped out of the common room. Our last nocturnal escapade had been during finals, when a few other students had also ventured out. Now, however, the corridors were completely deserted, creating a surreal atmosphere. Along the way, I enthusiastically pointed out various secret passageways and how to evade Filch's watchful eye. Filch tends to patrol that area. I indicated a corridor where a row of portraits frequently reported mischief makers. It's best to avoid that route at night. Lily listened intently, appearing more focused than she did in class. Eventually, we reached the courtyard, typically bustling during the day but eerily quiet at this hour. We settled onto the grass, the vastness of the sky calming our spirits. By the way, it seems like the blacks come out less often than you do, Lily remarked, reclining on the ground and gazing at the stars. What do you usually do at night? Honestly, I just come out for a stroll. I can't sleep anyway, I admitted. It's a tough habit to break. I've always been a night owl, and even at Hogwarts, I find myself awake late, often brewing potions in those hidden chambers, or simply wandering about until I return around dawn. After a while, I lay back beside her. I'm quite the rule follower, you see, quiet and unobtrusive. Unlike James and the others, who make such a ruckus every time they sneak out. You'd think they were trying to wake the entire castle. If you're such a model student, Gryffindor must be filled with well-behaved children, Lily teased, poking my cheek. But sometimes, sneaking out just for the thrill of it can be quite fun. Indeed, you truly embody the spirit of Gryffindor, I praised, giving her a thumbs up. Just as we were enjoying our moment on the ground, a familiar cat's meow pierced the night. I looked up to see the fat lady watching us. Was it my imagination? Or did she seem to be saying, "Oh, not you again? Oh no, we've been caught," I exclaimed, pulling Lily to her feet. "We need to run, darling. Are we about to enter an exhilarating chase?" Lily appeared even more excited than I, ready for the adventure. Meow. The fat lady's voice suddenly grew louder, and before she could leap towards us, I had already seized Lily's hand and we dashed away. "Not you again. Stop right there." Filch was hot on our heels as we slipped into a secret passage. The adrenaline of being pursued was evidently a novel experience for Lily, as she laughed joyously mid-sprint. "Why are we running this way? Isn't the common room to the left?" As we emerged from the hidden door, Filch was nowhere in sight. Curious, Lily watched as I pulled out some bread and sweets from my pocket and placed them on the ground. "Why do you have those?" "Midnight snacks for Filch. He has a fondness for that type of bread," I explained, patting my pocket. "All right, we can head back to sleep now. Science suggests that physical activity aids in falling asleep. After that sprint, I feel even more energized," she said with a laugh. But her expression shifted slightly as we approached the common room door. "Has the fat lady gone visiting?" "Don't worry about that. We never enter the normal way when sneaking out." I moved to open the nearby secret passage. Every house has its own. And I had even snuck into the Slytherin common room before. Honestly, I found it quite unsuitable for someone with rheumatism. By the time we returned to the common room, it was pitch black. To avoid waking our roommates, Lily snuggled up next to me to sleep. "No wonder you all enjoy sneaking out," she remarked from the bed, still relishing the thrill. "Running around like that does lift the spirits. Shall we do it again sometime?" I asked. However, the next morning, a lethargic Lily suggested that we should only venture out on weekends, and expressed her bewilderment at how I managed to look so energetic despite my late nights. "It's because I drink stimulants every day," I replied, recalling the time I had overindulged and faced restrictions from the system. Now, I consumed less, having cultivated the ability to thrive on little sleep. I gave her shoulder a playful pat. "You should practice too, Lily. From now on, I will keep a close watch on your sleeping habits." Side note, side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Eileen's main quest, the Prince Family 2. Congratulations on achieving Lily's romantic quest achievement, Night Adventures. Chapter 5. James and Sirius's Nocturnal Escapades. "Sirius, what do you think would happen if I flew past here on my broom?" "We'd probably be grounded until Halloween." "Ah, now that's something to look forward to." James and Sirius strolled leisurely, discussing what pranks to pull for Halloween. They had missed out last year and couldn't let this opportunity slip by. "I've devised a splendid plan. But we might need to enlist the help of a house elf," James declared confidently. "I still think a zombie would be more entertaining," Sirius replied. "We could pull it off together. When dinner starts, I could dramatically collapse onto the table, and you could announce to everyone that I'm dead." James snapped his fingers. "Halloween needs something different, otherwise it will be dreadfully boring." As two individuals animatedly gestured and deliberated on how to execute a flawless prank, a distant commotion echoed from the corridor. Having learned from past encounters, they swiftly concealed themselves behind a hidden door at the first sound. However, when an extended silence ensued, Sirius, driven by curiosity, leaned out to investigate. Just as he took a step forward, he felt James tapping him on the shoulder. Turning around, he beheld James making extravagant gestures, akin to someone shooing away summer mosquitoes. What are you doing? Sirius inquired. James lamented. How can you not comprehend my gestures? It appears I lack the ability to read minds. Sirius yanked him out, dismissing his antics. The pair proceeded toward the source of the noise, and soon espied a cluster of Slytherin students near the kitchen. Didn't you say the kitchen was here? Where's the kitchen? Sirius questioned. But I previously saw Hufflepuff students entering from here, James retorted. Liar. With a surge of shoving, they reached an intersection, causing shadows on the wall to tumble. Before James could speak, one of the Slytherins called out, Merlin, I know you're hiding over there. Come out. Merlin? James stepped out quizzically. Have you seen her before? Avery looked up and, upon realizing that it was not Merlin but James and Sirius before him, his expression morphed into one of alarm. Aren't Gryffindors supposed to be asleep at this hour? How unfortunate it is to encounter you two. While meeting Merlin would typically spell misfortune, encountering these two Gryffindor ruffians was an even graver predicament. They were notorious for casting spells, even in the presence of professors, let alone in such a scenario. Isn't that a Slytherin on the ground? Sirius glanced at Peter, who was huddled in the corner weeping. How strange. Slytherins bullying their own classmates? That's none of your business. Avery had already begun to retreat, stealthily inching away. But such overt actions could not escape James's keen eyes. James seized Avery's cloak, yanking him back with force. This isn't my first encounter with you bullying Petey. Last time it was you who doused him with pumpkin juice on Halloween. Oh, is Master Potter feeling benevolent today? Mulciber sneered. What a fade. Aren't you the one who usually targets Slytherin students the hardest? Indeed, James acknowledged with a nod, delivering a swift kick to Mulciber's midsection. Thus, I shall continue my assault on Slytherin students. With a cacophony of wails, the 6 Slytherin students gathered there were swiftly incapacitated by the duo. Unlike the simple act of beating someone up, James and Sirius relished employing a variety of spells on them. As Sirius observed foam bubbling from Avery's mouth, he erupted in laughter. What a pity the snot-nosed brat isn't here. He's the one who truly deserves a good cleansing. Sirius squatted before Avery, tugging at his collar, while the battered boy, too terrified to utter a word, stammered, as Severus. Severus is in the dormitory. Didn't he come out with us? Consider yourself fortunate. Sirius released him, casually fixing his disheveled hair before turning to the corner where Peter lay feigning death. Who is this? He inquired. Do you know him? Peter Pettigrew, James replied. He's always staring at us. We caught him last time and asked, what he staring at us for? Sirius's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion as he approached Peter, scrutinizing the disheveled Slytherin student. Peter appeared utterly uncharacteristic of Slytherin. Timid, disheveled, devoid of cunning or composure. His eyes revealing only weakness and fear. Boring, Sirius remarked, averting his gaze. Next time they bully you, just tell me. Pointing at the fallen group, James added, I'll help you teach them a lesson. He then clapped Peter on the shoulder, causing the boy to nearly jump out of his skin. Understand? I understand. Peter nodded vigorously, tears threatening to spill. He appeared to be on the brink of panic, yet for the first time, a flicker of hope shone in his eyes. In a manner of speaking, James's sudden appearance, rescuing him from peril, could indeed be likened to the sun breaking through the clouds. Regarding the kitchen, James glanced at the mural on the wall and shrugged. These fools can't even find the kitchen after all this time. I wonder what they use their brains for. With that, he playfully draped an arm over Sirius's shoulder and resumed his cheerful demeanor. All right, let us head back. There's nothing entertaining left here. Once they had distanced themselves enough to no longer see the group, Sirius curiously inquired, why did you save that Slytherin? Isn't it amusing to watch them squabble amongst themselves? Ha! I didn't intend to save him, James replied, shaking his head with a mischievous grin. It's a splendid excuse, isn't it? Next time we deal with those Slytherins, we can simply say they bullied Pettigrew. Just look at him. Even if I compelled him to lie, he wouldn't dare contradict me. As he finished, his expression softened, taking on a pitiful aspect. Merlin says I've deducted too many points for the house. At this rate, Slytherin will surely win again. Alas, if I can find a way to minimize point deductions, I shall. Sirius slowed his pace, turning to regard James, who remained oblivious to his scrutiny, muttering about how Merlin managed to evade Filch's grasp every night while amassing points for the house. Every time we meet, she always asks me how I know she adds the most points for Gryffindor. You seem to heed her words quite well, Sirius scoffed. I thought you cared about the honor of the house. The honor of the house is of utmost importance, James exclaimed, his enthusiasm surging. As long as we win at Quidditch, we can gain plenty of points. I've had enough of those Slytherin students. Just listen to what they say in our presence. Do you know which house hasn't won the House Cup in 3 years? Gryffindor. You really did smash the Mandrake last time, Sirius pointed out. We spent 4 whole days studying that thing. Regardless, last time Merlin nearly injured me severely. James ruffled his hair, and she was glaring at me while I smashed it. I couldn't very well hide it. You informed her immediately after you passed the Quidditch tryouts, Sirius pressed on. That day Evans wasn't around. I must have told her first, James defended himself. Should I have dashed back to the Gryffindor common room to announce the news before returning to find her? That doesn't sound unreasonable, Sirius mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Speaking of which, why does he care so much about Merlin's affairs? Their business is of no concern to him. Chapter 6, Acts of Kindness. James. On the eve of Halloween, the entire Hogwarts was festooned with pumpkins and bats. Yet I found myself devoid of spirit, utterly uninterested in any holiday that did not grant a day off. To make matters worse, from the crack of dawn, James had been incessantly chattering in our ears about the brilliant prank he had devised for Halloween. However, in a bid to preserve the element of surprise, he adamantly refused to divulge any details, merely repeating how amusing it would be, until my ears felt calloused from his words. It was dreadfully dull. Initially, Remus had sat listening, but soon he gathered his things and relocated to the other side. I intended to escape as well, but James's next words called my name. I have conceived the most splendid Halloween surprise, Merlin. You truly ought to join us in our endeavors. Thank you. But I believe you and Black can manage just fine on your own. I stuffed my mouth with what turned out to be pumpkin-filled bread, and I sincerely hope that after tomorrow, our Gryffindor house points can still hold some semblance of dignity. Not being expelled would be considered a success. Sirius exchanged a high-five with James. Regardless of the festive atmosphere, Halloween does not grant us a holiday, especially since tomorrow is the day, so after dining in the hall, we begrudgingly carried our books to class. After the Transfiguration lesson, Lily went to the Ollery to send Halloween gifts to her family, while I made my way toward the common room with my books. As I approached the staircase, I noticed a throng of people gathered ahead. The instant I saw the crowd, I knew it boded ill. Surrounded by them were most certainly James and Sirius. Upon closer inspection, my suspicions were confirmed. Who taught you that spell? If I catch you doing that again, I will hang you from a tree, do you understand? Through the crowd, I could only vaguely discern James's voice, but it seemed he had spotted me and waved. Sigh, in such a scenario, please refrain from greeting me. I cannot afford to lose face. Just as I was contemplating how to cover my face and hastily depart, a timid voice emerged from behind me. I turned to see Peter standing at the edge of the crowd. Thanks for the other night, he said, his face flushed crimson. Glancing around nervously as if fearing someone might see him. You helped me. Just a small gesture, I replied casually, then glanced over at James in the crowd. But what on earth is going on? It was Potter. Potter helped me, Peter stammered, appearing quite anxious as he nervously tugged at his cloak, which had become quite wrinkled. He continued to explain that if anyone bullied me again, I should tell him. Today in the corridor, some classmates hung me upside down, and Potter saw it and came to my rescue. Wait, what did you say? I frowned. Hung upside down? Why yes. Peter, who had just begun to speak more fluently, now seemed to regress back into nervousness. However, I could hardly focus on that. It was only the beginning of our second year. Why had Snape already invented such a spell? I had no doubt of his talent for magic, but could this be an early indication of some subtle plot twist? At least everything is all right. I patted Peter's shoulder. Truth be told, my prior assistance was also due to James. He mentioned that you needed help, and that's why I intervened. If you owe gratitude, it should be directed toward him. So that's how it is. Peter cast a somewhat fearful glance at James, who was preparing to say something, but had already squeezed his way out of the crowd. Hey, I've been greeting you for ages, and you completely ignore me. James skillfully draped his arm around my shoulders, seemingly taller than before. What are we discussing? Listening to your heroic tales, I remarked, genuinely surprised that he possessed a benevolent side. Who do you think I am? James beamed with pride. I have always been the embodiment of justice. Could someone not strike him upside the head to bring him back to reality? I cast a disbelieving glance at Marlene, who was observing the scene. Indeed. Who better than you to do it? Marlene pointed at me, asserting that only I could possibly take him down a peg. I found it perplexing how Marlene arrived at such a conclusion, considering I had always prided myself on being approachable. However, I was rather astonished that James had so early grasped the importance of standing up for classmates. If this trend continued, perhaps he might learn to respect others sooner than expected. As for Sirius, I cast a sidelong glance at him. For some reason he happened to glance back. and at the moment our eyes met, he froze momentarily before quickly averting his gaze. Sirius's favorability -1. Is even a glance too much to ask? Must one pay to look at him? From the morning of Halloween, the castle was infused with the rich aroma of pumpkins. The tables were laden with an array of Halloween delicacies. In the hall, owls delivered Halloween gifts, and even some Gryffindor students had adorned their faces with various markings. Dressed in eccentric costumes for class, they were all promptly sent back to the common room by the professors to change. The potion class that morning was nothing short of a disaster. Sirius transformed Snape's potion into pumpkin juice, and then James triggered an explosion, leaving everyone in the classroom drenched. By the time History of Magic commenced, everyone sported a head full of pumpkin juice, and the festive ambience in the classroom was palpably heightened. I truly wished to plunge your head into a pumpkin black. After class, everyone glared at Sirius in fury. I removed my cloak, relieved that the castle was relatively warm. You must help me wash this. If you don't mind what it will become, Sirius shrugged, showing no hint of remorse. Perhaps you should have run faster. It seemed we ought to bring umbrellas to class from now on. Lily had magically cleaned my cloak, but I felt that the umbrella should be lodged in their foreheads. Lily was increasingly blending into the crowd, which gave me a sense of comfort. That would be too embarrassing, Marlene fretted. At least preserve Sirius's handsome face. Sirius's favorability -1. Not that I suggested it. Relax, Merlin, Marion consoled. At least they both made the Quidditch team, so we won't have to see them every evening. Setting Sirius aside. How could anyone not wish to see me? James suddenly emerged from nowhere. Tonight as Halloween feast, I still want to surprise everyone. You've repeated that all day. I was exasperated. A surprise loses its charm if announced beforehand. I truly wished he could grasp this concept. Is that so? James pondered. Then next time, I shall keep it secret and scare everyone out of their wits. You've led him astray, Merlin. Mary lamented. If he doesn't disclose it, how can we prepare? Apologies. But I believe he is akin to America. He cannot resist divulging his mischief. I replied without a shred of guilt. But what were they truly up to tonight? My curiosity piqued. Side note. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Peter's main storyline, The Outcast 3. Chapter 7, The Halloween Incident 1. James began to feel increasingly agitated. Initially, he had rescued Peter simply to provoke that group of Slytherins. He had not anticipated that this would lead to Peter occasionally seeking him out. While he would gladly torment those Slytherin ruffians, it did not imply he wished to listen to Peter ramble on during their walk to the hall. It was also on Halloween that someone had once helped him. He was uncertain of the individual's identity, but he suspected it was a girl. Her voice had been husky and low. After she helped him clean his clothes, she departed, leaving him with a piece of candy. During Christmas, he had received anonymous gifts, which he also believed were from her. Peter babbled incessantly, but James did not hear a word. It was as though a mouse were incessantly chattering in his ear. Finally, he turned abruptly, startling Peter into taking 2 steps back. It's nothing. I'm going in, he said expressionlessly. You ought to return to Slytherin, Pettigrew. Yes, sorry. Though he could not comprehend why, Peter sensed James's displeasure and cautiously apologized before bowing his head and hastily entering the hall. It was difficult to discern whether the present or the past days had been more painful. Following James's 2 confrontations with those who bullied his classmates, no one in Slytherin dared to bother him any longer. However, conversely, no one acknowledged him. Everyone treated him as if he were invisible, occasionally shouting at him things like Potter's dog, Gryffindor's pet, and Slytherin's traitor. Each time, he could only pretend not to hear. At least he no longer had to endure beatings or be subjected to various spells cast upon him. Did he not? He consoled himself in this manner. Yet a wave of bitterness surged within his nostrils. If only he had opted for Gryffindor from the very beginning. James held no interest in Peter's thoughts. After Peter departed, he dusted off his clothes and strolled into the great hall. Good evening, my Gryffindor friends. Have you missed me? He declared. Oh Merlin, do not wear that expression. I am well aware that you are all eager to cheer for me. It is almost unimaginable how dreadfully dull a Halloween feast would be without Potter. James pushed open the door, feeling no guilt for his tardiness, but rather basking in the spotlight as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. In an unexpected turn, his fellow Gryffindors erupted into applause, instantly igniting the atmosphere. I am frightened, Mary remarked, observing his demeanor. I can tell they are up to something significant tonight. Cherish this moment of tranquility. Marlene hastened her eating. I can assure you, we shall not have these delights for long. When will I possess confidence akin to Potter's? Lily pondered, shaking her head. What kind of household does he hail from? The Potters had a late child and are well off. It is only natural that he is held in high regard. I am savoring the roasted lamb, yet I often feel his arrogance borders on the absurd. As I spoke, I passed a newly concocted potion into Remus's pumpkin juice. He leaned over, fork and knife in hand, and took a sip from the cup's edge. "Do not drink so quickly," I exclaimed, placing the cup down. "Is it too hot?" However, my hands were occupied. Remus raised his knife and fork toward me. You could wait a moment to drink." I inquired about his experience. "What does it feel like?" Remus pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It seems to have a warm sensation. I suspect that is due to the heat of the pumpkin juice. Westerners truly do not favor hot beverages. Nearly all drinks are served chilled, and over the years, I have become accustomed to warming them." Just as I contemplated how to refine my potion further, a sudden commotion erupted from across the table, startling me to the point of nearly dropping my spoon. In the next moment, Sirius dramatically scooped up the toppled James from the table, emitting a deafening wail. James, do not leave me. How can I survive alone?" This extravagant display left me dumbfounded. Indeed, not only myself but the surrounding students exchanged glances, each seemingly conveying the same thought. "Are these two unhinged? What are they up to now?" Lily inquired. "A Halloween performance, perhaps?" I resumed my meal of lamb, though James had been chattering since yesterday, leading me to believe it was something of great significance. My words were cut short as Mary leapt to her feet. "What is this?" A small mouse, seemingly emerging from nowhere, scurried beneath the students' seats and even across the dining tables. Although I held no fear of rodents, this sudden turn of events sent many students shrieking, and chaos erupted throughout the great hall. I witnessed a Ravenclaw student, startled, toss a piece of bread that struck a Slytherin student squarely on the head. That student, rising in indignation, retaliated by throwing a spoon at a nearby Gryffindor's shoulder, prompting the Gryffindor to hurl the spoon back, only for it to narrowly miss and hit a Hufflepuff instead. The pandemonium escalated, with items soaring through the air. Amidst the tumult, plates, tables, and chairs seemed on the verge of taking flight as numerous students attempted to capture the little mice with spells. The older students fared better, while the younger ones dashed about in disarray. Yet many Gryffindors appeared utterly unperturbed. Their screams resembled those of a classroom in disarray when the lights unexpectedly went out, creating a raucous spectacle. "I told you to eat quickly. Soon, we shall have nothing left." Marlene calmly lifted her plate. "Fortunately, I was prepared." "These two rascals," Lily exclaimed, ready to hurl her plate at James, bringing mice to the feast. "What a waste of food. Leave the plate." I swiftly snatched it from her grasp. "It is a festive occasion. We have come this far. The children are still young." "No, wait, the headmaster seems to be approaching." "Fear not, students, it is merely a pumpkin." Professor Dumbledore chuckled, picking up a small mouse from the ground, which transformed into a pumpkin in his hands. "I trust you have all learned the transfiguration charm? Excellent. Now, let us attempt to revert these little creatures to their original forms." Dumbledore's voice effectively soothed the students, and soon, they began to try, swiftly transforming the scattered mice back into pumpkins. And as for this food, wastefulness is not a commendable habit. With a flourish of his wand, Dumbledore restored order to the chaotic hall, and once everything was back to normal, he turned his jovial gaze toward James and Sirius. "I must regrettably deduct 10 points from Gryffindor. However, I would like to express my gratitude for the Halloween surprise they have provided, and for that, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 5 points." The feigned unconscious James finally rose from the table, though his face still bore that insufferable expression. "Thank you, Professor." James and Sirius each received a deduction of 5 points, meaning an average of, well, half and half. Mary began to jot down notes, declaring James the reigning champion of point deductions for Gryffindor. I had been wondering who was responsible for this ranking. It turns out to be you. I continued to gnaw on my lamb, savoring each bite, when Lily leaned in to whisper to me, "I think I might head back early. Penny has prepared a Halloween surprise for me." "That sounds wonderful," I replied, genuinely pleased that the two sisters had reconciled. "I will cover for you." Just as I was about to reach for another cup of pumpkin juice, a familiar yet foreign sound echoed, followed by a Halloween-themed prompt presenting itself before me. "Halloween romance event initiated. With whom shall you spend the evening?" 1 Lily, 2. Regulus, 3. Remus, 4. Sirius, 5. J6. Snape, 7. Martin. I knew the holiday system would undoubtedly target me. And who exactly is Martin? Instinctively, I wished to select Lily, but recalling her earlier mention of speaking with Penny, I hesitated to intrude. As for the others, I felt a twinge of curiosity. Regulus and I were still strangers, and I wondered what would transpire should I choose him. Upon selecting Regulus, I suddenly recalled that in previous romance games, such events typically required a certain level of affection to unlock. This game, however, allowed participation regardless of affection levels, which I could only describe as a commendable game that did not rely on numerical values, if only it weren't at my expense. After making my selection, there was no immediate reaction, and once Lily bid me farewell, she slipped out of the great hall. Marlene and Mary began to frolic about, engaging in mischief for treats, and after finishing my plate of lamb, I felt a surge of excitement. What is Halloween without tricks or treats? But alas, I had no pockets. I removed my cloak and donned it backward, fashioning a hood that could serve as a pocket for collecting candy. Hey James, trick or treat? I bounded in front of James, startling him, but upon seeing my appearance, he burst into laughter. What a genius, Merlin! He exclaimed, offering high praise as he removed his own cloak. I had expected him to mimic my attire, but instead he leapt onto the table, shaking his clothing upside down into my hood, causing a cascade of candies to tumble forth. All of this is for you. James's pockets seemed to hold an abundance of sweets, and as he emptied them, they fell like rain, nearly filling my hood to the brim. Eventually, I had to tighten the hood, exclaiming, "This is too much. Truly, you need not give me so many. What a pity." James, with a jovial demeanor, commenced distributing an array of candies to his classmates, each boasting a unique flavor. "Would you care to indulge?" he inquired. "No thank you," the senior replied, shaking her head vehemently. "Ever since that unfortunate encounter with the mulberry chili flavor, I have no desire to partake in such confections again." As I prepared to depart with an ample collection of sweets, I was taken aback when Sirius tossed a piece of candy into my hood. Although it was of the most economical variety, the gesture surprised me. I had assumed he would withhold his generosity. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as a young master. I picked up the candy and casually tossed it into my mouth, recognizing that even the simplest offerings could possess a certain charm, unlike some miserly individuals who wouldn't spare even a single candy for me. Sirius leaned back against the table, surrounded by a plethora of candies gifted by his peers. "I'm fortunate to receive what I have," he remarked. Finding wisdom in his words, I approached Remus next. "Remus, if you don't give me candy, I shall cause a ruckus." I anticipated an immediate response of generosity, but to my surprise, he pondered for a moment before asking, "How would you cause a ruckus?" Though the query caught me off guard, I quickly replied, "Perhaps by brandishing a knife at your throat." His laughter echoed, and it seemed my dark humor had found success. "Happy Halloween," he said, as he filled my hood with a generous handful of toffees. The Gryffindor students were exceedingly generous, and by the time I left the long table, my hood was brimming with treats. I had no choice but to make another round, and I proceeded to the next table. At the Hufflepuff table, I was showered with an abundance of cookies, chocolates, and an assortment of jams, truly a cornucopia of delights. The Ravenclaw table offered a selection of refreshing candies, with the prefect suggesting, "You might want to indulge in these when your studies become overwhelming." The notion seemed rather daunting. At the Slytherin table, most students chose to pelt me with sweets, yet I adeptly dodged their sugary projectiles. I dubbed this escapade Halloween candy borrowing. "You certainly have a thick skin," Snape remarked with disdain, observing my audacity as a Gryffindor daring to request sweets in Slytherin. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly handed me a handful of candies, declaring, "These are for Lily. Don't touch a single one. Why not give them to her yourself?" I retorted, popping one into my mouth before his eyes, which only deepened his frown. Upon returning, laden with confections, the table erupted with excitement as Mary and Marlene rushed over to inspect my bounty. "Are Ravenclaws still distributing those candies?" Mary winced at the sight of the cooling sweets. "I received some last year and thought them a rare find, only to discover that after consuming one, I was wide awake until the wee hours." "Dear, they have always been like that," Marlene chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. With such a profusion of sweets, I resolved to keep a few of each variety and toss the rest from above. I proclaimed my intention to violate the laws against throwing objects from heights, as it would undoubtedly enhance the festive atmosphere. "Perhaps it's best not to entertain such ideas," I mused. After much effort, we managed to distribute the candies, and upon donning my cloak again, I was enveloped in the sweet, cloying aroma of sugar. "I need to step outside for some fresh air," I declared, shaking off my attire, feeling as though I had just indulged in a candy fondue feast. "You smell quite delectable right now," Marlene remarked, drawing closer. "Isn't there a tale where rooms are made of gingerbread and chocolate, and even the inhabitants are fashioned of candy?" "Marlene, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me," I replied, stepping outside, where the tranquility of the castle grounds starkly contrasted the revelry within. Occasionally, I spotted couples strolling along the path, While I was busy shaking my hood, I suddenly noticed a figure in the entrance courtyard. As he sensed my presence, he lifted his gaze, and our eyes met. I recognized him instantly. It was Regulus. "Good evening," he greeted, somewhat surprised at my presence, yet he offered a nod of acknowledgement. "Good evening," I replied, continuing to shake my hood. He observed my antics, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What are you doing?" "There's an abundance of candy in my hood, and it's quite sweet," I explained, placing the hood upon my head to air out the scent. "I see." He must have recalled the sight of me wandering around with a hood full of treats. A smile crept onto his face, but it quickly faded as he composed himself with a soft cough. It must be quite a challenge to live up to the standards of the illustrious Black family. We fell into a comfortable silence, though I could sense his gaze lingering on me. I knew he had many questions about Sirius, yet our unfamiliarity rendered him hesitant to speak. I genuinely hoped the brothers could bridge their gap, at the very least to foster some understanding between them. So I took the initiative to engage him in conversation. "And you? What brings you outside?" I stepped closer, noting the distance we had strayed from the great hall, and the evening chill began to set in. I merely sought a moment to clear my head. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the weariness etched on Regulus's face. No doubt he had been besieged by those eager to form connections, and as a first year, he lacked the ease he would later acquire. It was understandable that he sought an escape. After a brief pause, he seemed to realize the awkwardness of our interaction and sought to change the subject. "What about you?" The question elicited a chuckle from me, and I could see Regulus freeze, caught off guard by his own inquiry. The situation felt reminiscent of a novice asking their mentor about their profession. The expression on his face suggested he wished to vanish into the ground. "Everyone is giving me candy, so I decided to step outside," I jested. "It can be a burden to be so popular." Regulus burst into laughter, his earlier tension dissipating as he relaxed. "Apologies," he turned his head away. "I was overly anxious. Before you left, I should have asked for your name. Yet I soon learned of you. You are quite renowned. Even among Slytherins, your name is frequently mentioned." I was uncertain whether they spoke of me or the legendary wizard, but sensing my confusion, he shook his head. "I mean you, of course. The great wizard wouldn't engage in conflicts with Slytherin students here at school." Realizing his words might have been misinterpreted, he hastily clarified. "What I meant is that your name is quite intriguing." Clearly, the social interactions of the evening had reached Regulus's limit, as he floundered in his explanations, which only made me chuckle more. Cough cough, he attempted to regain his seriousness, though he too could not maintain a straight face, appearing somewhat dejected. I had inadvertently caused yet another awkward situation. "Not at all. I find it quite delightful. I once thought that you, young Black, appeared rather stern, but now you seem much more approachable." In the midst of our conversation, I found myself unconsciously pacing, and before we realized it, we had wandered quite a distance. Regulus halted, and I remarked, "But I always sensed you must be quite the popular individual." At long last he unveiled his true intentions. It was not merely Gryffindor, but a multitude of individuals throughout Hogwarts who counted themselves among your friends. He endeavored to maintain an air of casual indifference, as if merely inquiring out of idle curiosity, regarding the peculiar discord between you and Sirius. "After all, you appeared to have amicable relations with several students from Slytherin." "Ah, Slytherin? Am astonished. With which Slytherin do I have a good rapport?" "Snape." At this revelation, I fell into complete silence, taking a considerable moment to respond. To be honest, my relationship with Snape isn't particularly strong. It may even be worse than my connection with Black. The only reason he speaks to me at all is due to my friendship with Lily. We have absolutely nothing in common." I began to gesture animatedly. "As for Black, that is entirely unintentional. It is simply a matter of his own character flaws." Regulus appeared eager to retort, yet I had already begun to vent my grievances as if I were a person long burdened by resentment, which caused him to fall silent and listen intently. After a lengthy discourse, we even found a place to sit. During my tirade about Sirius, Regulus struggled to suppress his incredulous expressions on several occasions. It was astonishing to discover that Sirius presented himself in such a manner within the confines of the school. By the time I concluded my recounting, Regulus was wholly absorbed in the narrative, his smile far more genuine than before, no longer merely a polite facade, but a reflection of youthful exuberance. However, this smile was fleeting. It soon faded, and he fell into contemplation. Was it not the same at home for the Blacks? I feigned curiosity. He appeared immensely hesitant, likely pondering whether to divulge certain matters to me. Perhaps the atmosphere of the evening was conducive to candor, or perhaps his youth rendered him more open, but ultimately, he seemed to resolve himself and spoke slowly. "You know, When Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, the entire Black household was astounded. Our mother was even prepared to come to Hogwarts to force him to withdraw, but he steadfastly refused. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore, it is likely that Sirius would have been forcibly taken back. He sighed deeply, though still a child. He bore an expression fraught with worry. I was at a loss. Sirius had not been like this in his youth. Do you think Mrs. Black's approach is justified? I inquired. Though our mother can be somewhat stern. I know she cares for us, Regulus replied, asserting that their mother was genuinely concerned for Sirius. What a tragedy it is, had their roles been reversed. Their situations would surely be far more favorable. If you wish to understand how Black thinks, you must consider it from his perspective. I patted his shoulder, inadvertently startling Regulus, which caused him to lose a bit of his fondness for me. Yet, even if I viewed matters through his lens, I still could not comprehend why he harbored disdain for me. This time, Regulus displayed an expression of agreement. I do not understand either. Nevertheless, I am still a student of Gryffindor, at least much closer to Black than you are, I said with a smile. If you ever require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Perhaps I can be of help. Regulus displayed an expression of surprise, and for some reason, he appeared somewhat disappointed. Regulus's affinity -10. Though I was unaware of his thoughts, it was clear he and Sirius were indeed brothers. The Regulus who had just deducted points from my favor retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, distinct from the box he had previously gifted me. This chocolate was simply wrapped in gold foil, appearing quite humble. He placed it in my hand and declared, "For you." Wait. I am utterly perplexed. Hadn't you already given me sweets? That was merely a gift from the Black family. Every Slytherin student, and those from other pureblood families received one. But this is a gift from Regulus Arcturus Black. In truth, I was not particularly fond of chocolate, but my mother had once whimsically made us some. He chuckled, his eyes softening. It was overcooked and truly dreadful, but I cherished the sentiment. Happy Halloween, Merlin. Aside. Reminder. Approaching individuals with whom you have a very low affinity too closely may provoke their aversion. While Regulus may not act against non-pureblood wizards, remember he is a staunch pureblood advocate, and will be very discerning of others' intentions. Therefore, interactions with him must be approached gradually. Subquest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Regulus's main storyline, the Black Brothers 2. Congratulations on triggering the Halloween romantic event with Regulus. Chapter 9. The Black Brothers, truly enigmatic. Ultimately, I accepted the chocolate, as it seemed there was no reasonable basis for refusal. Nonetheless, I was somewhat troubled by Regulus's deduction of my affinity. I held no grievances regarding his dislike for me. Rather, I was puzzled as to why, despite his disapproval, he would act in a manner suggesting we were on the path to friendship. Truly, the brothers of the Black family are confounding in their ways. After speaking, Regulus stood and made his way toward the castle. Since I had come in search of him, I naturally followed suit, yet upon rising, I found my affinity with Regulus had decreased further. Regulus's affinity -5. This was even more perplexing than Sirius. As we walked back, one behind the other, we hardly appeared to be companions. Upon returning to the Great Hall, I noticed the crowd had thinned considerably. The Gryffindor students had nearly vacated, prompting me to return to the common room. Nearing curfew, the common room was not particularly crowded either, with only a few students diligently completing their assignments. Suddenly, I intended to head straight to my dormitory for rest, but as I passed by the sofa, I heard the unmistakable sound of pages turning heavily. I turned to see Sirius seated on the sofa, and before I could utter a word, James's voice came from behind me. "Where did you run off to tonight?" His tone startled me, almost causing me to topple onto the sofa as I turned to see James seated there, glaring at me with an expression of grievance. James. I truly wished to deliver a punch to his head. In fact, I did just that. "Could you please refrain from speaking behind people's backs? I've been sitting right here." "You simply didn't notice me," James retorted, looking even more aggrieved. "Tonight was such an opportune occasion. The three of us could have frightened those Slytherin fools. Yet you bailed at the last moment. First of all, it's impossible to frighten anyone to death. And you wouldn't wish to end up in Azkaban at such a young age, would you, James? Secondly, you never made any plans with me. So how can you call it bailing? So, as long as we arrange something in advance, you would be willing to go with me?" James queried. "I still need to hear what the plan entails." Recalling our previous nocturnal escapades, I shuddered at the thought. I had no desire to repeat the incident where he insisted on hanging a painting in the Slytherin common room, leading to us being chased by a ghost up 3 flights of stairs. "But really, where did you go tonight? You said you'd be out for a bit. Yet when I went out, you had vanished." He waved his fist. I thought perhaps those Slytherins had caused you trouble. You didn't get into a fight with them again, did you? I asked, alarmed. Not at all, James replied, flopping back down, appearing disinterested. At that, I was genuinely shocked. I abruptly yanked Sirius up, who looked at me in confusion, as I pointed at James and exclaimed, "Hey brother! Aren't you going to do something about this?" He said it was boring to deal with those Slytherins. He must have been possessed. Sirius's affinity -1. He merely refrained from engaging with them, yet still managed to send their cloaks soaring. Sirius snorted dismissively, also let go of me. Though shrouded in mystery, everything appeared to remain unchanged, which brought me a sense of relief. After promising James that I would certainly join them for their nocturnal escapade the following day, I hummed a tune as I returned to the dormitory. Following Halloween, James and Sirius were almost entirely commandeered by the Quidditch team captain for training, leaving little time for anything else apart from classes. At times, they rushed through meals, hastily biting into slices of bread before dashing out, which was quite concerning. As for Black, that was one thing, but could James truly endure such a meager diet? Observing the two of them hastily depart from the Great Hall, I found myself puzzled. Sirius affection level -1. The unsolved enigma remained. How was it that Sirius could always overhear my grumblings? At least my opportunities to see them had significantly diminished. Lily, however, seemed elated. Every evening, she illuminated the room with her radiant smile, finally free from the presence of those two bothersome boys. Speaking of which, the weekend would herald the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. I calculated the days and recalled that it was precisely this year that a brawl had erupted at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Curiously, every reopening seemed to be accompanied by a fight, each with its own absurd justification, as if it had become a hallmark of the event. Recently, there was an undeniable tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. Mary craned her neck to glance at the Slytherin table, unable to imagine the chaos that would unfold on the field. Rest assured, I reassured her, patting her shoulder, at least no one has ever perished on the pitch. Your comfort sounds even more terrifying, she replied. Perhaps due to their exhausting training, James and Sirius had refrained from nighttime outings recently, rendering my earlier promise moot. The head boy praised the Quidditch efforts, and the last time we returned to the common room, I even spotted him placing a broomstick by the entrance, claiming it was a gesture of gratitude to the broomstick god for blessing Gryffindor with the house cup. I couldn't shake the feeling that the head boy's mental state was rather peculiar. Beyond him, I found Regulus to be equally enigmatic. Post-Halloween, my rapport with Regulus had seemingly grown closer. We exchanged greetings when we crossed paths and occasionally shared a few words in the courtyard. Each day, we corresponded through owls. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, Regulus consistently deducted affection points, sometimes even with just a glance. Regulus affection level -5. From my experiences with Sirius, I understood that a deduction of 5 points indicated considerable displeasure. Each time I received the notification that Regulus was unhappy, only to see him smiling gently at me, I found this family utterly inscrutable. I calculated that within merely 2 days, Regulus had managed to deduct over 40 affection points. I had no doubt he occasionally wished to strike me. Regulus was a person of warm exterior but cold interior. He appeared approachable, yet deep down, his family was his utmost priority. But what had I done to provoke such reactions? Reflecting on the incident that initiated his deductions, my pat on his back, perhaps he truly disapproved of my proximity? I couldn't help it. In Gryffindor, even if one were unfamiliar with everyone, leaning against each other was commonplace, let alone a pat. A hug was hardly a significant matter. I had grown accustomed to such camaraderie. Since that incident, however, I had not engaged with him again. Regulus affection level -5. Lo and behold, Regulus appeared nearby once more. As I lifted my gaze, I indeed spotted him approaching, a book in hand. As I walked by, he feigned surprise as if he had only just noticed me. I didn't expect to run into you here, Merlin. His smile was exceedingly gentle and courteous. He had yet to mature into the version of himself I would come to know, still exhibiting a hint of distance. I was just about to look for you. Look for me? I was taken aback. Could it be that Regulus could no longer suppress the urge to come and assassinate me? You see, tomorrow is Sirius' birthday, he explained, retrieving a small square box from his pocket. I wished to give him a gift, but as you know, Sirius has a rather strained relationship with his family. He usually tosses any gifts from the Black family straight into the bin. So, would it be possible for me to present this gift in your name? Me? I was even more astonished. Surely you must know how poor my relationship with him is. He would never accept a gift from me. Regulus affection level -5. What about that statement could possibly provoke anger? Contrary to the system's alerts, Regulus displayed a look of awkwardness. Forgive my selfishness. I merely thought that if it were sent in your name, even if he were to discard it, perhaps I wouldn't mind as much. As he trailed off, his gaze shifted aside. I'm sorry. It all felt rather peculiar. He could not genuinely feel that way. But what was the big deal about giving a gift? No problem. I shall ensure it reaches him. I accepted the box. At that moment, I could not fathom the remarkable series of events that would unfold due to this seemingly innocuous gift. Nor could I anticipate the explosive chain reaction it would incite the following day. A side note. Alert. Should Regulus' aversion be provoked, failing to adjust our interaction dynamics promptly could lead him to believe I have ulterior motives. Furthermore, regardless of who it may be, any affection level falling below 50 would result in an escalating conflict. Please remain vigilant. Chapter 10. The entire school exploded. Gazing at the Felix Felicis before me, Regulus hesitated for a moment before pouring it into the bottle. It was merely a false potion after all. Being lenient with someone harboring ill intentions was already a show of mercy. By now, Regulus was almost certain that Merlin was undoubtedly a scheming individual. Whether her intentions were to draw closer to him or Sirius, it was inconceivable. Regulus was confident he would harbor no affection for such a person, yet he felt a twinge of concern for Sirius. Everyone claimed that Sirius and Merlin were at odds, but due to James' presence, Merlin had become one of the few individuals frequently seen near Sirius. This was not a promising sign. Presenting a false Felix Felicis on his birthday would surely lead Sirius to keep the matter to himself, only deepening his disdain for Merlin behind closed doors. Exactly what Regulus desired. Tucking the false potion into his pocket, Regulus returned to the Slytherin common room. Avery was in high spirits. Ever since James and Sirius had confronted him last time, he had been bubbling with indignation for 2 consecutive days, with everyone ridiculing him. Even Slytherin students were reluctant to sit with him, leaving him utterly humiliated. Subsequently, Snape had inexplicably become busy, even skipping the nighttime outings, appearing rushed each day. Last week, he and a few friends had finally seized the opportunity to corner a lone Gryffindor student, subjecting him to all manner of humiliation using the methods Snape had taught them, until Regulus happened to pass by. Upon seeing the youngest Black, they naturally sought to flatter him, promptly inviting Regulus to join in their bullying of the Gryffindor student. To their surprise, Regulus shook his head, declined their invitation, and silently walked past them, leaving the group in shock. He was ignored by a mere child. What was so impressive about being born into the Black family? Damn those Blacks. Both of them were utterly detestable. But Regulus was not someone to be trifled with. He had initially thought he would have to swallow this humiliation, but in the afternoon, he spotted Regulus in the common room wrapping a bottle of Felix Felicis in a paper box. It was obvious that the only person celebrating a birthday at school recently was Sirius, as the girls had been incessantly chattering about it, driving him increasingly mad. He discreetly discarded the remaining streamers, and the absence of decorations prompted Regulus to leave the common room prematurely. Seizing the opportunity after Regulus departed, he skillfully swapped the Felix Felicis with a potion of enchantment, then meticulously reassembled the torn paper bag. At that moment, the common room held only the 2 of them, with him seated quietly behind the sofa, completely unnoticed by Regulus. Oblivious to the fact that the contents of the paper bag had been altered, Regulus neatly packed the bag into a small box, stowed it in his pocket, and exited the common room. The moment Regulus stepped out, he sprinted back to the dormitory, burying his head in his pillow as he erupted with laughter. He could almost envision the impending farce. Sirius Black, the eldest son of the Black family, confessing to his younger brother, Regulus. What a splendid spectacle it would be. Regardless of the outcome, both brothers would find their reputations tarnished, perhaps even banished from Hogwarts forever. However, it was peculiar. After class, he distinctly saw Regulus leaving with a gift, yet upon returning to the common room, Regulus re-entered shortly thereafter. Everything seemed tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps he had left it in the Gryffindor common room? Regardless, as long as it wasn't in someone else's possession to present to Sirius, the scene he desired would surely unfold. To his astonishment, it had truly succeeded. James leaped up in exhilaration. Yet the reflection in the mirror was no longer James, but rather Sirius's visage. While not quite a match for my own, this face is passable enough. He pinched his cheeks, then turned to the side, grinning at Sirius. Brother, who else but you could bear to sport my face for a day? I am indeed the heartthrob of Hogwarts, James. Sirius, ruffling his hair as he gazed into the mirror, quipped. How on earth can your hair become such a mess? Because I am the child of the wind, James replied. They both collapsed into fits of laughter, and after they had their fill, They pushed open the hidden door. Agreed. Today you shall be Sirius for a day. And I shall be James. You will assist me in dealing with those troublesome individuals. Sirius yawned, adding, feel free to unwrap the gifts. Take whatever you desire. Aren't you concerned I might cause you some trouble? James elbowed him playfully. Like accepting a confession from some girl? Your face is still on me, James, Sirius replied nonchalantly. They often jested with one another, but neither would truly do anything to put the other in a predicament. After all, they would soon be exchanging captives. Captives, huh? What a splendid metaphor. They had set out in the morning, and now the common room was bustling with students. Cloaked in invisibility, no one noticed their movements. To switch identities for a day, Sirius mused. Avoiding those annoying birthday wishes, how tranquil. This would surely be his most serene birthday yet. From the very start of the day, James enthusiastically assumed the role of Sirius. It was not a challenging task, as their personalities were quite similar. Otherwise, their bond would not be so strong. However, while Sirius was generally amiable towards classmates, he lacked James's warmth. Several times, James instinctively reached to embrace fellow students, only to be halted by Sirius. Sirius wouldn't be so familiar with everyone, he remarked. Well, I thought I could manage, James replied, subconsciously tugging at his hair. But instead of the usual tousled mess, he encountered Sirius's sleek black locks, which felt decidedly unfamiliar. If these were minor inconveniences, the most disconcerting aspect was interacting with Merlin. From the morning, he found himself raising his hand to call Merlin's name, only to realize he was no longer James when Merlin greeted the nearby Sirius with enthusiasm. That rascal Sirius, he thought, claims I'm not portraying him adequately, yet he offers no response to Merlin's greeting. It wasn't until Merlin curiously approached him that he reluctantly replied, honestly, if the common room weren't so empty, I could have been exposed. With that thought, James strode directly towards Lily, ready to speak when Sirius abruptly pulled him away. Alright, I forgot, he admitted. But why did I suddenly walk over to invite Evans? I meant to head to class. The final class of the morning was History of Magic, during which he felt dazed while Sirius simply laid his head on the desk. Fast asleep. Bored, he longed to tug at Merlin's hat to engage her in conversation, but each time he reached out, he was reminded that he was now Sirius. Prompting a deep sigh, finally enduring until the end of class, he prepared to dash to the Great Hall, only to discover that his supply of Polyjuice potion was running low. I'll return to the common room, he informed Sirius, to fetch some more. Do you still need it? Sirius shook his head, piling his books onto James. Bring those back for me. Upon returning to the common room, James spotted a multitude of gifts for Sirius already stacked on the table, with a small box perched atop them, catching his attention. Leaning closer, he was astonished to see it was addressed from Merlin. Merlin actually sends gifts to Sirius? This piqued James's curiosity. If Sirius were to see it, he would undoubtedly discard the present, which would be quite a shame. With that thought, he unwrapped the gift, discovering a note inside that simply read, Felix Felicis. Is it truly Felix Felicis? I've heard of this potion. Such a valuable item for Merlin to gift to Sirius. James felt an inexplicable twinge of discontent. Unable to articulate the source of his emotion, yet he picked up the small vial. Sirius would certainly not accept a gift from Merlin, and with a hint of selfishness, he decided to sample the potion. Curious about its effects, he thought. After all, Sirius said he could take anything he liked from the gifts. Why not give it a try? As he uncorked the potion, a scent reminiscent of the moist grass of a Quidditch pitch wafted up, mingling with the warmth of festive cakes and butterbeer, and tinged with a subtle, almost candy-like sweetness. How could Felix Felicis possess such a myriad of aromas? As he pondered this, he tilted the vial back and took a sip. He could not discern a flavor, for a peculiar warmth spread through his chest, and almost immediately, a powerful yearning surged from within. At that moment, he found himself overwhelmingly eager to see someone. James hastily set the potion down and bolted from the common room, nearly colliding with several students in the corridors. Those students gaped as he raced toward the Great Hall, and without hesitation, he flung open the doors. Bang! The doors swung open with a force that echoed loudly, the impact causing his palm to sting. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the fervent longing swelling within him. His heart raced, and upon catching sight of Merlin, a joy erupted within him, making him giddy. He was unsure of the cause of his elation, but he knew that if he did not express this overwhelming delight, he might very well faint. Thus, he hesitated no longer, disregarding the curious gazes of those around him. The only figure in his sight was the astonished Merlin. He pushed through the crowd, nearly tripping over a bench. Before Merlin could respond, he blurted out, Merlin, and embraced her tightly, as if to convey all the yearning within him. Emotion surged in his throat, almost uncontrollable, and he uttered the words, I like you. Chapter 11, A Chaotic Day. To be perfectly candid, I sensed something peculiar about Sirius from the very early hours of the day. Though he is amiable with all his Gryffindor classmates except for me, much like Regulus, he possesses a warm exterior, yet a cold interior. His friendliness does not manifest in fervent enthusiasm, as his true companion is none other than James. However, today was different. Sirius appeared more genuine in his expressions toward everyone. At first glance, I thought I had finally lost my sanity. After witnessing Sirius attempt to greet me several times, it dawned on me that this was likely James, causing me to realize that the more aloof James, in contrast to his usual demeanor, now resembled Sirius. Remarkably, in just over a month, they had concocted the polyjuice potion. I was uncertain about to whom I should present my gift, so I simply placed it atop the pile of gifts meant for Sirius. After all, once they returned, it would inevitably be Sirius who would examine them. What concerned me more was the dilemma of whose birthday wishes to convey. Should I express them to both? After our morning classes concluded, James returned to the common room for some undisclosed reason, while Sirius lagged behind, ambulating leisurely. His solitary demeanor caught Lily's attention, prompting her to whisper to me, "Something seems off with Potter and Black today." I concurred, replying softly, "I suspect they have swapped bodies using the polyjuice potion." "Where did they procure those ingredients?" "The potions professor mentioned them in class," Lily mused, well aware of the complexities involved in such brews. "Who knows? They always find a way," I replied. Upon entering the great hall, I handed a small cake to Remus, who chewed thoughtfully before stating, "The last one worked wonders. The scar on my shoulder is nearly invisible now." Oh dear, my secret was at risk of being discovered. As I continued to provide Remus with various gifts, coupled with the changes in his condition, he must have gleaned some understanding of my intentions. Yet he merely consumed everything I offered, like a patient sharing updates on his progress. We maintained an unspoken understanding. Neither of us asked questions. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the hall, drawing nearly everyone's gaze to the entrance, where I beheld James bearing Sirius's visage. He appeared to be searching for something, and as if on cue, he locked eyes with me. It was my first encounter with James displaying such fervent intensity, almost bordering on mania, leaving me with an inexplicable sense of danger, particularly given that he wore Sirius's face. Being gazed upon so intently by Sirius was even more unsettling. What astonished me further was his swift approach. He strode toward me with an air of singular focus, as if I were the sole entity in existence, nearly tripping over himself in the process. Confused, I was at a loss for his intentions. Just as I contemplated speaking, he enveloped me in his arms. "Merlin, I adore you." The hall erupted into a cacophony of noise following a brief silence, so intense that I momentarily feared an explosion had occurred. Wait. It dawned on me. James's behavior was unmistakably the result of having imbibed a love potion. Could it be that Regulus had inadvertently delivered a potion of infatuation? Yet, that seemed implausible. Despite his disdain for me, Regulus would not stoop to such actions. However, none of that mattered now. The most pressing concern was that James was currently embodying Sirius. In the entirety of Hogwarts, no one was oblivious to the tumultuous nature of my relationship with Sirius. At that moment, during lunch, students from all 4 houses were present. Surely I had misheard. Was Black professing his love to Merlin? The intensity of the situation was overwhelming. I must have dreamt this during my nap in History of Magic class. It was utterly unbelievable. Was this truly love born of hatred? James Sirius? Amidst the frenzied chatter, the genuine Sirius appeared ready to implode. He leapt onto the table before us, yanking James away and exclaiming, "Wake up! What have you done?" Then he shot me a furious glare, demanding, "What have you done?" His outburst only fueled the surrounding speculation, leading some to believe we were caught in a love triangle. It was a chaotic scene, akin to a grand performance, and I was utterly flabbergasted, unsure of how to respond. My overwhelming anxiety transforming into a bizarre calm that allowed for humor. "Thus, I remarked, haha, I am done for." Lily, initially stunned, appeared exceedingly irate, drawing her wand from her sleeve. "Stay away from her, Black." As the chaos escalated around us, at that critical moment, the system intervened unexpectedly. James's love incident triggered. Normal options temporarily hidden. James confesses his love after consuming a love potion. 1. I adore you too, James. 2. Kiss him. 3. Cruelly reject him. I was taken aback. The system had actually presented me with a rejection option. I decided to grant it a day without reprimand. James's embrace was suffocating. I felt as though my bones ached under the pressure. I attempted to push him away, but as I began to move, he looked at me with a wounded expression. How could he wear Sirius's face and express such a look? It was a nightmare. Don't you like me? He implored. Merlin. You've ingested a love potion. I cried in desperation. Help! In the midst of the pandemonium, Professor Slughorn intervened, forcibly separating James from me and administering an antidote. The effects of the antidote were immediate. Within moments, James's gaze cleared, and he shook his head, blinking in confusion before hesitantly addressing Sirius, uttering his own name. James? Thank the stars. At that moment, I had never wished more to embrace Professor Slughorn. Thank you for restoring him to normalcy. Upon hearing my voice, James turned to me, appearing slightly dazed, as if waking from a deep slumber. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, instantly reverting to his usual self. It was astounding. He seemed entirely unaware of the chaos that had just transpired. So that was what a love potion felt like. I wondered how it could have so many different aromas. What a novel experience. The surrounding crowd murmured. One can only say that James's thought process is rather unconventional. Given Black's popularity, it was no surprise he received such gifts. Professor Slughorn spoke in a calm demeanor, advising caution for the future before nonchalantly departing. Indeed, one must not view the events at Hogwarts through ordinary lenses. At last, I believed I was free from the spotlight of chaos, though Lily remained displeased, asserting that everyone was mocking me and showing no respect for my feelings regarding that loathsome individual. That was her sentiment, and I felt a surge of gratitude. It was evident that Lily cared for me deeply. The turmoil in the Great Hall persisted for quite some time. James and Sirius, likely due to their makeshift ingredients, hesitated to admit they had utilized the polyjuice potion. Once the commotion settled, Sirius turned to me and James, his expression ominously dark. What on earth happened? He demanded, looking particularly out of place as James. You need to explain. My reputation is in tatters. I couldn't help but think that the words James uttered upon regaining consciousness were hardly something Sirius would typically say. It's merely a love potion. Nothing of great consequence. James chuckled. Isn't that what I just clarified? I winced at the thought that the Black family would likely see this scene splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet tomorrow. I was not prepared to receive a scathing letter from Mrs. Black. In frustration, I clapped Sirius on the shoulder and commanded, I order you to write a letter back explaining everything. Sirius's affection level -5. How dare he reduce my affection level? I am positively seething with the desire to deduct a substantial 100 points from his favor. So pray tell, whence does this potion of infatuation originate? Perhaps it is simply that James and I are utterly inept at grasping the crux of the matter, leaving Sirius on the brink of collapse. Witnessing his current state has finally compelled us to adopt a serious demeanor. Upon returning to the common room, I chanced upon a diminutive box among the pile of gifts, bearing the signature of Merlin, and my curiosity led me to open it. James recalled with great intricacy that the box contained a vial of potion, and a note inscribed with the words Felix Felicis. I took a sip. He spread his hands. And you all know what ensued. This gift was not of my making. I shook my head. It was young Black, you see, the very Regulus who presented it to me, claiming you would not accept gifts from the Black family, thus wishing to send it to you in my name. I too spread my hands, and to be candid, I was initially quite perplexed, for I believed you would be even less inclined to accept what I had given. Do you take me for a fool? Sirius's tone was frigid. Do you truly think I would bestow a gift upon you? I inquired. Sirius's favor -5. At this, he fell silent. It was glaringly evident that he believed me. Yet, even if young Black harbored an aversion towards me, he would not stoop to such depths. I rested my chin in my hand, convinced that he could not possibly engage in such nefarious conduct. Perhaps we ought to inquire with him. Naturally, the one who instigated this matter should be the one to resolve it. James and I exchanged a knowing glance, and with perfect synchrony, we thrust Sirius forward. Caught unawares, Sirius stumbled, nearly colliding with the wall. Go forth, Black, I commanded. Best of luck, good brother, James encouraged. Sirius, aside. Note: a confession made under the influence of the infatuation potion does not trigger the confession achievement, nor does the fluttering of the heart induced by the potion activate the heart flutter achievement. Side note: congratulations on unlocking James's romantic subplot achievement, infatuation potion. Triggered Regulus's favor conflict event at 50. Sirius's darkening value initiated. Current darkening level 9. Chapter 12. Sirius's unpleasant birthday. However, Sirius's polyjuice potion had just worn off, and before we could set off, Regulus sought us out of his own volition. I sincerely apologize. The infatuation potion was not a gift from me. The occurrence of such an outrageous event left Regulus visibly shaken, prompting him to apologize immediately upon seeing us. shedding the previous air of aloofness. I too believe it was not your doing, I replied, though I sensed your disdain towards me. It hardly seems likely you would resort to such a scheme. Regulus's face flushed crimson, his gaze firmly fixed upon the ground, reminiscent of that fateful Christmas Eve, too timid to look up. So, what exactly transpired? And now returned Sirius. Visibly annoyed, crossed his arms. Ahem, Regulus cleared his throat, hesitating for an eternity. Long enough that Sirius was on the verge of losing his temper, before he bravely divulged the entire story. In truth, I initially prepared a counterfeit Felix Felicis, believing that this way, Sirius would come to dislike Merlin, as I have long suspected her intentions towards one among us were dubious. However, I genuinely have no idea where the infatuation potion originated. While I was preparing the gift, I stepped outside, and perhaps that was when someone swapped my belongings. He spoke in one breath, without a single punctuation mark, leaving me breathless, yet more shocking than his words was their content. You suspect one among us has dubious intentions? I exclaimed in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? I had always said that Slytherins were a bit unhinged. James fanned the flames, commenting on their peculiar thought processes. He threw an arm around my shoulder, his expression decidedly displeased. After all, Merlin is one of the most beloved students at Hogwarts. And given her historically poor rapport with Sirius, how could such a misunderstanding arise? I apologize. This is entirely my fault, Regulus insisted repeatedly. Didn't he realize she treated everyone this way? I thought she was merely, or perhaps she is just cold towards a select few. Sirius interjected coolly, not to mention. I would be unsurprised to receive a counterfeit Felix Felicis, for she has never presented me with any gifts. It seems I indeed misjudged the situation. Regulus looked apologetically at me. I am sorry, Merlin. It is entirely my fault, or this would never have occurred. Sirius's favor -1. What on earth is this fellow doing? In truth, I wasn't overly concerned. At most, I would be the subject of gossip for a few days. I raked my fingers through my hair. But have you truly considered how you will explain this to Lady Black? The moment I uttered this, the expressions of the Black brothers simultaneously shifted. Sirius entering Gryffindor had already incited such fury in Walburga. Should she learn that her son had publicly declared his affections for a non-pureblood? I dread to think of the consequences. She might even storm into Hogwarts and have me torn asunder. Fear not, the first to speak was James. His hand resting firmly on my shoulder, his expression earnest. I shall handle this matter, and I will ensure you remain unharmed. I will clarify everything, Regulus added. After all, the responsibility lies with me. It is not truly me. Should it be revealed, I shall simply tell her it was James. Sirius appeared somewhat agitated. This is Hogwarts. She can't do anything here. You truly are lacking in responsibility, I muttered under my breath. Sirius's favor -1. His ears, however, were as keen as ever. After a considerable effort to clarify matters, everyone became aware of the series of blunders that transpired that day. Unfortunately, we never discovered who had swapped the infatuation potion, as Regulus was entirely oblivious to whether anyone else was present in the common room. This incident affected each of us to varying degrees, yet James remained unperturbed. As one of the principal victims, he not only bore no psychological scars, but instead remarked how it was a rather novel experience. Silence, James. Sirius buried his face in his hands. Let us never speak of this again. In conclusion, the three of them exerted considerable effort to destroy all photographs taken that day and individually approached their classmates, requesting discretion regarding the incident. For the other three houses, Sirius and James would handle it, while Regulus took charge of Slytherin. This was no trivial matter. Consequently, James and Sirius even skipped their evening Quidditch practice, leaving the captain lamenting beside us, until Lily finally sent him away. I was utterly drained. I collapsed onto the sofa. No wonder young Black had been regarding me with such a peculiar gaze earlier. How could anyone suspect I harbored feelings for Black? Sirius's favor -5. This reminder caused me to realize the day was drawing to a close. I lifted my gaze to Sirius. By the way, Black, happy birthday. He emitted a muffled grunt through his nose. Is that all you have to say? I should be compensated for emotional distress by the Black family. Sirius's favor -1. He appeared even more displeased. Do not conflate me with the Black family. He rose, fixing me with a serious gaze. Could you refrain from addressing me as Black? I truly do not wish to hear that name every day. Of course not. I opened my book, casting him a sidelong glance, deliberately elongating the pronunciation, Black, Black. He suddenly fell silent and resumed his seat. Suit yourself. Indeed, the Black family is perpetually enigmatic. Note: following the conflict event with Regulus, should misunderstandings be resolved, Any previously deducted favor will be restored. Side note. Congratulations on achieving Regulus's romantic subplot achievement, misunderstanding. Congratulations on triggering Sirius's birthday romantic event name. Chapter 13. The Fisticuffs Competition. The Quidditch match is set for the weekend, and the students' enthusiasm is palpable. The players appear to be in high spirits, while I remain perplexed, wondering if this is not simply the weekend sports meet. Is it not unreasonable for no one to consider that holding a sports event during the holidays is absurd? The Quidditch match is about to commence. Early in the morning, Lily burst into my room, throwing off my blankets, exclaiming, "Why are you still in bed?" I had only fallen asleep at 2 o'clock the previous night. I buried my head in the pillow and sighed, "I can't be bothered to watch. You go ahead." Today marks the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Ever since I discovered Lily's fervent passion for Quidditch, she no longer pretends otherwise. With James joining the Quidditch team and constantly claiming he would take her to play, she could only vent her frustrations to me. After all, if I didn't attend, who would she discuss the thrilling moments with? I surrendered. All right. I raised my hand and sat up. I'll go if that's what you want. In truth, I was also quite curious about how the match would unfold, so I tidied up and left with Lily. Upon arriving at the stadium, it was already teeming with people. Mary, spotting us, breathed a sigh of relief. "You finally made it. Do you have any idea what we went through to secure these 2 seats? Thank you so much, dears." I wrapped my arms around Mary and Marlene, bestowing upon them a hug fit for the most beloved wizards of Gryffindor. "You've really become more brazen," Mary remarked. "What's wrong with that?" Lily retorted, adorably indignant. Just as I was preparing to catch up on sleep in the stands, an option box popped up just before I settled into my seat. What on earth is this? I found myself suspended in midair. James' serious love event triggered. Ordinary options temporarily hidden. Quidditch is about to begin. 1 cheer for James. 2 cheer for Sirius. Fuming, I rose abruptly and strode towards the changing room, flinging aside the curtain. As all the players turned to stare at me in shock, I spoke to James in a tone that could only be described as menacing. "Go for it, James." Having uttered those words, I turned on my heel and left the bewildered crowd behind. Sirius's affection -1. To my surprise, he was the first to react. Everything unfolded so rapidly. Once back in the stands, I resumed my seat, my friends looking perplexed at my swift departure and return. "What did you just do?" Lily inquired, her brow furrowed. "I went to cheer them on," I replied with a smile. "Your expression looks more like you wanted to throw them all out," Lily remarked, confused. However, at that moment the players began to enter the field, and she quickly became engrossed, her excitement rekindled. As the Gryffindor and Slytherin players took the field, the cheers from both sides surged tenfold, and it felt as if I was calmly putting on headphones, only to discover the volume was turned to maximum. The sudden cacophony nearly overwhelmed me. Many Gryffindor students stood waving their banners, while the Slytherins were equally defiant, creating an electrifying atmosphere. I scanned the Gryffindor team and immediately spotted James. He was unmistakably conspicuous, continuously waving and cheering at the stands. However, the distance made it impossible to hear what he was saying. I noticed the captain's expression of exasperation. He must be under immense pressure. Having a player like James on the team felt akin to experiencing firsthand the trials of a kindergarten teacher. "Which side do you think will win?" Lily asked. "If they lose the first match, the entire Slytherin student body might face James and Black's wrath tomorrow," I replied. "In that case, I hope Slytherin wins." "You've truly become wicked," Lily laughed, nearly toppling over. As the match commenced, both sides of students grew restless. I observed as Sirius darted towards the bludger with remarkable speed, nearly colliding with the opposing beater in a close call. With such a promising start, the situation quickly escalated. The bludger was sent flying, and the Slytherin chasers executed a double strike with their beater, sending the bludger hurtling towards Sirius. Although he swiftly dodged, he was still struck on the shoulder. Even from this distance, I felt a sharp pain in my own shoulder. "That's a foul," the commentator exclaimed, agitated. The Slytherin chasers were actually pursuing the bludger. Were they attempting to score with it? Despite being hit, Sirius's speed did not falter. Instead, it seemed to fuel his determination. As he charged at an opponent, nearly knocking their seeker off their broom, and ultimately struck the bludger right into the face of the Slytherin chaser. The latter slipped off his broom but managed to grasp the top just in time to steady himself. Yet it was evident to everyone that his nose was likely broken, blood streaming down his face. Good heavens! The Gryffindor beater has just collided with the Slytherin chaser. This is clearly a foul. The commentator began to scream, urging for immediate intervention. Unfortunately, no one heeded his cries. The entire arena descended into chaos, with everyone disregarding their positions. Bludgers and quaffles soared through the air. James struck the quaffle towards the crowd, while the Slytherin seeker barreled through the throng. Within minutes, nearly everyone bore injuries. Are they really here to play? Mary gasped, astonished. This ISNTA brawl. Quite normal, I replied impassively. I had seen tennis matches that turned into more than mere games. This was nothing. Slytherin has finally met its match, Lily shook her head. They have always resorted to violence, but now Gryffindor is even more aggressive. James just got hit on the hand, Remus said worriedly, uncertain of his condition. As we discussed, the struggle on the field intensified. Initially, they discreetly used the balls to strike one another, but soon it became blatant, devolving into outright fistfights. James and Sirius appeared to thrive in this environment, with James even managing to score a few goals amidst the fray, spinning elegantly after each score, inciting waves of cheers from the Gryffindor stands. In the midst of the chaos, I even saw a chaser thrown into the goalpost, naturally resulting in a foul call by the referee. Thank goodness, the golden snitch finally appeared. This signified that the tumultuous match might finally draw to a close. Just as the melee continued, both seekers suddenly abandoned the battlefield, racing towards the same direction. The commentator's voice grew increasingly animated, and I could almost sense his emotion. The golden snitch was descending. Was it attempting to burrow underground? That was, of course, impossible, as both Gryffindor and Slytherin seekers had already taken notice. Goodness! The two seekers just collided. The Gryffindor student fell, regaining her balance on her broom, but the Slytherin seeker was poised to seize the golden snitch. Look! The golden snitch is soaring upwards. Gryffindor is closing in. They both extended their hands, ready to grasp it, and the match was nearing its conclusion. The Slytherin chaser sent the bludger hurtling towards the Gryffindor seeker. Was Gryffindor about to be eliminated? At the moment the bludger was about to strike the Gryffindor seeker, James swiftly propelled the bludger forward, intercepting the quaffle. In the next instant, the Gryffindor seeker had caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor has seized the golden snitch. The commentator declared triumphantly. Gryffindor wins this match. The crowd erupted into raucous cheers, and as I sat amidst the throng, I was once again reminded of the charm of Hogwarts. Even as players engaged in brutal confrontations, no one seemed to care, revealing that the moral boundaries of the magical world were indeed far lower than those of our ordinary modern society. Gryffindor and Slytherin students landed together, and in just a matter of minutes, this group bore a transformed appearance, all sporting injuries, some on their faces, others on their heads, and many across their bodies. James's shirt was half drenched in crimson, and several streaks of blood marred Sirius's face. Is this what Quidditch is like? Remus, who had come to spectate simply because a friend was about to play, was utterly astonished. It was far more intense than I had anticipated. You'll get used to it, I reassured him, patting his shoulder. I had witnessed players almost paralyzed before. It appeared their change of attire signaled a visit to the infirmary was imminent. Lily shook her head, yet soon her expression brightened. The Quidditch prowess of Potter and Black was certainly on par with that of their upperclassmen, and perhaps this time they might genuinely secure the House Cup. Who knows what astonishing events might unfold before the year's end? As we conversed, the players returned to the locker room, and we stepped outside to wait. Did you see my valiant display just now? I scored half of Gryffindor's points. James was the first to change, and upon spotting us he sprinted over, brimming with excitement, and high-fived each of us. When he reached me, I extended my hand, only to have him grasp it firmly. I looked at him in confusion as he pulled out a broom, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shall I take you for a flight? A side note. The outcome of a Quidditch match is closely tied to the morale of the players. With James and Sirius both invigorated, Gryffindor would emerge victorious. Otherwise, Slytherin would claim the win. Chapter 14. A Fear of Heights. It was ostensibly a question, yet before I could utter a sound, James had already thrust me onto the broom. Last time I let you run, I learned my lesson. He gripped the broom tightly, assuring me of his skill. Confident that nothing would go awry. Up we go. No, I'm terrified of heights. The moment we soared into the air, the sensation of weightlessness sent my heart plummeting like a stone into a chasm. Overwhelmed by panic, I clung desperately to James. Easy, easy, he shouted. You're choking me. I buried my face in his hat, too frightened to lift my head, and he began to yell again. No, let us land. If this continues, I'm truly going to suffocate. Even with my eyes shut, I could feel the dizzying spin of the world around me, and my stomach churned as if I might vomit. This experience, akin to bungee jumping from a great height, was something I had never dared to encounter before. After what felt like an eternity of James shaking me, I realized I had fainted from sheer fright. Are you all right? James's face was etched with concern. When he saw me regain consciousness, he sighed in relief, but soon grasped my hand, exclaiming, "Goodness, your face is ashen, and your hands are icy." I'm fine, I stammered, attempting to rise, but my legs felt like jelly. As I stumbled, James quickly steadied me. My hands trembled violently. The sensation of being off the ground was utterly dreadful, unbearable even with my eyes closed. "I didn't know you had a fear of heights." James looked genuinely remorseful. "I thought you simply couldn't fly, so I wanted you to see what Hogwarts looked like from above." He tightened his grip on my hand. "You're shaking. Do you want to visit the infirmary?" I should have mentioned it earlier. It was hardly a significant issue. After 2 failed attempts to stand, I opted to lie back down. "No, I want to feel the ground for a bit longer." "Lynn." I heard Lily's voice from a distance as I lay there, and upon opening my eyes, I saw her rushing towards us. Alarmed by my pale complexion, she quickly helped me up. Upon touching my hand, she nearly jumped back, exclaiming, "You're completely drained of color. When James took you up, your screams nearly echoed throughout the entire Quidditch pitch," Marlene marveled. "I almost thought you were going to plummet from the sky." "I'm afraid of heights," I admitted honestly. "Severe acrophobia. Even a slight elevation makes me dizzy. Let alone flying. Decrease in Sirius's favorability by 5. I turned to look back, and indeed, Sirius had arrived. "I'm sorry, I had no idea. I thought you just couldn't fly." James looked thoroughly dejected as he crouched down, gingerly touching my hand. "Are you sure you don't need to go to the infirmary? Just give me a moment." At that point, I felt my limbs regaining some strength, and I leaned on Lily to stand. "It's not your fault. I've always been reluctant to speak up. If I had mentioned it sooner, none of this would have happened. I'll be more mindful in the future," James said. His face filled with guilt. "Would you like something warm to drink?" "Really, it's unnecessary. I'm not incapacitated." I began to move my limbs. "See? I'm fine now." Despite my reassurances, James remained unconvinced. He followed me closely for the entire day, even crowding our shared desk while I attempted to do my homework. "I suspect he is just avoiding his assignments," Lily muttered. "Or perhaps he is here to keep an eye on you," I whispered back. "If you keep saying such things, I'll give you a knock on the head," Lily retorted. Fortunately, James's overprotectiveness lasted only a day. By the next, he had resumed his usual demeanor. After the Quidditch match concluded, the weather gradually turned colder, and as the first snowfall descended, Hogwarts began compiling the list for students wishing to remain over Christmas. I, as always, refrained from signing. I planned to carve out some time to visit Madame Eileen. Lily, who had not returned home last Christmas, was undoubtedly eager to go back this year. James and Remus also chose not to sign. But what surprised me the most was that Sirius too had opted out of the stay-over list. The Black family was hosting a Christmas ball, and his mother insisted he return home. Otherwise, she would personally come to Hogwarts to fetch him. In the Great Hall, Regulus answered my queries. Since our misunderstandings had been resolved, we had begrudgingly become casual friends, exchanging greetings when we crossed paths and occasionally sharing snippets of our daily lives. It seemed that for this Christmas, everyone would be returning home, leaving the school nearly deserted. Honestly, I had initially intended to remain, as fewer people would make for better opportunities for adventure. "It's truly regrettable," James shook his head. But Sirius insisted that I must attend the Black family ball. He tossed his hair back as he spoke, adding he shouldn't have invited me, otherwise everyone would discover my charm. Even after all this time, I sometimes found it hard to adjust to his self-assuredness. "I feel the same," Lily remarked. As we boarded the train away from school, the system's options arrived as expected. However, unlike the summer, this time there was still the option of, "Forget it, I'll sleep." Why can we do whatever we wish during Christmas, but during summer we must choose a companion? Regardless, it was a relief to have the option to abstain. I closed my eyes and began to catch up on sleep. I had initially planned to visit Madame Eileen at the start of the holiday, but she had taken Severus to the Prince family, though I yearned to see her. I recognized that my connection to their family was tenuous at best, so I could only advise her in my letter to not concern herself with any troubles that might arise. Feeling aimless, I was surprised to receive an invitation from Regulus. I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. The misunderstanding led to quite a debacle. Regardless, I hope to make amends. Enclosed is an invitation to the Black family gathering, and I hope you can attend. At times, I truly couldn't discern whether he was expressing genuine remorse or attempting to lead me into a trap. Inviting an ordinary-born wizard to a pure-blood family's soir, he seemed akin to ushering a sheep into a den of wolves. Had it not been for the system's recent lack of reminders regarding Regulus's favorability -5, I might have suspected that his actions were intended to underscore the disparity between me and the Black family. Well, perhaps I was overthinking it. Regardless. With nothing else to do, I promptly replied to Regulus. No problem. A side note. Christmas is one of the grandest holidays in Britain, during which many people choose to reunite with family. Thus, in the earlier years, when relationships were not as close, activities could be more freely engaged in. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking James's romantic storyline, Flight 3. Chapter 15. The Invitation. On Christmas Eve, a heavy snow fell in the afternoon, swirling gently as it continued into the night. As I stepped onto the streets of London, the snow still showed no signs of abating. Christmas Eve always seemed to be accompanied by snow. It felt as though, without it, the night would lose its charm. A notion that persisted until I found myself slipping on an icy slope. How foolish of me. I tumbled headlong into the snow, and soon I heard Sirius's merciless laughter echoing around me. What are you doing here? I maintained my balance in a somewhat clumsy street dance pose, but it was evidently futile. As Sirius erupted into hearty laughter, I seized hold of his long coat. That stabilized me. We both tumbled into the snow, and Sirius, clearly taken aback by my sudden move, struggled to pull away while attempting to rise, which only caused him to slide further. Seeing his disheveled state made me burst into laughter. If any guests were to see you like this, they would surely be astonished. Isn't it because of you? Sirius shot me an irritated glance as he carefully regained his balance. Once upright, he promptly leaped onto solid ground. Learn to be helpful. Black. I extended my hand to him. Give me a pull. You really are something, he muttered under his breath, though I couldn't catch the rest of his words. But I could imagine they weren't kind. Perhaps fearing I would drag him back down into the snow, he grasped my arm and pulled me onto the path. After brushing the snow from my collar, I pondered aloud, who on earth thought it sensible to construct a slope by the road? Isn't someone going to file a complaint against the mall? Only you would slip here, Sirius scoffed. This is a first for me. Sirius. Merlin. Before he could finish his sentence, James's exuberant voice rang out from afar. We both turned to see him sprinting toward us, waving enthusiastically. Unfortunately, he stepped onto the icy slope and, with a far more graceful fall than mine, landed squarely in the snow. What's with this slope? James exclaimed, shaking snow from his hair as he sat up. Who designed this? I could hardly contain my laughter, and upon glancing at Sirius, I noticed he had buried his face in his hands. Together, we pulled James up from the snow, and only then did he notice the flakes adorning our shoulders, looking quite astonished. Did you both fall too? Dragged down by her, Sirius pointed at me. You two really are quite the pair, ending up in the same predicament. This proves that James and I are true friends, I said, patting his shoulder. But you, Black, are decidedly out of sync. I don't think tumbling into a snowdrift because you weren't watching where you were going is what I call being in sync, Sirius huffed. Let us go clean ourselves up. With the ball still some time away, James and I headed upstairs. Sirius casually remarked, Regulus isn't here. He has gone to greet the guests. Such a lazy brother, James whispered to me. Poor little Black has to deal with him. If you say one more word, I'll throw you off the balcony, Sirius threatened as he flung the door open, only to swiftly close it again, his expression suddenly anxious. I didn't realize Black was still at that age where he enjoys playing with doors, I mused. Hey Sirius, I never expected you had such a hobby, James remarked. Surprised. I don't. And don't encourage her. Sirius yanked James inside, glaring at me. You're not welcome in my room. Go find Regulus. With that, he swiftly pulled James in and shut the door. I was taken aback. Even when Sirius and I clashed, he wouldn't ordinarily leave me outside at such a moment. Just as I was about to turn and seek Regulus, the door swung open again. Why do you care what Merlin thinks of you? Absolutely not. James and Sirius appeared to be engaged in a tug-of-war. James attempting to come toward me while Sirius held him back, creating a rather comical scene that left Regulus, who was ascending the stairs, momentarily speechless. What are you two doing? He inquired. Nothing, just watching your brother lose his mind, I replied. Regulus's arrival finally put an end to the farce, welcoming me into the guest room and pouring me a drink. All the drinks here are cold. I can't stand it. It's still snowing outside. Apologies, I've been a bit busy, Regulus apologized. I need to attend to the guests shortly, so I may not be able to give you much attention. But could you wait for me after the ball? There are some things I wish to discuss with you. That is fine, but you could share now as well, I said, feeling perplexed. Perhaps I need some time to gather my thoughts, Regulus said, diverting his gaze. I noticed he often performed this gesture. I've been gone for quite some time. I should take my leave. Without waiting for my reply, Regulus hastily rose, glancing at the time before exiting the room. Once I was finished tidying my clothes, I found myself at a loose end. If only James were here. I could chat with him. I was not one to neglect my own needs, so I resolved to knock on Sirius's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened swiftly, revealing James again, but this time he didn't re-enter. Instead, he stepped outside. Let us head down, he said, glancing at the time. It seems like it's almost time. He called back into the room. Sirius? I still need to find something. Sirius's voice came from within. You two go ahead. We paid little mind to his words as James closed the door, and we descended the stairs together, during which he invited me to join their upcoming London tour. Don't you think it would be fun to run around London? He said excitedly. You must know it better than the two of us. Would you like to join? It's too cold. I shook my head. Do you really want to be traipsing around in this winter chill? My enthusiasm is like a blazing fire, James insisted. At times, I found it challenging to respond to James's exuberance. In a way, he was indeed a peculiar character. All right then. Surely you'd be willing to go out during summer break? Seeing my reluctance, James settled for a compromise. We could try many ordinary things like going to the movies, the amusement park, or a bar. By the end, he was practically hopping with excitement. I want to try every single one. Summer might be feasible. But are you really of age to drink? The thought seemed absurd, as if any rule could possibly restrain them. At the dinner party, familiar faces surrounded us. Naturally, they now completely failed to recognize me. Perhaps due to my dark hair and eyes, many assumed I too belonged to the Black family. And since I stood somewhat off to the side, I was unexpectedly left undisturbed. Shall we dance? James appeared eager, though I had no dancing skills. Trust me, James. Those who can't dance are a disaster on the floor. I patted his shoulder. Perhaps we could eat something instead. But James was a restless spirit, soon engrossed in animated conversation with some familiar classmates. His energy was remarkable. While I was busy indulging in food, I suddenly felt someone approach me. I was seated in a rather secluded spot, where typically no one would notice me. I initially assumed someone else had come for a snack, ready to rise and let them through, only to look up and find Sirius before me. At that moment, Sirius seemed different from before. I couldn't quite place why, but he appeared notably softer than usual. When I looked at him, he reached out his hand, and as he drew closer, I vaguely detected the scent of alcohol emanating from him. Would you care to dance? He asked. Chapter 16. The Drunken Sirius. Once again, I was grateful for my secluded seating. Otherwise, this scene would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. I sincerely wish that Sirius could comprehend the situation he finds himself in. Why is it that the two brothers from the Black family seem to share an uncanny synchronicity in dragging me down with them? Has he just indulged in some libations? He appears rather inebriated, and I even question whether he can maintain his balance. Yet, despite his apparent tipsiness, Sirius wears that familiar expression of haughty mockery, as if he has been compelled to seek me out for a dance. I beg your pardon, but I am not adept at dancing. I firmly decline. And I do not believe you are in a suitable state for it either. Have you been drinking in the room? Sirius tilts his head slightly. His movements seem considerably slower than usual, and it takes him a few moments to respond to my question. I had a bit, but not too much, he gestures, indicating only 2 glasses. 2 is already excessive. You ought to consider your age before indulging in such spirits. I lower my gaze, intent on resuming my meal, only to find Sirius unexpectedly assertive, grasping my hand without hesitation. Then it is settled. He pulls me into the dance floor without further ado. Fortunately, the lighting is dim, and the crowd is engrossed in their revelries, hardly casting us a glance. I suspect Sirius invited me merely to witness my embarrassment, though I do possess some dancing skills. In my tenure as a Death Eater, I participated in numerous pureblood galas. Dancing is elementary social etiquette, and I am certainly capable. You dance far better than I anticipated. Sirius whispers close to my ear amidst the thrumming music. Aside from brawling, this is the first time he has come this close to me, and I find myself unaccustomed to it, instinctively tilting my head away from his proximity. Were it not for little Black's sake, I would have kicked you out by now, I mutter, feeling perturbed by the thought of causing mischief on Christmas Eve. You are rather wicked. Is that so? Under normal circumstances, he would be indignant at such remarks. Yet today he feigns contemplation for a moment before breaking into a rather mischievous grin, which I find rather unsurprising. After all, you are quite bothersome on a regular basis. I step on his foot lightly. To my astonishment, he seems to find it all the more amusing. Can you not drink so much? His demeanor is unsettlingly unfamiliar. If Lady Black were to discover this, she would surely be furious. What's the issue? He retorts. We are not at school. He leans in closer, the scent of alcohol becoming even more pronounced. You cannot control me. Do not make a fool of yourself here. I genuinely wish to cease dancing. Yet his grip is unyielding, and he appears blissfully unaware of how tightly he is holding me. I struggle to free my hand, unwilling to engage with someone in such an altered state. You are making me quite uncomfortable this evening. I thought this might be better, he says, looking rather regretful. He does not finish his thought, but I pay it no mind. He has a penchant for leaving his statements half-finished. Once the ball finally concludes, I seize the opportunity to glide away, and Sirius is left utterly astonished. This place is dreadfully dull. As I reach the entrance, I spot James busily constructing a snowman. Noticing me, he hurls a snowball in my direction. Is it over? If so, shall we take a stroll nearby? I hear there will be many people on the streets today. Discrepancy event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. 1 go out with James and Sirius. 2 stay behind to wait for Regulus. I do not comprehend. Surely these 2 activities could coexist? James did not say we had to leave immediately. Regulus mentioned he had matters to discuss with me after the ball, which would likely delay him for a few minutes. Opting for the second choice, I say to James, could you possibly wait for me? What does he want with you? It would be wise to keep your distance from him. Before James can respond, Sirius emerges from within. Clearly displeased. His face bears an unusual flush, confirming he has indeed overindulged, rendering him entirely unlike his usual self. Watch out! James exclaims, tossing a snowball down the back of Sirius's collar, causing him to nearly leap in surprise. They then engage in a playful snowball fight, stuffing snow down each other's clothing. I know you both adore the Black family estate, I interject sarcastically, but surely you do not cherish it to the extent of wanting to carry away the snow? Merlin. Just then, Regulus's voice cuts through from behind. I turn to see him rushing towards us, slightly breathless as though he has sprinted. Apologies, I cannot spare much time. He produces a small box from his pocket, presenting it to me. A Christmas gift. I can tell from his demeanor that he has more to say. So I accept it. Just speak plainly. Is there something you need? Regulus's gaze drifts, and after a moment of silence he quietly inquires. Could you occasionally tell me things about Sirius? I relax, of course, that is entirely manageable, as I had intended to do so from the outset. Oh, I see. Regulus replies, a look of realization dawning on him as he glances at Sirius, who is now half buried in snow. I did not expect you to care about him. I care for every classmate, regardless of who they are, I assert confidently. Except for Slytherins? Regulus probes. Even Slytherins, little black. I reach out to pat his shoulder, only to recall that he seems to dislike such gestures, retracting my hand hastily. Actually, I'm not quite accustomed to that title. Regulus hesitates. I have never encountered someone quite like you until these past few months. I discovered many Gryffindors are similar. Merlin. James's voice calls from afar. Regulus and I turn to see him and Sirius, who have somehow risen and cleaned themselves off. He waves at me enthusiastically. Have you 2 finished? That sums it all up, Regulus states tersely. Thank you for your help. It was but a small effort. I wave at him, Merry Christmas. As soon as I approach, Sirius begins to grumble discontentedly. What did he say to you? Regulus is precisely the type of person you loathe. He is a staunch pureblood, just like everyone in the Black family. With that, he storms off, inadvertently stepping onto the very slope where James and I had previously slipped, landing with a thud into a pile of snow. Now the 3 of us are truly comrades. James laughs so hard he nearly collapses. 3 of us fell in the same spot. Who could be more in sync than us? Such harmony is hardly desirable. Finally managing to pull Sirius up. He appears slightly more sober after our escapade, insisting he is fit to walk. James, undeterred, boldly takes the obviously inebriated Sirius out into the streets. Should he collapse on the ground, I shall certainly not assist him. I shake my head. James, you had better figure something out. Sirius claims he is completely sober. Why would you believe someone who is already inebriated? On Christmas Eve, the streets of London are teeming with people, and for a fleeting moment, I find a sense of belonging. James is fascinated by everything he sees, even suggesting we procure some Christmas ice cream. As I gaze at the softly falling snowflakes, I cannot help but reach for James's hand. Are you not cold? It seems rather dreadful. Why do the English drink chilled juice in winter? Why? Suddenly, with a loud thud, Sirius wraps his arms around both of us from behind, startling James so much that his eyes nearly pop out. Now I am convinced he is truly intoxicated. Sirius remained unresponsive to our every word, launching into a torrent of complaints about how detestable the Black family was, and how incomprehensible Walburga's behavior had become after he embraced us. Once he had exhausted these grievances, he began to extol James, praising him for his intelligence and courage, proclaiming him to be the finest friend in the world. James, positively beaming, eagerly chimed in. I think you're the best friend in the world too, James, I said, reaching across Sirius to pat James on the shoulder, of course, provided that we were friends. Oblivious to the subtext of my words, James cheerfully replied, you too, Merlin. You and Sirius are my best friends. This remark finally captured Sirius's attention, as if he had just recalled my presence in this world. Abruptly, he shifted his focus to how much he loathed me. James, take a step back. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Calm down. Calm down. James hastily placed Sirius on a nearby bench, pointing toward a shop. I'll go fetch some drinks. Perhaps a little refreshment will clear Sirius's head. Hey, don't leave me here with him. James dashed away like the wind, truly living up to his title as the son of the wind. I gazed at Sirius, who was slumped awkwardly on the bench, feeling a headache coming on. I tried to right him, but as soon as I made contact, he seemed to find something to lean on, and promptly toppled onto me. Black. Lean back. I struggled to call his name. You need to stabilize yourself. Merlin. He was dazed, his pupils slightly unfocused. As he gazed at me, he suddenly burst into laughter. Thud. In the next moment, he completely lost consciousness, his head crashing onto my shoulder. When James returned, he was taken aback by the sight of Sirius sprawled on the ground. What happened? He slipped and fell. I said, wide-eyed, fabricating a story. It seems he lost consciousness. Perhaps you should just pour some juice on his face. James squatted down to assess Sirius, unable to suppress his astonishment. Alcohol is truly remarkable, he concluded. I must try it next time. Aside. Hint. When affection levels rise, sometimes the other party may also wish to make corresponding changes. The options are not singular choices. However, to pursue two events simultaneously, the affection level of the person in the later option must be sufficient to succeed. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on achieving Regulus's romantic storyline accomplishment, second peaceful night. Congratulations on triggering Sirius's romantic storyline accomplishment, slightly tipsy. Hidden route value 1. Chapter 17. An unpleasant family visit. On Christmas morning, James and Sirius set out. I truly admired their energy, although it wasn't snowing, the melting snow was even colder. I heard they planned to ride their bicycles, and I sincerely hope they wouldn't end up tumbling into Street Mungo's. I spent the entire morning busy sending gifts, and after finally finishing, I finally had time to sit down and read the newspaper. There was hardly any news today, and strangely nothing about the Prince family. Wasn't Eileen kicked out? In the afternoon, I received a letter from Lily, inviting me to visit Eileen together in a couple of days. She mentioned that she still had not received a reply from Snape, and was somewhat concerned about their situation. In the evening, I received a large package from James, filled with an assortment of postcards and photographs. Among them was a particularly large and striking sunset image. The moment I pulled it out, my gaze was captured by the fiery clouds that seemed to be ablaze. As soon as I saw this scene, I knew you would love it too. Next time, remember to come out with us. I'm counting on you to guide us. We almost got lost in the lake today. On the back of the photograph were James's exuberant scrawls. Just looking at those almost soaring letters, I could envision the joyful expression on his face as he penned those words. I went out to buy a frame, placing the photo of Sirius and James together inside. In the picture, they stood on London Bridge, the meandering Thames River stretching behind them. Just gazing at this photo, I could almost feel the cool breeze blowing from afar. Countless individuals had traversed this grand bridge over the centuries. Perhaps even Sherlock Holmes once paused here. I set the frame upon the mantelpiece. How slippery! Lily exclaimed as she nearly skidded on the icy surface, and I quickly caught her, resulting in both of us sliding far on the ice, almost colliding with a lamppost. This sudden turn of events made me realize that we could indeed skate on the road. After sharing this thought with Lily, she delightedly joined me as we glided forward. However, skating on the sidewalk proved to be a poor choice, and by the time we reached Eileen's house, we had fallen at least 5 or 6 times. Thankfully, the snow had begun to melt. I adjusted my scarf. Otherwise, our appearance would be most inappropriate for a visit. After leaving Spinner's End, Eileen had temporarily rented a place in London. She didn't have much money on hand, and while I could lend her some, it would not be wise to do so outright. Thinking of the multitude of spells and potions Eileen had taught Snape, I suggested she brew some potions to sell. Potions were already in short supply in the wizarding community, and by the next day when I inquired, they had sold out completely. This allowed her to quickly gather enough funds for her rent and living expenses in London. Returning to the wizarding world with such a significant gain had greatly boosted Eileen's confidence. When I last saw her, she was dressed elegantly and wore a radiant smile, almost unrecognizable to me. Therefore, I couldn't comprehend why she would wish to go back. Her current life seemed quite pleasant. And what more could she expect aside from more trouble upon returning? I did not share my thoughts with Lily, but upon opening the door and seeing Eileen, I realized my premonition had indeed come true. Merlin, Merry Christmas, Lily. The moment I opened the door, I could distinctly sense Eileen's low spirits. She was trying hard to smile, yet this forced grin only made her appear more fatigued. Looking further inside, the fireplace seemed to have only just ignited, and the room felt cold and devoid of any festive atmosphere. Lily obviously noticed this too. She gently squeezed my hand, and I nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Merry Christmas, Miss Eileen. Did you receive the Christmas gifts I sent earlier? Some of them were brought from China, and I thought they would suit you perfectly. As we entered, we also spotted Snape inside, his demeanor even more somber than Eileen's. Nevertheless, he had prepared drinks for us, and only upon seeing Lily did his expression soften slightly. We then proceeded to engage in small talk about the weather in London, inviting Eileen to join us for a stroll, but she declined all our offers. Though I was eager to learn what they had encountered at the Prince family home, it was abundantly clear that it had not been a pleasant experience. In the end, neither Lily nor I broached the subject. Lily was afraid of bringing up painful memories, and I already knew what she would face. She should be lucid now. After leaving Eileen's house, I couldn't help but voice my frustrations. I remarked that she shouldn't have returned, as the entire Prince family shared Snape's temperament, making it impossible for them to coexist harmoniously. Lily seemed somewhat exasperated by my assessment of Snape, yet I too believed they should not have gone back. As she turned her gaze toward Eileen's residence, I was unsure whether to speak. They clearly did not wish to discuss it. Surely nothing grave had occurred. I had not seen any reports in the Daily Prophet. This morning, I had made a point to scan the newspaper, only to find the same mundane news, devoid of any interest. Upon discovering the absence of anything related to the Prince family, I tossed it into the fireplace as fuel. Severus rarely wore such a grim expression. Observing my hesitation, Lily added, "At least in my presence." In the following days, I made it a point to purchase a copy of the Daily Prophet each day, in hopes of uncovering some relevant clues, yet my efforts were in vain. I even penned a letter to Regulus, inquiring if there happened to be any gossip circulating among the pure-blood families of late. He indeed shared a plethora of information, but despite my full appetite for gossip, I found nothing of interest. With no other recourse, I resorted to writing to Erin daily, hoping that once she gradually regained her strength, she might glean some insights. As our correspondence continued, the Christmas holidays swiftly drew to a close. Aside, a reminder. In the midst of altering the narrative, one must remain cognizant of subsequent developments. All matters can be transformed, provided the correct direction is discerned. Subplot reminder. Gain James' impression. If only Merlin were here, she would undoubtedly adore the scenery. Congratulations on unlocking Erin's main storyline, The Prince Family 3. Chapter 18. The Weariness of Two. I felt that this course of inaction was unsustainable. James' position serious and me on either side of him, and although we were the only three in the room of requirement, I could not fathom his apprehension of being overheard. "Have you noticed?" James inquired. "Since the start of term, Remus appears more fatigued than ever, and he even bears wounds upon his ears." James furrowed his brow. "Could it be that his parents are abusive?" "I hardly think so," I replied, shaking my head. "After all, he often seemed like this at school before. Surely his parents wouldn't travel all this way to punish him?" "You make a valid point," James conceded, nodding in agreement. "Moreover, we have previously ventured out at night together several times. At the very least, we are friends. Yet Remus still seldom engages in conversation with us, often sitting apart even when we go out. Perhaps that is simply his nature," Sirius remarked nonchalantly, as if some individuals were born to be disagreeable. Had this sentiment been voiced by James, I might have found it unsettling. However, coming from Black, it seemed entirely reasonable. I expressed my concurrence. "Hey, let us not digress," James said, applying increased pressure on our shoulders. "We are discussing Remus. He undoubtedly harbors some secret from us. Do you have any leads? Actually, I specifically brought you both to the room of requirement for this reason." James' expression shifted to one of seriousness. He lowered his voice to a near whisper, almost inaudible. "I suspect Remus is a werewolf." "Werewolf?" Sirius' eyes widened in disbelief. "How could there be a werewolf at Hogwarts?" "Lower your voice. Lower your voice," James insisted, waving his hands in caution, wary of being overheard. "Wow, a werewolf? How terrifying," I deadpanned, utterly incredulous. "What is wrong with your reactions, both of you? Is there not one sane response among you?" James exclaimed, exasperated. "I have noticed that Remus consistently vanishes on full moon nights, returning pale and injured. My father once remarked that such symptoms are reminiscent of a werewolf. Every werewolf transforms into their wolf form under the full moon. If Remus is indeed a werewolf, it would certainly explain much, I mused, stroking my chin thoughtfully. He likely fears discovery of his true identity, hence his reluctance to forge close ties with classmates, often opting for solitude. Dumbledore must be aware of this situation, Sirius interjected, his expression darkening. He should not permit a werewolf to attend school. It is detrimental to everyone. Are you not opposed to the Black family's blood purity ideology? What is the problem with werewolves? Moreover, Remus has not harmed anyone, has he? I retorted, crossing my arms and casting a sidelong glance at Sirius. James, I maintain he is a genuine Black heir. Sirius harbored an unwavering distrust of Remus, solely because of his werewolf lineage, believing him to be a traitor rather than Peter, even until the very end. Perhaps this was why Remus never grew close to them. After James' death, he did not visit Harry even once for years. In many respects, James was their connection, and with his demise, that bond was irrevocably severed. Sirius, who staunchly rejected the Black family's blood purity beliefs, ultimately found himself unable to trust Remus because of his werewolf bloodline. Similarly, despite being sorted into Gryffindor from a young age, being disowned by the Black family, and later joining the Order of the Phoenix, he was still viewed as a traitor due to his lineage. Sirius professed indifference towards blood status, but could not bring himself to trust Remus. His heritage would forever be an inescapable shadow, and others would not believe in him. If only Remus were not a werewolf. Perhaps if he were not, Sirius might trust him more, and Remus could foster better relationships with others, potentially averting tragedy. I did not intend to cast blame upon Sirius. He too was a victim of blood purity ideology. In a matter of days, I could do little to alter this reality, and could only focus on Remus' werewolf identity. Thus, my persistent desire was to help Remus lead a normal life. Sirius instinctively prepared to speak, but curiously swallowed his words after casting a glance at me, saying nothing further. You look rather troubled, I noted, still perplexed, as James leaned in with concern. You seem quite sorrowful. I do not feel that way at all. Perhaps I am merely a bit worried about Remus. If he truly is a werewolf, it is unimaginable how he has managed all these years. I share your sentiment, James said, his brow furrowed with worry. However, we cannot ascertain anything for certain at this moment. Perhaps we should continue our surveillance on the next full moon. Do you truly have the time for this at night? I posed a more pragmatic question. You are both engaged in Quidditch practice daily, returning to the common room utterly exhausted, and rarely venturing out at night. Will you even have the energy to follow Remus? We can consume wakefulness potions, James replied, slinging his arm around my shoulder with a grin. I know you have plenty. I have seen you drinking them on several mornings. Fine, but I must warn you, overindulgence in such potions may lead to an even greater fatigue if one neglects to take them after a night of sleeplessness, I cautioned, glancing at the door. You may very well need to drink them tonight, for classes await us tomorrow. Though Sirius appeared reluctant, he had a tendency to follow James' lead, ultimately nodding in agreement to invite Remus into our close-knit circle. James was pleased, and the three of us divided the remaining wakefulness potions before plunging into the cycle of sleepless nights and daily potion consumption. To be honest, we only needed to drink them on full moon nights, yet James insisted that with so many available, we should not waste them. Thus, for 5 consecutive nights, we roamed the halls of Hogwarts, until the 6th day arrived, and the consequences became evident. The two of them happened to be more fatigued than ever on the day with the most classes. This morning, Remus appeared particularly perplexed. Typically, Sirius would be the first to rise and rouse James, but today, neither had emerged. My other 2 roommates and I exerted considerable effort to awaken them. Before I could respond, I saw James and Sirius emerge, resembling ordinary zombies from a game of Plants vs. Zombies. Good morning, James yawned. Merlin, Evans, good morning. Good morning. Merlin, Sirius appeared completely dazed, surprisingly greeting me. I had been somewhat drowsy, but this startled me awake. Did Black just greet you? Lily exclaimed, pacing the room in disbelief. Surely nothing unusual will occur today? My mother once said that animals exhibit strange behavior before a calamity. Sirius favorability 1. Take your frustration out on me if you must. Why are there so many classes today? Transfiguration, potions, herbology, and defense against the dark arts. If only we had a history of magic class too. At least we could catch a bit of sleep, James lamented, cradling his head in despair. I have a vague understanding of why his assignment in the history of magic was commendably completed, yet Professor Binns nearly denied him a passing grade. The reason stemmed from overwhelming fatigue. Even during the afternoon potions class, James and Sirius, quite uncharacteristically, refrained from causing mischief. Sirius almost tumbled into the cauldron due to dozing off, and had it not been for James's quick reflexes, he would likely have become a familiar sight among the students. Alas, I shall never dare to stay up late again, Sirius remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. It must be that your wakefulness potion is faulty. I retrieved a vial of the potion, preparing to hurl it at his head, but James promptly intervened. I believe the issue lies in your excessive consumption. Perhaps it would be wise to abstain for a few days. He glanced at the calendar and noted that the next full moon would occur on the 18th. Let us venture out then. If only you had realized this sooner, we would not have succumbed to slumber during Transfiguration class today, I remarked, shaking my head in dismay. Professor McGonagall must be quite irate. No matter, it is merely a matter of detention. I feel as though James has become as familiar with Filch's office as he is with his own home, and with an air of casualness. He threw his arm around my shoulder and inquired, would you care to join us? I would rather decline. You both should relish the experience alone. Thus, on the rare weekend evening, they set off together to the trophy room to polish the silverware. Although I later heard that they seemed to have toppled the cabinets in the process. Chapter 19, Changes. Prior to our nocturnal escapade on the night of the full moon, Severus's birthday arrived. How swiftly time passes. I recalled Severus's last birthday, which seemed not long ago. Severus remained merely a birthday statistic, with all options still rather unremarkable. Today being Sunday, James and Sirius reported to the trophy room early, granting me a rare moment of peace, during which I assisted Lily in preparing gifts. Severus has appeared rather unwell these past few days, Lily remarked before we departed, likely still grappling with matters concerning the Prince family. Indeed, it seemed I had scarcely seen him outside of class lately. Reflecting on this, I noted his infrequent appearances in the library as well. Given this context, it was hardly surprising that we did not locate Severus in the Slytherin common room. However, it was peculiar that we had searched nearly every conceivable location within Hogwarts he might frequent, yet found nothing. What on earth could he be up to? This piqued my curiosity. Severus must know that Lily would seek him out on his birthday, so why had he vanished? I was just about to offer her some comfort when, to my dismay, the Infernal System options box materialized. Lily Snape love event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. 1. Cry profusely out of concern for Severus. 2. Embrace Lily to console her. I sincerely hope I never discover who devised this system. I wrapped my arms around Lily and gently patted her back, reassuring her. Fear not, this is Hogwarts after all. Nothing untoward shall occur. Perhaps he is hidden in the secret passageways? Hogwarts harbors numerous concealed chambers. If you are truly worried, we can search them one by one. If we fail to find him, we shall simply consider it an exploration of Hogwarts's hidden corridors. Apologies for taking up your day. Lily appeared somewhat embarrassed by this. Yet her concern for him was evident. Sighing dramatically, I noted how her worry surpassed my own. I intended to jest, yet I was taken aback by the subtle shift in Lily's expression. Her gaze drifted into the distance, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke softly, if only he could refrain from engaging with those matters. Throughout the entire afternoon of that Sunday, Lily and I scoured the underground, inspecting nearly every secret chamber. Of course, even I could not claim to know all of Hogwarts's hidden passages. I had assumed that even if we found him, it would not be until the following day. Yet unexpectedly, we discovered him behind a concealed door on the second floor. However, upon laying eyes on him, I felt it would have been preferable had we not found him at all. The room possessed only a single window at its apex, resembling a prison cell. A feeble light crept into the space, illuminating Severus's figure, slumped on the floor. He appeared to be in a semi-conscious state, his breathing shallow. And as soon as Lily spotted him, she rushed over. How could he be injured? Lily gasped in shock at the scars adorning his arm. I had thought Slytherins would at least refrain from turning against their own peers. The room was permeated by an eerily familiar yet foreign sensation. The essence of dark magic filled the air. I had often encountered such things before, yet I was unprepared for the chilling sensation that enveloped me. Akin to submersion in icy water, this coldness reached its zenith as I beheld the scars on Severus's arm, those unmistakable marks of having been ravaged by potent dark magic. Why has time accelerated? Is it because they have moved out of Spinner's End? Surely that is a positive change? Lily's movements roused Severus from his stupor. Upon realizing what had transpired, he hastily covered his sleeve, an unprecedented panic washing over his features. When he looked up and saw me, his expression morphed into one of ire. What are you doing here? Severus's affection level -5. I remained silent, merely observing the location of his arm. He must have sensed that I had discerned something and hurriedly explained to Lily. I was studying some advanced spells, but I have not quite mastered them, resulting in a backlash. Lily likely could not fathom that a second-year Severus had already begun to delve into dark magic. Although she did not believe his explanation, she could conceive of no better rationale. You cannot engage in such behavior again. Lily regarded him with utmost seriousness, her tone firm. No more chances, Severus. It was rare for her to adopt such a grave demeanor, causing Severus to instinctively withdraw his hand. After a lengthy hesitation, he finally nodded in acquiescence. Shall we go to the hospital wing? I inquired, finally breaking my silence since entering, and as Severus reflexively turned to face me, his expression soured dramatically. Severus's affection level -1. No need, he retorted. Lily's gaze became increasingly skeptical, and he could only feebly defend himself, claiming it was but a minor injury that would heal swiftly. You just witnessed it. It is not as exaggerated as it appears. The scars he bore were shallow, initially resembling mere surface wounds. After a moment of silence, Lily did not press the issue of the hospital wing again. Subsequently, everything appeared to unfold as if nothing had occurred. Lily calmly presented him with the gift, and I offered a small token as well. He even graciously expressed his gratitude toward me. This superficial tranquility persisted until the moment we parted ways. Scarcely had we turned our backs when Lily, with astonishing calmness, inquired, "Do you know what those marks are?" "The traces of attempting dark magic and failing to control it, resulting in backlash," I replied grimly. Previously, I had heard Mulciber and his cohorts boasting about their forays into dark magic. In truth, I had perused those books myself, and they were merely mundane curses, far removed from true dark magic. I could not fathom where he had procured such knowledge. How dare he? Although Lily likely had her suspicions upon seeing the marks, she still became visibly agitated upon hearing my definitive answer. Was she not curious about how I came to possess this knowledge? He is genuinely engaging with such matters. I had always assumed he was merely speaking idly. Lily covered her face, appearing tormented. Before enrolling, he had already grasped spells and potions surpassing many seventh-year students. So why would he seek to learn dark magic? Severus's childhood had indeed been dismal. The discord between his parents must have profoundly impacted his character. Yet, I could not comprehend why he had departed from Mrs. Prince and still felt compelled to pursue dark magic. Had the lofty stature of the Prince family incited a deeper yearning for power within him? Even upon returning to the dormitory, I remained preoccupied with these thoughts. In the past, the changes brought about by my rebirth replayed endlessly in my mind. Perhaps due to the passage of time, I realized that some memories from long ago had become elusive, leaving me to ponder which events were rooted in the original narrative, and which were the consequences of my alterations. This thought became increasingly pronounced, culminating in my decision to sit upright. Perhaps I should continue to preserve certain memories. As a side note, a reminder, each occurrence leads to a distinct outcome. There is always time to remedy the situation, provided it is done before the conclusion. Side quest alert. Congratulations on unlocking Severus Snape's main storyline, Isolation 1. Chapter 20. James is truly insufferable at times. Snape's involvement with dark magic had left me in a state of turmoil for several days, as I recalled numerous alterations to the plot. No matter how earnestly I endeavored to steer things in a favorable direction, events invariably veered toward the most dismal conclusions. I had resolved to do nothing this time. Yet I found myself unable to refrain from participating in the unfolding narrative. If I could remain indifferent to the occurrences before me, what would be the point of merely surviving until the end? Conversely, I contemplated the futility of my survival, if I were the only one left standing. What was I to do? I could not remain a passive observer, yet changes could precipitate even worse outcomes. Was I destined to merely watch? My emotions began to spiral out of control. The system had reminded me several times in recent days to monitor my feelings. Thanks to the system, after numerous resets, I was once again the cheerful Merlin. Alas, I resolved to go with the flow, as there seemed to be nothing pressing ahead. I would continue to research how to restore Remus to his human form. As for Snape, he could pursue his own desires. Initially, I had no intention of involving myself in this matter, fearing that my interference might lead Snape to become a Death Eater by third year. However, on Wednesday morning, I stumbled upon an article in the Daily Prophet concerning the Prince family and the relationship between Snape and Eileen. It is unfathomable that after more than a decade, Eileen Prince, the youngest daughter of the Prince family who had once married a Muggle, has returned to the Prince family. However, it is evident that the family does not welcome this disowned daughter. As I absorbed this information, the Great Hall descended into chaos. Surely, you do not intend to return to ingratiate yourself? Sirius and James magnified this segment, with James nearly standing on the table to display the content to all the students. Mr. Prince was still furious about past events, mercilessly expelling Eileen Prince and her son, Severus Snape, from the premises and shaming them with his words. It was a pity that this scene had not been recorded. It would have been worthwhile for everyone to witness. The Gryffindor students laughed unabashedly, while those from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joined in the discussion, and even a few Slytherin students cast disdainful glances at Snape. A half-blood abandoned by a pureblood family is, in many respects, quite unwelcome in Slytherin. Amidst the derision, Snape sat expressionless, yet I noticed the tension etched across his features, his hand gripping the fork so tightly that it appeared he might draw blood. Despite Lily previously expressing anger over Snape's dalliance with dark magic, witnessing his humiliation at that moment ignited her fury. "Do you find this amusing, Potter? It seems you will never learn to respect others." She attempted to snatch the newspaper away, but James merely held it higher. "Always needing a woman to assist you, you coward. Where has your courage gone?" With a flick of his wand, he made the newspaper flutter about in the air, nonchalantly leaping beside Lily and suggesting, "If you agree to go on a date with me, I might consider relinquishing the paper to you. Slytherin is nothing but a den of cowards." Sirius whistled at Snape, adding, "Yet these cowards dare to visit the Prince house. Quite remarkable. No wonder, considering it's a pureblood family." He emphasized pureblood with such weight that his insinuation was unmistakable. This provoked Lily to tremble with rage. Before she could act, I had already drawn my wand. Crucio. The newspaper in James's grasp was instantly torn to shreds. The unexpected curse startled him, but when he turned to see it was I who had cast it, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. Sirius's approval -5. "If you wish to mock Snape and Lady Eileen, you might as well direct your jibes at me instead. It was I who compelled Lady Eileen to depart from Spinner's End. The root of this situation lies with me, James. Have you ever pondered why I was hospitalized at St. Mungo's for an entire holiday, while also getting a haircut? It was because Lady Eileen could no longer endure the turmoil, leading to a magical outburst that landed us all in the hospital. Do you know under what circumstances a wizard might experience such a magical surge?" Sirius frowned, his previous movements halting as James's expression grew increasingly incredulous. "I don't know the nature of your injury. Regardless, you should not mock Snape's family. Not everyone lives in a blissful household like you do." I sheathed my wand. "Lily has a point. James Potter, your arrogance and hubris are often quite irksome." Having said this, I took Lily's hand, intending to exit the great hall, only to have James leap onto the table, hastening toward us. He grasped my hand tightly, his tone frantic. "I don't know if it's because of me or him," he stammered, failing to articulate his thoughts before asking, "Does your injury still hurt? Have you even considered how much time has passed?" Lily retorted, exasperated. "If you truly cared, you would have inquired sooner rather than changing the subject at this moment." She appeared utterly disillusioned with everyone in the hall, leaving with me without hesitation. I could hardly endure it. Once outside the great hall, Lily finally exhaled. How can they all so comfortably mock Severus for being cast out of his home? Such as Hogwarts, I consoled her. When Slytherin once hung a Gryffindor student, they too felt justified in ridiculing that student's choice of undergarments. Perhaps it is simply that we, having come from ordinary families, struggle to grasp the mindset of wizards. Upon hearing this, Lily fell silent, for we had both endured countless taunts from Slytherin due to our backgrounds. Although they no longer dared to speak ill of me in my presence after our amiable interactions, incidents of bullying within the school had not diminished, and everyone seemed unfazed by it. Could this truly be the nature of daily discourse among wizards? Lily began to question her existence. It was no wonder Snape had suddenly turned to dark magic. Encountering such incidents made it difficult not to succumb to darkness. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Upon returning to the common room, I commenced writing a letter to Eileen. At that moment, I refrained from aggression but struggled to find the right words of comfort. I racked my brain to compose the letter while Lily sought out Snape, believing she was the only one who could provide him solace in this trying time. Students flowed in and out of the common room, and several classmates who usually befriended me came to inquire about my previous injury and the situation regarding the Prince family, offering their apologies. They were not genuinely remorseful for mocking Snape, but rather hoping I would not take the incident to heart, assuring me that they would refrain from using it as ammunition in future jests at his expense. This left me in a state of bemusement. "The Prince family has always been peculiar," Marlene remarked. "That Mr. Prince is even more detestable than Snape. They seem disinterested in everything, as if everyone else were fools. Their family is not particularly powerful, and pureblood family gatherings do not extend invitations to them. It is a strange family, so their actions are not surprising. By the way, you really seemed quite angry this time. You startled me," Mary whispered, as we departed from the hall. I observed James meticulously collecting today's daily profit. Collecting the daily profit? I halted my actions, perplexed by the purpose of this endeavor. Who could fathom it? Just as Mary was speaking, she suddenly glanced towards the door. He back. Why not inquire? I looked up to see James hastily entering the common room, glancing about restlessly before rushing towards me. Merlin! I sprang to my feet, intent on leaving, only to see him leap from his seat and, disregarding the astonished stares of our classmates on the sofa, seize my arm and pull me outside. I was utterly bewildered by his intentions, and before I could gather my thoughts, we found ourselves at the door. I have gathered every copy of the Daily Prophet from the school today. A pile of newspapers lay strewn on the ground outside, and he was still catching his breath, appearing as if he had sprinted all the way. As he turned to look at me, his expression softened, radiating an extreme innocence. For a fleeting moment, I thought I could see his drooping ears. I was mistaken. He tugged at my sleeve, promising that it would not happen again, and I would refrain from mentioning the Potters. He seemed to want to pat my head. Are you certain your head is truly fine? At this, I was left in a state of mixed amusement and disbelief. My head had long since healed. Otherwise, I would not have arrived on time. I couldn't help but wonder if he truly comprehended what I was angry about. James's gaze began to dart about nervously. It was clear. Either he was entirely oblivious, or he recognized the situation, yet felt no need to address it. If you have no other matters, I shall return to the common room, I stated. I still have things to attend to. But you have not forgiven me yet, James insisted, growing a tad anxious. You're still upset. I am not angry. It's just that you have always behaved this way, I replied, shaking my head. I had grown accustomed to it. I never expected to have any influence over James. Nor did I anticipate that he would care about my feelings. Perhaps it was because we were such good friends. James always cared for his friends. Even when he was not yet well acquainted with Remus, he had already begun to advocate for animagi. He was the best of friends, provided one was indeed a friend. If you are not upset, could you kindly call my name once more? He posed a rather peculiar request. James. I was uncertain of his motives, but it seemed a trivial task. He instantly brightened, wrapping his arm around my neck as he had in the past. Every time you call me by my full name, I feel as though something terrible is about to happen. He clutched his heart dramatically. I do not wish to hear you refer to me as Potter again. Very well. Potter, I retorted. You explicitly claimed you were no longer angry. Understood, Potter. Merlin. A side note. Hint. The level of affection influences the trajectory of each event. In cases of low affection, one should refrain from defending any Slytherin students in James's presence, especially Snape. In cases of high affection, feel free to act freely. Perhaps one might even alter his prejudices and arrogance towards the house. Side note. Gain James's impression. What a splendid opportunity to mock Snape. Were it not for Merlin's wrath. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement for James's romantic storyline Panic. Chapter 21. It feels as though we are destined to be shadows of Remus. Following the events in the hall that day, everyone tacitly agreed to act as if nothing had transpired. I insisted that James apologize to Lily. He reluctantly complied, but Lily promptly told him to get lost. He immediately walked away without a backward glance, which was incredibly frustrating. He is simply incapable of learning respect, Lily remarked. Don't expect any change. He may disrespect others, but he cannot humiliate you in public, I retorted angrily. It seemed futile to educate boys of this age. I rolled up my sleeves. James Potter. You return this instant. Ultimately, I was penalized 10 points for assaulting a classmate in the corridor. Yet James finally conceded that he would refrain from involving Lily when bullying Snape. But why was he so determined to target Snape? Gryffindor students ceased mentioning the Prince family in Snape's presence, and everything appeared to be perfectly harmonious, except for Sirius, who was quite displeased. Why should we heed her? He expressed resentment towards James for abandoning his friends, claiming she had betrayed Gryffindor. Frankly, I was inclined to punch Sirius. But just as I was about to act, an option appeared before me. Sirius's romantic event triggered, ordinary options temporarily hidden. Sirius is quite displeased with my defense of Snape. 1. Request him. 2. Cry to him. 3. No, I do not care about Severus at all. Why, even in a romantic event, I recall having options for physical confrontation and mockery. Why are they absent this time? What on earth is the third option? I was momentarily stunned. And I must admit, at that moment, I truly felt like crying. With no other choice, I opted for option 1. Clasping my hands together, and speaking in a peculiar tone. We are all students dissatisfied with our families. Let us show some understanding, shall we? Please, Mr. Black. I intended to sound sincere, but upon facing Sirius, I instinctively became sarcastic, rendering what should have been a plea into a taunt. Sirius appeared taken aback, staring at me for several seconds before covering his face and turning away, unwilling to look at me any longer. Sirius's affection level -5. All right, I shall say no more. He muttered, do not display that expression again. What expression could I have shown that would provoke such disdain? However, on the bright side, I managed to resolve matters with Sirius, and soon after, a letter from Ms. Eileen arrived, reassuring me not to take things to heart. I merely intended to return and take a look. This has allowed me to completely sever my ties. You were right, I do not need to rely on them. Even without the Prince family, I can lead a fulfilling life. Along with her letter, she enclosed a photograph of herself standing in front of a quaint little shop, with a note inscribed on the back. I wish to open a shop in the Muggle world. What do you think I should sell? Miss Eileen appeared to be unaffected by the recent events. I sighed with relief, grateful she had finally let go. In the past, she had relied on Tobias, and subsequently sought dependence on the Prince family. Now, with both ties severed, she was finally able to stand on her own, even planning to open a store. London streets are often bustling with various shops. Lily waved her pen, but it seems the most popular ones sell food. Perhaps I could try some culinary delights enhanced by potions, like bread that promotes hair growth. That would surely be a hit, I mused. While I found the idea appealing, it would undoubtedly be illegal. Lily puffed her cheeks. I believe blending magic with many aspects of reality could yield better results. Yet the boundaries remain distinctly defined. So, once you become the Minister of Magic, you can change all of this, I said, laughing as I patted her shoulder. I then turned to Penny in the two-way mirror. And you too, Penny, perhaps one day the magical world and the real world will collaborate, and you could become the intermediary. How could such a day ever come to pass? Penny shook her head vigorously, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. For now, I should review today's lessons. Observing Penny diligently studying brought me solace. At the very least, Lily and Penny had developed a commendable relationship. Meanwhile, my interactions with James and Sirius had significantly diminished over these past few days. James believed I was still preoccupied with the previous incident, and he persistently tugged at my hat during classes. Initially, I attempted to ignore him, but his incessant pulling became unbearable, and as soon as class concluded, I yanked his hat so forcefully that it nearly dislodged his cloak. If you tug at my hat again, I shall sew yours shut. Sirius expressed his discontent regarding the situation, believing that I was in cahoots with Slytherin and perplexed as to why I continually brought up Snape's affection for Lily. Such a well-known fact hardly required reiteration, and I found his bewilderment utterly nonsensical. In my correspondence with Regulus, I vented my frustrations, to which he responded with equal confusion, ultimately stating that he often struggled to comprehend Sirius, and suggested that one simply acclimates to it. Before I knew it, the next full moon approached swiftly. Remus had already taken a leave of absence. Early in the morning, James pulled both Sirius and me together, inquiring whether we had sufficient wakefulness potion. With a day full of classes ahead, we might find ourselves lacking energy after Quidditch. It's enough, I assured, patting my pocket. I guarantee you'll have enough for next month's full moon. Perhaps not, James shook his head. I have no desire to experience that overwhelming fatigue again. He then energetically pressed down on our shoulders, exclaiming, so, let us meet promptly at the secret entrance after curfew tonight. Merlin, do not be late. With that, he hurried off to Quidditch practice with Sirius. Observing their bustling activity, I couldn't help but wonder how we would manage in our 5th year. Before curfew, Lily retired to the dormitory for sleep. I readily agreed to do the same, but as soon as she stepped into the common room, I stealthily slipped out. Upon my arrival, Sirius and James coincidentally appeared as well. I've already retrieved the invisibility cloak, he said hastily. Let us make our way to the hospital wing. When we arrived, Remus had already departed. To avoid being left behind, we donned the cloak and began to sprint, finally spotting Remus near the Whomping Willow. This time, I could see clearly. James nearly collided with Remus's face. It turned out he was pressing down on the knot. As we watched Remus enter the tree's hollow, we cautiously maneuvered in front of the Whomping Willow. With remarkable speed, James pressed down on the knot, and then Sirius and I stealthily slipped into the hollow. Inside, it was pitch black, utterly disorienting. To avoid detection by Remus, we dared not light a lamp. There's a path in here, Sirius exclaimed, astonished. Where does it lead? Keep your voice down. Even the slightest sound can be amplified immensely. Ouch. Who stepped on me? In the ensuing chaos, we finally reached the end of the path. Due to the darkness, it was unclear who had stepped on the cloak, which was yanked taut and blocked our way. Consequently, the three of us tumbled to the ground like a line of dominoes. Bang! The sound was quite loud, and almost immediately we heard Remus's panicked voice. Ooh! Realizing we had been discovered, James swiftly threw off the invisibility cloak. With the light from Remus's wand illuminating our faces, the four of us exchanged glances. Remus stared at us in shock, seemingly at a loss for words, but then his expression shifted to one of profound pain. You need to hurry. His words remained unfinished as James and Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief, watching Remus transform before our eyes. Thick fur sprouting from his skin as he emitted a piercing howl that resonated deafeningly in the empty room. Run. I yanked them both back and hastily retrieved the low-grade wolfsbane potion I had brewed earlier, unsure of its efficacy, and hurled it at Remus. Crash. The potion bottle shattered effortlessly, drenching Remus in its contents. Seizing the brief moment of his pause, the three of us sprinted out of the hollow. The echoes of Remus's howls trailing ominously behind us. The Whomping Willow is ahead. Press the knot. Thankfully, in this critical moment, Sirius remembered that we couldn't rush out blindly. As James dashed out, he pressed down on the knot just in time to prevent the willow from thrashing. And we rolled out of the hollow together. Remus is truly a werewolf, James exclaimed, still in midair. Only to crash into a tree because he wasn't watching where he was going. Sirius and I quickly helped him up. I heard the Whomping Willow was planted just at the start of the school year. Sirius glanced at me, likely recalling my previous remarks about how he, as a member of the noble black family, looked down upon Remus's werewolf bloodline. After a brief pause, he continued, It seems the headmaster is aware of this situation. The professors must know too. After all, he always manages to secure leave, and I've seen Madame Pomfrey administer him potions. James nimbly got to his feet, brushing off the grass. Now that the cat is out of the bag, we must have a conversation with Remus tomorrow. I recalled the shock and despair on Remus's face when he last looked at us, feeling as though our appearance had come at the worst possible time. Transforming into a werewolf in front of his friends. I suspected he had endured many similar nightmares, never imagining one would come to fruition. I hope he'll still talk to us tomorrow, I muttered. A side hint. Even in the case of love at first sight, the heartthrob achievement can be triggered. It is not sufficient to achieve love at first sight and then relax, as feelings for the other person may evolve as interactions progress. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Sirius's love story achievement, Heartthrob. Congratulations on unlocking Remus's love story achievement, Full Moon Night 3. Chapter 22. Inverted Bellflower. As I had anticipated, the following morning, Remus did not return to the dormitory. He went directly to the Great Hall. As soon as we arrived, he left. But he couldn't evade Charms class. James rolled up his sleeves, prepared to sit next to Remus, but Sirius restrained him. Now is not the time to seek him out, he whispered. After last night's events, if we approached him now, he would likely be too overwhelmed to listen. With the weekend approaching, it would be wiser to wait until class concluded to gradually test the waters. This approach seemed far superior to directly confronting him. And I couldn't help but admire. I never expected your emotional intelligence to be quite high. My emotional intelligence has always been high, Sirius replied. It's just that some individuals fail to recognize it. Alright, I concede that you have a point, I acknowledged. After some contemplation, James agreed with Sirius's perspective. And we proceeded as before, with Lily and me seated in the front row while they took the second row. As we turned, I could clearly see Remus exhale in relief, but he quickly sensed my gaze and became visibly tense. Ideally, according to Sirius, we should have maintained normal interactions with Remus before inquiring about his well-being. However, it was evident that Remus had no intention of engaging with us. He was even more withdrawn than before, not even lifting his head to acknowledge us. He began to avoid the common room, only returning just before curfew, spending nearly all his daylight hours in the library, and eventually even abandoning that refuge. Who knew where he vanished to? Perhaps we should just confront him directly, James suggested, unable to contain his frustration. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he forgets our names. Remus is clearly avoiding us. If you approach him directly, he might even drop out tomorrow, I replied, feeling a headache coming on. This was my first time being involved in their affairs, and the unprecedented situation felt quite daunting. Moreover, another matter weighed on my mind. Lily's birthday was fast approaching, and I had yet to consider what gift to give her. If I were to ask her, she would likely insist that I need not bother. With these two pressing concerns before me, Remus's situation and the birthday gift for Lily, I found myself preoccupied with thoughts of the latter. Ultimately, I had no ideas, so I decided to consult Regulus. Evans's birthday? Regulus responded with surprise, though pleased that I sought his advice. However, I must admit, I have little impression of her. What do people typically give as birthday gifts? I inquired. As I brought this up, Regulus's gaze suddenly became somewhat evasive. At first, I was perplexed by this shift. But then I recalled the chaotic episode when he had entrusted me with a gift for Sirius. My experience had been predominantly in presenting gifts to pureblood wizards, which typically consisted of rare and precious items. Regulus quickly regained his composure, yet I pondered whether what he required was something beyond mere material possessions. He appeared somewhat bewildered. I often observed Gryffindor students exchanging handmade gifts, albeit rough in appearance, yet recipients invariably wore expressions of delight. Did young Black not find joy in receiving such tokens? Although I had once been a part of a pureblood family, the allure of gold and jewels held little significance for me. If given a choice, I would prefer the simple pleasure derived from receiving something heartfelt. I was uncertain. After a brief silence, he replied, "Nevertheless, one should select gifts that are conventional. This minimizes the likelihood of error." Regulus was indeed a person of great rectitude, a paragon of aristocratic perfection through the lens of a pureblood family. Notably, he meticulously fastened every button of his school uniform, unlike Sirius, who rarely bothered to fasten the top 2 buttons of his shirt, let alone James, whose attire often resembled a haphazard collage of styles. Curiosity piqued, I inquired softly, "Do you maintain a daily schedule, adhering strictly to the allotted times for each task?" I intended it as a jest, yet to my surprise he contemplated my words seriously. "No, but I find your suggestion quite commendable." That was rather unsettling. Perhaps it was best left unsaid. Before departing, I recalled his numerous brushes with death, and could not resist posing a question. "Do you believe there will come a day when you act in a manner entirely divergent from your established sense of correctness?" This time, Regulus answered without hesitation. "No," he stated emphatically. Remus continued to ignore us, and I had the distinct impression that James was engrossed in studying the polyjuice potion. He and Sirius appeared perpetually busy, yet no one knew the nature of their endeavors, nor could any results be discerned. The sole silver lining was that they had ceased their bullying of fellow students. Instead, I frequently observed Slytherin students employing the Levi Corpus spell, and within a brief span, all 4 houses had mastered it. Over the past few days, Lily and I witnessed students suspended in midair almost daily. It was evident that Snape had not informed them of the counter-spell, as it required the assistance of other students to rescue the victims. Fortunately, it was winter, and many wizards wore trousers beneath their robes. However, due to the castle's perpetually temperate climate, some students opted not to, leading to embarrassing situations that incited frequent altercations, with one student suffering from cerebral congestion after being left in a secluded spot for an extended period, necessitating a lengthy stay in the hospital wing. Who could possibly have devised such a spell? After Mary fell victim to the Levi Corpus, Lily and I rushed to her aid. Lily was incensed, her frustration boiling over at the sheer number of despicable individuals who derive amusement from others' misfortune. The Slytherin students cackled, and I could even hear some making crude remarks about Mary, flushing her face with embarrassment. She clung to my arm, trembling, and when Marlene hurried over and witnessed the scene, she hurled her book at the faces of those Slytherins. "Scum," Marlene declared, rising to her feet. "Levi Corpus." Without hesitation, she cast the spell upon the Slytherin students, catching them completely off guard, with one even losing his clothing in the process. "McKinnon, for a mudblood. You dare," shouted the Slytherin student suspended above. The moment the term mudblood escaped his lips, the expressions of all students in the corridor shifted dramatically. "Silencio." Marlene hastily silenced him, perhaps frustrated by the limited spells she could conjure. She tossed her wand at his face. This provoked the other Slytherin students, who surged forward, while nearby Gryffindors began to roll up their sleeves, as it appeared the corridor was on the verge of erupting into a brawl. "What are you doing?" Amidst the chaos, Filch's voice suddenly rang out from the opposite end of the corridor. He appeared with remarkable speed, and upon witnessing the turmoil, a look of delight spread across his face, akin to that of a bountiful harvest. A bunch of little rascals fighting in the corridor. I see you've entirely disregarded school rules." In the end, the scuffle was averted, as professors hurriedly ushered their students away, resulting in both Slytherin and Gryffindor being penalized with a deduction of 50 points each, landing them at the bottom of the standings. Aside. Note: interacting with Regulus requires a gradual approach, given that we are not in the same year, house, or social class. Perhaps only through extraordinary events can one cultivate a closer relationship with him. Chapter 23. The Just. The chaos in the corridor led to the deduction of points for numerous Gryffindor and Slytherin students, intensifying the conflict between the 2 houses. Unsurprisingly, we found ourselves in detention. and for several consecutive nights, I had to report to Filch, leaving me little time to prepare a birthday gift for Lily. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, detention came to an end, coinciding with Lily's birthday. As I fervently lamented the Slytherin students with Marlene, I hastily prepared the gift overnight, managing to complete it just in time for the following morning. In truth, one need not spend such an extensive amount of time preparing gifts. As soon as class ended, we cornered Lily at the table. She was aware of our detention and felt somewhat embarrassed. But that's of no consequence. The unhappy times are behind us now, and we must focus on the present, I proclaimed, ceremoniously presenting the cake I had crafted with my own hands. It was a completely revised version, infused with magic and potions. I smiled broadly as I placed the knife and fork before Lily, eager for her to try it. Can I have some too? James chimed in, peering over from the side. Lily promptly whisked the entire cake away. Let us take it back to the dormitory to enjoy. Since second year, our daily schedules had become quite packed, and Lily resolutely declined my suggestion of a midnight escapade to celebrate her birthday. Sensing my disappointment, she finally relented, stating that we could go out together on Friday. I transformed into a jubilant Merlin. Oh, and I made some additional treats. Just before curfew, I remembered I had asked the house elf to prepare some desserts that I couldn't manage to make myself. I'll dash to the kitchen and be right back. By this hour, the corridors were nearly deserted, and as I rushed outside, I was unprepared for the encounter that awaited me with Snape in the hallway. The moment I saw him, memories of the previous days flooded back. Hogwarts has recently seen a surge in popularity for a particular spell, Levicorpus. Have you heard of it? I remarked as I passed by. Snape exhibited no reaction, continuing on his path. It has nothing to do with me. I haven't used it on your friends. I had expected at least some form of rebuttal from him. His tacit acceptance irked me. You didn't even inform them of the counter spell. Snape regarded me with a hint of surprise. He likely hadn't anticipated that I would know there was a way to reverse the spell. Why should I tell them? He retorted, a nonchalant expression gracing his face. I merely practiced the spell in the common room, and others overheard me. Should I be held accountable for that? Gryffindors learn spells in class and then prank Slytherin students. Shouldn't the professors bear some responsibility too? At the very least, the professors should inform them of the solution. Snape. I expressed my confusion, pressing further. You don't even dare to claim it's your invention. Why is that? What are you afraid of? Are you worried Lily will find out? Snape's favorability -5. The facade of indifference he wore began to fracture, and he finally turned to fixate on me. Mind your own business. His expression subtly revealed the visage of the severest Snape I once knew all too well. Do you truly consider yourself a savior? With a name like Merlin, do you genuinely believe you embody that legendary wizard? Your actions are utterly futile. Spare us your feigned concern for anyone. During the feast, did you think you were aiding me? He stepped closer, and I perceived the flickering wrath in his eyes, an emotion he seldom displayed. Merlin was injured while protecting Severus. Snape uttered this with a sarcastic tone, fully aware that many would mock him for it thereafter, exposing my lineage and laying everything bare. Did you think you were rescuing me? Or perhaps saving my mother? Ha, the aloof saint. You failed to perceive Potter's wrongdoing. Otherwise, you would not have reconciled with them the very next day. Did you offer an apology? I inquired. What? He furrowed his brow. I do not require your apology, for you are not my friend, and your concerns are of no consequence to me. I retorted. Yet you have never apologized to Lily. Before her, you insulted Petunia, worsening their sisterly rift. Because of your association, Lily initially found herself shunned in Gryffindor. She defended you while you remained silent, mingling with Mulciber and his ilk. They harmed Lily's friends, yet you never expressed remorse, claiming it was none of your concern. Should I bear the responsibility? If that is the case, why must I apologize for James harming you? What do James's actions have to do with me? His countenance grew increasingly frigid, his hand tightening around his wand. If we are to follow your logic, are our actions not identical? Countless repetitions. Yet Lily invariably meets her demise. Once Snape embarks on the path of a Death Eater, Lily's life begins its countdown. Even if Voldemort never pursued them, they would still succumb to various misfortunes as if death itself were triggered. Once the narrative unfolds, the conclusion cannot be altered. Why is that? I have questioned this innumerable times. Myself, Snape, Sirius, Dumbledore. No one can provide an answer. The ever-gentle Lily. The sole one who cared for me during our time in Slytherin. The Lily who believed in me while I was undercover. The Lily who protected me. I recall her gripping my hand in her final moments, her last warmth ebbing away from my grasp. I remember her words, urging me not to blame Snape. She intended to make him the godfather of her second child, hoping to mend the rift between James and Severus. She professed her unwavering trust in Snape, regardless of circumstances, declaring that she no longer cared about that statement, because Severus was her dearest friend. She believed in you so wholeheartedly, yet what have you done? Lily perished before my eyes 7 times, and in each instance, I could not grasp her. She should not have departed in such a manner. I shall never permit such a tragedy to occur. Emotional fluctuations detected. Emotional fluctuations detected. Magical disturbance detected. Snape found Merlin to be the most peculiar individual he had ever encountered. The first time he laid eyes on Merlin was on the train en route to Hogwarts. From the very first glance, he instinctively disliked this person he had never met before. Merlin's gaze bore an oppressive sorrow, a complex expression that inexplicably filled Snape with profound anguish. Had Lily not been by his side, he might have felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What troubled him further was the way Merlin regarded Lily, with a reverence that ignited a sense of peril within him, as if a treasured secret were at risk of being unveiled. Their subsequent meeting occurred during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, where Lily was placed in Gryffindor. He felt immense disappointment at this outcome, yet when he saw Lily seeking him out, a strange sense of relief washed over him. Gryffindors universally despised Slytherin, just as Slytherin loathed Gryffindor. This oddly named fellow would certainly not wish to associate with Slytherin. Yet he was mistaken. Merlin unhesitatingly followed Lily over, even greeting him amicably. Upon their eye contact, he once again discerned that complex gaze. He loathed the way Merlin looked at him. Disliking a Gryffindor requires no justification, especially since Merlin seemed inherently mismatched with him, capable of inciting irritation at every turn. Merlin usurped his position beside Lily, and often, during their private moments, Lily incessantly brought up Merlin. Merlin, in his self-righteousness, clashed with Potter and his friends, only to inexplicably reconcile with them days later. Merlin's name circulated everywhere. Even Slytherin classmates mentioned him, the well-liked Gryffindor. Merlin was also a brute, routinely assaulting Slytherin students. Avery and the others returned daily, complaining about Merlin's latest beating. The things Merlin said were utterly nonsensical. He did nothing, yet Merlin claimed he was complicit merely by being present, insisting that such thoughts warranted bullying, absurdity incarnate. Merlin was nothing short of a madman, mocking him at school, and even standing in front of them during Eileen's magical upheaval, battered and bloodied, trying to reason with his mother. He had never anticipated that Merlin possessed such knowledge of his family. Wasn't Merlin friends with Potter? Why would he publicly confront them on his behalf? Surely, it was mere pretense, exposing his childhood in the Great Hall, as all eyes turned to him, making him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Who needed her salvation? Who desired her redemption? Self-righteous and condescending, never considering his perspective. Not even for a moment. They inhabited entirely disparate worlds, forged in different environments. Merlin was clearly a product of comfort, a quintessential Gryffindor. How could Merlin? How dare he intrude upon his life, snatching away his only connection to Lily, attempting to alter his existence? Especially now. What grounds did Merlin have to question him about the turning of the tide? What audacity to level accusations that left him flustered? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his wand, intending merely to find an opportunity to escape. Yet Merlin's demeanor suddenly shifted. Until now, he had perceived Merlin as a quintessential Gryffindor. Was there any doubt? He nearly believed this person was custom-crafted for Gryffindor. Yet at this moment, the look in Merlin's eyes was terrifying. He discerned unrestrained murderous intent, as if she were not casting a spell, but harboring an irreconcilable vendetta against him, her words growing increasingly bizarre. The only certainty for Snape was that Merlin appeared profoundly unhinged. Simply gazing into her eyes, he grasped one undeniable truth. She had lost her sanity. Merlin drew her wand. His reaction was swifter, unhesitatingly aiming his wand at her. Petrificus totalis. Protego. Snape was struck by the rebound of the spell, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the ground. Merlin approached him leisurely, seizing his tie and pointing her wand at his jaw. Snape's heart raced, an unprecedented sense of mortal peril causing cold sweat to bead down his spine. He had never anticipated that Merlin would harbor such murderous intent towards him. This realization almost prompted him to curl his lips into a sardonic smile. Even in such dire circumstances, he had always known that Merlin was precisely this sort of person. His assumptions had never been misguided. Yet, just as Snape believed he would soon succumb to eternal darkness, death eluded him. Finally, unable to endure the weight any longer, he reluctantly lifted his gaze, only to witness the most astonishing sight. Merlin's eyes were brimming with sorrow, and Snape felt as though Merlin was on the verge of tears. He yearned to speak, But the next moment he remembered that he was utterly incapacitated and could not utter a sound. Their mutual disdain and hostility, their quarrels and physical confrontations had become a commonplace occurrence. Yet why did Merlin always exhibit such inexplicable behavior when Snape believed their relationship had reached its nadir? This insufferable nuisance had better be merely putting on a fade. If he truly wept, it would be utterly bewildering. A wave of intense, disorienting emotion surged within him, reminiscent of that day when he faced Merlin, bloodied and resolute before him. He was the victim. Now, rendered immobile by the backlash of a curse. With a wand pressed against his chin, he was confronted with the imminent threat of death. Yet here he was. "Why are you doing this?" Merlin suddenly inquired. What had he done? Why did you reveal that prophecy to him? To whom had he disclosed it? What prophecy? Why can't you show Harry even a modicum of kindness? Who was Harry? He comprehended nothing of what this person was articulating. His mind was a tumult of confusion. Though the words were nonsensical, he sensed a pulse of crimson in his memories, evoking an emotion of despair so profound it felt like a visceral torment, nearly bringing him to tears. Sometimes, I truly wish I could kill you. If only you had not become a Death Eater, Lily would never have faced such peril. The wand pressed against his throat, and Merlin's eyes betrayed an irrepressible glimmer of lethal intent, her unbridled emotions causing her hand to tremble. In truth, during countless nights since Merlin's admission to St. Mungo's, he had often visited her. In the hushed stillness of the hospital's nights, where only the distant whisper of the wind could be heard, he stood beside her bedside, repeatedly wishing for her to awaken at that moment, so he could express his gratitude and feign that it had all been a mere dream. But I also wish for you to live, Snape. Regrettably, until the day of Merlin's discharge, she had never awakened in the dead of night. I also hope you can live well. Snape's pupils contracted sharply. Merlin. Lily's voice suddenly pierced the air, and in the next moment, she rushed forward and embraced Merlin. Calm down. Merlin. Yet Merlin offered no response. Upon contact with Lily, she collapsed, utterly unconscious. Side note. Side quest reminder. Congratulations on unlocking Snape's main quest, Lonely Path 2.